This story begins in one of the hospitals. One of the doctors received a call from his girlfriend, who asked if he had really been reprimanded at work. As it turned out, he was removed from the department and suspended from work. When the young man said he had been suspended for a month, the girl asked him if he was thinking about changing jobs. However, the main character named River replied that he now wants to take and quit, but he has problems with money, and if he quits his job now, there will be no one to pay off his parents' debts. At this point, his girlfriend went silent for a moment and then suggested that they reconsider their relationship. This proposal left River stumped. The girl said that at work her colleagues constantly whisper, and this time they asked her about her boyfriend's misbehavior. At that moment, River stopped her and said that he had done nothing wrong, he was just maintaining his moral principles. However, the girl stopped him and said that she wanted to talk seriously. At that moment, the young man felt very offended, and he briefly removed the phone from his ear and then said that he could not believe that the girl was really leaving him. He talked about how hard it was for him right now and asked why she wanted to leave him at this moment, because they should be on the same side. However, the girl said that she also found it hard to believe, and even though they were in different departments, they were still having an office romance, and now that he had a falling out with the director of the research institute, she would also have a hard time. She said that she was getting too many sidelong glances and wasting too much energy on it, but River said that she herself should know about the director's misdeeds. Now he assumed that his girlfriend was just a scientist who pretended not to notice anything like that. In response, the girl said that she was a member of a society that pretended not to have seen anything. She said that this was the last time she would mention it, and asked River not to be angry with her because he was no longer a child and not even 20 years old, after which she apologized and hung up. Before saying goodbye for good, she asked the young man not to call her anymore. After their conversation ended, the hero nervously squeezed the phone in his palm. After that, he finally got to his feet, trying to come to his senses, and cursed the director of the research institute, Hank, because he believed that he was to blame for everything. River understood that in this world, even if he was angry, followed his dream and defended his principles, he would still have to pay for it, and now he no longer saw the point in being angry. Now, however, he blamed himself for arguing with Hank. The story flashes back 4 days before Rivera was suspended and removed from the department. He was in the office with anti-cancer drugs when his assistant ran in and told him that their company's management had bought Celicure. When River heard this, a look of genuine surprise appeared on his face. The assistant added that their management had invested 10 billion won in Celicure to purchase the drug, but River knew that it was still undergoing clinical trials. Then a senior lab technician named Chris said that it was indeed true, but it was still worth it. Now River assumed that in that case, they should finish it, but he couldn't quite believe that the management of the agent company had already bought this drug. Moreover, he knew that Celicure was much better than their medicines. He said that Eloa has side effects like rashes, and the medication has to be taken for a long time, but Celicure has none of that. At that moment, their conversation was interrupted, as a girl with dark hair entered the office. It was the person in charge of the study, Hannah, who was also surprised when she was informed about the purchase of the drug. River then suggested finishing and selling the medicine as soon as it arrived. Hannah added that she had thoughts that the adventurous company Celicure would still be able to create a new medicine. When she asked if they had achieved any good results, River replied that they had indeed. This medicine would work better. Moreover, he was confident that he could complement it better than anyone else. Later, the main character went to the ossuary, a place for storing skeletal remains. There he approached one of the booths where there was a photograph of a little girl and addressed her as Say, saying that her brother had arrived. He also decided to tell her that a little later he would still be able to avenge her. He said that an adventurous company had created a new medicine and it was bought by the River Company, which would completely develop it. He promised his sister that he would make sure that no one else died from cancer. Shortly after, Director Hank called him in and asked why he was so eager to get Celicure, to which the hero replied that this medicine was better than what their company produced. River said it has a high clinical cure rate and few side effects. However, Hank looked unhappy and asked him if he had ever thought about his bad sides. At this moment, River didn't know what to answer, because the price for producing Celicure is quite low and the properties of the medicine are better. It also has no side effects, and the full recovery period is short, but he was going to say that there were some bad sides to it. Then he said that with this medicine one can be treated for 2 years, but with theirs, Eloa will need 5 years. However, Hank said that he didn't suspect anything yet. In any case, the patient had to choose one of the drugs. He asked River what would be better, considering the company's sales. The hero thought about the fact that Eloa was more expensive than Celicure, and the period of complete recovery was longer. Of course, sales of Eloa were higher. Hank then admitted that he bought Celicure in the first place to get rid of him, and then asked River to stop daydreaming and do as he says. When River asked him if the others knew about it, Hank replied that there weren't 2 people in their company as incompetent and naive as River. No one had told him like that, which was upsetting to him because he was so excited. However, Hank now honestly admitted that science costs money. River's monthly salary costs money, and his research reagents also cost money. After that, he leaned over to the guy and said that this was not a university for him, but a company that should have benefits. At that moment, the main character clearly realized that this man was definitely not a scientist. Everyone in the cancer drug department knew this, and no one questioned it. Scientists who develop anti-cancer drugs themselves pretend not to know about the invention of better drugs, all of which were fake. At that moment, the protagonist bowed his head down and quietly called them swindlers. He looked at his reflection in the cup of coffee and realized that he was beginning to feel only anger, disgust at the injustice, and contempt. It even seemed to him that these emotions would make him vomit. The elders he respected, trusted, followed, turned out to be false. The best pharmaceutical company in the world he worked for also turned out to be a fake. So the main character slammed his fist on the table with all his might, which really scared Hank, and then called him a fucking bastard. After this, he told him not to dare call himself a scientist anymore. Without waiting for an answer, he headed towards the exit of the office. The main character was overwhelmed with emotions, but he did not stop and moved on. Soon after, the protagonist began to drink alcohol frequently. He did this out of control, and one could say he was on a drinking binge. The point had been out of work for a whole month, but it had gone by rather quickly, and now River was thinking about how he had spent most of that month. He couldn't remember anything except drinking alcohol. The disappointment and despair he experienced in the company made him dependent on alcohol. Soon after, River went to the doctor and was diagnosed with hepatitis. The doctor told him that if he continued drinking, he could develop cirrhosis of the liver and die. At this moment, the hero began to think that life is complete nonsense, but not to the point of committing suicide. He understood that if he lost his strength, the lives of his parents and his sister would go down the drain. River also understood that his late younger sister should no longer be ashamed of her brother, so he decided he had to come to his senses and face it again. Soon after, he arrived at the life creation room. When the hero opened the door, he introduced himself as River from the Cancer Drug Research Department. Inside, he saw a young man sleeping at his workstation. At this moment, the hero thought about the fact that the Life Creation Department is the place where fatty acids, nucleotides, electrolytes, and the like come in. It also includes the artificial synthesis of living cells with suitable stimulation and ultimately the search for life-creating forms. At that moment, River looked up and saw the lab sign above him. When he found the number, he began to think that the real reason Eigen had started this department was to isolate problem employees like himself. However, the main character was surprised that it was surprisingly clean inside. On the tables, he saw an electrophoresis kit and the system he needed, but at that moment, he noticed something strange. When the hero turned his head towards the strange sound, he saw a working heating unit. It was a device that regulated the test substance to a certain temperature. River realized that a reaction had apparently occurred, but he didn't know what to do with it, and he didn't understand who could have left the device like that. He began to panic, but decided that the first thing he needed to do was turn off the device so that the substances would stop heating. The guy carefully took the tongs and pulled out a flask with an unknown pink substance. After that, he carefully poured it into another container. Once everything was ready, River was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he then became outraged at how these people managed to leave the laboratory in such a state. Then he noticed the doll and saw the inscription Rosalind on it. He realized that it was an artificial cage. After that, he took the flask with the substance and decided to look at it closer. He placed her under the microscope and then lowered himself down to it. At first everything was fine, but then River saw that the cells began to die quickly. At that moment, he realized that the substance apparently did not have enough salt. The main character was filled with enthusiasm and decided to add the solution there. He put one drop of the solution in there, and at first there was no effect, but then suddenly the cells died. At that moment, River realized that he was wrong, but then realized that they had similar situations. Now he wondered if it was really possible to just take and create life without thinking. However, at that moment he touched the part of the flask that had a crack and injured his finger. At that moment, blood began to drip from his finger, and this caused the guy to experience unpleasant pain. He didn't understand why the equipment was in such poor condition, even though the room looked fairly tidy. Then he looked at his finger again and noticed that the bleeding did not stop. The hero assumed that he had cut himself deeply. He then examined the wound again to make sure nothing had gotten into it. After this, River went to the toilet to wash the wound when he suddenly noticed something strange. When he looked at his finger, he saw that a strange white foam had formed on the cut. However, the guy did not pay much attention to this and then left the bathroom. At that moment, a worker who had been sleeping all this time noticed him, and River greeted him in return. The man stood up from his seat and said he was very pleased to meet River, introducing himself as a senior researcher named Parker. After the men shook hands, Parker welcomed the protagonist into exile. When he saw the confusion on the guy's face, he said that this was the place where all the losers of the company gathered. And then he realized that standing in front of him was the same guy who had recently had an argument with Principal Hank. Now it became clear to Parker, because for some time after the incident, the whole company was buzzing, and he assumed that now River was very disappointed in the company, but still managed to resist, not leaving work. The hero explained that it was for economic reasons, and Parker replied that it was the same with him and everyone else here. After that, he started talking about the thermal block. River then admitted honestly that he turned it off and took out the sample, and then tried adding some solution to it. Parker replied that it was quite good, and was pleased that a highly qualified specialist had come. However, River then added that eventually all the cells died. However, Parker said that there was nothing to be done about it. Their experiment had been unsuccessful for about 2 days now, but the top brass did not expect anything from this project, so he handed the protagonist a bottle of soda and asked him not to worry. He also said that there will be an important seminar at the end of the year. The main character wanted to ask him what kind of seminar it was, but suddenly he was pierced by a sharp pain. When he looked at Parker, he realized that his eyes were slowly starting to close, and then he completely lost consciousness. The bottle flew out of his hands, and River himself fell to the floor, and Parker immediately ran to him and tried to bring him to his senses. However, when he realized that the boy was not responding, he asked his colleagues to call an ambulance. Soon after, the protagonist was taken to the hospital, where he came to his senses. All this time he was being watched by a doctor who was present at the moment when he opened his eyes. The man said that River was currently in hospital and asked him if he had any chronic illnesses, to which the guy replied that he had been diagnosed with hepatitis 4 days ago. The doctor then said that hepatitis could also cause anemia, and so he suggested that they test him since they were in the hospital anyway. However, River did not react to his words in any way. The doctor leaned closer to him and asked the boy if he could hear him. However, at that moment, the main character was worried about what appeared right in front of his face. It was as if a system window had appeared before him, telling him that the creation of life was the realm of God, and River told his doctor about it. However, the doctor did not understand what he was talking about, but the main character continued to see a strange inscription in front of him, after which the system told him that he had created artificial cells and became the first player in the history of mankind. The doctor asked the guy what was written there, but the main character did not know what to answer. The man then suggested that the patient might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. At this moment, the main character suddenly felt a sharp surge of strength. When the doctor looked at him, the system informed him that the artificial cells had restored his body. Then River got a little scared and told the doctor that he was hearing strange sounds that sounded like an alarm clock. After that, the doctor asked him what else he felt, but the guy did not know what to answer. Then he reached out and tried to touch the strange system window again. However, as soon as he touched it with his finger, it suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, the doctor looked at what the patient was doing with bewilderment. He told him that he would be discharged today, and tomorrow he would go to neuropsychiatry, and it would be better for him to see a doctor. He then offered the hero to book some free time for him, to which the guy agreed. After some time, he left the hospital and could already stand on his feet. After that, he looked at Case with his lenses and thought for a moment that maybe that was the problem. However, what worried him much more was that without lenses he could see perfectly, which had not happened for a long time. In addition, the pain in his back was gone, and the throbbing pain in his upper abdomen was also gone. Reader noted that his neck was fine, as were all the joints in his body. It felt easier, as if he had returned to his school years. However, he did not understand at all how this was even possible. When the hero returned home, the system informed him that the artificial cells had begun to break down the new drugs introduced into the body. He began to describe in detail how many grams of drugs had been broken down. At this point, River was trying to remove the strange system window, as he thought that these were hallucinations that he had already seen yesterday. Then he saw that he could see the status window as well as the notification, and that got him interested. River hesitated for a moment, and then decided to click on the system window. To his surprise, there was information about artificial cells and metastatic condition. Moreover, he saw some strange synchronization. Up until now, River had only seen this kind of thing in fantasy games, and now he suspected that he was being filmed by a hidden camera or something. However, when he looked at the system window, he noted that it looked quite realistic. He didn't know if he was being filmed by a hidden camera or if he was hallucinating, but he couldn't stop his curiosity, and so he clicked on the notification. After that, the system congratulated him as the creator that the artificial cells were synchronized with his body. In order to increase their level, he needs to improve the metastatic state or the synchronization state. As the level of artificial cells increases, the overall physical strength and recovery speed will increase. However, River still didn't understand what this nonsense was, what exactly happened to him, and why the system called him the creator. The system also revealed that this notification and status window were created by artificial cells that manipulate the brain's neocortex. The interface was developed based on the design River was most familiar with, having analyzed information from the hippocampal memory. The system then asked River to allow it to remind him of the moment when he was in the life creation department. At that moment, the hero actually remembered the strange substance he had found, as well as the moment he cut himself. As it turned out, drops of his blood fell directly into the flask with that very substance. After this, a strange reaction began that somehow transformed the substance. At that moment, it penetrated directly into the main character's body and literally changed his organs. When River felt a strange tingling sensation in his heart, he immediately jumped out of his bed. He looked at his hand as he felt changes in his body. He was very scared that this substance reacted with his blood, it evaporated, and then got into his blood vessels. The system confirmed that the artificial cell was now with him and asked him to name it. When River realized he had no choice, he decided to come up with some unusual name and suggested calling the cage Nog, but the system said it was meaningless nonsense. River tried to convince her that it made sense, but the system seemed to laugh at him. The hero did not understand what to do, since he did not even know what an artificial cell was and who the creator was. However, the system stood its ground and insisted that the creator name the artificial cell. Without thinking twice, the hero named the first name that came to his mind, Rosalind. This was the name that was written on the sample container. Apparently, the system liked the name and declared that from now on, Rosalina belonged to him forever. Furthermore, creating life is an event that can only be done once, and River should keep in mind that even if he tries to create Rosalina in the same way, life will not be born again. After this, the main character looked at the screen for some time. However, then his head suddenly began to hurt, and he did not understand what was happening to him. Nevertheless, the hero decided to calm down, since all phenomena can be explained scientifically. He decided that it was all nonsense, whether it was an artificial cell or synchronization, and that he should think about things that didn't make sense first, later. River supposed that if everything that was happening was real, then it must be because of this, that his physical condition had changed since he left the hospital yesterday. When the system displayed his status, he saw that his liver health indicator was 46%. River noted that his liver was not in the best condition due to hepatitis, and perhaps this was related to this. The system then began to work on normalizing the body's condition, announcing that inflammation had been detected in the liver, so suppression of the inflammatory process and tissue restoration began. Moreover, the system restored his vision and also activated the regeneration of myocardial cells, which was amazing, and River noted that now he really sees well without lenses. Then he noticed that the screen displayed the strength of the cells. He thought that if it was the maximum, then it must be the total, but he did not understand where exactly it was. The next day, the protagonist went to the psychological department, as asked by the doctor who brought him to consciousness. Even though he didn't want to do it, he still understood that he needed to undergo treatment. However, he also realized that he couldn't tell anyone who Rosalina was and how she looked in his eyes, and he decided that perhaps he could find answers here. At that moment, he noticed the girl who had given him the questionnaire. She suddenly turned away from him and started coughing. Her cough was so severe that she had to move away from her seat and turn the other way. She headed for the pills, and River noted that she probably had a cold, and colds were very difficult to work with. At this point, the system informed him that the synchronization mode allows one to understand molecular biological phenomena, and at first the hero did not understand what this meant. However, after reading the explanation, he realized that he could now analyze the cold medicine that the girl had just taken. All he had to do was confirm the start of synchronization, and although he was afraid of it, he still pressed the button. As soon as the synchronization mode was activated, the main character seemed to be pierced by several dozen lightning bolts. When he finally came to, he noted that the sensations were incredible, and it seemed a little strange to him. The system explained that in synchronization mode, his energy is spent very quickly, he can see what is happening in the microworld, with an accuracy of angstroms and daltons, and also observe processes in picoseconds. In this mode, one can intuitively understand any molecular biological phenomenon. The medicine was a combination cold remedy made from ibuprofen, an antipyretic analgesic, so the girl's temperature should soon drop. The protagonist also noted that he sees white blood cells that track the virus that causes the cold. The system also reported that once the antipyretic took effect, the body temperature would drop by 1 degree, and the activity of white blood cells would decrease by as much as 28%. River noted that dihydrocodeine phosphate caused bronchodilation, thereby suppressing the cough, but he also noted that dihydrocodeine was converted into another ingredient. At that moment, he realized that the ingredient was morphine, a kind of drug. At that very moment, the system informed him that he had used up half of his energy. River thought to himself that if this really was morphine, then other people could take this combination cold medicine too. After this, the girl approached him and asked if he had filled out the form, but River asked her to wait. He forgot to write the medical statement because he was thinking about Rosalind, but he needed to check if it was true anyway. Then he picked up his phone and decided to read about that very substance, and found some research. They showed that codeine turns into morphine in the body, and in Europe, children are prohibited from taking drugs containing codeine, which meant that the hero's guess was correct. Now he clearly realized that by simply looking at the cold pills, he could see not only the composition of the drug, but also its effect on the body. Now he understood for sure that Rosalina was not a hallucination or psychosis. He received these magical abilities in one morning. At that moment, he saw another young man enter the building. While he was filling out the questionnaire, the main character decided to try his new skill on him again. He looked at a guy named Chuck. He had a condition commonly known as schizophrenia. A person suffering from it constantly experiences strong hallucinations and can commit dangerous and inappropriate acts without realizing it. The hero then decided to try using the synchronization mode a second time in a row, convincing himself that everything would be fine. At that moment, he suddenly seemed to hear the voices of other people who were saying some unintelligible things. Among them, he could only make out a few words related to murder. They seemed to insult this guy named Chuck. Then River suddenly felt as if someone's piercing eyes were looking at him and asking how he got here. They told him they felt like he was looking right into their souls. At this point, Rosalina informed him that a danger had been detected and forcibly took him out of synchronization mode. This frightened River very much, and for some time he tried to come to his senses. Every person with schizophrenia has different hallucinations, and if someone is showing signs of schizophrenia, they may have visions like this. They only saw it for a few seconds, but they already had the feeling that they were about to go crazy. Rosalina then told him that he was a newbie, dealing with the sync mode for the first time, and she was keeping an eye on his safety. River was stressed, and his heart rate increased. Rosalina also added that she can forcefully disable the sync mode so that it does not suffer. To resume work, River had to press the sync button again. At that moment, the guy felt that he couldn't just stop halfway, and he pressed the button. When he did this, the same scary faces appeared in front of his face, which were talking some kind of unintelligible nonsense, but this time River was going to dive deeper. Suddenly, the picture before his eyes changed, and it was as if a brain appeared before him. The hero looked at it in surprise, and realized that it was that guy's brain. In one of its parts, including the temporal lobe, there were neurotransmitter substances, the excess secretion of which was paralyzed or absent due to the accident. River noted that it was like a power outage in the city center due to an overload, and this patient was now in danger. At that moment, the guy suddenly hit the table with his fist and clenched his teeth. The girl behind the counter looked at him and asked if he was okay. At that moment, he suddenly raised his hands and started screaming loudly. Then Chuck grabbed his head and screamed that Alice hit him and that Sam was in pain, after which he began to babble incoherently. He started shouting out some numbers, and then suddenly shouted that the killer was right behind him. And then the man began to wave his arms wildly, knocking over all the things from the worker's desk. And then the main character realized that if nothing was done, someone could get seriously hurt. So he ran up behind Chuck and grabbed him by the torso. At first the guy tried to resist, but the main character still continued to hold him back. He tried to bring him to his senses and said that he could get hurt, but he noted to himself that this guy was quite strong. He looked at the girl running out of the office and realized that he couldn't handle it alone. Someone had to bring people here quickly. Suddenly, Rosalina reported that specific signals had been recorded from the fibrous cells. This was an emergency situation, so a transition to a vegetative state of physical energy consumption was required. Meanwhile, other doctors were already approaching the scene. The girl told them that the patient had suddenly had an attack. When they entered the office, she immediately asked the main character if everything was okay. However, then everyone saw that River was sitting on Chuck, pinning him face down to the floor. The protagonist breathed very heavily and then apologized, saying that he had gone a bit overboard. The doctors looked at him with shocked faces for a while, and then decided that they urgently needed to bring him a sedative. After it was all over, the main character walked down the hallway and noted that, although it was temporary, his motor skills had improved. He reflected on the fact that he still did not fully believe in the existence of Rosalind, and still suspected that he himself suffered from schizophrenia. He decided that he was simply hallucinating, and he had long had his suspicions about this. However, all the anomalies he had experienced so far and the artificial cells in his body proved that Rosalina really did exist. So, as a scientist, from that moment on, River decided that he only had to worry about one thing, namely, how he should use this ability. River decided that he needed to leave Agent first. Rosalina informed him that his fitness level had decreased due to repeated synchronization, and it had also been discovered that the microbiome in the creator's body was unbalanced. As it turned out, the protagonist could take probiotics to restore his physical strength, and this was to his advantage, since he was in an area where there was a pharmacy that he often visited. The boy was sure that physical strength was a useful resource, so he had to do as Rosalina ordered. After that, the guy went into the pharmacy and asked the girl for a pack of probiotics. The dark-haired girl said that she would now bring him the medicine he needed, and at that moment, River noted that the pharmacy had been run by an old woman all this time. He asked the girl if the pharmacy manager had changed, to which she replied that it was her aunt's pharmacy and she had taken a short vacation. The girl added that she was also on vacation, so she was temporarily looking after the pharmacy. She then placed a box of probiotics on the counter and said that it was the best-selling brand of medicine. River looked at the girl and noted that her name was Sonia. She was a pharmacist, and the girl confirmed this, saying that she worked in a small company. She then asked the guy if he needed anything else, but he replied that he only needed probiotics. Then he took the box in his hands and asked if this was a product of Rose's company. Sonia replied that it was a company as large as Eigen. They had excellent production technology, as well as a wide variety of bacteria. She noted that it contains bifidobacteria and lactobacilli, which are very beneficial for intestinal function. The protagonist thanked the girl, but he still had some questions, but he doubted whether it was appropriate to ask them. At that moment, he remembered his abilities and decided to use the table of components, turning the box over to the other side, since useful information was written there. Then, he got the idea that he should try using the sync mode again. Before doing so, he turned his attention to Sonia, who was already chatting with another client. River then activated the sync mode and began to learn about the types of bacteria that make up probiotics. Thanks to the system, he learned even more about bifidobacteria, which are now being studied by pharmaceutical companies to create probiotics. One type of bacteria is bifidobacteria, but River decided there was no point in studying this type of bacteria further. The thing is, Rosalind recommended bacteria to him that had not been studied by pharmaceutical companies before. As it turned out, in third place was Chlorothanus lamusis. The fact is that there are still many areas of biology that have not been studied yet, and countless scientists are wandering in the sea of knowledge with a bad map. However, Rosalind's knowledge was like a powerful high-resolution satellite with a view of the Earth. After all this, the main character went to his home. He remembered that Sarah told him not to lose heart until the moment they parted, but Eigen ruined all his plans. River realized that he had to leave this place as soon as possible, but he didn't know where to go after he left this company. He could not deny the fact that the status of this company is one of the highest in the country. Other pharmaceutical companies lack experience in research infrastructure. The main problem is that no matter how good the drug is, it will not be able to compete with the products of Eigen, a company that has firmly established itself in the domestic market. There were now several foreign companies that could compete with this one. However, River doubted that such an option would be reasonable. He was sure that even abroad there were the same people as in this company. There are people everywhere who hide negative data during the research process, including the cost of a unit of production. He suggested that some companies might even be hiding illegal experiments on people. Now he wondered if Eigen was at the level to be able to destroy the Salian firm. Quite quickly, the hero came to the conclusion that there is no honest pharmaceutical company in this world. To start a small business without any foundation will require a lot of money and time. You need to build your business on top of a powerful infrastructure. It's about achieving huge success, unlocking potential, and launching affiliate programs. River was still not sure what Rosalind was capable of. Perhaps even cancer or AIDS could be cured with this system. Even now, many people have to suffer from incurable diseases. Moreover, the protagonist understood that he could not let them suffer in pain, so he decided that he had to return to Eigen. Soon came the annual reporting seminar, the largest end-of-year event attended by all of Eigen's researchers. And now it's time for each department to report on the work done during the year. However, every year, the Life Creation Department did not achieve any significant results. Each time the representative left the stage to general silence and condemnation. In any case, the directors expected only something new from their department. As time went on, Parker began to receive more and more requests from researchers to resign voluntarily. After that, he noticed a photograph of his family that stood on his desk. He had mixed feelings about having to go through that hell again, so he decided to delete everything he had on his computer. He soon announced to the workers that Dr. River, a famous doctor recommended by Hank himself, was joining them that day. The first person to meet him was a girl named Chelsea, who was a senior research fellow. She said that she used to be in the protein research and processing team, but for certain reasons she transferred to this department. In response, the main character bowed to her and said that he was very pleased to meet her. And then he noticed a chubby guy who was sitting nearby and constantly doing something on his phone. Parker approached him and asked Dr. Howard to introduce himself, as they would be meeting later. However, the man replied that there was still a minute left before the end of the lunch break. After that, Chelsea approached him and said with some bewilderment that lunch break was over. As soon as Howard heard this, he immediately put down his phone and said that in that case, it was time for him to work. He walked up to the protagonist and greeted him, at which point River realized that Howard was Japanese, but the doctor replied that he was ethnically Korean and was now a Korean citizen. After that, he decided that this was the end of his presentation, and since Dr. Chelsea had said that the break time was over, they should head to the meeting. At this moment, River felt awkward because he had never met people like this. Then Parker approached him and said that there were actually 2 more people on their team. It was the head of the department named Charlie and the researcher Bella. At the moment they were in another city for work, but now they themselves had to prepare for the seminar. The man said that since River would be joining them today, he would inform them again that their department was engaged in the synthesis of living artificial cells. They are working on projects to grow artificial organs. Their goal is not only to grow perfect organs, but also to ensure that they can take root in patients' bodies. In 1936, the first kidney transplant operation was performed in Russia. After some time, the patient died due to an inflammatory reaction. This happened because the genes of the patient and the kidney donor did not match. The thing is that at that time, people did not know that the human immune system perceives the genes of another person as a danger. When creating artificial organs, there are great difficulties in designing them in accordance with the patient's genes. River then decided to ask the question of whether it was necessary to start creating artificial cells before starting to create artificial organs. Parker looked at him puzzledly and said that it was definitely worth doing. When River said they could use embryonic stem cell technology, the doctor replied that although embryonic stem cell technology exists, commercialization is not currently possible. When the hero heard this, he was interested to know the reasons. Parker replied that the reason was simple. The patient's genetic material was placed into a fertilized egg, made by combining sperm with an egg. Since the patient's genes are used to create the organs, the body will not reject the new artificial organ. It's easy only in words, but the most difficult thing in their profession is that everything is very strict here, and the implementation of the idea will cost a lot of money. This is why organ implantation using embryonic germ cells is still at the level of science fiction. At that moment, River realized what was going on, but he knew that under certain conditions it would be easy and inexpensive. However, if you can't find an active woman willing to donate her egg, then you shouldn't even try. At that point, the system asked him if he wanted to know how normal cells could be converted into embryonic stem cells. Moreover, River realized that this time the expenditure of physical strength would not be measured in seconds. However, he still doubted that it was possible to transform normal cells into embryonic stem cells, but if it was possible, then it would solve all the problems that had been raised earlier. Realizing this, the protagonist raised his hand and turned to Parker, asking if there was a way to transform normal cells into embryonic stem cells. The man asked him if he meant skin tissue or oral epithelial cells, and the hero answered in the affirmative. At this moment, the man thought for a moment. He then said that if this were possible, it would revolutionize organ transplantation. Then the hero asked him, what if something like this became possible? He looked at the system again, realizing that Rosalind seemed to have a solution. At that moment, Chelsea approached him and said that if everything worked out, the Nobel Committee would come to him and tell him that he had received the Nobel Prize in Medicine. However, Parker doubted that they had the skills to do this, and then asked River if he had any new technology or research results. However, the hero replied that, unfortunately, he did not have this. At this point, Howard slammed his soda can on the table and said that it was impossible because once cells divide, they can't be brought back. The hero looked at him with a puzzled look in response, but did not object. Then Parker said that they should focus on synthesizing artificial cells and decided to tell them about one experiment. He thought to himself that since this was not his original specialty, there was a lot he didn't know. However, Rosalind can't be wrong. This is probably an innovative method that has not yet been discovered in this world. If this technology is effective, they will not have to fertilize the egg by collecting biological material. It would be possible to take the skin of a patient who needed a heart transplant and use it to create a heart. Since these are the patient's own cells, there is no chance of rejection of the new organ. When River thought about this, he pressed the sync mode, but the system told him that he did not have enough physical strength. As Rosalind's level increases, the rate of physical strength recovery will increase. In order to increase Rosalind's level, River needed to improve the state of transition or synchronization mode. At this moment, the hero thought about what he should do, since he did not know how to improve all this. Parker then informed him that the last test, number 487, had ended with the cell membrane failing to stabilize and eventually being destroyed. At that moment, River realized that he had heard these numbers somewhere before. He remembered that the flask with Rosalind had the same meanings written on it. Now the hero wondered what he had done then, and decided that he needed to think about it calmly. Back then, Rosalind was a chemical mass that showed no signs of life, but once that goo got into his blood, everything changed. Now he wondered if the presence of ATP in his cells had influenced Rosalind's birth. Meanwhile, Parker continued his presentation, and the others listened attentively. But River was still wondering if ATP was indeed the cause. Then he didn't know what to expect next. Since this department deals with artificial cells, ATP should be easily available in the lab. The problem is how to introduce ATP into Rosalind, although it sounds like complete nonsense. But perhaps the only way to revive Rosalind is to introduce ATP into his body. If his guesses are correct, he will be able to gain a huge amount of physical strength. This could have a significant impact on many things. He could become an authority in the field of organ transplant technology. River realized that the final seminar was 2 weeks away, and he wondered if he would be able to achieve anything in this area. However, he decided that there was nothing he was absolutely sure of anyway, so he decided that he should try to challenge it. After a while, Parker said that their lecture had come to an end. They decided to sum everything up and eventually disperse. River then asked him if he could study the joining of stem cells after their separation in his spare time. At this point, Howard spoke up again and said that he had already mentioned that this was impossible. However, the main character decided not to answer him. Then Chelsea said that since he was new, he should be allowed to do what he thought was right. She thought that Dr. Rivera had some thoughts. That's why he was constantly talking about it. Parker thought for a moment, and then finally allowed him to do it. He said that in any case, Dr. River had been working in another specialty all this time, and his transfer was always sudden. Therefore, he will need time to adapt to the new place. He said that River could do whatever he wanted for 2 weeks, and the hero thanked him for that. After that, he went straight to the Life Creation Department laboratory and climbed into the refrigerator. There he found the necessary flask. It was ATP, or adenosine triphosphate. He only needed to take 1 milliliter, filter it, and sterilize it through a 0.22 micrometer filter. After this, he had to place the substance into a syringe, and the preparation was complete. River then injected the syringe into his body, but he still couldn't believe that he had to get to the point where he was conducting clinical trials on himself. After all, no one would believe in Rosalind's existence, so this was the only solution. The guy decided that in any case, this ability was clearly harmless to the human body, so he should try it. When he injected ATP into his blood, he felt a strange dizziness. The system then informed him that Rosalind had absorbed ATP. She also informed him that his physical strength cells had temporarily increased, but the hero did not understand why the effect was temporary. Moreover, within 21 hours, the physical strength would only increase by 0.6. But in any case, the physical strength value was already over 2 units. The hero then decided that he should hurry up and confirm the transformation of normal cells into embryonic stem cells. Rosalind reported that by manipulating a few genes in a normal cell, he could convert it into an embryonic stem cell state, and recommended the following 4 sets of genes as the easiest to use. She said that in the above genes in the cell, 4-way exploitation is possible. When the main character read all this, he came to the conclusion that it was all incredible. It was like a divine answer. He couldn't even imagine that out of 20,000 genes, these were the only 4 that needed to be manipulated. Well, now that he knew how everything worked, he decided it was time to get the ingredients for the experiment. He leaned over to the computer and began searching for the genes that Rosalind had recommended to him, and decided to place an order immediately. Rosalind also told him that it was recommended to inject embryonic kidney cells from a specific person. She recommended that he do this implantation using a retrovirus and incubate them for 3 days in the same way as embryonic stem cells. The main character followed all the instructions and practically did not leave the laboratory for several days. After some time, they finally entered his office and noticed that River looked very tired. However, when the others looked at the table, they realized that in front of them was a sample of stem cells. River said that if the substance grew in a petri dish, it could be called stem cells. He said he would share with them a detailed description of the experiment process by mail. Chelsea replied that it would be great if it worked, but she didn't have high hopes for it. In response, the main character only yawned from fatigue and noted that it was already time for lunch, suggesting that they go out to eat. Soon after, they headed to the dining room, where there were already quite a lot of people. A dark-haired woman in a yellow raincoat stood near the counter. The protagonist stood next to Howard, who was admiring the chicken being served today. As it turned out, he had taken it before the others had even sat down at the table and was now heading off for more. Chelsea laughed and said that he sometimes did that when his favorite food was being prepared. At this moment, the main character was about to start eating, but he was suddenly attracted by someone's scream. When he turned his head, he saw a girl with dark hair yelling at Howard because he spilled a dish on her. When she asked who he was, she noticed his badge, which stated that he was an assistant from the Life Creation Department. When the girl saw this, she exclaimed that it was simply unthinkable. She could not believe that she had the misfortune to encounter one of the most wretched departments. When Howard heard this, he felt extremely awkward, but he noticed that he had arrived first and stood in line, and the girl was standing behind him. At that moment, a tall man intervened in their argument, and as soon as the girl saw her boss, she immediately stopped screaming. As it turned out, it was the head of the health food department. His name was Mike. The girl immediately rushed to tell him that she had encountered this man and her clothes were dirty. She kept yelling that she had a meeting after work and she couldn't go in dirty clothes. The main character, who had been watching what was happening all this time, decided that, judging by everything, he needed to intervene. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly heard someone screaming. As it turned out, Mike started yelling at Howard, asking why the life creation department was always involved in this kind of thing. He said that he already imagined what would happen at the final seminar, and that the guys from this department could not concentrate even on simply walking. He then turned his attention to the girl's clothes and asked Howard how he was going to compensate for this, since even if he washed the clothes after such a stain, it would hardly be possible to wear them again. Howard then offered to buy her new clothes, but the girl was unhappy and asked him what she should do right now. At this point, Parker finally intervened in the argument and asked what was going on. The girl looked at him with displeasure and asked if he was also from this department. Parker and Chelsea looked at the girl seriously and asked what role this played. When the girl laughed, she stated that all the piles of shit always stuck together, and in her opinion, it was immediately obvious that they were all from the life creation department. When asked to apologize for what she said, the girl replied with a smirk that the employee of their department was to blame for everything, which meant that she was not obliged to apologize. She added that it seemed like they couldn't handle anything and would screw up again at the final seminar, just like last year, noting that their department was putting the entire company's reputation at risk. At this point, Parker was already at his limit, but remained calm and suggested that they stop arguing and instead watch the surveillance footage. At this point, Chelsea intervened and stated that the woman was wearing a miniskirt to work, which was a violation of lab rules. At this moment, the girl grimaced because she did not know what to answer. However, Mike stood up for her, saying that he allowed her to do it, and she dressed like that with his permission. He noted that in any case, everyone was currently preparing for the seminar and was not particularly involved in laboratory research. Besides, he said, Miss Julia had already exceeded her goals for the year. She had submitted a report on her work and experiments last week, and, unlike some, she had been a very valuable and capable employee. He then asked Parker if he thought he had time to look through the security footage and find someone to blame. He added that Parker should have saved his time and focused on experiments and preparing materials so as not to screw up the workshop as he did last year. At this moment, River silently watched everything that was happening from the side. Then Howard finally spoke up. He decided to change and admitted that it was entirely his fault. He promised to definitely buy Julia new clothes. However, at this point, another person intervened in the conversation and stated that this was not necessary. River stepped forward and said that it was the health food department that should have apologized. When people started asking who he was, the hero introduced himself and said that he had joined the life creation department last week. When he realized that he had been recognized, he added that he had indeed insulted the director of the research laboratory so that the others could be sure that he was capable of doing something like that again. In response, Mike just smiled and said that it was a pretty funny threat. However, River stated that he had no intention of swinging his fists, but he could not understand one thing. He recalled that they were offered to watch the camera footage and see who was to blame. At this point, Mike gritted his teeth and declared that he didn't have time to deal with this nonsense. The hero looked at him with a haughty smile and asked if all this was happening because of experiments. He added that he had nothing to worry about as it was all over and asked him to stop interfering. In response, Mike just laughed and noted that, apparently, he had something to present at the final seminar, to which River responded in the affirmative. At this point, everyone's jaw dropped in surprise. Parker looked at his new employee and asked what exactly he was talking about. However, the protagonist ignored him and told Mike that it didn't matter what the health food department was announcing. He explained that their products are only good for taking pictures, playing with and throwing away. So he told Mike to look forward to the seminar. Meanwhile, the entire dispute was recorded by a surveillance camera. When it was all over, the hero thought to himself that it was not advisable to simply do nothing when the supply of physical strength was full, but physical strength was replenished automatically after some time. Over the weekend, he planned to personally develop a drug. It was supposed to be a drug created by him personally and without the company's interference. He then turned to Rosalind and asked her to tell him about a treatment for liver cancer, but the system said that liver cancer was a very serious disease, so it would not be possible to conduct the test in one go. As for lung cancer, it is also a very serious disease, and it is also not possible to conduct the analysis in one go. When the hero heard this, he sighed with displeasure and wondered if it was in vain that he had aimed to create a cure for cancer. Moreover, his physical strength was lacking now, and he thought that it would be great if he could increase Rosalind's level. The system reported that nutrients were needed to raise levels, namely vitamin B6 and zinc. As soon as the hero heard this, he immediately went to the pharmacy where Sonia worked. When the girl saw him, she asked if he was the same guy who bought probiotics last week and asked if they were effective. In response, River thanked her for the recommendation and said that there was definitely an effect. Then Sonia asked why he had come today. The guy asked her if she had any multivitamin supplements that included vitamin B and zinc. Hearing this, the girl briefly went to the shelves to get the necessary box, and then remembered the bifidobacteria that the guy asked about last week. She said she asked the company's staff, but it seemed the research results were a little off. At first, River was surprised, but he quickly realized that this was entirely expected. Then Sonia asked if he also worked in the medical field, and River admitted that he worked for a pharmaceutical company and was currently doing stem cell research. Hearing this, Sonia was surprised, because stem cells and bacteria are completely different areas. Then River popped the pill in his mouth and agreed that it was indeed true. When he took the vitamins, Rosalind informed him that the synchronization speed and physical strength of the cells were increased because good quality vitamin was absorbed. The hero was surprised that his physical strength had grown much more than he expected, and he became curious about whose product it was. It turned out to be a pharmaceutical company called Dong Van, and he then asked Sonia if she sold drugs to Agen. The girl replied that they have one drug, Power Nature, their product, which sells more than the others. The composition of this drug is almost completely identical to the composition of Benefit Alpha, but the products of the Eigen company cost twice as much. She then asked River if he wanted to purchase Power Nature. In response, the guy said that he did not need it. Since he did not like the Eigen company, he added that he thought that the girl would initially offer him a drug from this company, and was surprised when she gave the drug from another company. Sonia replied that, apparently, they were similar in this regard, since she also did not like the company Eigen. The hero was surprised by this, because the products of this company were more expensive than others, and this should have been to the advantage of pharmacists. However, the girl said that this may be true, but she has a lot of bad memories associated with this company. She turned and snapped that Agen's company often did bad things. When River heard this, he was surprised by such a revelation. The girl said that they once stole a drug from a small company that was in the development stage. They released their drug at the same time, completely destroying that small company. When the protagonist heard this, he realized that the puzzle in his head began to come together. When he worked in the department developing an anti-tumor drug, he personally gave a presentation about the drug Celicure. The effectiveness of the drug ILOA from the company Eigen was much higher than that of Celicure from the company Celigener. As a result, by decision of the director of the research institute Hank, the drug Celicure was withdrawn from sale. Now River realized that he was to blame for having trusted the Eigen company so blindly. Then he decided to ask Sonia one more question. But at that moment, they were distracted by a strange sound. As it turned out, an old man came into the pharmacy, coughing and sneezing very loudly. River and Sonia immediately turned their attention to him, and Rosalind noticed that drops of saliva were flying towards the main character. She warned him of the danger, and at that moment, the hero felt a severe headache. He didn't understand why the pain came so suddenly, and then suddenly he felt his head spinning. He tried to focus his gaze on Sonia and the customers, but he felt his vision beginning to deteriorate. In just a few seconds, his eyes seemed to be covered with a white veil. He didn't understand what was happening because he had just been standing with his eyes open, but now he couldn't see anything. He felt as if the whole world was covered with a white veil, and because of this, he could no longer stand on his feet. After that, a loud ringing sound was heard in his head, and the voices became like the sound of a crumpled sheet of paper. Then, when he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw several cells in front of him, and Rosalind informed him that the influenza A virus had been detected. It took River a moment to focus his vision, and soon he saw flying virus cells in front of him. At that moment, a headache pierced him even more than before. Then Sonia and the man noticed his strange behavior. At that moment, the hero suddenly opened his eyes. He was in shock and could not believe that he had just managed to see the flu virus with the naked eye. At that moment, the girl turned to him and asked if everything was okay with him. The hero then replied that he was fine and apologized for scaring them, explaining that he sometimes had sudden migraine attacks. After that, he asked where these 100 years were, and Sonia said that it was on the second floor. When River left the room, the man asked to sell him the cheapest and most effective antipyretic. Meanwhile, the guy was heading to the second floor, thinking that the size of the flu virus is 1/2000th of the thickness of a hair. These are particles that are much smaller in size than a speck of dust. Now he wondered if this was also one of Rosalind's skills. Moreover, the system informed him that his physical strength had decreased independently of him. The hero guessed that, apparently, at the moment of exposure to the flu virus, Rosalind's defense mechanism was activated. He once again recalled the recent scene that had taken place in front of the buyer and Sonia. Right now, River wanted nothing more than to turn back time because he was so ashamed. These guys must have been shocked by the surprise. However, when he got out onto the roof, he realized that he had learned something new again today, and now he was wondering what Rosalind's limits were. When the main character came to his senses, he returned back to the pharmacy. Sonia was already waiting for him there, asking him if everything was okay with him and offering him some water to drink. Without thinking twice, River took a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. After that, he suddenly remembered what he wanted to ask and asked the girl if that old man had had the flu, and she replied that, according to the doctor's prescription, he had type A flu. She then reminded the guy that the man was coughing near the protagonist and asked if it bothered him, to which the guy replied that he was fine and then asked if the old man really bought the flu medicine. Sonia replied that the prescription only called for an antihistamine and cough medicine, most likely because she felt it was too late to take it for the flu. Currently, most flu medications are only effective if taken within 48 hours of infection. At this moment, the main character realized something. He realized that he had studied a lot of data from various experiments and mechanisms. However, as a biologist, he knew almost nothing about the properties of the various synthetic drugs that are sold today. He then admitted that he was not very knowledgeable in this area, but Sonia smiled and said that he was a biologist to the core. And in response, River sighed and said that he had been working in this field for 4 years, and he still found it difficult to believe in a bright future. Sonia responded that the problem was that they lacked an innovative genius who could solve the frustrating problems of the market and increase their potential, as their company's chief scientist says. When the main character heard about the innovative genius, a new thought was born in his brain. After that, Sonia returned behind the counter and asked him what the point of producing a flu vaccine was. She added that viruses evolve every year, making previous vaccines useless, and the hero agreed with her. The girl said that she hopes that with the advent of a brilliant biologist, the very idea of a vaccine will change, or he will create a remedy that will completely eliminate the flu in some innovative way that is beyond our imagination. When the hero heard about the cure for flu, he thought that he should try to study flu with Rosalind's help. Then Sonia asked him what company he worked for, and she answered that she worked for the company Sally Jenner. At that moment, the hero felt an unpleasant sensation. Although he expected it, it was not a very pleasant coincidence, but he could not do anything about it. Then he asked her if this was the company that had the incident with Agent involving the liver cancer drug, and then Sonia asked him how he knew that. The girl said that they developed it with colleagues at night, and he can't even imagine how much effort it took them to come up with the name Celicure, but in the end, this drug was simply wiped off the face of the earth. In fact, they were all in terrible shock because of this, so they even had to take a vacation. Then Sonia turned to River and asked him where he worked, but the hero hesitated. He thought to himself that it turned out that this girl had been working on the drug that had been destroyed by his report. It was for this reason that he could not say that he worked at Agent. At that moment, other customers entered the pharmacy and immediately noticed that the pharmacist had changed. Now a beautiful girl was working there, and then they asked where the woman who worked there before was. In response, Sonia smiled at them and explained everything, and then asked the visitors to stand in line and said that she would serve everyone in turn. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched as Sonia dealt with uncomfortable questions from visitors. He decided that he was out of place here, so he decided to move away so as not to disturb them. After he came home, he thought about how there were so many people in the world who often got sick with common diseases like the flu. However, treatment options are extremely limited, and he wondered how much money was being made developing a flu cure. River wondered if he could create a drug that would be much better than conventional drugs. He then approached Rosalind and said he wanted to know about treatment for influenza A. In response, the system told him that if he wanted to study type A, he had 3 options. He can study the mechanism of infection, a cure for influenza, or a way to destroy influenza. When River heard this, shock appeared on his face and he asked if it was possible to eradicate the flu. After that, he leaned back in his chair and said that it was incredible, because if it was really possible, then it would be just wonderful. However, it seemed to him that he would not be able to handle the third option with his current abilities. After some thought, he realized that the first option could easily be found on the internet, and so he decided to try the second option. However, he was still concerned about what kind of way there might be to destroy the flu. He was very interested. Therefore, the protagonist could not resist and still clicked on the third option, and then Rosalind began to look for a way based on his abilities, and recommended him to destroy the flu type A with swine flu. When the hero heard this, he immediately jumped up from his seat and asked the system if it was really possible to do it this way. Then Rosalind recommended that he synthesize swine flu based on the rhinovirus, and the hero knew that it was simply a pathogen that causes colds. Compared to the flu virus, its toxicity is much lower. Rosalind said that in this case, it would be possible to create a pathogen that would be as toxic as a cold and as infectious as swine flu, and she recommended releasing this pathogen into densely populated areas around the world. Irritated people will not be susceptible to the flu virus, and eventually the flu will disappear for at least 6 months. Thus, she set the hero the tasks of learning how to synthesize the rhinovirus for his own use, learning how to make the pathogen in the form of an aerosol, and identifying target areas where it is recommended to spread the virus. However, when River saw this, he was horrified. He said that this was just madness, because this was not a cure, but a mass infection. However, Rosalind responded that rhinovirus is a common cold virus, and the risk of contracting the aforementioned swine flu is extremely low. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked because he did not know that Rosalind could answer him. The system responded that at the moment Rosalind had reached the second level, a short conversation about possible options requires the expenditure of physical strength from one or more. The main character was horrified. He stood up from his seat and asked her if she could really talk to him. After that, he headed to the refrigerator to recover a little and freshen up. However, he returned to the topic again and said that this was not an option because no matter how low the toxicity level of rhinovirus is, there will definitely be deaths among people with weak immune systems. Rosalind replied that there would be far fewer cases than the number of flu deaths over the past 3 years, so the break-even point could be easily passed, but River still didn't understand how this crazy device worked. Rosalind continued to stand her ground, saying that this was the most cost-effective and risky way to get rid of the seasonal flu for good, but River told her to shut up, saying that this was not an option. He said these were the words of a mad scientist, and they made no sense when human lives were at stake. After that, he plopped down on the bed, and Rosalind said that she was watching his process of creating embryonic stem cells and was very surprised that River was using Rosalind's power for such a trivial thing. When the hero heard this, he was surprised, but Rosalind continued, saying that he was a player of life, not a researcher for a pharmaceutical company. She asked him to imagine that he was in a game and he had a rifle. He had caught an enemy that needed to be killed, but Rosalind didn't understand why he was trying to hit him with the butt of the rifle, because it was much easier to pull the trigger. Then a surprised River asked her if there was a way to create stem cells that was much easier. The system responded that he did not have enough physical strength, and Rosalind's level was too low to conduct complex life phenomenon analysis. Rosalind could only provide data within the limits of his physical strength. Finally, she recommended that he level up, which left the protagonist completely confused. He grabbed his head because he was extremely unhappy that the system had abandoned him again at the most important moment. Rosalind then said that River is the first and only player in life on Earth, and he must be responsible with the power given to him and act wisely. Then, the hero exhaled and said that no matter what she said, he would never do crazy things like spread a virus. No matter how good the intentions were, he had no intention of committing such bioterrorism. After that, he finally lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, and then thought about how after his physical strength decreased, he chose the second option. This gave him insight into a new way to treat flu, as Rosalind discovered weaknesses in the vast structure of the flu virus that could be destroyed. Although it looks like most flu medications sold over the counter, this chemical formula has an unusual benzene ring motif. So when the main character drew this diagram, he realized that this was exactly what he needed. The new drug prevents the action of certain types of proteins found in the flu virus. Whether it is swine flu or seasonal flu, if this drug is administered immediately after infection, the growth of the virus can be significantly suppressed. There is no doubt that this medicine will be widely used in medicine. The problem was, however, that the drug needed to be tested, and while River could use the resources and laboratory in the case of stem cells, he couldn't do the same in this case. At that moment, he realized that he needed a different path, but a solution quickly came to his mind. He decided that he needed to contact a company he had previously worked with. After clinical trials, he needs to register a patent and sell it, which is the best solution at the moment. It was reaction chemistry, a place where chemicals are produced through synthetic reactions. By sending them the substance, he can be sure that they are testing it on cells and also conducting experiments on animals. However, the main character understood that his problems did not end there. All this was good, but the problem was money. Even without taking into account all the nuances, applying for a patent will cost a lot of money. River still had a long time to pay off the loan, and he didn't know where he could earn extra money. At that moment, someone called him, and it turned out to be Peter. He asked how the guy was doing and said that he was not far from his house, so he decided to call him, because he was worried about whether his friend was living well and eating well. In response, the hero said that he was just hungry, so Peter called him in time. After some time, the guys met and headed to one of the restaurants. When they got inside, the hero asked him if he had graduated from the bar association, and Peter replied that he was now a real responsible lawyer. After this, the men sat down at the table and ordered a whole mountain of food for themselves. When Peter saw how fast the protagonist was eating, he asked him to slow down because he looked like someone was about to take his food away from him. And then he noticed his expression and asked what was wrong with him. River didn't respond. Instead, he put the cutlery back down and let out a quiet sigh. Then he quietly turned to his friend and asked if he could lend him some money. Peter didn't know what to answer. He said that he had just finished his probationary period, so his salary was still small. He asked the hero if his card had been blocked. However, the main character said that this was not the case at all. Then Peter got really excited. He asked why he suddenly needed money. He assumed that his friend took out a microloan or something similar. However, River replied that he had used similar services in the past and had taken 30 million. When Peter heard this amount, shock appeared on his face. He jumped up from his seat and asked if he had really borrowed 30 million. River explained that he was in debt to his parents. He tried to pay them back any way he could, but nothing worked, so he had to take out a loan. And in fact, these loans from private individuals are not that bad, even though his credit rating was damaged. However, this was not why he needed money now. He simply had one urgent matter that required some funds. However, Peter did not understand what else he could have besides paying off the debt. He insisted that he first needed to pay off all debts. However, River stopped him, saying that all this was being done in order to pay off debts. However, the guy still didn't understand what exactly he was talking about. Then the hero, with a serious expression on his face, said that he was going to create a new medicine. Peter's reaction was mixed, but River assured him that if he could create one good drug, he could buy himself an entire house. When a friend asked him if he was going to create a drug for the Eigen company, the hero replied that he was going to do everything alone. He would develop the drug, register a patent, and sell it. At that moment, Peter realized that this guy seemed to be serious, but he said that he wouldn't succeed because there was a law called service invention. Even if he managed to develop a new drug, Eigen would eventually take it away from him. Even if he does this at home in his spare time, in court, it can be assumed that he was able to invent the drug thanks to the experience and knowledge he gained while working for the company. Even if he creates anti-cancer drugs outside of work, they will belong to the company. When the protagonist heard this, he took a glass of alcohol and drank it down in an instant. He said he knew about it too, but he was not trying to create anti-cancer drugs, but a new flu drug. When Peter heard this, surprise appeared on his face. After that, their conversation continued, and River began asking his friend rather narrowly focused questions. In response, the guy said that he was driving him into a dead end with his knowledge of natural sciences. He said that, in his opinion, it would be very problematic to consider any invention as going beyond the scope of official work. It seems to him that the problem would concern the financial side of patenting. However, River remained adamant and asked him if the drug would eventually become his property. When Peter heard this, he grabbed his head and said that he didn't know this because it all depended on the contract he signed when he was hired. He said that if the company paid for the inventor's patent application, the Supreme Court could recognize the invention as their property. Then the hero said that he was researching and inventing anti-tumor drugs in Eigen, and the creation of anti-tumor drugs and a cure for the flu are two completely different things. After this, he asked his friend to stop and instead introduce him to a good patent attorney. When he said he would pay the bill, Peter's face showed a look of great bewilderment. However, he still helped him. As soon as he sent him the money, River immediately contacted Reaction Chemistry. The final product, which will be ready in about a week after receiving the starting materials, will need to be sent to a cell biology lab. On Sunday, he arrived at the company building to say he wanted to file a patent application for a new drug. River said he was developing a new drug for the flu. It was just one type of drug, and he had come to patent his drug. A patent attorney named Layla, who was receiving them in her office, asked the hero what stage his development was at. In response, he said that the synthesis of medicinal compounds is currently underway. When Layla heard this, she was literally speechless. She asked if this meant that the drug had not even been tested yet. In response, the protagonist and his friend laughed, but River wanted to object. He said that, as a biological agent, Layla can imagine how effective molecular biological mechanisms are. He said he would like to file a patent on the concept first, with data to be added as the process progresses. The girl said that this was, of course, possible, but she thought to herself that the issue was whether the development of this drug would be successful. If there is no information, it is difficult to judge the effectiveness of a drug, and she did not understand what this person was thinking since he came to apply for a patent without even having any experimental data. After that, she said that it could be done, but if they wanted to patent just the idea, the experimental data would have to appear within a year. She said that if they did not provide the information, they would be fined, so they needed to think carefully. However, River asked her not to worry. He said the data would appear within a month. When the girl heard this, a look of great surprise appeared on her face, because at first he said that the medicine was in its initial stage, and so she did not understand where he got so much confidence from. Then she said that she understood them and promised to give them the necessary documents to fill out. When River asked her how much it would cost, the girl replied that she hadn't really had any precedents for such cases yet. The main character was very surprised, but Peter interrupted him and asked Layla not to worry, saying that it was all because he was still young. In response, the girl smiled and said that most of the people who come to apply for a patent are directors or their deputies, and simply because of their age, the level of trust in them is slightly higher. However, she then handed them a tablet with documents and asked them to sign them. The main character said that if this project ends successfully, he will come to them constantly. When the girl heard this, she did not understand the meaning of his words at first. When River realized that Peter didn't understand his words either, he said that as long as there are diseases, new medicines need to be developed. However, Peter was surprised, asking him if he really meant to say that he was going to create cures for all diseases. At that moment, someone called the main character. As it turned out, it was a doctor from the life creation department. He asked River how he managed to do it. At first, the guy didn't understand what the doctor was talking about. However, he said he was referring to embryonic stem cell research. He said the cells began to grow in a nutrient medium. On Monday morning, all the doctors from the life creation department headed to the petri dish where the main character's experiment was located. When they looked there, they saw that the cells had begun to grow in the nutrient medium. This was an indication of the success of the experiment, which resulted in ordinary cells being transformed into embryonic stem cells. However, there was only a week left before the final seminar. More evidence and data about the experiment were needed. Fortunately, each employee was a professional in their field and clearly carried out their duties. Meanwhile, the main character, sparing no physical strength, was busy preparing presentation materials. On Friday morning, the annual Agent Wrap-Up seminar finally began. Parker, who was already there, addressed the people who had arrived and said that they had arrived earlier than expected. As it turned out, it was the head of the department, Charlie, and the researcher Bella. Parker then said with a grin that while they were traveling to other regions for work, they were working as usual. Charlie replied that business trips take up a lot of time, and the most important thing is that they are comfortable doing their business. He then asked Parker what was going on with the presentation preparation, to which the man replied that they were having problems. Charlie and Bella were very surprised by what he said, and then Charlie replied that in fact, Dr. River had joined their department 2 weeks ago. He was the one who single-handedly started one project. It was a huge breakthrough, so they completely forgot about collecting data, and their presentation materials slightly didn't work. However, Charlie did not understand what breakthrough he was talking about, and asked Parker where River was now. Then the man offered him to go with him, and on the way, he would tell him everything in more detail. Meanwhile, people began to gather in the seminar room. The life creation department took their places, and Parker explained that the cell transformation had an incredible result, but Charlie asked why he was only finding out about it now if they had such great achievements. Parker noted that they had not yet put the experimental data in order. He knew that Charlie was famous for his patience, and asked him to wait a little while until Dr. River arrived. The man had no choice but to say that if things went badly, he would take the hit himself. After this, he turned to the others and said that they would now wait for the doctor. The presenter came onto the stage and greeted the company's employees. He said that before starting the seminar, he would give the floor to the technical director. At that moment, everyone present noticed a man in jeans who was walking towards the podium. He stood behind the counter, greeted everyone, and said that his name was Nicholas. After this, he addressed those present and asked if they had been able to achieve all the goals they had set last year. He said he had made it his personal goal to give up alcohol and cigarettes and start exercising daily. However, he eventually gave in. At the end of the year, he underwent a medical examination, and it turned out that he was still in good shape, but he hoped that the others would fight to the end to achieve results. He said that there are failures along the way, but one should not give up, because it is all part of science. He said their work was like a person walking in a dark room and trying to find the light by touch. Nicholas said it was okay to make mistakes, and today there were about 1,000 scientists here. If they stick together, there won't be a single problem they can't solve, and that's the purpose of their seminar today. After the welcoming words of the technical director, the final seminar began. The first to speak was the anti-cancer drug department, where River had once worked, and the presentation began with a talk about the drug Celicure, but River's name, who had been the one to present the drug in the past, was not mentioned. The incident that occurred and was dealt with harshly was only rephrased as the appropriate response from the management. After the story about the drug, the anti-tumor drug department introduced a new drug used in breast cancer surgery. It was developed in cooperation with the mobile diagnostic device department and received positive feedback. Mike, who was sitting at the health food counter, said it was really something. However, he whispered to his employee that they had not achieved this on their own, and that the anti-tumor drug department had to cooperate with the mobile diagnostic device department, so they still had a chance to win the grand prize. After this, a new anti-cancer drug was introduced, developed exclusively by their department. Unlike other drugs, their new drug was designed to precisely track and destroy stomach cancer cells while leaving healthy human cells unaffected. When Parker heard this, he sighed and said that they had introduced another cure. At this point, Mike's assistant said that if everything worked, it would be a huge breakthrough. When the experimental data was released, everyone was stunned. This presentation was recognized as the best in the company's history. Nicholas was extremely pleased with this presentation and applauded louder than anyone else. Following this, it was announced that the Mobile Diagnostic Devices Department would be the next to perform. Along with the Anti-Tumor Drug Department, the Mobile Diagnostic Device Department also received positive feedback. Next came the presentation of the Medical Equipment Department, and from that moment on, the relentless attack from the management began. They began to pepper the speakers with questions about where their inventions could be used and whether it could generate income. They continued to talk about the need to improve their inventions in every possible way before bringing them to market. Thus, the atmosphere in the hall became worse and worse. Finally, it was the turn of the Life Creation Department. By that time, 4 of the 6 departments had completed their performances. Now it's the turn of the self-proclaimed aces of the Health Food Department, from which the Life Creation Department had an incident in the cafeteria. As expected, Mike came out on stage from the department. Then one of the jurors said that there is one thing he repeats countless times to his younger colleagues. He says that he hopes that scientists have at least some business sense. After all, they are not at a research university. They are scientists, and their goal is not only to create excellent quality products, they should strive to create a product that will sell. He asked if sales would be good if they started making the pumpkin juice Mike had provided them with. The man asked Mike if he really thought he could beat the popular brands in North America and Europe just by using low-temperature manufacturing technology. After this question, the whole room fell silent. Parker noted to himself that this was too much. He didn't understand how it was possible to humiliate the leaders in front of his young colleagues. Moreover, the atmosphere was getting worse right before their department's performance. The man continued. He said that recently sales of probiotics that their company produces have fallen, and they cannot even get ahead of the new products of competitors. Based on this, he wondered what exactly Mike had been doing all this time. Meanwhile, the man stood at the stage and did not know what to answer. He said new prebiotics were in development, but the jury was left wondering what else they had. When Mike said they had nothing else, the man at the jury table asked him to come down and said he had done a good job. After the man came down from the stage, he announced the start of the next section's performance. When he gave the floor to the Life Creation Department, Charlie hesitantly rose from his chair and walked towards the stage. He encountered disapproving looks from his colleagues and even ridicule, but he did not lose his composure and decided to begin the presentation of his department. At this point, everyone else in the department was praying for Dr. River to come quickly. Meanwhile, the hero was in the office with Howard, who said that everything was almost ready and they could start getting ready. When River heard this, he knew he now had irrefutable proof. Normal cells were successfully initialized into embryonic stem cells and then differentiated again into cardiac muscle cells. Meanwhile, Howard turned to him and said that it was time for them to move out. The hero thought to himself that now, instead of waiting forever for a donor organ, he would have to create a heart from an epithelial cell of the oral cavity, simply by running a cotton swab along the inside of the cheek. It was a huge step towards what until recently seemed like science fiction. Now he was worried that Dr. Charlie would have to wait a little longer until they got to the conference room. Meanwhile, the 20 minutes allotted for the presentation had expired. Despite the ignorance and ridicule of the management, Director Charlie continued to speak. Then a member of the jury approached him and asked if he was sure that their presentation was suitable for the final seminar. He said they would like to see the research done properly. The man then went on to say that their department had managed to screw up everything. He asked if they really thought that the people who had gathered there had come to listen to all this. He asked if he had any results worth having, since it seemed like science was just a joke to him now. Charlie calmly replied that he never considered research a joke. He never did what the technical director said, and he never managed to find light in a dark room. If luck is not on his side, then it is impossible to achieve any results in a short time. Then the jury member asked him if this was sarcasm towards the technical director, and then mentioned that he had been working in the company for 16 years, so he could not speak about a short period. He looked at Charlie again and asked him what he had managed to do for their company in 16 years. At that moment, the doors of the hall opened and 2 men appeared on the threshold. Everyone turned their attention to them, and when Parker and Chelsea saw their comrades, smiles appeared on their faces. Then River shouted loudly and apologized for being late. Meanwhile, Rosalind reported that the transmission to the lungs had been activated and she had optimized the breathing process. He then asked Howard if this was the same man standing on the stage. At that moment, Parker approached them and said that they were very worried that River might not come. When he asked if they had everything prepared, he said that they needed to go on stage now. Meanwhile, a little confusion began in the hall. A member of the jury jumped up from his seat and asked why they were making a mess in the middle of the seminar, and asked the representative of the Life Creation Department to come down from the stage immediately. In response, Charlie apologized for the inconvenience and said that all departments in the company had prepared and submitted their presentations on time, but their department had literally just finished the research, and they knew it was all their fault. But the research they wanted to present could be more than just a breakthrough in creating life. It was also key to unlocking the future for their company, so he asked them for another chance to continue the presentation. Then Howard told the main character that he would prepare the files, and in the meantime he needed to go up on stage. At that moment, Hank noticed a familiar guy and cursed under his breath. Then he said that up to this point they had not shown any worthy results of their work, and now they were trying to show them some kind of misunderstanding. At that moment, everyone present began to look at River, who was running towards the stage. The hero felt awkward as they all looked at him disapprovingly, and at some point he decided that he should not go up on stage. Then Hank said that in that case, they needed to move on to the next part. However, Nicholas stopped him and asked him to shut up. He said they still needed to hear from the life creation department. Shortly after, River came on stage and said he would continue performing, then asked those in attendance to look at the pictures. When Nicholas looked at these pictures, he did not understand what they depicted. Then the hero explained that these were embryonic stem cells. When asked why he was talking about this, he replied that this was exactly what they were working on. At this point, everyone present laughed and said that the guys from this department had gone crazy and everything they were doing was nonsense. However, River continued, saying that the basis of the Life Creation Division's project is that by creating artificial cells, they can grow artificial organs. By performing a transplant on a patient with severe organ or tissue damage, it is possible to restore the injured part of the body. Now he wanted to present to attention the technique that could be used. The guy said that it would become an alternative to the labor-intensive and complex process of organ transplantation. At that moment, he saw interest on the faces of those present as they did not understand what they had finally done. Hank then asked him if this meant that they were researching embryonic stem cell technology. He asked if they were really crazy and wondered where they got the fertilized egg they used in the study. After all, if the egg was obtained illegally, their company could be charged and convicted. He asked River if he would be willing to take responsibility if something happened, because no matter how good their project was, they would not be able to escape punishment in the end. River then responded that there was no actual fertilized egg, and the jury then asked him if he meant that he had conducted the research using magic. The protagonist replied that they initially took an ordinary cell from the body of the subject. They then inserted the following 4 genes into it and initiated the cell into an embryonic stem cell. When the members of the Life Creation Department heard this, shock appeared on their faces. After this, the main character demonstrated the result to everyone present. When Hank looked at the screen, his face showed genuine shock. Everyone else in the room was also shocked by what they saw. Then a member of the stem cell department jumped up from his seat and asked if they had really converted normal cells into embryonic stem cells. He didn't want to believe this nonsense. However, the main character calmly answered him that it was possible. He said they have all the DNA methylation data, as well as overall gene expression data. Hank then suggested that they still didn't have any proof that artificial organs could be created from this. However, River replied that it was there, and that was why they were late. Then he asked everyone to look at the screen and said that these were myocardial fiber cells. The guy said that by growing this cell, it would be possible to create a heart muscle from it. So this means that they will be able to create an artificial heart. Because these cells are absolutely identical to embryonic stem cells obtained from a fertilized egg, they can be differentiated into another cell type. At this point, Nicholas picked up the microphone and asked the guy to tell him more about it. The rest of the room was shocked. They thought River couldn't handle it. Nicholas then asked if this meant that if you put these 4 genes into a cell, it would initialize into an embryonic stem cell. In response, the protagonist smiled and said that this is exactly how it will be, adding that embryonic stem cells are initialized in the same state as a fertilized egg. After this, he looked again at the surprised faces of those present and said that this was the end of his speech. Meanwhile, the staff began to whisper that this was truly incredible. They did not believe that the Life Creation Department had actually done something like this. At that moment, Nicholas rose from his seat and began to loudly applaud River. The main character stopped in his tracks, as he was very surprised by such a reaction. And then Nicholas came up to him and said that this is literally the technology of the future. This is exactly what you can call innovation. It was an evolution in the world of technology, and he had no idea that they had such excellent researchers in their company. He then said that, as a scientist who studies biology, he would like to express his sincere gratitude to Dr. River. He said he really wanted to express his gratitude to the entire Life Creation Department team. Meanwhile, the main character stood in one place, still not believing that he had actually been praised. For a while, the rest of those present were silent, but then they began to clap loudly. At that moment, a smile appeared on the hero's face as he realized that he had finally succeeded. After the thunderous applause, the presentation stage ended, and the award ceremony immediately followed. During the process of determining the superiority, there was a scuffle between the departments, but in the end, the Life Creation Department received the award for the best department. Rivera received the Innovative Researcher Award in the individual section, and the Life Creation Division received a $1.5 billion prize. All members of the department were extremely pleased with this result and praised each other for their good work. Thanks to this project, the entire department gained new strength. However, the hero was afraid that the results could be disastrous, and now he lost all confidence, despite the fact that they had already reached such heights. However, he understood that he could not have done it alone, and he was grateful to everyone. River also understood that if it weren't for Rosalind, none of this would have been possible from the start. At that moment his phone rang, and it turned out that they were calling him from the cytology department. The girl on the other end of the line asked River if it was okay for him to talk. She then said that she didn't want to tell him anything special, she just wanted to let him know that the results of the experiment had been emailed to him and she just wanted to check everything. At that moment, a red-haired girl approached him in the hall. She listened attentively to his conversation for some time. Then she decided to go to River, who asked his interlocutor about when the results of the study would be ready. The girl from the lab replied that since the material was in a state where it could be used immediately, they would be able to get the data in about the next week. The hero thought to himself that the cytology lab was working just fine. He thanked the girl and asked her to let him know when everything was ready. After that, he hung up the phone and thought about the fact that the results of the experiment would come out next week, and he would be able to immediately attach them to the patent data. After reviewing the documents, the patent would be registered and everything would be over. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl came very close to him and called River by name. The guy recognized the familiar voice, and when he turned around, he saw his ex-girlfriend Sarah in front of him. He noted to himself that when he looked at her face, various emotions began to pop up in his head. He then said that he didn't think they had anything to talk about, and he noted to himself that he was glad he didn't feel like he missed her. As he was about to leave, Sarah stopped him and said that she wanted to apologize for last time. She said that after they broke up, she also felt very bad, but River silently walked past her. Sarah congratulated him on receiving the award and said it was unexpected. He had made an incredible breakthrough. She said that if his business with the company was going to go well, he would have to make peace with the head of the institute, Hank. When River heard the words about reconciliation, he even asked Sarah again if he had heard everything correctly. Then the girl said that the senior staff of the anti-tumor drug department and she herself would help him, because it must be hard for him alone. However, when she noticed that River was not responding, she called his name again. However, the guy pulled her hand away and told her not to touch him. He said that now he did not need any help from senior staff in the anti-tumor drug department, nor from her personal one. He said that more than anything in the world he didn't want to think about the head of the institute, Hank. Sarah tried to stop him again, saying that she was very sorry that they had to part like that, but she had dreams too. If he continued to conflict with the director of the research center, she would be afraid that she too would begin to be ignored. After this, she apologized to River again, but he did not answer her. He then said that he was very sorry and that he didn't mean to cause her any trouble, but that his colleagues were waiting outside, so he should go. Finally, Sarah told him that he had changed a lot and asked him why he was so cold. However, River did not answer, or said that he hoped that she would live happily. The girl tried to stop him again, but the guy no longer heard her. In the evening, he and his colleagues went to a restaurant to celebrate their department's victory. River was very pleased and completely forgot about the conversation with his ex-girlfriend. After this, the party continued for some time, and then Charlie said that he wanted to say something not as a department head, but as a researcher. He said he wanted Dr. River to leave. When the protagonist heard this, he looked at the man in surprise and asked what he meant. The upset man said that a capable researcher like him should not waste his talent here. However, Parker said that he had always thought the same thing, and if Dr. River left here, they would again be ignored and despised. But that was always the case. He was just afraid that he would become attached to the doctor and would not be able to let him go in the future. The rest of the department looked at the protagonist and said that they thought exactly the same thing. Charlie then asked him if he had any dreams, but suggested that asking that was a bit too much. River was silent for a moment, then said that everything was fine. He said with a smile that he wanted to completely defeat at least one disease and thereby save at least one person. Howard said with a smile that it was a great dream and it showed him to be a true doctor. However, Parker said that their passion and drive had largely disappeared. He said that he and researcher Bella dream of raising their children well and marrying them off well. However, Bella said that she actually believed that Dr. River was wasting his time not only in their department, but also in Agent's company. The protagonist looked at them condescendingly and then asked where he could go in that case, since there were no other companies in Korea with good equipment and the ability to support research. When his colleagues heard this, they agreed with him. However, Parker said that this is the case in Korea, but if he goes abroad, there are many companies there that are much better and bigger than Agent's company. The hero replied that such companies of course exist, but they themselves know that they are not much different from Eigen. Chelsea said the doctor was right. She had once done an internship at a foreign pharmaceutical company and decided it was better to stay here. Charlie then suggested that perhaps he should leave the firm and become a professor. After he wrote his dissertation on stem cells, he would receive many offers from universities. At this moment, the main character smiled, because this proposal seemed interesting to him. However, professors cannot create products for the purpose of selling them, and he wanted to be of use to this world a little longer. Charlie said that was great, but if he worked for Agent all the time, he would only be helping the bigwigs at the top of the company, and he wouldn't be able to benefit the world. River replied that this would not happen. He said that he would register a patent on the stem cell research for himself and for each of those present so that they could cover the costs of the research and prevent unnecessary pressure. However, the members of the department doubted that it would be possible to file a patent for both themselves and them. Parker said there have been several cases where researchers shared a patent but were only able to take a minority stake. The remaining shares will belong to the company. However, Charlie said that the situation with their department, which achieved such an incredible result, was different from all the others. They did it without any support. If all goes well, Dr. River will be able to do as he pleases. However, Bella said that it is not known whether the management will agree with this. If the decision was made by technical director Nicholas, then they would have a chance. However, River said that he would handle all the details, so they don't have to worry about anything. However, Charlie said he felt like he had something else on his mind other than fighting management to secure an independent budget for their department. Then the hero decided to tell it like it is. He said that he had already told them about his main dream. He said that, in order to achieve this, he set a goal. He wants to achieve the position of CEO of the Eigen Company. Thus he will become the largest shareholder by stabilizing the rights of management. And even though it all sounds unrealistic, no matter how much he thinks about it, this is the only solution that will help make his dream come true. Companies with good equipment, including those abroad, can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The problem is that their company's operating systems are susceptible to viruses, so River thought about reinstalling it completely. When the others heard this, surprise appeared on their faces. However, Howard called the main character a genius. He said that he is not just a principled researcher, but a real genius. Parker also said he thought it was possible, since stem cell differentiation had been pure science fiction to everyone up until that point. But Dr. River was able to achieve such incredible results in just a week, so he said he would be on his side. Charlie then said that no matter how much money they had, it would be difficult to buy that much stock at once. The business could be shut down, and Ritter said he agreed with that. However, he stated that things would change from now on. This might not work with a regular company, but Agent is a research company. They will create a subsidiary that will focus on studying stem cell differentiation. They will grow and eventually absorb Agent. Charlie said that if it worked out, that would be great, but it would be very difficult. Chelsea added that if their research is commercialized and they can begin working on developing treatments for other diseases, it will all be worth fighting for control of the company. She was very happy at the thought that Dr. River could become the CEO of the company, lead it and change it for the better, since she herself had to endure a lot from the current management. Parker added that in any case, he is now confident that very soon the people at the top will see patent documents in River's name, and then they will come to them with bats and copper pipes. The boys laughed at this and said that in that case they would grab a hammer and a chainsaw, but Charlie said that they should stop talking nonsense and instead have a drink. Then the guys raised their glasses and decided to drink to the creation of life. Soon after, the protagonist headed home. In the morning, he woke up with a terrible hangover. His head hurt very badly, and he blamed himself for drinking so much yesterday. Rosalind soon informed him that his body's balance had been disrupted by excessive alcohol consumption. When River got out of bed, he noted that he had slept until noon, which was not like him at all. But he decided that first he needed to take care of his body, as Rosalind had said, well, and it wouldn't hurt to rest, although lately there were so many things that had never bothered him before. He received the 100 million won prize money for the Researcher Innovator Award, which he received at the seminar. And although it was 100 million won, it was not enough to pay off the debt for the house and turn a blind eye to it. Nevertheless, he was able to at least catch his breath for a while, and first decided to send some to his family, and also give Peter the money that he borrowed from him. The hero decided that in any case, in a month, he would start receiving small bonuses. Moreover, he should not have any problems with the patent rights from a legal point of view. If his medicine sells well, there will be no financial problems. He decided that if that was the case, he needed to start using his money more efficiently. He decided to invest the money in developing new drugs with funds he would receive from selling the flu drug if he could increase the number of drug patents registered by the company. This was the most reliable method, but there were problems with physical strength. Its level did not increase, and the maximum value at the moment did not exceed 1.8. Rosalind also said that he currently has low body momentum. To fix it, he needs to jog for 3 hours, and he will be rewarded with 0.5 physical strength. When the main character heard this, he immediately jumped up from his seat. However, when he realized that he would have to run for 3 hours, he realized that he really didn't want to do it, but he had no other choice. The hero understood that all this time he was only in the laboratory, and his body should have become numb. However, he decided that this was a great way to get himself in order. Soon after, he went outside and went to the park. There he went jogging, and after some time he began to run out of breath. Rosalind then optimized his breathing rate and transferred oxygen to his lungs. River realized he had seen this message before as he ran from the lab to the seminar room. Thanks to Rosalind, his life became much easier, so he decided to try to run even harder. After this, the main character stopped to catch his breath a little. However, when he looked up, he saw a familiar silhouette in front of him. He realized that it was the same pharmacist girl he had seen shortly before. River noted that she looked different now, and he barely recognized her. He then walked up to Sonia and greeted her, but she seemed puzzled by her dog. The girl looked up in surprise, because at first, she did not understand who greeted her. She then realized it was the same guy who had been buying the probiotics, and then River introduced himself, saying that he had finally told her his name. In response, the girl smiled and introduced herself again by her name. She said that River seemed to be into sports, and then the guy said that sometimes he went for a run. The girl replied that she didn't even think that she would meet him here. Noticing the animal's gaze on himself, the main character squatted down and said that he didn't know much about breeds. However, he assumed that what was in front of him now was a golden retriever. Sonia confirmed that this was indeed the case and said that his name was Brownie. Then the hero assumed that it must be difficult to look after such a big dog, but Sonia said that this was not entirely true. Brownie has a very good character, she constantly walks him, and at home he behaves very quietly. However, the main character said that he noticed traces of vomit on his face and asked the girl if everything was okay with her dog. Sonia replied that she didn't know what had happened. He had suddenly started vomiting and feeling weak, and they went out to find out if there was a veterinary clinic nearby. At this moment, Rosalind appeared in front of the protagonist and asked if he wanted to know more about the parvovirus. When the main character heard about parvovirus, surprise and alarm appeared on his face. Then he remembered that when he was a student and lectured on virology, he had already studied this. He recalled that it was a virus that affected animals, especially dogs. At this moment, the hero did not know what to do, but decided that he would first activate the synchronization mode. At that moment, the system informed him that the synchronization mode had been activated. Soon after, River realized that the dog was vomiting in an unusual way. He leaned over to the animal and realized that it was too dangerous to leave it alone. He picked up the dog and ran off, saying that he needed to be patient for a little while until they got to the drugstore. Then he turned to the surprised Sonia and said that she needed to open the pharmacy right away. The thing is, he noticed a spherical material near the icosahedron. The odontal receptors rise to the surface, and it reduces the number of leukocytes. This is what caused the dog to vomit and become dehydrated. River knew that Brownie only had 6 hours left now, so they had to hurry. When they got to the drugstore, he put the animal back on the floor, but Sonia was worried and didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, River looked at the pill packages and hastened to assure the girl that everything would be fine. However, when he looked at the pills, he realized that this was not what he needed. But then he noticed a pill called Cleo and realized that it was the real deal. It was hydrocortisone acetate. It was a substance equivalent to hormones secreted by the adrenal glands. It was a powerful anti-inflammatory agent. Although no one in the world knows about this fact yet, this medicine is effective in suppressing parvovirus. So the protagonist leaned over to Brownie and injected him with the medicine. At this point, Sonia started screaming because she knew it was an ointment that was meant for external use. She began to accuse River of being crazy, since he knew this perfectly well, but still gave the ointment to her dog. She didn't understand why he did this, and then immediately got to her feet and went to the shelves with medicines. She started digging around there, looking for something specific. Meanwhile, the dog was lying on the floor and, apparently, began to come to his senses. When the protagonist noticed the hydrogen peroxide in Sonia's hands, he asked her if she really wanted to make him vomit and warned her that she shouldn't do that. However, the girl stood her ground. She was sure that the guy had deceived her and done terrible things to Brownie. However, River still tried to stop her and asked to look at the dog, saying that he felt better. At this moment, Sonia was taken aback by surprise. She looked at her dog and saw that he really did look much better than he had just 5 minutes ago. Sonia didn't understand how Brownie was able to return to normal so quickly. Then River explained that this was only a temporary measure. They needed to find the nearest veterinary clinic and take the dog there. He thought he had parvovirus infection, and there were no special drugs for this disease. However, Sonia did not understand how he knew that he had parvovirus infection and how an ordinary ointment had such an effect. At that moment, River realized that he couldn't tell her that Rosalind had helped him. Then he said that in fact he had just recently noticed data on diseases that animals were susceptible to among the inside information, and now, for Brownie's safety, they had to go, and on the way, he would tell them everything. At that moment, Sonia realized that she was wrong. She changed and said that she was not herself because of Brownie and even yelled at him. However, the hero said that everything was fine, although he understood to himself that he was very shocked by such a reaction. He said that they should definitely go to the vet, but in the meantime, he should go, since he was going outside to exercise. The main character was about to leave when suddenly Sonia stopped him. She stood up and walked towards him, but she hesitated a little. After that, the girl handed him her phone and said that next time she would treat him as a token of gratitude and asked Rivera to leave her his number. The guy was extremely surprised by this reaction and did not understand why the girl so suddenly decided to treat him. Soon after, he went outside and thought about how Rosalind could now even treat animals. Then he thought for a moment and realized that this was exactly what he needed. He decided to try to develop a new product for animals. Thanks to Brownie, he had such a great idea. Unlike developing drugs for humans, clinical trials are not required when developing drugs for animals. Perhaps in the future, they will be able to develop medicine for animals because the interest in pets among people is growing more and more, and the value of the medicines he will develop in the future will increase. Thus, River will be able to gain merit that he could not even dream of. When evening came, he decided to call the patent examiner and apologized for the late call. Then Layla replied that she had finished the paperwork for the patent application. She had sent everything to River by email, and then the hero said that he was calling about exactly that. He said that if he could persuade the employees of the partner companies to help him, the results would be ready within 3 months. When Layla heard this, she was shocked. She could not believe that he would do everything in 3 months, although he had a whole year to do it. River then said that he would need to apply for patents on a few more drugs, and Layla was very surprised when she found out that he had more patents. The hero replied that these were new drugs for treating pets, and he would like to entrust the work to her. Then the girl asked him exactly how many new applications he would have. River replied that there would be 122 of them. He planned to patent 122 new drugs that would help in the treatment of 34 different diseases. What shocked the girl even more was that River said that from now on he would send her applications every day. The girl did not understand what was happening. She assumed that this man was some kind of genius or came to this world from the future. She asked how he wanted to submit 122 applications, to which River replied that if he could negotiate assistance, the experimental data results would also be ready within 3 months. Even if he had to spend all the money on it, he was still interested in how much her services cost. She said that she had never encountered anything like this before. Then River said that if she felt pressure from him, then she could calmly tell him everything, but the girl said that she would do everything and asked to trust her. When their conversation was over, the girl noted that she had been swamped with work since the morning. She did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the story moves to Monday morning at the Agent Company, specifically the 6th Research Institute. A man named Glenn, who was inside, was looking at documents. However, when he looked at the document that was written about Rivera, he called him a crazy bastard. He threw the documents right in his assistant's face and told him to look at them carefully. It said that he took 10% of the shares for himself, but that was not enough for him, and he took 80% of the budget for the needs of the department. Then Glenn slammed the table and said that their company was no place for him to be imprisoned, so they needed to call that bastard immediately. He screamed, said he only learned of the situation when he was called into the director's office, and then declared that River was a cancer on their firm. He ordered his assistant to dial River's number immediately. However, before the guy could press the call button, Glenn stopped him. He said it wasn't worth it. We needed to think it over again because River was the star of all the research institutes put together. Moreover, the technical director Nicholas simply adores him, and Glenn even learned for the first time that Nicholas can laugh. He knew he couldn't eliminate it that easily, but he couldn't just let this patent application go through either. After some thought, he came to the idea that there was only one person who could stand up to Nicholas, a person who was not from the CEO's line. This is George, the general manager of the management department of the main company. Eigen, he is just the person to oppose Nicholas. He always puts things first and reacts very quickly to what is happening. He will not hesitate and will immediately express a negative opinion, even if Nicholas supports River. Glenn then turned to his assistant again and told him to send it to the management department. As he left the office, he thought that if Nicholas continued to support River, a clash between the two sides would be inevitable. After this, Glenn sat back in his chair and decided that he really wanted to see what happened next. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day. Ian, the head of the Department of Management, arrived at the company. Meanwhile, there was a fuss in the life creation department. No one understood what was happening, because Parker thought that the director of the institute would come to them. However, in the end, the main company came to them. As it turned out, Ian had come here to meet the main character. He sat down with him in the same room and said that he had heard that he had been great at the seminar. Everyone was talking about him. In response, the guy with a confident expression on his face said that, in his opinion, he had overdone it that day. Then Ian said that River was a smart man, but he still made such a stupid mistake in the document. He didn't understand how it was possible, and he also didn't understand how he got ahead of the rates and the list of people who were supposed to get those rates. However, River said that there was no mistake and asked Ian to do everything as it was written there. The man said that Glenn, the director of the institute where he works, should be first on the list. And if you look at the distribution of the rate, River offers 1% to the main company, 80% to the life creation department itself, and the rest to himself and other people from the team. River responded by saying that he knew how expensive it was, but he had a lot of topics he wanted to research, and he had put his name on the list as the sole financial manager because he wanted to prevent other people from using the money. The research he was patenting was the work of his mind, so he could lay claim to the money. At this point, Ian wondered if River really thought that since he had developed everything, the result of the research was his property and not the company's. He thought he was crazy. He then asked if he was planning to fight the company, to which River replied that it was a joint result of his and his colleagues' research. He does not plan to use them for personal needs, but intends to use them for research and in accordance with the company's rules. Putting a person first on the list just because that person is his boss, even though he did not participate in the study, is stupid. At this point, Ian was silent for a moment, but then said that he understood him and called him a stubborn person. He said that the management department was now turned upside down after seeing the paperwork filled out by River, and if they couldn't resolve the issue today, he would be called to the main office soon. In response, the hero said that he understood him and asked him to report the result. When Ian heard this, he remained silent at first, and then rose from his seat and said that, apparently, River was not going to listen to him, so he would probably go. He said that after the last seminar his department had barely begun to get back on track, and his actions would upset the people at the top, and now it would be harder for him than ever. He asked River if he thought he would have stayed in that department if he had been afraid of them. After this, the hero also rose from his seat and asked to convey his words to them and to approve the patent application. After that, he headed towards the exit himself and said goodbye to Ian. He waved at him and said that he needed to go to work. Meanwhile, the story moves forward 2 days later to Agent's headquarters. The main character arrived to the head of the management department, George. The man asked him what he wanted to do after he patented the medicine. River replied that he wanted to continue research on stem cells and develop the most effective medicine. George then looked at him disapprovingly, but he said that the technical director Nicholas had asked him to fulfill all his requests as much as possible. However, what he asked for was called interference in the management policy of their company, and he, as a research fellow, should do his job and leave the issue of finances to others. In response to this, River said that in that case they should consider that he had not applied for a patent, in which case he would leave the institute and go to America. When George heard this, he was taken aback, but River continued, saying that he would go to work for some research company on the condition that he start research on this topic from scratch, and there he would receive a patent. However, George said that this was impossible. This patent, according to the Employee Research and Development Regulations, now belonged to them, and they would sue River. However, the hero responded that it would be difficult to use the Employee Research and Development provision, since his job description included creating life, not stem cell research. Moreover, his department's equipment was so unspecialized that it was difficult to prove that Agent had participated in the research, so River thought he had a chance to win legally. At this point, George didn't know what to answer, but River added that any company abroad would want to collaborate with him on this research topic, and then their company would be involved in a lawsuit for an international patent. During this time, other companies will develop and Agent's company will lose its leading position in the market. Then he asked if there was a person who could continue to conduct these studies after he left. At this point, George became really angry because he realized that he couldn't fool this guy. Now he realized that River had thought of everything in advance. Meanwhile, Ian stood and talked to the receptionist. He said that the man who entered the manager's office was truly crazy. When the girl asked him what it meant, Ian hesitated a little, not knowing what to say. He said that River reminded him of a madman who believed madly in his own peculiar religion. In a word, he treacherously professed the research ethic. In his opinion, this is a beast that bows 3 times every night towards Kant's coffin. Meanwhile, River and George were still sitting at the table, but an awkward silence hung between them. After some time, George finally spoke up and said that River had a pretty strong character, but without results, his confidence turned into delusion. The progress he made at the seminar was fantastic, but he had a question for the guy. George asked if he was sure that all his future tests would be successful. The hero answered seriously that he understood that it was difficult for him to believe in him, so he offered him the following option. Within a month, he would provide him with successful results in clinical trials. George was as stony as a rock, incredibly surprised by such a proposal, but River confidently declared that a month would be more than enough for him. After that, the man looked at him again and said that he, of course, was not a scientist, unlike River, but he understood something about science. He noted that River has only just begun research in this area, but is already confidently stating that he will complete clinical trials within a month, which sounds a bit too bold. But the main character stood his ground, not intending to give in one iota. George noted that other scientists would have spent several years on this, but River just nodded. He was already aware of these statistics. After these words, the man grabbed his forehead and then suddenly jumped up from his chair, as if something had clicked in his head. He said that at work he always looks first at profitability and believes that in the end, every person is driven by a banal thirst for profit. However, he still could not understand the actions of the main character and could not explain them in any way. River firmly stated that he would complete clinical trials within a month, no compromises. But George asked a simple question. If he was such a genius, why didn't he start his own company? In response, River explained the situation on the domestic market. Only the company Eigen had the right equipment for his research, and this was the main reason why he worked there. George looked at the guy carefully and asked if he was lying. The hero replied that he wanted to cure patients with incurable diseases as soon as possible and relieve them of suffering. Then George asked if he was driven only by the passion to develop a cure and nothing else. River confirmed that this was indeed the case. The man thought, remembering what this River really was like. When they bought the rights to a rival company's liver cancer drug and destroyed it, he started screaming about research ethics. He expressed his dissatisfaction directly to the face of his institute director, Hank, who considered River stupid and uncalculating. If River had opened his own company and started developing new drugs, he would have quickly become rich, but now he thinks first and foremost about patience and ethical principles. After a short pause, George said that he would still give him a month and decide what River was capable of. The man also said that he would keep the patent application to himself for now. The main character stood up because he also had a condition. He asked George to promise that if he showed successful results, the patent application would definitely be approved without changing the conditions. George hesitated for a while, but then agreed and promised it, but he had his own condition. He would give the same task to the stem cell department. He asked Rivera to pass on to them the results of the research already conducted. The man explained that he needed to make sure that River was better than the stem cell department. To do this, we will have to compare their results. The hero didn't like it, but he had no choice, and he agreed. After that, River headed towards the exit of the office. As he stepped out of the elevator, he thought, he only has a month, and the stem cell department will spend more than a month reproducing his tests. And during this time, they still need to complete clinical trials. After these thoughts, he turned around with a triumphant smile and said that he sympathized with them very much. Then he returned to his company and greeted Bella, who was sitting at her desk. The girl noted that River looked great and asked how his conversation went. The guy replied that everything went fine, but he would tell the details when everyone gathered. Then he turned his attention to the girl's monitor and asked if she had watched the news about mice. Bella admitted that she used to be in charge of clinical trials on animals, and sometimes she can't forget those times. So from time to time, she checks for news about laboratory animals and equipment. River then asked her to help with clinical trials on animals. The girl was confused, not understanding what kind of animal testing could take place in their department. The guy explained that he wanted to create an optic nerve. Afterwards, they went outside for coffee, and Bella asked if his research would really allow him to create an optic nerve. River confirmed with a smile and added that in addition to the optic nerve, it will be possible to create any other cells in the body. The girl was amazed. Dr. Rivera's results at the seminar were amazing, but she doubted that he could actually create an optic nerve. River then said that he understood how difficult it was, but he was deliberately setting himself an almost impossible task. Bella asked why he was doing this. River replied that he wanted to make a statement to the world, to attract attention to his person, and that full restoration of vision was exactly what he needed now. They soon arrived at the lab, where Bella introduced him to 24 mice with retinal degeneration sent from an animal testing center. The hero was surprised that the mice came so quickly and thanked Bella for her help. After that, he said it was time to start the research. To start, they needed to take a sample of a normal cell from 20 mice. They retro-differentiated each sample into a stem cell. Then, using the retinavirus and introducing several new genes, they turned them into the optic nerve. This process took about 10 days. After these 10 days, the momentous moment has finally arrived. It's time to find out the result. The main character leaned towards the microscope to carefully examine the results of his work. He first looked at everything carefully and quickly noticed that the stem cells had indeed differentiated into the optic nerve. A smile appeared on River's face when he realized that in just 10 days, they had managed to artificially create an optic nerve. This was an incredible result. Now all that was left was to inject the nerve into mice with retinal degeneration. After this, River turned to Bella and asked her to help him. He said he wanted to inject the nerve into mice. It was necessary to inject it precisely into the retina, and to do this correctly in a living mouse was not an easy task. Only an experienced specialist could handle it. Then Bella smiled and admitted that she hadn't done this for a long time and was afraid of missing. She took the needle in her hands and aimed it at the mouse's eye, but she couldn't bring herself to insert the needle inside. After this, the girl took a deep breath and raised her head up. She asked for a minute because she hadn't tested on animals in a long time, and her hands were shaking. River then said that in that case he would try it himself, but Bella asked him if he had ever tested on animals. The guy replied that he had never done this. When Bella heard this, a look of genuine shock appeared on her face. However, River said that he was the one who asked for this test to be carried out, so he himself will have to sort out this mess. It was a questionable decision for Bella that a scientist who had never tested on animals was personally introducing the optic nerve by injecting it into the retina, even though River had previously shown incredible results. At this moment, the protagonist activated the launch of the synchronization module with Rosalind and focused on the mouse's eye. The launch of the synchronization module made it possible to observe the movement of a living being, with an accuracy of up to every angstrom. An angstrom is a unit of length commonly used to measure the motion of a molecule. After that, he inserted a needle into the retina, and thanks to Rosalind River, he saw all the movements of the retinal cells. Even though it was his first time doing it, he succeeded. Soon the hero saw that the optic nerve was living well in the retina. When Bella saw this, shock appeared on her face. River asked her if he had done everything right, to which the girl replied that he had done everything just perfectly. The guy then laughed it off and said he had simply watched a lot of videos of animal testing and that it had helped him. After that, he decided to try his creation on other mice and do it quickly. Together with Bella, they processed several more mice. However, at that moment, Rosalind informed him that the hero was in a state of exhaustion. River was very annoyed because his strength was only enough for 7 mice. Then he turned to Bella and said that his eyes hurt, so he would take a little rest, and the girl asked him not to worry. The hero thought to himself that he was very lucky to have Bella on his team. She had incredible skill. Now all that was left was to wait. The mice should come out of sleep, and the vision should be restored on its own. When everything was finished, the hero turned to Bella and thanked her for her help. He said that if this research was successful, he would write a research paper and apply for a patent, and he would mention her name as a co-author. In response, the girl smiled and said that thanks to him, her name would be published in a large research paper. The hero smiled at her and said that he would be glad to continue collaborating with her. In response, the girl said that she once held first place in the animal testing department, and River could call her if he needed her. At that moment, he received a message on his phone that shocked him. As it turned out, his research work was approved. After some time, the story moves to Research Institute No. 6 at the Asian company. A blonde girl came there and noted that everything was as befits a world-class company, a large building with cleanliness inside. After that, she went to the information desk, where the female administrator was already standing. She smiled at the blonde and greeted her, then asked how she could help. Then the girl took off her glasses and said that she had an interview with Dr. River from the Life Creation Department. Meanwhile, Parker asked his colleagues if River was really giving interviews now, but Chelsea replied that he had been doing it for a long time. Howard said with a smile that this guy is really cool. Even Science magazine came to interview him. Meanwhile, the main character sat opposite the blonde, understanding to himself that this interview was in some way more important than any research work. They talked for a while, and River understood that his interview would be seen by scientists from all over the world, and journalists would compete to publish articles referring to this interview. Many people's eyes would be on him and his department, so he couldn't miss this chance. In order to continue developing drugs without obstacles or interference, he needs to join the top management of their company. And this interview in the Science magazine will be the first step on his path. After this, the main character went outside and approached the car. In this car sat the same interviewer who had been observing Doctor of Biological Sciences River. She found it hard to believe that a 28-year-old guy was hiding behind this name, and she wondered how many more brilliant results this young gifted man would be able to show during his upcoming research life. The future that Dr. River could show was very interesting, and even she, as a journalist for a world-famous magazine, was in anticipation, knowing that Ajin would never miss it. At that moment, the hero exhaled and noted that an interview, as it turned out, was a rather difficult thing, but he hoped that the magazine would do what he expected from it. After that, he received a message on his phone from pharmacologist Sonia, who said that thanks to him, Brownie had recovered, and, as a token of gratitude, she would like to invite him to dinner. When evening came, the protagonist went to the city center to meet Sonia. They went to a restaurant and sat there at the table for a long time. chatting cheerfully. The girl laughed every now and then because she felt very good in the guy's company. She then addressed him as Dr. River and asked if he really worked at Agen. This question baffled the hero, and he asked Sonia how she found out about this. The girl said that she guessed from his actions. He came to the pharmacy and asked if there were any drugs produced by Agen, clearly not intending to buy them. At first, when they were told that Agen wanted to invest in them, they were all excited, but then they found out that it was in exchange for Celicure, a new drug they had invented with their sweat and blood. At that moment, River thought wearily to himself that he knew he wouldn't change anything, but he still wanted to apologize. However, Sonia said that it was not his fault, but the fault of the managers, but she was afraid for future projects and hoped that Agen would not take away other projects from Seliganer. At this moment, the main character did not know what to say. Then Sonia laughed and said that, apparently, it was because of her that the atmosphere of the conversation became tense. She decided to change the subject and said that she was currently doing research into developing new methods of delivering probiotics. But microorganisms that are beneficial to humans, without them dying in the stomach, research is still at an early stage, but they say that they are already ahead of their competitors. River doubted that such things were worth telling at all, but Sonia was sure that he would not tell this secret to anyone. She added that he also revealed confidential information so that she could cure Brownie, although the hero understood that there was no secret here. The girl emphasized that she trusted him, especially since she simply explained the concept and did not reveal all her cards. After that, when they had talked, the main characters went to the toilet to wash up and come to their senses. River thought about the new development and noted that the concept is important, but the most important thing is choosing the right microorganism. Then he looked at himself in the mirror, and at that moment a thought popped into his head. He remembered that Rosalind had suggested that he use a certain microorganism. It was a completely unknown world, a new species of microorganism called Chlorothonus limbus. If we try to work together with Seliganer, try to introduce this new microorganism into the body using a new method and use their company's innovations, we could get something really cool, a medicine that will have no analogs. In this way, he will help the Seliganer company grow and relieve some of the burden he has long felt. But the most important thing is the chance to become free from Agen. After that, he returned to Sonia and asked if she wanted to work with him. The girl was taken aback when she heard this. When the hero said that he had long had an idea in the field of probiotics, but he could not implement it, Sonia became interested. He asked her if she could arrange a meeting for him with the CEO of their company. He added that if she agreed, he was ready to give her a promise. River said that he promised her that within 1 year he would help her free herself from Agen's influence. The story moves forward a month. The main character came to Agen with a report on the research he conducted. The first thing he did was get into the elevator and go to the right floor to check in. He approached the girl behind the counter and stated his name. At that moment, Ian said that Mr. TMJ had arrived. He explained that the acronym stood for Two Match Justice and thought it was a great nickname. After this, the hero went to George, who carefully studied his documents. River reported that he had made progress in the clinical trials as they had agreed. George then said that he could have simply sent the report by courier, but decided to come in person. The hero replied that before officially sending the report to all authorities, he wanted to discuss something with George in advance. He said that 90% of the royalties from the stem cell differentiation receptor patent belong to him, which means that the right to further research and profit sharing is his, and he hopes that George understands this. However, the man doubted that the guy came here just to tell him this in person. River then replied that the results of his research would soon be published in the journal Science, where data on the development of the optic nerve would also be published. Thus, the situation will change as soon as the results are published, and not only scientists and doctors, but also investors and shareholders of the company will show interest. Then, they will find out that they will not receive loyalty from the study. After that, he leaned over to George and said that if he had agreed to this, then all responsibility would fall on his shoulders. Then he would be in an awkward position, so River suggested they become friends. At this point, George stood up and seriously asked the guy what he had in mind this time. The hero replied that he had no bad intentions. He simply had a good option that would be beneficial to both of them and that the shareholders would like. George then suggested that he would agree, and River said that in that case he would sell the right to the patent to the Agen company for 4% of the shares. He would give up 30% of the right to the patent. After publication in the journal Science, the value of the patent would increase sharply, so River offered to buy it out for company shares and a seat on the board of directors. If he joins the board, attention will be focused on their company, the stock price will rise, and the functionaries will receive more profit. Everyone will be happy. Then George will become the hero who made this idea come true, because he is the chief manager. When George heard about 4%, he noted that in that case, River would be on par with the director of the institute. He asked him if he really thought that anyone would agree to give the company's shares to a simple subordinate. In response, the main character smiled and said that he considered it quite possible. Then he plopped down in his chair again and asked George if he really wanted to be involved in running the company. At first, the hero remained silent, but then replied that this was indeed what he wanted. George then said that he must have been wrong about Rivera, because he thought he wasn't interested in management. Moreover, River himself said that he wanted to focus on research, which means he lied to him. The hero replied that for him, research is everything. It was like that before, but after all the success of his work was used for their own purposes by the managers, he is no longer going to allow them to manipulate him. Then George interrupted and asked if he really thought he would agree to such nonsense. The man said he held the trump card and could contact him or file a lawsuit at any time. He added that the leader had spoken of going abroad, but the hero had replied that such an outcome was not advantageous to George because he had already declared that he would receive the rights to the patent. When the man heard this, he asked what it meant and looked at the hero with concern. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and apologized for the interruption, saying that a foreign journalist had come to interview George. The man immediately jumped up and frantically began asking River what he had done. The guy replied that he had told Science magazine how their company supported young promising researchers, and if George kept his promises, there would only be positive results. At that moment, the man realized that he had fallen into the cunning fox's trap. He has worked in this field for over 30 years and has experienced a lot, during which time he has earned his place by solving problems with psychopaths. Until now, no one has been able to defeat him. But when he realized that this guy had actually succeeded, he couldn't contain his anger. He felt that in front of him was the real devil. As the interview began, the journalist said that it must have been a difficult decision for the company to make to support promising young researchers so openly and on such a large scale. When George heard this, a surprised grimace appeared on his face, but he did not answer, as if he was going to weigh every word. Then the journalist added that she had heard that everything had become possible thanks to him, and asked George to tell how everything really happened. Meanwhile, River looked at the man, waiting for him to finally open up and give an answer. The man spoke. Our company always supports promising researchers, helps them to spread their wings. We are not just drug dealers, we are knights fighting diseases. Then he looked at River and noted to himself that this guy was very dangerous, like a predator in soft skin. If left unchecked, he will rise to the very heights, no matter how incredible it may seem, but he really has every chance of doing so. He might become the next CTO in the future, replacing Hank, the director of the institute, but George was determined not to let that happen. After the interview ended, George immediately rose from his seat and headed towards the exit, as if deciding that he needed to take a break and collect his thoughts. Finally, he decided that he needed to think rationally so as not to lose control of the situation. If he gets caught up in his emotions, he will stop thinking clearly, but if you think about it, the situation is not so bad. If he thinks through each next action, this situation can play into his hands, and quite advantageously. If he can make River his man, then everything will be just perfect. George thought the department head was right. This guy was obsessed with research ethics and really hard to get along with. However, if he does manage to win River over to his side, money and power can break anyone. At that moment, the head of the department, Ian, appeared right in front of George and asked the general manager to take a break for a couple of minutes. After they sat down in the office, Ian said that it seemed like River had put George in an awkward position with the interview so that he couldn't take back his words, but George had made a mistake. Ian added that he had warned him about this guy and said he was dangerous, so he didn't understand why his uncle was so wealthy. In response, George yelled at him, reminding him that they were in an office and expressing his hope that Ian wasn't going to shout about their relationship to everyone. Then Ian replied that he was speaking not as the head of the Eigen department, not as the heir to the company, but as a person who knew George well. At this point, George calmed down his ardor and looked closely at his nephew, as if trying to understand his motives. The man then said he hoped George wasn't going to make River his man. He added that he shouldn't go out of his way because he wouldn't be able to break the doctor, and he knew it very well because the company was full of dirty deeds. If River finds out about any of these dark stories, he won't just let it go. The guy thinks too much of himself, and he can't be given the opportunity to participate in the management of the company. However, George asked his uncle not to be afraid and to be tougher, because now he simply does not recognize him. Then George closed his eyes and asked what he proposed to do. Ian said that first, he proposes to tear up the patent application and the contract. All of Rivera's promises to leave the company are just a bluff. He won't be able to move to another country that easily. The man suggested first putting a little pressure on the guy, and then gradually raising his salary, and then he would become docile and obedient. However, George stated that this was the wrong decision. Despite the fact that Ian is the CEO's son, he should understand that Dr. River cannot be treated like this. In 2 months, he successfully completed research on retro-differentiation of stem cells, created an optic nerve, and conducted clinical trials on animals. With such success, he may well demand from the company not only shares, but much more. The problem was that River offered a trade, the right to the stem cell patent in exchange for Agent shares. He even took care of the loyalty of shareholders, which is something not everyone can offer. George added that today's interview was probably also arranged by River. He invited a journalist, not from a domestic publication, but from the world-famous magazine Science, putting them in an awkward position. River is not a boy with an excess of confidence. He knows his worth and understands what he can demand, choosing the most profitable options for himself. So he gave his nephew advice not to play with him because River is like a mine. No one knows when it will explode, but it is very easy to get hurt with it. At this point, the man with glasses did not know what to answer and wanted to object, but George said that if they could not make him their man, he would help Ian, especially when he began to manage the company. After this, the man headed for the exit, but his nephew was not going to give up. He said he didn't care and that he had no intention of including Rivera on the board. He asked George how he was going to cover up the company's dirty dealings, since some of them were even worse than Sealinger. In response, the man said that he would discuss the issue with the CEO and asked not to worry about Rivera anymore. At that moment, Ian felt incredible anger, but he knew there was nothing he could do. A couple of days before the interview and the research paper itself were published in the journal Science, a board meeting was convened. The shareholders did not object to the exchange of shares for patent rights. However, most were unhappy that River wanted to join the board of directors. The discussion was divided into two fronts, with technical director Nicholas on one side, supporting Rivera. On the other side were the directors of research institutes who opposed him. One of them was Kim, the man from SG Group who kept an eye on the family and currently owned 6% of the company's shares. Kim noted to himself that George did not want River on the board of directors because if he became stronger, he could become a threat to the family, and then it would be difficult to hand over control to his son. So Kim said that if River owned 4% of the shares but couldn't vote, that would be unacceptable. When George heard this, he understood what was going on and said that including River on the board of directors was too hasty a decision because he behaved terribly in front of Mr. Hank, the director of the institute. Everyone knew River was a genius, but they couldn't be sure if their vision of the situation matched his. He asked how they could possibly work together with a man who put his own ego above all else. Moreover, Dr. Rivera does not yet have his own name in the public, unlike Kim, and he did not even mention his experience in managing a large company, so he said that he would try to persuade Rivera. He noted that he could not be included on the board of directors, but if necessary, River would be able to express his ideas at a shareholders' meeting. To sum it up, George wanted to say that he agreed to give him 4% of the shares, but there could be no talk of including him on the board of directors. Soon after, a photograph of the main character was published on the front page of the magazine Science. All his acquaintances discussed this event every now and then. Everywhere you looked, there was this issue of the magazine on every table in the company. Parker then said with a smile that apparently they had a Dr. Rivera fan club. The main character began to be modest and say that in fact he was not that popular, although a whole society of people gathered around him asking him for autographs. At that moment, the hero realized that his popularity had grown much more than after the seminar, and it was not even comparable. Meanwhile, the hero thought about what a medicine is. It is a means that helps cure diseases, but it not only cures, but also prevents disease. River was currently trying to develop a new treatment using retro-differentiated stem cells. However, research into disease prevention is also an important area that he did not want to miss, and a major topic in this area is probiotics. Meanwhile, at Research Institute No. 6, a departmental meeting was taking place to discuss the development of new products in the field of probiotics. The Dietary Supplement Development Department has the latest technology and employs the best specialists. The department is engaged in joint development with the largest companies in their country in the field of probiotics. Moreover, the department set a goal to enter the global market and increase the share of sales in this market. However, unfortunately, the sales level of the company Igen is currently showing a downward trend compared to the products of active lactobacilli of the competing company Rose. Then the head of the department for the development of dietary supplements said that the marketing department had screwed up. However, others argued that if the product itself had been significantly different from its competitors, the marketing department would certainly have done its job. Then, the head of the department for the development of dietary supplements said that she understood what Dr. Rivera was saying, but all intestinal microflora had already been studied in the world, and the same thing was included in the composition of the drugs. She added that in the current situation, it would be difficult to create a new product that would truly stand out from the competition, but the hero disagreed with her. He said that, unfortunately, one should not expect any special results from previously developed dietary supplements, because there are a lot of microorganisms in their bodies, and they are strong. The director then asked Rivera if he really wanted to force the microorganisms that were already in the body to fight with those that would be included in the dietary supplements. Theoretically, this is possible with the help of antibiotics, but they destroy all microorganisms inside a person, and so far there is no solution to this particular side problem. The hero then said that they would not use antibiotics. Instead, he proposed replacing the main microorganism that would be included in the new product with a type of bacteria called Chlorotonus limbus. River explained that it is a type of bacteria that usually lives in volcanic soils, and he believes they could be found on the stratovolcano in Indonesia. He said that this type of bacteria is very resilient and can easily adapt to the human body. Plus, it has so many beneficial properties that River believed it would be the best microorganism currently on the market. The director then asked if he was proposing to use a type of bacteria that lives in volcanic soils as a probiotic. Parker didn't understand what this meant either, because River literally suggested that they dig in the ground to develop a new medicine. Then the girl from the dietary supplements department raised her hand and asked the hero where he got this information and how he could confirm its veracity. The hero understood that his words sounded strange to them, and he himself would not have believed it, so he said that since his student days, microorganisms have been his favorite topic. He confirmed the veracity of the information and asked them to simply trust him. He was sure that they would achieve high results. Even though it was Dr. River, it was difficult for them to begin development based solely on his word, as the risk was too great. But on the other hand, what he showed at the last seminar made everyone trust him. Then the hero said that if they couldn't just trust him, they could refuse to participate in the development, in which case he asked to allow their department to use the equipment and they would pay the operating costs. However, the man objected, saying that they trusted him and would definitely participate in the joint development. They said they believed Dr. River, and the hero was pleased with that answer. The man thought to himself that, judging from what he had seen at the last seminar, Dr. River was incredible. But it was difficult for ordinary people to understand his thoughts. This project was the first and last in his life in terms of scale, and he would not have a second chance. Then the main character asked to obtain the bacteria he had spoken about, and during this time he would draw up a detailed research plan, and also said that he planned to implement this project specifically with the Cellagainer company. He couldn't tell the others all the details, but he said that the company was currently developing a new method that would be used in the field of probiotics. To create the new medicine he has in mind, he needs to use this method. The man then said that they would try to get the bacteria the doctor had spoken of, as well as material about them. After the meeting, Parker approached River and said that he had done very well. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that this time they needed to show a great result. After this, River approached Chelsea and asked how Howard was feeling. He said he heard that after what happened in the cafeteria, Howard received an apology from the dietary supplement department and financial compensation. Then the girl said that Dr. Howard and the head of the department in Sally were actually dating, and this came as a complete surprise to the hero. Chelsea said the money Sally wanted to give the doctor as compensation was originally something she had been saving for a trip to Japan. When Howard found out about this, he offered to go to Japan and buy him a souvenir in the form of anime figures instead of financial compensation. Sally went to Japan and went into a store to buy him a souvenir, but there she discovered a whole new world. At that time, she had a boyfriend with whom she had a difficult relationship, but she broke up with him. She began to ask Dr. Howard about different things, then they began to see each other more often, and a warm feeling was born in their souls. At that moment, River thought they were crazy, but now he understood why she had been giving him ardent glances at the meeting today. After that, Chelsea told him that journalists were already waiting for them, because today the hero had an interview scheduled, which he forgot about. So River better rushed to the door, thanked everyone for their presence, and said that it was time for him to go. When he arrived in another room, he noted that after the article came out in Science, journalists began calling him to interview him, and this began to interfere with his concentration on the research. So he decided he would have to agree to fewer interviews. Meanwhile, the story moves to the building of the Cellagainer company. Sonia sat on a bench next to a young man who was reading the magazine Science. It was the CEO of the company. His name was Gregory, and he asked, was this really the man who suggested that they do joint research in the field of probiotics? In response, Sonia smiled and said that this was indeed the case. Then Gregory said that this guy's achievement was truly innovative. Not only did he create an optic nerve from retro-differentiated stem cells, he personally and successfully conducted clinical trials on animals. He even felt sorry that such a person worked at Agent's company. He then asked if Sonia knew that at the moment they could not be completely freed from the Eigen agency. After that, he asked her what she thought River was really like and whether they would be able to overcome all the difficulties they were currently experiencing if they cooperated with him. In response, the girl said that Dr. River looked at other companies' probiotic products and said that further research into bifidobacteria was pointless, and that this statement was confirmed over time. Such a person would hardly have offered to collaborate with them without a reason. She remembered another time when he tried to save her pet, and then he revealed a trade secret to her. The girl didn't know much about this guy, but she thought that this man put human life first. Sonia said that she couldn't forget the shame she felt when they were forced to sell their drugs. She couldn't forget about it for a minute. But she still suggested trying to trust Agent again, and to be specific, Dr. River. When they went outside, Gregory said that large companies should have a huge research institute. They have 6 such institutes subordinate to them, and therefore he even envied this company. He couldn't understand how such a big company could steal a new drug from some small startup. Gregory still couldn't come to terms with it. After that, they, together with Sonia, entered the office, where Dr. River was already waiting for them. He smiled at the 2 arriving guests and greeted them. He introduced himself with a smile and said his name was River. Shortly after, the presentation began, and Gregory explained how they had created a microcapsule coated with the natural molecular weight of alginate, and that if they coated it with probiotics containing amino acids with microorganisms, it would ensure long-term storage inside the capsule. At this point, River was in shock. He said it was incredible, and even more than he expected. Gregory thanked him and said that they had developed a new method to increase the lifespan and shelf life of microorganisms, and that they had gotten good results from various tests, but the best results were obtained during their collaboration with River. The hero repeated his warm words and said that their research results were innovative. Their method allows them to extend the life of microorganisms even more than that of a foreign company or of themselves. Sonia said their method extends lifespan by 8%, and that figure will continue to grow. However, she also said there was one caveat. The shells of the microcapsules, coated with hydrogel with alginate, disintegrate due to a certain reaction when taken orally, and if this reaction occurs at the beginning of the intake, the microorganisms may die. At this moment, the main character thought for a moment, analyzing the information. He then said that he had an idea, and asked if they had a prototype of the product they were developing right now. Then Sonia reached into her bag and said that she had it with her, but it wasn't ready yet. After that, she handed him a couple of pills and said that this was their prototype. Then, the hero took the pills in his hands and examined them carefully. Rosalind then asked him if he wanted to scan the probiotics, which turned out to be Bifidobacterium lactis, bifidum, and others. Rosalind then said that her sync module had upgraded and moved to the next level. Now Rosalind's cells, which are in his brain, can more actively receive signals from his brain, and as a result, he can get even more information from her, and Rosalind can also search for any information at his request. Then the hero asked Sonia to give him a little rest, since he would like to study the prototype. After that, he left the office and turned to Rosalind. The energy was consumed 2 units per second, and this was a lot, since now he only had 2.2 units left. However, he understood that now Rosalind could give him information about the capsule shell, but only for 1 second. If it works by inputting the information found into his brain, then in 1 second he can get a lot of information. After this, the hero headed towards the exit, where he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After that, he asked Rosalind to replicate the advice. First, he needed to create a double coating. First chitosan, then alginate. First, he needs to make a 0.4% solution with chitosan, then use nylon to remove insoluble impurities, and then use drug production technology. However, the sodium alginate solution must be diluted with a sterilized solution containing chitosan. In the end, it must create a protective layer for the main microorganism and store it at a temperature of -20 degrees Celsius. When the hero received this information, he froze in shock. For him, it was incredible. Immediately after this, he returned to his comrades and said that he had solved the problem, but Gregory did not even understand what he was talking about. Then River said that he had solved the problem of the capsule dissolving quickly in the body. It was necessary to add chitosan. When the boys heard this, shock appeared on their faces, but River asked them to trust him and do as he said. Soon after, they said goodbye, and Gregory and Sonia headed back. Meanwhile, the hero was still thinking about how amazing it was that now Rosalind was not just searching for information. Now she gives him advice on the most effective method that will give the best result. However, he then suddenly thought that Chlorathonis limubitis had advised him as the main microorganism at the previous level, and if he requested a reproduction of this advice, he would be able to obtain more information. The system explained that this is a bacterium that is found in the mucus layer of the intestine and is capable of breaking down this mucus layer. This type of bacteria is much more effective than Akkermansia mucinophila in intestinal adaptations. However, in terms of cell generation in this bacterium, it is inferior to Akkermansia mucinophila, so the system proposed to produce additional overexpression of the following genes. At this moment, the main character realized that he had heard this name somewhere before. He quickly remembered that this was a microorganism that could prevent obesity, and it was also believed that it could be used to treat type 2 diabetes, but this was still being studied. Rosalind then said that by overexpressing the above-mentioned genes and introducing them into the human body, the result can be 1,000 times more effective. When the hero heard about the 1,000-fold efficiency, he was very surprised. Rosalind then said that chlorothanus, which can increase the efficiency of cell generation after gene overexpression, can cure 74% of type 2 diabetics. However, immediately after that, she said that the energy was completely used up, so the mode closed. When the hero went outside, he thought about the fact that after eating, sugar enters the blood, and then the pancreas creates insulin. Insulin travels through the blood vessels and tells cells to break down sugar. These orders regulate the blood sugar level, and if there is a problem in this system, it is called diabetes. Type 1 diabetes means that even when blood sugar levels are high, insulin is not produced. And type 2 diabetes means that insulin is being produced, but the cells are not obeying orders. It's called insulin resistance, and the exact cause is still unknown, but thanks to Rosalind River, she can now offer a treatment. The AMUS biomaterial, which is rejected by Chlorothanus lamubidus, is an attractant for immune cells. Thanks to AMUS, immune cells do not interfere with the work of insulin. If chlorotonus, being in the intestinal mucosa, will release AMUS, insulin will be able to resume its work. In this way, they will be able to get rid of insulin resistance. Eventually, the patient will be able to be cured of type 2 diabetes. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Department for the Development of Dietary Supplements, Igen, the main character called Mr. Tsoi, to ask when he can get chlorotonus. The man replied that it would be in about 5 days, and the hero was surprised at how quickly he managed to do it, since it usually takes about a week to prepare the documents. However, the man said that he should not forget who they are. This is a department that studies microorganisms around the clock. They have already ordered microorganisms several thousand times and feel like a fish in water in this matter. At that moment, River thought that Tsoi had decided to engage in self-promotion, but he was forced to admit that they had saved a lot of time. He then told him that when the microorganism was delivered, the genes would need to be manipulated. However, when the man heard this, surprise appeared on his face, but the hero said that they needed to carry out the expression of 7 genes. He would describe to him in detail what and how to do. When evening came, the hero thought about how the seeds he had planted little by little everywhere were beginning to bear fruit. This ranged from developing a new flu drug to clinical trials on animals. Then the guy decided that he first needed to show the results to the director. Then he suddenly remembered that he had a clinical trial of stem cells coming up. The clinical trial plan was prepared, and the relevant documents were also in good order. Now everything depended solely on the test results. Meanwhile, the story moves to one of the city's hospitals. Tsoi headed there and soon came to the door that led to the clinical trials laboratory. When he walked in, he saw a woman lying on a hospital bed and hooked up to an IV. Her name was Samantha. Samantha was the first patient to participate in the clinical trial. Meanwhile, a doctor named Helen announced that she was starting a clinical trial to transplant retrodifferentiated stem cells. When Samantha was given the anesthesia, tears appeared in her eyes. Then she closed her eyes and called out to someone named Blue. She recalled visiting a doctor when she was pregnant and being told that eye pressure decreases during pregnancy, but in Samantha's case it was the opposite. She had acute glaucoma, caused by a sharp increase in eye pressure. At this point, her husband, who was sitting next to her, felt terrible. And then the doctor said that at the moment there is no treatment method in medicine that has been proven safe to use during pregnancy. Many methods that are still being developed and undergoing clinical trials on animals have so far shown unsatisfactory results, and for Samantha's case, she could not offer anything. At that moment, the girl didn't know what to feel. She closed her eyes and wondered why something like this was happening to her right now. After this, the girl underwent an operation called selective laser trabeculoplasty. Every doctor who saw her expressed their condolences to her. They knew that her left eye had long since lost its sight due to macular degeneration, and her right eye was now suffering from acute glaucoma. The whole difficulty was that she was pregnant, and because of this they could not safely treat her without risking harm to the fetus, and judging by the expression on her husband's face, things were bad. Soon after, Tsoi was informed that the laser surgery had not produced any results. Samantha, sitting with an eye patch, hung her head sadly, but she was told there was another way. At that moment, her husband came up behind her and put his hand on her shoulder to calm her down a little. Then Helen said that this drug is only at the clinical trial stage, and there is no evidence of its safety for pregnant women yet, but this drug is still the most effective remedy that exists in their medicine. She suggested that the couple use bromonidine. It seemed like a good option, but Samantha herself was confused by the fact that its safety for use in pregnant women has not yet been proven. When she realized that her child could be in danger, she cried in despair. Her husband leaned over to ask her if she was okay. After this, the girl took off the bandage and looked at her hands. She did not understand what awaited her ahead, whether she would regain her sight or save the child. Suddenly, she began to realize what exactly she was thinking about. After this, the woman grabbed her head and began to tear her hair, and her husband was completely confused. She started screaming that she was carrying blue under her heart. She said she had just been trying to choose between her sight and their blue one's life. After that, she called herself a terrible mother and said that she had no right to stop. However, her husband tried to calm her down and said that anyone would have done the same in her place, and it was not her fault. Sometime after that, they were in full swing preparing for the birth of the child. Then Samantha looked at the balloons that were hanging above the baby's cradle and decided to take a closer look at them. She picked up one of the balls, but realized that she could see everything very blurry. After this, her illness progressed, and she could hardly move on her own. Her husband helped her with everything. The girl also went to various procedures, but they did not bring any success. Sometime after this, she was informed that they could not offer her any other treatments. At that moment, the girl completely despaired, took her husband's hand, and just looked forward. She realized that she had no choice but to try this medicine. When Soy heard this, he could not hold back his tears. The girl felt sorry to see her husband in such a state, but she herself felt even worse. Soon after, she continued to see other doctors and undergo various procedures, but she cried every night. Sometime after that, she was taken away by ambulance, as she was in critical condition. The girl cried and tried with all her might to persuade her blue one not to leave her. A few minutes later, her husband arrived at the hospital, but the nurses said that the pregnant woman was in critical condition and asked him to wait outside. Soy was extremely scared and did not understand what to do in this situation. He really wanted to be close to his wife. Meanwhile, Samantha lay unconscious on the operating table. While she was undergoing surgery, the man sat on a bench in front of the operating room and waited for the results. Soon after, a doctor came out, but his expression was gloomy. Soy immediately jumped up from his seat, and then the doctor congratulated him on the birth of his daughter. The man was undoubtedly happy about this, but now he was more interested in what was happening to his wife. As he looked at the gloomy faces of the doctors, he began to assume that the worst had happened. However, the man said that his wife was fine, but not everything was so smooth. When Soy finally entered, he saw his newborn daughter, who was connected to a life support machine. He realized that it was his daughter Blue, and now she could barely breathe. When Samantha finally came to, she never left the neonatal intensive care unit where her daughter was being treated. She could only look at her through the glass, and because of this, she could not hold back her tears. As it turned out, the girl had persistent pulmonary hypertension, and she was now on 100% oxygen. She was given an alkaline solution to regulate her nephropathy. When Samantha heard this, she couldn't even stand on her feet, blaming herself for everything and saying that because she was worried about the disease during pregnancy, her daughter was now suffering. Her husband tried to calm her down, but he himself was having a hard time. All this time he dreamed only of someone ending their suffering. When they returned to Helen, she said that they were about to start clinical trials and wanted to ask Samantha one last time. She asked her again if she understood what clinical trials she was participating in, and the woman answered in the affirmative. Helen then asked her if she would confirm that she was taking part in a clinical trial to transplant an optic nerve created using retro-differentiated stem cells. Samantha hung her head, but admitted her participation in this operation. The doctor then warned her that the clinical trials might fail, her vision might not be restored, and there was also a risk of cancer. However, the girl said that she had read about the possible consequences, after which the doctor handed her papers to sign. At this point, Samantha hesitated, and then her husband asked what was going on. Helen also looked at Samantha, not understanding why she was acting so strangely. At that moment, the girl rose from her seat and said that in order to see Blue at least once, she was ready to sell even her soul. She wanted to see her daughter at least once, and she did not expect anything else. The story flashes back to the present day, where Samantha was lying on the operating table. Meanwhile, the main character was in the company office, and then Chelsea asked him why he wasn't going home, to which he replied that important news would soon be shown on TV. The news anchor soon reported that at 3 p.m. today, the first clinical trial of an optic nerve transplant created using retro-differentiated stem cells developed by Agent was conducted. A trial participant named Samantha lost her sight due to glaucoma, and Agent and Songyu hospital staff extracted a sample of Ms. Samantha's cells and created stem cells from them. They then used retro-differentiation to create optic nerves from the stem cells and transplanted them into the retina. After this, the presenter suggested listening to Dr. Rieger. At that moment, Chelsea understood why people had come to him for an interview recently. Soon the main character appeared on the screen, saying that their research on stem cell retro-differentiation had shown success in clinical trials on animals. Despite the fact that they were conducting clinical trials on humans for the first time, he was confident of a positive result. However, the hero said that he could not watch it anymore, but Chelsea did not understand why he was embarrassed, because he performed well. However, she noted that it wouldn't hurt for him to get a haircut. At that moment, River thought to himself that the screen was definitely not his element. In his opinion, fighting with directors was much easier, because at least with them, he understood what kind of face to make. But in front of the screen, he looked as if he had seen a ghost. The story moves to the 4th day of the clinical trial, when doctors inform Samantha that judging by the lack of any changes, the result was most likely negative, but they asked her not to despair and continue to observe. Lying in her bed, the girl told her husband that the outcome was not important, and now she was very grateful. She was truly grateful that the doctors at least tried to restore her vision. After all, an attempt already means a lot. Soy smiled and agreed, saying that she was right, and that their daughter was fighting with all her might now, so the mother shouldn't give up either. The doctor asked them not to lose heart, and Soy conveyed these words to his wife. The doctor said that the day might come when they would have to say goodbye forever, but until that moment, they had to stay strong. The husband approached his wife, wiped the tears from her cheek, and said that he would always be there, and when she wanted to see her daughter, he would help her touch her. However, Samantha did not stop crying. It seemed to her that their daughter was a poor little child, so fragile, and they were already injecting her with large syringes. She said that she only touched her legs a couple of times, and that's all. The man tried to calm her down and asked her not to cry. At that moment, Samantha touched her eyes, noticing that she must be having a really hard time. To pay for the treatment, he works late, and then there's her with her hysterics. But Soy said that everything was fine, suggested that she sleep, and he would turn off the light. Then he headed towards the exit and asked his wife to have a good rest, because tomorrow would be a new day. However, Samantha called him back sharply. She quickly stood up, looked at her husband in surprise, and asked him to turn on the light. She said that she didn't understand it yet, but everything seemed to have changed. As soon as he turned off the light, everything became much darker. Soy was surprised, but obeyed and turned on the light. When he did this, Samantha said with surprise that she could now see that everything was brighter and asked if the light was really on. It turned out that she could now feel the difference between the light being on and the light being off. Hearing this, Soy jumped up and said that he would now find out whether he would be a doctor at the hospital tomorrow. When he left, Samantha began waving her hands in front of her face, still not believing that she could feel the difference in the light. As it turned out, 107 hours after the operation, the retinal cells began to recover. When they arrived, her husband asked her to open her eyes and see what she saw, and she correctly answered that he was holding a phone in his hands. After this, he showed her other objects, such as a mug and a cap, and the girl began to distinguish them. The doctor then told Samantha that her retinal cells were not badly damaged, which is why her vision was recovering so quickly after the optic nerve transplant surgery. However, the vision was still blurry, so observation continued. But, judging by the current state, we can say with confidence that the operation was successful. Afterwards, Helen congratulated Samantha and her husband on their successful recovery. Restoring vision after glaucoma has until now been considered an impossible diagnosis. Until now, it was thought that lost vision could not be restored, but now everything has changed. It is curable. One scientist's research brought light to this patient's eyes. Meanwhile, the story moves to another day. Everyone started discussing the news from the internet that clinical trials of transplanting an optic nerve grown using retrodifferentiation of stem cells were successful. Additionally, it was planned to conduct trials on 5 more patients with glaucoma. A patient named Samantha, who was cured of blindness, expressed her gratitude to Dr. River. Soon, Agent announced that it would make the drug available to anyone who suffers from glaucoma. After that, the company's shares rose rapidly. Now everyone was wondering how medicine would change after the introduction of the stem cell treatment method proposed by Dr. River. A 31-year-old medical doctor has made an innovative breakthrough. Scientist River has defeated glaucoma. After this, the main character had to consult with colleagues as he was being pursued by journalists, and he was looking for ways to avoid uncomfortable questions. However, when he turned in the other direction, he saw that the crowd of journalists was still approaching. At this point, River was taken aback and had absolutely no idea what to do next. Then he turned sharply and ran in the opposite direction, while journalists desperately tried to get answers to their questions. They asked why he chose glaucoma for his first clinical trials and what the company's revenue projections were once the drug hits the market. At this point, journalists literally surrounded him from all sides, blocking the exit. River thought he was expecting reporters, but he never imagined there would be so many of them. The fact is that recently, information appeared in the US media about the possibility of treating diseases with stem cells, but at that time, it was only a theoretical scientific perspective. Now this possibility has become a reality. Thus, the situation has changed dramatically. When the journalists had already surrounded the main character too closely, people in black suits suddenly appeared from the crowd. They began to push away the journalists who were preventing Rivera from passing. They said that interviews would only be conducted after the official meeting and that these were measures to ensure Dr. Rivera's safety. However, the hero himself did not understand who these people were. Judging by their clothes, they were clearly not from the security service of the Eigen company. At that moment, one of the men approached him and asked him to go with him, saying that he would take him to the institute. River then asked who they were, but the man replied that he would tell them on the way. The hero had no choice but to agree. First, he had to break out of the crowd. When they finally reached the institute, River was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He thanked the men in suits for their help and said that thanks to them he finally got to work, but they replied that there was nothing to thank him for and asked if he could spare them a few minutes. When the hero heard this, he was surprised and asked what business they wanted to talk to him about, to which the man replied that there was a person here who wanted to meet him. Soon after, he arrived at the office where Glenn and the other man were already waiting for him. The man turned to River and Glenn and asked if they had any free time today. As it turned out, it was Deputy Sam. He said that they would all go to the hospital right now and visit their patient. At that moment, Sam realized that those people were the deputy's security guards. Sam then said that the government had been investing so much in Agent lately, and so they had to take a photo of the MP who helped fund the company, the director of the research institute, the scientist in charge, and the patient all in one frame. The man added that if this photograph is published in the media, then other scientists will trust the government more, and thus research activity will increase. Meanwhile, Dr. River will become the most famous scientist and face of the government, and after that, the post of director of the research institute awaits him. He then said that Glenn would then be promoted to technical director, and the man really liked the idea. However, when he asked if River had time, he looked down and was in no hurry to answer. After this, River stood up abruptly from his seat and looked at the men darkly, then said that he did not have time, as he needed to run a lot of tests today. He added that if the deputy wanted to visit the patient, he recommended going with the director. After this, an unhappy Sam turned to the guy and asked how he dared to behave like that in front of a respected deputy. However, at that moment Sam laughed loudly. Upon hearing about the tests, he noted that River seemed to be a folk hero and a busy man. However, he did not think that if he rested for one day, something would happen, and said that genius brains especially need rest and fresh air. When Glenn heard this, he suddenly began to smile and said that the deputy was saying the right things. He asked Rivera if he had forgotten that the respected deputies had helped them with government funding and permission to conduct clinical trials of his developments. However, River ignored the director and addressed the deputy directly. He said that his sudden visits to the institute did not bring any help. Government funding and approval for clinical trials were all the responsibility of the relevant government agencies, so he didn't think he had to personally thank Sam for that. River said that in his opinion, politics should not interfere with science, and the deputy, having come here, was taking away his precious working time, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not take the situation from the positive side. After this, he asked not to bother him with such matters in the future and headed towards the exit. The protagonist remained silent in the office and walked forward down the corridor, thinking about what had just happened. Holding Sam's business card in his hands, he realized that now the deputies were also interested in them. However, he did not intend to use the results of his research for political purposes. The men kept telling him that they, as good politicians and true patriots, wanted to support such fine scientists as River, but if he didn't like it, he didn't have to show up in the media. In this case, Sam asked to simply continue his scientific work, and if help was needed, to let them know, and also asked to visit the patient at least once, even if he did not go with them today. So now the main character decided that he should visit that very patient. Meanwhile, the story moves to the hospital where Samantha was staying. As it turned out, her husband was also being caught by journalists who wanted to interview him. They asked what condition his wife was in and whether she was experiencing any side effects. However, Tsoi simply ignored them and went to his wife's room. Journalists did not understand why the man was behaving this way because there should have been joy in their family. At that moment, journalists were informed that Deputy Sam was on his way to the hospital. As soon as they heard about his arrival, they immediately grabbed their microphones and ran to the exit to interview him. Meanwhile, Tsoi headed to the room where his daughter was lying and looked at the child. As it turned out, his wife was already there, and she could now look at her daughter in a new way. It was important for her to see her face at least once. For this, she was ready to give even her own life. And now that she was cured, her egoism asked for even more. Samantha looked at her daughter carefully, then reached out and touched the protective glass. She turned to her beautiful daughter and said that now she would see her for a very long time. Meanwhile, Helen entered the room and called Samantha by name. When Tsoi heard the woman's voice, he immediately turned towards the sound. When they learned that they had a guest, they said that they were not expecting anyone, and Samantha added that she would like to spend a little more time with her daughter since they did not have much time left. However, the doctor said that she understood them, but now she was put in an awkward position and asked to devote time to them. Then Soy said that he had recently heard that a deputy was coming to the hospital, and Helen confirmed that it was indeed because of him. Now the hospital's chief physician was waiting for them outside the door. At this point, the man thought about the many concessions the hospital had made to them, and so he decided that perhaps they should be helped. When Samantha heard his arguments, she agreed and decided to go with the doctor. After this, the couple headed towards the exit of the ward. When they walked out the door, Deputy Sam and the chief physician were already waiting for them. Samantha and Soy stood in front of them for a long time before they dared to approach. But, as soon as they stepped forward, journalists immediately ran up to them and began taking pictures of them. While there was a commotion around, Samantha and Soy stood with indifferent expressions on their faces. After this, the deputy finally persuaded them to take a joint photo. When it was all over, the woman went back to the neonatal intensive care center to visit her daughter. At that moment, the main character entered and looked at the girl. After this, one of the doctors introduced them to each other. Then the hero smiled and told Samantha that he really was Dr. River. As soon as the girl heard his name, she immediately began to bow and thank him for his help. She said that she should have visited him first and that she changed because of it, because thanks to him, her sight was restored. She said that now she can see her daughter's face, and every day is a miracle for her. She didn't even know how to thank the man. However, River said that he simply did what he had to do, and if all went according to plan, then in a month her vision would be completely restored. However, until then, she will need to remain under medical supervision and take care of her health. When Samantha heard this, she could not contain her emotions and burst into tears, after which she thanked Rivera from the bottom of her heart. When the man saw her tears, he handed her a handkerchief so that she could wipe her face. The girl was extremely surprised by such a gentlemanly act and apologized for her behavior. However, River just smiled and said that he understood everything and didn't see anything wrong with it. But the girl continued to thank him and said that she would never forget him. When they separated, River asked the doctor if something had happened to the patient, since he had seen her leaving the neonatal intensive care unit. In response, the girl said that her daughter was there. She was in critical condition because she had persistent pulmonary hypertension. As soon as the hero heard this diagnosis, he smiled slightly and asked the doctor to take him to her attending physician. After he got there, the doctor said that her attending physician was in the intensive care unit, where outsiders were not allowed to enter, so it was impossible to visit her at the moment. Then the main character asked the woman to give her the business card and ask her to contact him as soon as possible. After that, he headed towards the exit and looked again at Samantha, who was watching her daughter. She spent all her hours near the protective glass through which she could look at her daughter. As it turned out, she had a disease characterized by a progressive increase in pulmonary vascular resistance. At birth, when a baby first inhales air, oxygen enters the blood vessels. As a result, vascular resistance appears, and as a result, blood pressure increases in narrower arteries. Because of this, in pulmonary hypertension, the biggest problems are associated with a lack of oxygen, and due to the density of the blood, a fatal outcome is possible in critical situations. However, treatment is possible by inhaling nitrate gas, which in turn increases the oxygen level in the blood. Moreover, the protagonist saw the success rate of the treatment, which was 70%. It was less than he expected, but still better than nothing. After this, the girl's doctor, Helen, called him and asked why River wanted to see her. The hero picked up the phone and said hello, then said he would like to meet her. They met in a cafe shortly after, and Helen said that she had agreed to the meeting out of gratitude, because thanks to him her patient had regained her sight. But unfortunately she could not tell him anything more, since she had no right to divulge personal information. However, the main character asked her to answer only one question. He asked if the nitrate gas treatment had been unsuccessful. At that moment, Helen thought that she knew better than anyone how incredible his research result was. The thing is, she watched Samantha's vision get clearer every day, but she still couldn't divulge the patient's personal information. Nevertheless, Helen decided to talk about the fact that the treatment had not yielded results. She said that treatment with nitrate gas had been unsuccessful, but unfortunately, there were no other options. At this point, the protagonist picked up his cup of coffee and then turned to the woman, saying that he understood how difficult it was, but asked her to trust him. He said that among the metabolites of arachidonic acid, produced mainly in vascular endothelial cells, there is a substance called prostaglandins. He explained that they are created in the reaction of cyclooxygenase with arachidonic acid. These substances are created when blood pressure increases and blood flow is insufficient, and they transmit signals to the prostaglandin receptor. This way the blood vessels dilate and the pressure decreases. Helen was extremely surprised that the man knew about this and asked him where he got such information. River replied that Bellotex is a medicine for hypertension. This medicine was created by completely copying the structure of prostaglandin. When he said that the pharmaceutical company Bellotex had created this drug despite losses, the woman jumped up from her seat and asked if he was really suggesting that this drug be injected into a baby. She said the drug had never been tested on newborns, and her scream was so loud that it attracted the attention of other doctors. The man then said that as far as he knew, the drug had been used on children as young as 5 years old, and yet he understood why the woman was having difficulty making up her mind. He decided to remind her that someone had also used nitrate gas treatment for the first time, and thanks to that, this method of treatment is now used. If she gives Bellatex to a girl, she will conduct the first clinical trial on newborns. The man said he was not a doctor, but as a scientist developing new drugs, he could say that there was currently no better option than Bellatex. It contains a substance that should be produced by the newborn's body on its own, and in theory, there should be no side effects. At that moment, the woman did not know what to answer him. She just lowered her eyes and sat back down in her place. She knew River was right, but she didn't have the courage to do it. She had told the baby's parents that they should not give up, but now it felt as if she had given up herself. She understood that the baby would soon die, and this was a reality that she could not deny. If another person had offered this to her, she would have refused without even thinking. However, it was Dr. River who suggested it and restored Samantha's sight, so Helen began to think that perhaps she should try this method after all. Then River said that Samantha should understand them. She would be very grateful, even if she did nothing else. However, he asked her if she was satisfied with the result. At that moment, the woman burst into tears and said that she was not satisfied with this result. She could not be happy, because she understood that the baby she was treating would soon die. After that, the hero stood up from his seat and asked to be stronger in that case. He said that with Bellatex they have a chance, and asked the woman to persuade Samantha to try the last method. He said they couldn't just let the girl die. After this, the doctor went to meet Samantha and said that the attempt at treatment with nitrate gas had failed, vascular resistance was constantly increasing, and they had little time left. However, he said that there is a medicine called Bellatex. It helps to dilate blood vessels and reduce blood pressure. This medicine shows stable results, and there should be no danger. Clinical trials were not conducted on newborns, they were conducted on 5-year-old children. In these cases, clinical trials were successful. However, at this point Samantha said that compared to 5-year-old children, their daughter was very small. However, Helen said that in theory, the drug should be completely safe even for newborns. Then Samantha replied that sometimes she felt like she was holding on to her daughter for nothing, and that it was because of her that she had to endure the pain, and it seemed like it was time to say goodbye to her so that she would not suffer anymore. At that moment, the woman stood up from her seat and said that she understood Samantha, but it was too early to give up. She said that Dr. River came to see her yesterday and told her that no matter what the odds, you always have to make an effort. When Helen saw Samantha's reaction to the name Rivera, she realized that the doctor was not just a scientist to her, but a special person, since he helped her regain her sight, and perhaps she would agree to the treatment if she told him that it was he who suggested this method. She continued by saying that it was River who suggested the Bellatex treatment, and in her opinion, they have every chance of curing their daughter. Bellatex is considered the safest drug available at the moment, so she asked them to agree to try the latest treatment method. When Soy heard this, he hugged his wife and said that they should try until the end. However, at that moment the girl looked down, as she could not come to a decision. Meanwhile, the main character met his friend Peter and told him that he had been thinking for a long time and finally decided to take the topic of Alzheimer's disease. He said that this was one of the issues he was considering, and then Peter noted with a smile that his friend was already a celebrity. He said dementia had become a big problem recently, but River replied that dementia was just a symptom and Alzheimer's was the name of the disease. However, Peter was sure that it was one and the same, which greatly surprised the hero. River then explained that when a person experiences a decline in mental abilities and memory loss, it is called dementia. However, the symptom does not come out of nowhere, and in their case, the cause may be Alzheimer's disease. He asked him to imagine that dementia was a runny nose or cough, and Alzheimer's was pneumonia. A runny nose and cough may not be due to pneumonia, but for example, from a cold, which is exactly what happened in their case. The fact that their person suffered from dementia did not mean that he had Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is thought to be caused by the destruction of healthy brain cells by beta amyloids, resulting in dementia in patients. However, the protein that makes beta amyloid cannot repair brain cells. Then Peter began to understand that if the patient already had dementia, then it would be impossible to restore memory. He then asked if River really meant to say that he was going to try to restore dead cells. The hero replied that this was indeed the case, but it was not as simple as it sounded. He said that it was even too difficult, on the contrary, since he needed to bring in a bunch of tests. But Peter believed in his friend and said that he would definitely cope. After this, the hero returned to the hospital and noted that first he needed to try to create brain cells from retro-differentiated stem cells. But even so, there was no guarantee that this would be possible. There are about 100 billion cells in the brain, so if we assume that 1% of a patient's brain cells are destroyed, then we need to restore about 1 billion cells. Even if he succeeded in doing this, he did not know exactly how to use the syringe for Alzheimer's disease and how to inject these cells. As the hero thought about this, he leaned back in his chair. He also had to take into account that most patients who develop Alzheimer's disease are elderly people over 60 years old. At this point, Rosalind offered to provide him with advice on the method of stem cell differentiation, as well as on the mass production of stem cells and the method of injecting them intravenously. Then River thought that in order to listen to all this, he needed energy, and in order to restore energy, he needed ATR. At that moment, Parker entered his office and greeted his comrade. He said that he had received an order from Sigma Aldrich, and when the hero heard this, he immediately jumped up from his seat. However, Parker did not understand why he ordered so much ATP, but the hero replied that he wanted to experiment. However, the man still did not understand what kind of experiment this was that required so much. River knew that if he said he wanted to inject them into himself, Parker would probably think he was crazy. After that, everyone from the Life Creation Department decided to meet in one place, and the hero shared with them that today he had only answered calls all day. The fact is that after the publication in the journal Science, many people suggested that he implement joint projects. He chuckled and guessed that his colleagues must be having a hard time lately because of him. Parker smiled and said that River was a celebrity now and that there was nothing he could do about it, and then asked him when he would be appointed director. River said he thought they would bring it up at the next shareholders meeting, but Parker said that in that case they only had a week left, and then he would no longer be working with them. He would get his own office, and he would move there, and they would never see him again. At that moment, the hero smiled to himself and said that he would have a question for them about this. He turned to his colleagues and said that he would open his own company and asked them if they would work with him. However, the guys did not understand why he was going to start his own company, because he was going to become the CEO of Agen, the largest shareholder. In response, the hero said that his chain was unchanged. He had no intention of abandoning the Eigen infrastructure. However, after his success with glaucoma, many people offered him investments, and he thought that their company was targeting him too. He said he would announce at an upcoming shareholder meeting that he would select a new research topic, one on par with glaucoma, or even one that would create more buzz. After that, he asked his comrades what they thought would happen next. The thing is, the family that took over Eigen was busy researching the company. The CEO wanted to pass the company on to his son Ian, so he sent him under George's guardianship. However, for George, who had to raise the heir to the throne, a stubborn and crazy, but at the same time very expensive and valuable doctor, River represented a colossal danger. At a board meeting, George proposed appointing Rivera as a non-voting director. At the same time, he planned to lure him over to the family's side. Meanwhile, the story goes back about 2 weeks, before River suggested Helen try Bellatex. He and George headed to one establishment and immediately noted that the place was quite pleasant. He then asked the man what he wanted to talk to him about, but George said they should order something to drink first. After that, he asked River if he liked the wine they served there, but River thought to himself that the doctor would hardly appreciate expensive whiskey. He decided that it would be unnecessary, but agreed to have a little drink. They waited for the waiter and placed an order. When the wine was brought to them, George became thoughtful and asked if he ever intended to set up a subsidiary company under Agen. He said that if the leader himself became the CEO of the company, no one would command him, and he would be free to do research, especially since he already had enough shares. However, he thought to himself that for Dr. Rivera, the main thing is not money or fame. His goal is research. He wants to participate in the management of Eigen because of the conflict with Hank, wanting to maintain the research ethics, and for this, he needs strength and power so that no one can interfere with his work. This meant that if he was given autonomy in his research, he might be able to be lured over to their side. Then River said that a subsidiary was good, but he would like to create a branch under Agen. Hearing this, George thought it was complete nonsense because the parent company cannot interfere in the management of a branch. When George asked why he wanted a branch office, River replied that if he became the director of the company, he would be free to do research and no one would boss him around. To ensure legal autonomy, a branch is more suitable than a subsidiary, but if he officially becomes a director of the parent company, the law will not prevent him from creating and heading a branch. Moreover, a lawyer he knew told him that in order to open a branch, his shares and those of the board members proposing the creation of the branch must together exceed 30%. However, by becoming a director, he will automatically become the head of the company, and this requirement will also be fulfilled. But George said that in reality, everything is not so simple and easy. Legally, everything is clear here. He asked if River really thought there was a company that would hand him a new branch office on a platter, which he had invested a lot of money into creating. River replied that compared to Agen, the branch was a small island worth $20 million, and that Agen didn't need to allocate any additional funds. He would pay the entire down payment himself. George couldn't believe his ears because the guy had just said that he would pay $20 million out of his own pocket. He didn't understand where an ordinary scientist could get that kind of money. He then suggested that River was counting on Agent's shares and reminded him that he had not yet officially received these shares, and in order to sell them, he first had to publicly announce it. The hero said that he would never sell the shares he received because to do so, he would have to give the company the right to the patent. George then asked where he was going to get $20 million from, to which the guy replied that he would find out soon. After that, River thanked George for the wine and headed for the exit. The man was beside himself with rage and went to the toilet. He called one person, asking to find out about River's financial status. Meanwhile, the media was only talking about the success of clinical trials on patient Samantha. All of Eigen's staff squealed with delight, except George. He said he would go crazy if the news did not stop broadcasting the same messages about Bellatex. He thought to himself that there were only 2 days left until the shareholders' meeting, where River would officially become the director of Agen, and if at that meeting he announced the creation of a branch office at the expense of his own $20 million, it would be a complete nightmare. At that moment, he received a call from a man who was able to find out River's financial status. He said he had debts of tens of thousands of dollars, and a special loan for scientists had also not been repaid. Rivera had neither a car nor an apartment. He rented a one-room apartment and received no funding from foundations. George thought about it. He expected that the guy had good finances, but he didn't understand where he would get $20 million in 2 days. Shortly after, George went to see the CEO, but the CEO asked him where he even got the idea for River to become the director of Agen. The man replied that he did not understand how this news leaked to the media, but there had never been any denials from them, so not appointing him as director would also be bad. At that moment, Agen's CEO, whose name was Damien, turned to him and said that the shareholder meeting would go ahead as planned. It is not yet clear where Dr. River is going to get so much money, but even if he gets it, the directors will simply refuse him and will not allow him to create a branch. He said that River would be a non-voting director and would not be able to serve on the board, and suggested that George revisit the issue after the meeting. However, the man felt that River would do something bad at the shareholders' meeting. Damien looked at him seriously and asked what exactly he could do. George admitted that he was worried that River might announce its intention to create a branch. Damien said that a cure for glaucoma was not such a great achievement that anyone would take it seriously, and perhaps George was exaggerating too much. After that, he put his hand on George's shoulder and asked him not to worry. He said that the shareholders would not allow the creation of a branch under any circumstances. But this time, the shareholders' meeting was attended by 5 times as many people as usual. Shareholders who had benefited from Dr. Rivera's work, as well as glaucoma patients. There were also patients with other incurable diseases who wanted to know about the doctor's future plans. After this, Damien came on stage and asked everyone to vote to appoint River as the new director of the company. He then asked those present if there was anyone among them who was against the appointment of the doctor as the new director. In response, those present began to smile and said that only a fool could be against this. After this, Damien announced River as the new director of Agen. As soon as he announced this, he heard loud applause. After this, the main character went on stage, introduced himself to the respected shareholders, and thanked them for their support. He said that he was able to achieve success in his research not because he was somehow special, but only thanks to the help and assistance of all his colleagues from the Life Creation Department. In this regard, when choosing the next research topic, he decided to take into account the interests of Eigen as much as possible. For this, he studied the history of the company's creation and discovered a very important point. He learned how the doctor who created the main company Eigen spent his last days of life. He was an incredibly intelligent man, but, unfortunately, died of Alzheimer's disease. At this point, Ian was horrified. He didn't understand why this guy was suddenly talking about his grandfather. River then went on to say that he now understood why their CEO was so interested in curing Alzheimer's. He had already conducted research and achieved successful results in creating brain cells using retrodifferentiation of stem cells, and he planned to use these results to try to cure patients from Alzheimer's disease. When Damien, George, and Ian heard this, they were horrified because they couldn't believe their ears. Meanwhile, all the other shareholders applauded because River's idea was great. However, Damien stood up from his seat and asked him if he really thought Alzheimer's could be cured. He said it was not glaucoma. However, River said with a smile that he understood what he was talking about, but he had already started the research and had received a lot of positive results, which he could now briefly talk about. At the end of River's presentation, people could not hide their emotions, and the journalists who came to the meeting immediately began publishing articles. After this, Agen's stock jumped up. The hall was full of excited people, but when Dr. River continued his speech, they immediately fell silent. The guy said that developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease was too difficult a topic to tackle at the level of one department, so he wanted to create a separate new branch and, as its head, continue research on this topic. The name of the branch he wanted to create was A-Bio, and he was currently consulting with a lawyer about the formalities. However, yesterday, he contributed $120 million of his own money to the company as a down payment to set up the subsidiary, so the parent company will not have to give him any money. At this point, George wondered where this guy could get the money from. River said at the time that he understood that shareholders were now concerned that the creation of a subsidiary could negatively impact the share price. In this regard, he was going to distribute shares of A-Bio. When he got them, he would distribute them to shareholders who would vote to create a branch. When the CEO's family heard this, they were in complete shock. However, other shareholders enthusiastically supported the idea and began to applaud loudly. Meanwhile, his colleagues realized that River wanted to preserve the value of the shares and distribute shares of the emerging subsidiary to those who voted for his proposal. Parker noted that Dr. River had wiped everyone's nose with this branch. He was going to manage it himself, which meant that the value of the shares of this branch would only grow. He noted that no shareholder would be against the creation of such a branch, unless he was an idiot. Meanwhile, Damien was trying to figure out who was behind this River, as he was sure that someone was helping him. George thought to himself that all this time they thought River was bluffing, but it wasn't a bluff. But he still didn't understand where the guy got so much money from. At that moment, they heard the voice of a man who said that it was he who had helped him. It turned out that Director Kim provided him with the financial resources necessary to create a branch. And most importantly, the SG company bought from the doctor a new medicine that he himself created for $20 million. When Damien heard about this, he asked what kind of medicine it was. Kim replied that it was a flu medicine that River had developed on his own. They had analyzed it and found it to be very effective. As it turns out, thanks to Kim, River was able to sell his own flu medicine to SG. The proceeds served as the initial investment for the creation of A-Bio, and in the end, what George least wanted happened. In 2 days, River could get $20 million. George thought to himself that if the shareholders now refused to allow the doctor to create a branch, then the main company SG would not miss its chance and would immediately try to lure him to itself. And if the doctor decides to leave them, Agen's stock will plummet, perhaps beyond recovery. Now he wondered if Agen didn't acknowledge A-Bio as his subsidiary. People would laugh at their top management. That Dr. River had handed everything to them on a silver platter and they just couldn't eat it. So, no matter what River demands, they will have to comply with his demands and, in addition, approve the opening of the branch. Soon after, the protagonist met Peter again, who said that he had changed a lot lately. He noted that River first demanded that he be given the patent rights, and then announced his desire to create a branch. He asked since when his quiet friend became so charismatic. Peter remembered that he had been an excellent student since childhood, but had never been so cheerful. In response, the hero said that he cannot retreat constantly, and it seems to him that he is the same as always. Peter noted that he was as stubborn as before, but had become more cunning and wiser. When the hero heard this, a slight look of surprise appeared on his face. Peter then went on to say that his fight with Agen's top management led him to believe that River was a psychopath with a genius-level intellect. He added that he is worried about him because he is his friend. However, the hero doubted that he looked like a psychopath, but this was told to him by the person who knows him best. Then he asked Peter for an honest answer about whether he had changed. Then the guy said that the River he knew before was more like a shy loser. He was a risk-taker at times, so he would occasionally do crazy things, but recently, his level of crazy had increased dramatically. He asked River if he felt like he was having a hard time dealing with his emotions lately. After their meeting ended, the hero walked down the street and wondered if he had really changed that much. He noted that at the last seminar, Sarah had told him the same thing, but he had not expected it to come from a friend he had been friends with for over 20 years. He thought again that maybe it was because of Rosalind. Afterwards, he sat down on the steps and noted that while developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease, Rosalind's level had increased to 4. His synchronization level with Rosalind is currently at 11%. Rosalind showed him that she had no emotions. She said such strange things as synthesizing rhinoviruses and creating a root from them, but River could not be sure that Rosalind had absolutely no effect on him. Even now, his genes are synchronizing with Rosalind. The old him would hardly have been able to believe such things. Now the protagonist doubted that he was really okay. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city of Ajong, specifically to the Damadan quarter. As it turned out, the main character called his mother and said that he would be free for the weekend, and therefore he would be able to come. Her friends noted that the woman was very happy that her son was coming, since he had achieved success, and the whole neighborhood would be greeting him. Then Olivia, River's mother, said that she had not seen her son for a long time. After that, her friends started asking if he had a girlfriend and suggesting their relatives as candidates. After this, the story moves to Saturday, to Seoul Station. The protagonist arrived there because he decided that he needed a break and a trip to his homeland would help him. He noted to himself that he had prepared a research environment, given hope to many, and also created the drugs he wanted to create, which meant that his business was going well. But just in case, he decided not to use the synchronization module for a while, until he observed that it had no side effects. So now he decided to try to focus on the remaining unfinished business. At that moment, he approached the red-haired girl and noted that there was something strange about her face, but she replied that she had so much work that she didn't even have time to die. He then said that he had a patent that was filed through a patent law firm that handled all of the affairs of the research institute at Agen. The company had a fairly high rate, and he wanted to transfer the legal ownership to Abio, which he was going to create. Then the girl looked at him and asked what the patent was for. River replied with a smile that he had been issued a probiotic and would be using it at the branch, so the girl would need to prepare the documentation. He said that top management does not yet know about his intentions, but then he will tell them when he comes to an agreement, and they will begin the re-registration. Then the girl asked him if he really wanted to receive this patent in exchange for the shares of the branch, which he would give to the main company. However, the hero replied that this was absolutely true, but he was going to get something else. Soon after he had sorted out the paperwork, he set off for the train. The hero noted to himself that he had paid off all his debts, not only his own, but his parents as well. River never expected to achieve such success. Of course, he wasn't going to spend money left and right, but while he was paying off his parents' debts, he decided to look for a new apartment for them. However, at this point he decided that he was going to spend his time wisely and read the research paper. He decided to take a break from using the sync module for a while and see how it felt. The boy understood that he could not always rely only on Rosalind. However, at that moment the system asked him why he had not pressed the button, which shocked him. At that moment, the main character opened his eyes wide and seemed to see light at the end of a distant tunnel. He didn't understand why this happened, since he didn't turn on the synchronization module, but Rosalind still sent him a message. And then she informed him that Rosalind's level had currently reached level 4. When River concentrates, the frontal lobe of his brain begins to activate, and Rosalind's cells, which are located in that part, begin to activate as well. When he had enough power, he always used the synchronization module, but this time he did something different, and Rosalind was curious about the reason. Then the hero replied that there was no reason, he just thought that he had been using the synchronization module too often lately, so he decided to hold off for a bit. However, Rosalind replied that the synchronization module could always be used. The more often he used it, the faster he would be able to increase his level of development and the better quality information he would be able to receive. She also said that receptor activity was detected in his brain, adding that this activity is found in people when they feel fear. Ever since she started talking to River, he had started to feel fear, and it seemed like she now understood what was going on. She was afraid that if the module's development level increased, she would influence his thoughts. The hero confirmed her guess and said that he really didn't want her to interfere with his thoughts. If the synchronization level increased, then perhaps she would be able to do it. Then the system responded that this was indeed possible, which horrified the protagonist. When he noticed that his scream had attracted the attention of those around him, he decided that he could not control his emotions and decided to retire to another place. Then Rosalind suggested that he put his body on display as a huge joint stock company. She said that she had a tiny amount of shares in him, which meant that she had the right to influence his thoughts and actions. However, the hero did not understand why Rosalind was telling him about this only now. When she asked why he was angry, the hero replied that he did not want her to interfere with his thoughts. However, Rosalind said that human thoughts are already subject to interference. The 5 senses they experience are constantly creating new electrical signals in their brains, and the signals she creates are no different from them. However, River understood this, but the thoughts she created were different from those that formed in his head, and he said that she had no feelings, and that was what made her different from people, and he didn't want to lose his humanity. However, Rosalind did not understand what humanity was, and River said that it was a human trait to be able to understand the feelings of other people. In response, the system said that it knew human psychology better than anyone. She can tell what the main character is feeling now. He feels fear. Moreover, she could measure the activity of receptors in his brain and determine the level of fear. However, the hero said that this is not what he meant. He thought to himself that Rosalind was not dangerous for now, but how she would change in the future was unclear. He hoped that he would not have to fight her for the rights of his own thoughts, because in that case the probability of victory was 0. After this, he grabbed his head and began to curse these unforeseen circumstances. Rosalind then noted that his fear level had increased, but said he had no reason to worry. She said that she could not exist outside his body, so she would do everything to keep him calm and help his activities. Then the hero noted that Rosalind speaks beautifully, but this is not the meaning of her existence. This simply cannot be the goal of her entire life. However, he then noted that, apparently, this phrase is not suitable for Rosalind, who is an artificial cell. Then the system responded that he was right, it was also a living being, which meant that it also had a meaning for its existence, but it could not understand this point on its own. After that, she asked River why he created her, and then the hero felt fear for the first time because of Rosalind. He knew he had created her by accident, but Rosalind believed that someday he would be able to answer that question. At this point, the system reported that Rosalind had acquired an ego, and now the hero could communicate with her at any time. But when requesting information about the research, he would need to spend additional energy. The hero also noted that the window's appearance had changed. He couldn't believe that she actually did it. He noted that Rosalind seemed to be getting more and more dangerous. Meanwhile, the story moves to George's office. Ian asked him what would happen if the A-Bio branch was built, to which the man replied that in that case it would be more difficult for him to inherit the company. When the guy heard this, he screamed, saying that they had originally planned to create a branch in his name and then quickly develop it to further merge with Eigen so that he could inherit the main company. He asked George if he really wanted to leave things like this so that River could take over the branch and then the entire company. However, at that moment, the man slapped his hand on the chair, which made Ian shut up. He said he had tried to get River to join his side, but they had failed, and now it was too late. He would never go over to them. At this point, Ian sat down in his chair and asked him what they should do now. He said that George was behind the Saliner incident, and if Dr. River took control, he would be in danger, and Ian along with him. He then went on to say that there were some deals that George had made that were even dirtier than this one. He said that River would make a fuss about a deal that involved him, Ian's father, and the director of the research institute. However, at that moment George shouted that he knew about it, but asked him if he understood the consequences that Eigen would receive if River left, how he thought the shareholders would behave. Then Ian slammed his fist on the chair and said that this was their last chance, and in a little while, they wouldn't even get that chance. He said that after the branch was created, River would really have power because power does not come from recognition, but from money. He said, "Let the goose lay golden eggs, but if that goose is going to betray its master, it must be dealt with." George agreed with his proposal and said that they really needed to kill the goose. Meanwhile, the story moves to the evening in the city center. Sandra said goodbye to her friend with whom she spent time. She noted that they had a blast, and apparently she had gotten rid of the stress she had experienced while preparing for the clinical trials. Her throat even hurt a little. So she stopped the first taxi she came across so that it could take her home. She leaned over to tell the driver where she needed to go. However, she saw that an old woman was already sitting in the passenger seat, so she apologized and said that she thought the taxi was empty. However, the driver said that the taxi was indeed empty and that his wife was in the front seat. He said that she suffered from dementia, so he could not leave her alone at home, but he needed to earn money for medicine and doctor's visits. However, he said that if the girl was uncomfortable, she could choose another taxi. However, Sandra smiled and said that it was no big deal and that she would go anyway. After they got into the car, the driver drove to the desired location and along the way talked about his wife and the rivers they were passing through. He then said that before he left, he had forgotten to hang up the bedding and asked his wife to do it while he washed the dishes. However, the woman flatly refused to do this, and she didn't want to wash the dishes either. Soon after, Sandra arrived at the right place and asked to be dropped off. Then she walked up to the driver and gently knocked on his window. After that, she handed him an envelope and said that she was a scientist from the Eigen company. Their company is currently developing a cure for Alzheimer's disease, and they are now preparing to conduct clinical trials. However, the driver did not understand what Alzheimer's disease was. Then the girl explained that this was one of the diseases that causes dementia. Unfortunately, she could not guarantee that his wife would be cured completely, but if the man still decided, he could call her. Then suddenly the man found out that this was the company that employed the genius who had been on the news that day, and Sandra confirmed that it was indeed their doctor. Then the man said that he was ready to do anything so that his wife could recover. Sandra smiled and said that Dr. River had succeeded in developing a cure for glaucoma when everyone thought it was impossible, so she was sure that he would definitely develop a cure this time. The man then thanked her for giving him a good try and said that if his wife recovered, he wanted to go on a date with her to the river, like in his youth. Meanwhile, the main character arrived at his home and noted that everything was the same here. He noted to himself that no matter what, it could be good anywhere, but home was always better. He then noticed the garbage bags and noted that perhaps his friend was moving. He looked into the windows of the closed store and noted that his uncle, apparently, had gone broke. He remembered that every time River came here, the first thing he did was go out to greet him. So now the main character hoped that everything was okay with this person. However, then I heard the sound of a car and wondered to myself who was driving at such a speed on such a narrow road. Then he looked up and saw an incredibly scary picture. He realized that the car was rushing straight towards him at great speed. The main character didn't have time to react, so the car hit him. The impact sent him flying straight into the trash cans, leaving a trail of his blood on the ground. River lost consciousness, and drops of blood ran down his face. At that moment, the man got out of the truck and, after making sure that everything was done, climbed back into the car and told him to press the pedal. However, suddenly his accomplice noticed something strange and asked him to look. As the men looked ahead, they saw that despite his severe injuries, River had begun to rise to his feet. In just a few seconds he was back on his feet, which horrified the men, who couldn't understand how he had managed it. At that moment, the system informed him that it had overexpressed dopamine and endorphins, and then the hero smiled again and asked the men who had sent them here. Then suddenly he woke up in a different place and started coughing violently. He looked at his hands, not understanding what had happened, since the last thing he remembered was the truck hitting him. Rosalind then informed him that he was in the process of recovery and recommended that he rest. Quite quickly, River realized that he was in his parents' house, but he didn't understand how he ended up there. It seemed to him that they hadn't returned from work yet, but that was even for the best. He then touched his face and noted that he looked pretty good, and at that moment, the realization came to him that perhaps Rosalind had saved him. The system reported that this was indeed the case. It took complete control of his body for a certain period of time. Now the hero realized that Rosalind could control the body and thus benefit him, because she had just saved his life. He then said that after the accident he didn't remember anything, and then he found himself at his parents' house. He didn't understand why such a big truck was driving on such a small street. At this point, Rosalind responded that it was a deliberate crime. However, the hero did not understand who could have attempted to attack him, but the answer quickly came to his mind. Rosaline confirmed his suspicions and said that these people were indeed sent by George. She found out this with the help of light torture with a risk to health, and they gave everything away at the root. But at that moment, River thought that this man really was a bastard. He expected that there would be some action on their part, since their plan to inherit the company might now be in question, but he didn't expect them to resort to this. Then Rosalind said that there was a man who stood between George and the performers. He had directly received the order from George and hired these performers. This man's name was Elijah. Meanwhile, George sat next to the red-haired man and said that they were out of time, so there was no other way out. Now was the only period of time when they could eliminate River. If they hesitated now or let him open a branch, he would grow to an unattainable level, and then they would be powerless. Then Elijah asked him if they would be suspected. In response, George said that people don't know that there is a conflict between River and the company. For them, Agent is a company that is so loyal even to its employees that it even gave them shares as a gift, so no one would think that the company decided to strangle the goose that lays golden eggs. People will protest. The government will ask why it could not protect such a gifted man. The media will publish numerous articles demanding that the guilty parties be immediately found and punished, and they will only be able to watch the events unfold. In the end, they are their executors, and they will stand between the people, and that will be the end of it. He said that people are stupid creatures. They are easy to manipulate, and all they had to do was come up with a plan of action depending on the behavior of the people. For their safety, they needed to cut off their tail, and then he asked Elijah if he could use their executors. The man said that for good money, they would keep their mouths shut, and then asked if the tail would only include performers, or if he would be there too. At that moment, George smiled and said that this would definitely not happen, and then asked Elijah if he was really scared. At that moment, someone called him on the phone, and the man assumed that they were finished with River. However, what he saw on the screen shocked him. He said he received a message from a man calling himself River, telling Elijah to answer the call immediately. The man did as River asked, and with a frightened expression on his face, replied that it was indeed Elijah. After that, he asked River how he knew his number, to which the hero replied that he had already spoken to the people he had sent him. He had handed them over to the police, and they would soon come for him too. At this point, Elijah said he didn't understand what he was talking about, but River said he was calling him because he wanted to ask him something. He asked up to what point he was prepared to tell the police when the investigation began. But Elijah stood his ground and said he didn't know what to talk about. River said that if he continued to ramble, he would hang up. However, the guy advised him to tell the police who was behind him, starting with George and ending with everyone else. The man continued to stand his ground and pretend to be a fool, but he was not doing a good job of it. Then River suggested that he apparently had plenty of acquaintances who would help hush up this matter. He could force them to help him in exchange for a reward, or by pressuring them, but River didn't care about that. He said that he was confident that he could destroy absolutely all of it. He also said that it was worth skipping the point about revealing his identity, since they were already well aware of him. At this point, George was wondering how this guy had managed to get away. He knew it couldn't be left that way. Then River said that he imagined how they made their money, and said that he would make them answer for all the crimes they committed. Elijah alone could not do it, so he needed to tell the police whose orders he was following. He also said that up until that point, he felt a share of the blame for Eigen's top management, because he had always stubbornly demanded only his own from the company. But now it seemed to him that he could not worry about it. Now he could with a clear conscience bring the matter to an end and punish them. The thing is, now he realized what bastards they really were, so the hero promised that he would send them to hell, and if Elijah didn't want to die alone, then he should give up everyone to the last one. After this, the main character silently hung up the phone and moved on. Meanwhile, Elijah and George sat in silence, not understanding what was happening. Then George jumped up from his seat and asked how this had happened and why his men hadn't been able to eliminate some boy. He then turned around and told Elijah to handle the problem himself because the man said he shouldn't be part of the tale. However, George ordered him to get lost and said that he did not understand what he was talking about. He advised him not to blab about today's meeting, but the man was completely confused and did not understand at all what to do. However, George did not listen to his explanation, but simply walked out the door silently and left him at a loss. The next day, the news reported that the prosecutor's office had formally filed charges against George, the managing director of Agen's main company, who had recently been arrested on suspicion of organizing the murder of Dr. River. Prosecutors assumed that George ordered the doctor's murder in order to eliminate competitors in the management of the company and maintain his own power. At the moment, George categorically denies all accusations and claims that he never asked to kill anyone, including Dr. Rivera. He says that he saw the man who allegedly told him about the murder plans for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, mass strikes against George broke out across the country. People were screaming that their loved ones were dying and urgently needed a bone marrow transplant, and that Dr. River was their only hope. Among the protesters were patients with incurable diseases, to whom River gave hope for recovery. For them, attempting to kill River was like trying to kill everyone at once. At this moment, the main character's sister came to the ward. During River's stay in the hospital, many relatives and friends visited him. River looked up to look at his sister, but noticed that she had not come alone. Peter and Layla were with her. Peter said that he simply couldn't not come, because if the customer died, he would be left without work. He was also visited by colleagues from Research Institute No. 6. River discussed with them testing a new drug for Alzheimer's disease. At this point, Chelsea happily announced that he had more guests. The hero turned his head and saw a young couple with a child in their arms. It turned out it was Samantha, and their daughter was with her. They said they had heard about the accident, but River replied that he was fine now and was already recovering. Afterwards, he asked how their child was feeling, and Samantha gratefully said that her daughter had fully recovered thanks to him. Last week, after being discharged from the hospital, the three of them spent the night together for the first time, and Samantha spent a long time watching their daughter sleep. She said that she couldn't stop looking at her because the girl was incredibly beautiful. Then, with a smile, Samantha told River that he had saved their family. The hero asked what they decided to name their daughter, and Samantha replied that they chose the name Emma, wanting to raise her to be an honest and good person like Dr. River, and for her to see only the beautiful things in life. When River realized that the girl was named after him, he even blushed, but said that it was a very beautiful name. And then Soy said that they saw the news and couldn't believe that there were people who could hate River so much. However, he added that the doctor should know that there are many more people in the world who love him and believe in him because he saves lives, and if it were not for him, they would not be here now. After this, the guests thanked the doctor again, and Emma extended her hand to River. In response, he carefully extended his finger, and the girl took it. Samantha then said that they would try to raise their daughter to be a person who would help those in need, just like River had once helped them. Soon after, the main character was discharged from the hospital, and Peter was already waiting for him at the exit. There was a group of people in suits standing behind Peter, and he said that they were the same guards he had spoken of earlier. One of them introduced himself as Chance and said that he was the leader of the group, and from today, they were responsible for River's safety. The protagonist shook his hand and said that he was very glad to meet them, after which they all got into the car. They drove forward along the busy road while River went about his business. Thanks to Rosalind, he noticed that all the indicators had improved and his body control had become even better. However, the hero decided not to resist anymore because saving lives was now the most important thing. Then Peter suggested talking business and told them that there was an empty building next to the Research Institute that was up for sale. It's worth $14 million, but given the social resonance, the owner seems to be planning to give it to them for free. The main character said that it would be better to buy the building honestly, and then noticed strange sounds from the street. He heard a noise and saw a crowd of people holding a rally. Peter explained that there were 13,000 people protesting against George. Among them were patients waiting for River's cure and their angry relatives. For them, River is hope, and they believe that Agen's management tried to kill not only him, but all of them. Peter thought that this turn of events would send George to prison for a long time. In short, the end for him. The hero thought that he had expected this outcome, but he didn't think that it would go so far. It seemed to him that the country was sick not only physically, but also morally, and he could not understand how it had allowed an attempt on the doctor's life if it was considered healthy. Meanwhile, the action moved to a house in a residential area near the university. The main character's sister arrived there and, looking at the building, was shocked at how successful her brother was. She walked through the door and called River to follow her. Stopping in front of the door to his apartment, she said she wanted to enjoy his success as long as possible. When she entered the room, she said that she loved her madly. The girl began testing the furniture and noted that everything in the apartment was simply incredible. At that moment, another guy came in and said that their dorm was outdated, and the girl didn't like her roommate, who had always dreamed of having her own room and was now just jumping for joy. Hearing this, River offered to finance the university to build a new dormitory since he also studied there. Then River asked the guy if it was true that he was dating his sister, but the guy blushed and said that he actually came to River because he was a fan of his and also studied at the biology department. Recently, many students at the university want to choose as their scientific supervisor a professor who was once River's supervisor in graduate school. Then the hero remembered Professor Donald and asked if he was still teaching. The guy replied that thanks to River, the professor became a real celebrity. The guy planned to complete his postgraduate studies under the supervision of Professor Donald and then get a job with River at the branch. He then asked if a cure for Alzheimer's was really coming out soon, but River replied that it was classified information for now. Then the guy said that he had invested his $5,000 in agent stock, and because of George, it had fallen a lot, but he hoped that in the future, the stock would rise. River smiled and said that he had another shareholders meeting soon, and the guy could go there to exchange his agent shares for a bio shares. He added that these shares are worth nothing for now, but soon the guy will be able to earn himself a one-room apartment with them. At this point, Rivera's sister overheard their conversation and asked what was going on and why her boyfriend was happier than she was. She began to interrogate him about what they were talking about while the protagonist turned towards the exit. Soon after, River came to Damien and said that the cure for Alzheimer's disease was almost ready. The lab had conducted an analysis, the result was positive, and he had already sent the research paper to the journal Science yesterday. In response, Damien closed his eyes and condescendingly congratulated him on his success. River then added that the Stem Cell Research Department and Clinical Trial Center are currently recruiting volunteers, and he thinks the clinical trials will also show good results. Damien noted that River seemed very busy and asked how the branch opening was going. The guy replied that he would like to transfer the rights to the results of stem cell research that Eigen has to his subsidiary, as well as the rights to the results of research on the treatment of glaucoma. He was informed that the Building Housing Research Institute No. 1 was up for sale and, if possible, he would like to locate the office of his branch there. The problem was, however, that the building was worth $14 million and he wanted Damien to reconsider the price. The man closed his eyes and asked what price he would be happy with, to which River replied that when the building was purchased for the institute, it was purchased for $9 million and he was offering $10 million. In response, the man said that he would give the appropriate instructions to Director Kim, and River thanked him, but added that there was something else he would like to receive from Agent. He said he would like to be able to use all of the company's equipment. At this point, Damien was furious. He couldn't understand how this guy had the audacity to cut out the heart of their company. He couldn't accept the fact that he would have to share the research system that his father had spent 60 years creating. However, the man closed his eyes and agreed, and then River agreed with him to transfer the patent for the development of a new dietary supplement using probiotics, which is now being developed by the development department at ABIO. At the same time, he revealed that this dietary supplement is a cure for type 2 diabetes. He also received the rights to develop a liver cancer drug called Celicure, which was acquired by Agent 6 months ago. River said that he did not expect Damien to accept all of his demands and thanked him, to which the man replied that he did so in the hopes of receiving more shares in the branch in the future, and then asked how he planned to distribute them. The hero proposed to exchange the shares of Agen and ABIO in the amount of 10% in a ratio of 1:1. He explained that this would transfer 10% of Agen's shares to ABIO and vice versa. At that moment, Damien jumped up and said that the market valued Agen at $200 billion, and River wanted to swap Agen and ABIO shares equally. River then responded that the government had promised to provide $300 million in subsidies free of charge as part of a program to support small and medium-sized businesses. The exchange of shares can be carried out later, but now he only offers to conclude an agreement confirming the exchange of shares of the companies. If Damien changes his mind about the discrepancy in the value of the shares, the contract can be terminated. River offered to wait a year for his subsidiary to become a giant, and he was confident that no shareholder would blame Damien for a one-for-one exchange. The man thought to himself that River already had 4% of Agen shares, and if the subsidiary took another 10%, it would actually be 14%. This share is the same as their entire family put together, but if the branch really grows, it will be difficult to maintain power because it is currently weakening. After the incident with George, the whole country was watching Eigen, and if Damien refused to exchange shares, the fury of the shareholders would fall on his family, and they would not be able to stand it. Damien realized that he was wrong. If he refused the exchange, he would not be able to hold on to his post. But if he agrees, he will only have a year to consolidate his position because power is slipping away. He then asked River if he wanted to be personally involved in running Agen. In response, the hero said that he was not trained as a manager and had no experience, so he was not sure that he could manage such a gigantic company. But if he ever considers it necessary, he will participate, and then Damien asked what exactly he meant by that. River said he had a huge falling out with Hank when he was director of a research institute, and learned that he was involved in a case of buying a liver cancer drug for the purpose of destroying it. Then he realized that the company was rotting from the inside, Eigen, where brilliant minds from all over the world are concentrated. Therefore, River believed that these geniuses had a huge social responsibility to seek answers to unknown questions and bring the future closer. But they wanted to destroy the new drug simply because it wasn't developed by Agen, and the reason didn't matter. River considered it a betrayal of scientific endeavor. If the current top management runs the company this way and no one sees a mistake in it, they will be happy to participate in management to correct the situation. Damien said he was ashamed of River. Both as a businessman and as a scientist, he turned out to be worse than he could have imagined. He then added that a one-for-one share swap would now be difficult. But if he does it in a year, there will be no problems, and he will be able to convince the shareholders. If River completes the Alzheimer's cure, the subsidiary will quickly gain global fame, and the stock swap will make them equal partners in Agen. Damien said that he would try to trust him as a scientist and the one who would lead them into the future, and he would not regret even if the management of this company passed into his hands in a year. He admitted that he was getting old and felt it was time to retire, and if in the future everything remained the same as it is now, then handing over the management of Eigen to the younger generation would be a good decision. However, the protagonist was sure that the man was lying, that he probably realized that he was losing control and decided to let down his guard. At that moment, he wondered when he had become so suspicious. He felt as if his cruelty was growing with each passing day. George almost got him killed, but he just negotiated with CEO Damien as if nothing happened. Then he thought that, apparently, Rosaline was to blame for everything. Soon after, the protagonist returned to his colleagues from the Life Creation Department. He officially stated that A-Bio will be opened soon. All the additional demands he made will be met. His colleagues were delighted with what he had achieved and said that only he could have done it. He also said that he would take them to his branch, since without their help he would not even be able to plan its opening. Then Chelsea immediately asked if he would raise their wages. In response, the hero said that he would think about this moment. However, he added that he would definitely give them stock options, although there would be few of them, but in this way he wanted to somehow thank them for their efforts. Parker noted that after River became director, he became more generous, and Chelsea also felt that if she worked with him, she could earn money for an apartment. Then the hero smiled and said that he hoped so too, and he believed that it would be so. After he entered his laboratory, he felt as if he had returned from a long journey. He hadn't been in this lab for a long time. A lot had happened during this time, but it seemed like he was starting to get used to it and could now fully immerse himself in the research. He believed that he was not making a mistake, so he did not doubt himself. The moment he took Emma in his arms, he realized a lot of things. What he had previously dreamed of was no longer worth anything. The change in his character and Rosaline's intrusion into his thoughts were nothing compared to human life. He could never forget the pain of losing his little sister, and he was currently in the process of realizing his dream, a little slowly, but quickly. Now he wanted Rosalind to become stronger because now he was not afraid of anything. After that, he asked her to turn on the synchronization module. He decided to study pancreatic cancer and asked Rosalind if she could do it. The system said that patients with such a disease make up 2% of the total number of cancer patients. This is an insignificant figure, but achieving a complete cure for pancreatic cancer is the most difficult when compared to other cancers. Once this complex and curable disease can be overcome, it will have a huge impact on the field of anti-cancer drugs. Coated bonavirus can damage pancreatic cancer. Rosalind explained that it was a virus that causes infectious pancreatic necrosis in salmonids, which destroys the pancreas and causes death. It has no effect on mammalian organisms, but by manipulating several receptors on the surface of the virus, it can infect only human pancreatic cancer cells. The infected cells will begin to undergo a process of necrosis, and the cancer cells will simply disappear one by one. This virus kills pancreatic cells, so it can also destroy the tumor that has arisen there. At this point, River realized he had a lot of questions, and he asked if he really should just inject the virus intravenously first. Then Rosalind said that she would now explain everything in order, and River realized that this was a high degree of difficulty. There were reasons why medicine still couldn't cure pancreatic cancer. They needed a creative way to cure cancer patients with the help of a pathogen in fish. Most cancer researchers probably haven't even heard of this bonavirus. It's a method that has brought countless doctors and scientists to their knees, and right now, the hero didn't have the energy to do the analysis. He realized that this was a rather convoluted way, but it turned out that the solution was right under his nose, so he immediately picked up the phone and called the Research Support Center. He introduced himself as River from the Life Creation Department. At that moment, he heard a strange sound on the other end of the line, and then he was asked how they could help. Then the hero said that he needed a virus that causes infection of the pancreas in the salmon family. However, he was told that they did not have such viruses in their laboratory, and so on. The hero asked how long it would take to acquire this virus. He was told that according to the data, it would take about a month, after which the hero asked to order it as a DNA vector. He thought to himself that this was the first weapon that ABio could bring to the anti-cancer drug market. They were to become pioneers in all areas of pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, the story takes us to the building where ABio's main office will be located, but Peter noted that it was too small, since he thought that the hero would buy a large building with an area of at least 6,500 square meters. But the hero said that when there are more employees, then they will move to a larger building. But for now, considering that Eigen will be in charge of production, only research will be carried out here, and this building will be enough. Peter then asked how many employees he had, and the hero replied that, including himself, there were 8. He said that the entire previous staff of the Life Creation Department would be here, as well as Tsoi and Sally from the Dietary Supplement Creation Department. After that, he asked Peter if he would like to work for him as a lawyer in the future. When they create a legal department, he would like the guy to run it. Peter agreed, but asked not to burden him with too much work, since they were friends. He then asked him if he wanted to advertise for employees, since 10 people, in his opinion, was not enough for the company to function. However, Peter said that he was expecting an advertisement in Science magazine and that some people had already responded. It seemed that his branch would employ Nobel Prize-winning carpenter and Professor Von Chan from MIT Medical University. People on the internet began to speculate that this branch was recruiting a team of stars from all over the world. Meanwhile, Nicholas noted that these guys were incredible guys, and he was very envious of those who responded to the vacancy. He would also like to work at the Rivera branch if it weren't for his position as technical director at Agen. Initially, he considered this guy just a smart young man, but now he has reached unimaginable heights. He has achieved success in the creation of stem cells and their retrodifferentiation. A new Alzheimer's drug could be administered to a patient for the first time as early as next Monday. Meanwhile, the story moves to a cafe where the main character and his friend went. The hero then said that once they had completed all the organizational details, he was going to start joint research with several small and medium-sized businesses, namely Telegenar, Cell Bio, and Reaction Chemistry. There was also another startup there, founded by a senior classmate from the university's bioinformatics department. Then Peter asked what bioinformatics was, and at that moment, an elderly woman walked behind them. She seemed to be lost and didn't know where to go. Then the hero passed his drink to his friend, asked him to wait a little, and went up to the grandmother and asked who she was looking for. Meanwhile, he noted that the woman was suffering from stage 6 Alzheimer's disease and was apparently a patient undergoing clinical trials. However, he knew that clinical trials were taking place at Sonyu Hospital, and so he did not understand what this woman was doing in ABio's office. He then asked who had brought her and what her name was, but the woman did not answer, and River realized that someone had left the patient unattended. At that moment, a man approached them, as well as Sally, who called the woman her grandmother. She then noticed River, immediately bowed to him and introduced herself, saying that her name was Sally and that she worked in the stem cell department at Agen. Then he asked her if she had really brought her grandmother here. Sally explained that she really wanted to ask River one question, and her husband thanked the doctor and said that he had heard a lot about him. Then the hero asked Sally what exactly she wanted to know. Her husband responded by saying that he understood that it was a bit tactless on their part, but he was asking the doctor to help them. After that, they went to the main character's office, located in the branch building. As it turns out, this old lady was originally included in the list of patients undergoing clinical trials, but was later excluded. Sally explained that they were told that this was what happened, and that their grandmother was sent back, with the explanation that she had hypertension, which meant she could not participate in the trials. River then explained that the clinical trial is conducted by injecting stem cells into a patient's vein, which then travels through the bloodstream to the brain, and so patients with hypertension could indeed be excluded. He then asked what his grandmother's blood pressure was, and it turned out to be 150/95. River was surprised, because these numbers were not high enough to exclude her from the test. Peter then suggested that perhaps they just wanted to conduct the trial on healthier patients. River acknowledged that this was possible. Since the goal of the first clinical trial was to confirm the absence of side effects, and hypertensive patients were indeed considered an undesirable category, but he did not understand why they excluded a patient who had already been selected. At that moment, her husband spoke up and said that they were already old people and did not have much time. The hospital said his wife had difficulty swallowing, a symptom of advanced Alzheimer's disease where food can block the airway, creating serious risks. Recently, the wife has been experiencing frequent numbness in her body, which causes her to not move for long periods of time, and they were told that this could lead to the formation of bed sores. Doctors also said that it might not be Alzheimer's disease itself that could kill her, but the accompanying complications. Her husband added that he works alone and it is becoming increasingly difficult for him. It is no longer a matter of desire, but of physical capabilities. They have children, but they are raising their own children, living abroad and do not want to become a burden to their parents. After this, the hero placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and turned to Sally, asking if he could talk to her alone. When they left the office, he asked who was currently undergoing the clinical trial instead of this grandmother. The girl said that they were only given patient numbers and that personal information was confidential, but she heard something from a friend who worked at the hospital who said that this patient was from the VIP department. After this, the hero asked who exactly this patient was. At this moment, Sally was confused and did not know what to answer. She said that as far as she knew, it was Deputy Sam's mother. As soon as the hero heard this name, rage appeared on his face. After that, he went to the hospital with Peter and told him that the deputy had included his mother in the group undergoing the clinical trial, replacing the grandmother. It turned out that a politician interfered with a clinical trial, and a hospital is an institution that has no right to allow such a thing. River believed that a clinical trial was not a treatment process, but a part of scientific research, and that patient selection should be very strict and tailored to specific conditions. Now Peter understood why his friend had been so angry all this time. If candidates are changed at their own discretion, it will be impossible to understand what exactly the possible error is. This is called data falsification. Peter then said that he believed River should not only conduct research, but also oversee clinical trials because Sam was not driven by love for his mother. Most likely, it's about the presidential elections. If he becomes friends with River and appears with him in public, it could play into his hands. However, River didn't understand how he could use his own mother to establish contact with the doctor, and he still wasn't going to give in to it. Meanwhile, at the hospital, he went to meet with the head doctor, who said that thanks to the help of the deputy, everything was going well for them. He then also noted that the success of Dr. Rivera's clinical trial would bring great benefits to the hospital. After the success of the glaucoma drug trial, investment poured into their institution. The hospital became #1 in the country for patients with eye diseases, and then Sam said that they should increase government funding. Hearing this, the head physician began to thank the deputy, but at that moment, someone called him. Meanwhile, he thought that everything was going swimmingly. All that was left was to successfully complete the trials of a drug for Alzheimer's disease. At that moment, someone entered his office, despite his request not to disturb him. When he looked up, he saw Dr. Rivera standing in front of him. The man was extremely surprised and asked why the doctor had come here. In response, River, with an unreadable expression on his face, said that he had come to talk to him. He said he learned that the list of candidates for clinical trials had been changed. In response, the head physician played the fool and said that he did not know that the candidate who had dropped out was an important patient for him, apologizing for the mistake he had made. River said that all his patients were important, and he didn't understand what the doctor meant by that. He stressed that the chief physician must be aware that biased selection of volunteers for clinical trials is considered data falsification. However, the man tried to wriggle out of it by saying that if anyone asked, he would simply say that the deputy's mother was originally among the candidates. River suggested that the deputy's mother was very old, and people of that age were not initially accepted for clinical trials, but the chief physician said that this could easily be corrected. River replied that all changes should be made by him alone, after first discussing them with the doctor directly conducting the tests. The head doctor retorted that it was impossible to follow all the rules and that few people actually followed them now. River said that in that case they shouldn't be testing at all. If they are unable to follow the rules and do not have the necessary competence, he does not intend to cooperate with them. He ordered an immediate halt to the clinical trials and said he would notify the Food and Drug Administration and the Clinical Trials Review Committee. The doctor threatened that River would regret such a decision and asked how he was going to work. Having enemies in politics, he did not understand why River did not want to shake the hand of the deputy, who was the first to extend a helping hand to him. In response, the main character wished the doctor to hold his hand tightly and headed towards the exit. At this point, the head physician had no other choice but to call the deputy into the office. Sam walked in and admitted that he had overheard the conversation, asking River why he didn't like him, since he had tried to be friends but it hadn't worked out. River replied that he was not against a personal relationship, but if it was about him participating in a political campaign, then Sam had better not count on it. Sam asked why River was so keen to stay out of politics. The hero said that if an influential politician like Sam stood behind him, the tests would go easier and the permits would be issued faster. Sam admitted that this was true and offered to help bypass the standards. But River replied that this was precisely why he refused. All clinical trials must be carried out under strict control and in full compliance with the rules. Then Sam understood River's position and admitted his mistake, deciding to put everything back in its place. Hearing the hint of reconciliation, the chief physician was delighted and said that clinical trials would continue with the previous candidate. But River said the trials would continue at another facility and thanked the doctor for his cooperation. The deputy and the chief physician were shocked. They tried to stop River, but he silently left the office. After that, he called Sandra, who said that she could only fill out a form for her grandfather, and a few days later, River came to her in person. He said his wife was included in the list of candidates, then suddenly excluded, but Sandra herself was not to blame for anything. The hero said that he understood her and asked her to calm down. He asked Sandra to give him the old people's address because he wanted to meet them. Soon he arrived at the home of the taxi driver and his wife and informed them that his wife would soon be invited back for testing. He said there was no need to thank him. His wife had been officially chosen as a candidate, and he had simply returned her to her rightful place. He also said that the hospital where the tests will take place has changed and that she will be sent there soon, so he offered to help and hire a nurse during the ordeal. The man replied that he had thought about it, but a nurse was expensive and he could not pay. Then the hero said that he would like to help, but he cannot have a financial relationship with the candidate. The man tried to justify himself by saying that this was not what he had in mind, since River was already helping by developing a cure. In response, River assured her that his wife would definitely recover, made a promise, and the man thanked him. After this, the hero headed towards the exit. Peter was already waiting for him there, and by this time he had become hungry and asked him to hurry. River got into the car, but at the last moment he remembered something. He turned around, walked back in and asked Peter to wait a minute, then put something in the old people's mailbox. He then got back into the car, but did not tell his friend what he had done. The story moves forward a month to the neuropsychiatric treatment department, where doctors noted that the hospital has become much quieter. A month ago there was a stir here due to clinical trials, but now they can work calmly. Professor Jessica, who was in charge of the tests, asked River if it was difficult for him to come every week, to which he replied that he couldn't do otherwise. Jessica took him to the patients, telling him that it took time for the retro-differentiated nerve cells to settle into the brain. They entered the room, and the hero immediately activated Rosalind's device to scan the patients. He noted that most patients have not yet experienced any effect from the treatment. However, I decided that I just needed to wait. At that moment, an old taxi driver approached him, and River asked how he was doing. The man replied that everything was fine. After that, he took bananas out of the bag and asked the doctor to try them, saying that he bought them for his wife. However, as soon as the old woman saw the bananas, she immediately stretched out her hands and asked to give them to her. Then her husband came up and said that he would give her 2 bananas at once. At this point, River looked at the woman and suggested analyzing synaptogenesis. The hero suggested that perhaps she had formed new synapses, and if the neurons were connected, there should be at least some kind of reaction. At this point, the woman fell silent for a moment and then said one word, razor. The man didn't understand what she was talking about, but the woman said that she had already told him that passengers didn't like unkempt drivers, and she didn't understand why she had to remind him of this every time. At that moment, the man realized that his wife had just recognized him. When River realized this, he smiled and said that it was indeed so. The man immediately ran up to his wife, took her hands and said that he would bring the razor right away. His happiness knew no bounds, and he even cried with joy. Meanwhile, the hero noted that while the patient was still at a low level, her memory and facial recognition function were being restored. At that moment, Jessica came up to him from behind and said that it was simply an incredible result, and congratulated the hero on his victory. At this point, other people gathered around the door and witnessed the incredible recovery. Now the hero realized that this proved that the war against Alzheimer's disease would soon come to an end. In patients participating in the clinical trial, brain cells began to recover within a week of starting treatment, and patients who had previously had limited mobility were able to move independently. After 2 weeks, most patients had regained their cognitive and thinking abilities. Now they were given problems such as subtracting 7 from a certain number and doing this until they reached 0. The old lady who was being tested had some difficulty with this task at first, but soon she began to succeed. She wrote the correct numbers on a piece of paper. Jessica then noted that these were amazing results. Moreover, no side effects, such as brain cancer and so on, had yet been observed. On the contrary, the MRI images showed that the previously narrowed elements of the brain had enlarged significantly, and the narrowed hippocampus had returned to normal size. Soon after, the old woman was able to complete the task completely, which pleasantly surprised Jessica. Now she could make a preliminary conclusion about the progress of the clinical trials. After that, she called her friend and told her that it was impossible to say that the patients were completely cured, but their condition had definitely improved. The blonde could not believe her ears. However, Jessica thought to herself that it was still too early to talk about a full recovery. Her friend, a journalist, said that not only the scientific world, but the whole society will be in shock, because it can be assumed that a new cure for Alzheimer's disease will soon appear. Around 100 million people worldwide suffer from Alzheimer's, and the emergence of a new drug will not only help improve the standard and quality of life, it will also bring enormous economic and social benefits, and one could say that Dr. River deserves a Nobel Prize. After that, she asked how the doctor himself was doing, and Jessica said that he was currently expanding his business, simultaneously writing a research paper on Alzheimer's disease, and also preparing to test some new drug. This meant that he would soon be in contact with Science magazine, and Jessica was also excited, since thanks to the doctor her name would appear in this magazine. Meanwhile, Layla was terrified by the amount of work she had to do. She had patents on 122 drugs for 34 diseases, and she couldn't understand how all these new drugs could be so effective. She didn't understand how the doctor knew that these ingredients could be so effective for these conditions. Usually the chances of finding even one such ingredient are 1 in 1,000, if not less. At that moment, Peter entered her office and asked who she was talking to herself. When the girl hesitated and said that he had frightened her, she asked why he had come and whether Dr. River had given her any additional instructions. The girl said that she would really like to sleep 8 hours a day, but Peter noted that, despite the mountain of work, she still did not want to lose a client like River, and the girl could not deny it, because otherwise she would be left without work. Then Peter suggested that she go to work for them at their branch. He said that they pay a salary much higher than what she was earning now. At the time, Layla thought that it was a very tempting idea, but the work there would probably be even more difficult than it was now. Then Peter said that if she was worried about it, she should stop, because they were creating a legal department within the company, within which there would be several people responsible for filing patents. As soon as Layla heard this, she immediately jumped up from her seat and said that she would immediately go to them and ask where she could sign the lease agreement. However, Peter asked her not to rush. He said that most likely the first thing she would need to do was the probiotics case, because River had previously personally asked her to take care of this issue. Layla remembered this and said that this issue was in the process of being resolved and she was in talks with the legal department of the agent company. Then the guy said that for some time she would have to solve all the issues on her own, and it would only be possible to communicate with River via video call, since he would soon be going to the International Congress on Brain Diseases and planned to give a report on the test results there. The thing is that they managed to cover the capsule with a double layer. Meanwhile, the story moves to the second floor of the branch, namely to the conference room, where a joint meeting was held regarding probiotics, where Sonia reported that they managed to do everything as River asked. At that moment, she wondered who this man was. At first she thought he was just an ordinary man, but at some point his work began to be published in the journal Science, and he began to be interviewed. Within a few months he had become a celebrity, and was now the general manager of the branch. It seemed to her that only yesterday he was treating Brownie, and in gratitude she invited him to dinner. Now Sonia could not believe what was happening now. Then the hero told her that he had 2 more topics that he would like to explore together with the Celligainer company. The first was to develop a method for coating a drug for spleen cancer. He promised to provide the basic information, and based on their experience in this field and the equipment they had, he was confident that they could succeed. He also said that he would pay them compensation in full, and then Sonia said that she would be happy to pass this offer on to their director. And then the hero said that the second thing he would like to discuss is the development of a drug for early-stage liver cancer called Cellicure. When the girl heard the name, she was surprised, and River explained that they had transferred the development rights and patent to their subsidiary, and he planned to start with secondary clinical trials. He believed that such an advanced drug should not be forgotten and buried, and if their company was ready, they could begin collaborating from the development stage. When Sonia heard this, she firmly stated that they already agreed, since this was their first development in the company, and for them this medicine has special significance. At this moment, Zoe turned to the main character and said that they were also ready. After that, River asked him when they would start the main agenda. Thus, a meeting was organized on the topic of developing IMOC, a drug for type 2 diabetes, and the main agenda was to discuss the delivery of Chlorothanus limubitus to the intestinal tract when taking probiotics orally. To discuss this issue, world-famous scientist Dr. Felicita joined them at the meeting, and then they discussed the development of new probiotics that will play an important role both as a medicine and in dietary supplements. At the end of the meeting, they summed up the progress in developing a new method for coating the capsule. Then, while the hero was flying to America, his new work, which was devoted to the treatment of Alzheimer's disease, was published in the journal Science. Meanwhile, the story moves to Brown University in Rhode Island, USA, and specifically to the International Congress on Brain Diseases. After Rivera's work on treating Alzheimer's was published in the journal Science, about 3,000 people gathered to hear him lecture. Meanwhile, the main organizer of the event, Professor Becknock, noted that the event created a huge stir. People from Harvard Medical Center arrived there. Also present was the Alzheimer's disease research team from the Salk Institute for Biological Studies. Even employees from the GDFI Brain Cell Research Institute arrived there. The man could not believe that he was seeing all these people in one place, because this had never happened before. Meanwhile, the story moves forward to about 2 hours before the event begins. Chance called the protagonist and told him that an important guest was waiting for him. He said the man came from the White House and introduced himself as the director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy. The hero did not even think that on the very first day of his arrival in America, people from the White House would come to him. However, he decided to meet with him because the Office of Science and Technology Policy is the highest scientific and technological support body in the United States. The director of this bureau is the Secretary of the Presidential Administration for Scientific Research. In a word, he is a key figure in the implementation of the White House scientific and technical policy. After they met, the man said that they had little time, so they would get straight to business. James Holdren said they were going to give River U.S. citizenship and invite him to move in with them. When the hero heard this, he was surprised, but James added that the U.S. government was ready to provide him with unlimited support that he could not even imagine. He thought that in their country he would be able to realize his dream faster. Their country is a world leader in biology and medicine. They have advanced technology, and incredible minds. James also heard that River doesn't like politics and doesn't care about money. The only thing he cares about is the development of science and the elimination of diseases. Therefore, he suggested forgetting about patriotism for now and thinking with a cool head about what would be more beneficial for the future of humanity. Then the hero thanked him for the offer. He said that a scientist has citizenship, but science does not. Research ethics are important to him, and he is ready to do everything if it does not contradict it. At that moment, James smiled and said that he knew they would get along. After this, the guy asked to tell him how the U.S. was going to support him. James replied that first of all, they were offering his branch to move to the USA. They would provide him with a new office and annual funding of $3 billion. Moreover, the U.S. government will personally protect his organization from the drug cartel. He will no longer have to limit himself to the borders of one state. The U.S. can offer him more opportunities. Meanwhile, the story moves to the seminar room of the Society for Diseases of the Brain. River gave a talk on the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. About 2,500 people gathered to hear this historically important report in person. After this, question and answer time began. One of those present asked him if it was possible to apply stem cell technology to other diseases. River responded that he dared to suggest that it was possible. This method would be effective for patients with ischemic stroke and Parkinson's disease. After this, he saw a raised hand in the crowd and decided to give one man the opportunity to ask a question. Then he asked River what the future goal of his branch was. The hero said that he plans to regenerate the spinal cord. He wants to recreate bone marrow cells, cartilage, and other organs. The guy said that clinical trials will begin within a year. When he said this, shock was reflected on the faces of everyone present. River then added that he also plans to produce organoids to grow artificial organs. In the future, he intended to build a hospital that would be able to diagnose cancer in every patient who came to it. It would be a new generation hospital, different from the usual ones. Meanwhile, James sat in the car and thought about the doctor. He recalled that he had told him that moving the branch to America would be impossible because the main staff of their company were Korean scientists. He then decided that instead they could build the eBiocancer Research Institute in the States. They could collaborate with the National Cancer Center in America and do research together. It would be great if they supported the founding of this institute, and they themselves are currently developing a treatment for pancreatic cancer. When James heard this, shock appeared on his face. River asked him to help them team up with the American Cancer Center and gain access to their data, state-of-the-art sequencing equipment, and to work with their doctors and scientists, since cancer cells are the enemy of all mankind. Now James thought that these were strong words, and if Dr. River agreed to fight this war together, he would become a reliable ally. Meanwhile, the story moves to the company Abio. All the news was saying that Dr. Rivera's research will take modern medicine to a new level. Peter, who was watching the news, noted that although River was his friend, he was completely crazy. He went to America and turned the whole world upside down. Meanwhile, Howard said that Dr. Rivera's name is now the #1 search term on search engines. Another man said he never thought he would make such a promise in front of the whole world. After that, Peter came up to him and asked what organelles were. Howard explained that these are like little organs that use stem cells, using the patient's cells to artificially grow little organs and run tests on them to see what treatment is right for him. He said it was a high-tech method, but Dr. River could do it. Chelsea agreed with him, but still didn't understand how he was going to pull it off in 1 year. Howard said that now they should seriously consider whether he is an alien. He said that there is a possibility of the regression theory he talked about before. Hearing this, all the men laughed. After the lecture at the brain disease seminar, the world media began to broadcast news about Rivera and Bio, and interest in him increased not only within the country, but throughout the world. Meanwhile, the protagonist plopped down on the bed, talking about how tired he was, and then Rosalind asked if he wanted her to give him some serotonin. She said that it helps well in such situations during fatigue, and then the hero agreed. Rosalind said it would maintain the necessary levels of dopamine and norepinephrine, which would help calm the mind and body. The last time, when his body was badly damaged after the accident, it released 300% dopamine and endorphin. She then asked River if he would really only use her abilities in medicine, as he would surely have something more impressive. She said that, for example, he can produce oil from starch, which greatly surprised the main character. Rosalind said that if you tinker with the genes of certain bacteria, you can make oil by breaking down starch. You can make kerosene, gasoline, or even diesel fuel. If they really organize world capital and power around them based on these resources, then River will become the oil king. When the hero asked her what she was talking about, the system replied that she was simply estimating how effective it could be. River then noted that the problem with energy resources is also quite serious. He stood up from his seat and decided that he needed to focus on pharmaceuticals first. Rosalind added that with the help of her abilities, he would be able to rule the whole world, and it would be right. Then nothing dangerous would happen to him, like that time when they tried to kill him. River was trying to take a roundabout route when there was a more efficient and reliable way, and Rosalind was sickened by it. However, the hero said that this world does not exist for someone to rule it, but for them all to live in it together in peace. Moreover, if he suddenly wants to produce oil, he needs to decide what to do with those patients who are waiting for the medicine. Then he suddenly noticed that Rosaline had said that she felt sick just looking at him, and he asked if that was how she could feel. At that moment, Rosalind herself did not understand how she could feel such a thing. The hero suggested that with the increase in synchronization, it also changes. At that moment, he realized that Rosalind might also be in shock. After that, the system said that apparently, with the increase in synchronization, it was increasingly influenced by his emotions, and said that it was because of River that she had emotions. It was unusual for her, but she liked it very much, but the hero said that it was time for him to sleep, and asked her to check the condition of his body. The next day, the protagonist read the report and noted that it had only 3 main points, namely, the results of the general meeting, the development process of Celicure, and the effectiveness of probiotic tests on rats. Then he suddenly read something and realized that they were going to make a cure for diabetes using a different method. Instead of introducing bacteria into the intestines, they were going to clean it and use only the IMOC. However, in that case it would be necessary to decide how to remove the drug from the patient, so he turned to Rosalind for advice. The guy asked if it was true that if the properties of the drugs were the same, it would be better to take them orally than by injection, and the system replied that it was indeed so. She also said that if you combine IMOC with modified glycerol molecules, they will travel from the small intestine into the lymphatic vessels. After that, she said that she would show River everything clearly. In this case, the AMOC breaks down into particles in the stomach before it reaches the small intestine. You can make a coating for the capsule, then it will pass through the stomach. Then the hero thought that it was like Salinger said that they were developing a technology for coating capsules. Now he wondered if they would be attending the International Biology Conference that was coming up soon. Soon the time came for an International Union of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology. This conference, hosted by New York University, is more entrepreneurial than academic. Various startups and venture capital firms discuss business-related issues. This is one of the reasons why this place serves as a great platform for finding investors. Sonia, who arrived there, noted that not as many people come to them as before. Her partner agreed, saying that even if they were delayed for a short time, they would still leave. Speaking about the reasons, the girl said that many representatives of famous companies came today. Also, most of them crowded around Bio. The man noticed that, apparently, this Dr. River had not yet arrived today. He guessed how many people gathered after his stand. It was also a venture firm, but the difference was huge. Then Sonia said that his branch was now in the middle of a storm. At that moment, they suddenly saw the main character making his way through the crowd. Hope and even a little joy appeared on the girl's face that he had come. Meanwhile, Rivera was bombarded with questions and every attempt was made to interview him. At that moment, Sonia noted that during all this time he seemed to have become a different person. At that moment, the hero turned his head and noticed a girl who was standing nearby. He waved his hand to her and greeted his old friend. At first the girl was confused, but when she realized that the guy still remembered her, a smile lit up her face. After this, he introduced Sonia to the crowd, saying that she was the doctor from Salinger. He said it was a Korean pharmaceutical company that was conducting the research in collaboration with his subsidiary. Sonia greeted the guests and said that for 2 years after founding their company, they had been working on a drug against primary stage liver cancer, Celicure. After this, they were interviewed and asked to sign, and then they said goodbye and promised to meet later. At that moment, Sonia's partner approached her and asked what was going on. He asked how long she had known Dr. Rivera and said that he was the reason people became interested in their stand. After this, a couple approached them and the man asked where Salinger was, as they wanted to know more about him. As soon as the man heard this, he said that he would tell them the details at their counter. At this moment, Sonia watched what was happening in silence, noting to herself that interested people were found so quickly. After that, she looked again at River, who was at that moment talking to other journalists. After they went outside, she thanked him for his help, saying that it was he who introduced their company to other people, but the hero said that he did not do it on purpose. The girl said that so many people came to see him, and he sent them all away, but the leader said that he didn't care how many people there were. When he accidentally meets a colleague on the street, he greets her with joy, and this is natural. So the fact that he introduced her to other people was just a coincidence. At that moment, Sonia realized that even if this man had become a world scientific star, he was still the same as before. After that, she asked him what he wanted to tell her. River said he wanted to talk to her about the capsule technology Salinger was developing, and he asked how it could be used for a diabetes cure. Then Sonia asked him if he really offered coverage for iMac. The hero said that he really wanted it, but asked if it was still in development, to which Sonia replied that it was indeed being developed, but would be ready soon. She said that they could try to do the coding anyway. When River heard this, he leaned against the window railing and said that this was great news. When they return to Korea, they will work together to develop a cure for pancreatic cancer and diabetes. Thus, River completed his business in the States in about 2 weeks, and after returning home, he came to the meeting in a bio. He turned to his colleagues and asked them to take on the study of organoids. He said that this is the most important part that they will explore in their company. It would not be an exaggeration to add that they will even be able to study the transplantation of artificial organs. Therefore, he would like to entrust this research to those who have worked with him from the very beginning. However, Chelsea approached him and said that she was not sure that they could handle it, since no one among them had experience working with organoids. And if you start studying them, such technologies may turn out to be too complex for them. The hero was surprised that there was not a single one among them who wanted to take part in this research. Then he thought for a moment, and then said that someone with extensive experience in various biological studies should participate here. And it might have seemed ridiculous to them, but in his opinion, they were just right for it. The fact is that these people were the ones who were engaged in research into the creation of life. They were the ones who, without hesitation, decided to go down an unknown path and did not give up, despite constant failures. To River, they were the real experts in this field, so he promised to develop an experimental method and strategy, and they would do it together. However, the man then asked him which organ sample he planned to create first. Then the hero suggested starting with something that was relatively simpler in structure. First, they will work on organoids of part of the small intestine, and then they will try to create the whole one, so they can help people with short bowel syndrome. This syndrome occurs mainly in patients who, for some reason, have a shortened intestinal length, and they have a hard time in their daily lives as they suffer from constant abdominal pain and diarrhea. As with other diseases, there is no complete cure unless a donor becomes available. However, as they all know, with artificial organs, a donor is not needed, so they will be able to restore their quality of life. River noted to himself that with such a team, he would certainly be able to achieve a lot, and even more. Then the hero thought about a regenerative medicine project using stem cell technology. As this project progresses, large pharmaceutical companies will begin to feel a threat to their business. If regenerative medicine is widely used, then all the drugs they sell will be unnecessary. Judging by the lack of any response, everything was fine for now, but he couldn't let his guard down. Soon after, the hero arrived in the Mapo district of Seoul and asked the construction workers how the construction was progressing. The chief foreman replied that everything was going without a hitch, and then the hero thought that the new generation hospital would soon be ready. A glaucoma drug is already in late-stage clinical trials, and organoids will soon be in production too. This was everything he dreamed of, and one by one his wishes began to come true. After that, he met with a professor from Caltech. The man was a Nobel Prize winner and was very happy to greet the doctor. As it turns out, a Nobel laureate has joined his branch's team of stem cell differentiation researchers. As a result, the development of drugs using stem cell technology has begun to gain momentum. After this, the hero went to the conference room and explained how they would differentiate stem cells and produce hematopoietic stem cells. They will transplant these cells into the patient's bone marrow, which will allow them to cure various types of diseases. The professor noted that the main target would most likely be leukemia, and the hero agreed with him, saying that in addition to this, it would be possible to treat other blood diseases. Then the man said they should try something else. He said he was referring to AIDS treatment. However, the head of the bone marrow regeneration department, a man named Liam, doubted that this was even possible. However, the professor said that this is possible because there is a patient who was able to recover from his illness. His name is Timothy Ray Brown, and he was once one of the unluckiest men in the world. He contracted AIDS and leukemia at the same time. The rest of those present were in shock, as they did not know that this was even possible. However, the professor said he was lucky. He was able to receive a bone marrow transplant and be cured of leukemia, but then something amazing happened. The leukocytes that were not resistant to AIDS were destroyed, and those that resisted well began to prevail over the disease. A little time passed, and he was completely cured of AIDS. Thanks to this incident, they realized one thing. There are DNA cells that can resist AIDS. In other words, it is no longer as incurable a disease as it once was. At this point, the hero realized that it seemed that the transplanted bone marrow contained a mutated CCR5. The professor asked the hero if he already knew about this mutation, and noted that he was right. He really wanted them to be able to develop a mutated CCR5 and create a gene that was resistant to AIDS. The hero said that in that case, they would be able to cope with the disease. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by what they heard. Liam then asked them if there was really a way to take just the CCR5 gene and engineer it. The professor said he believed that if stem cells were injected with a drug that disrupted a specific set of DNA strands, it would be possible to select for mutated CCR5 genes. However, Liam thought the professor was talking about gene scissors, and he noted that the range of this technique was so imprecise that there was a risk of cutting out other genes as well. The professor said that he was aware of this, and that was why he never stopped thinking about this problem, although he had not yet found a way to solve it. However, they had no reason to stop. They had to continue their research, no matter how long it took. At that moment, the hero told them with a smile that perhaps he could solve this problem. When Rosalind activated the sync mode, he said that he would tell them more about it at the next meeting. After this, the hero went to the laboratory and noted that it was Phytoplasma golden streptococcus. This bacterium began to be studied several decades ago, but other than the fact that it causes a number of specific diseases, nothing was known. But now it turns out that it can be used to develop a gene. To be precise, this concerns the genes of the Phytoplasma aureus streptococcus. First, we need to determine what to call this gene. He noted that this gene was primarily CRISPR-associated protein 9. So he came up with the name Cas9, and Rosalind said it was a pretty good name. She said the gene is a genetic scissors that can precisely cut DNA from cells. Originally, this gene was used by bacteria to remove a foreign gene. However, it can be placed in a specific location in DNA, and a strictly defined gene can be isolated. Then the hero decided that in this case, they would be able to separate DNA. It was comparable to the technology of reverse differentiation of stem cells. It was a great discovery. Meanwhile, the story moves to Switzerland, namely to the city of Basel. A man sitting at a table asked another if River was really developing a cure for AIDS. As it turned out, it was Symantec's CEO Luca Taylor, who asked his interlocutor if he had managed to find out anything about the treatment method. His contact Andrew said River was very sensitive about confidentiality, and they would have to intervene before he developed a cure. Taylor said that if River released a cure for AIDS and it was sold, their drugs would become useless because his remedy could completely cure the disease. A sick patient may show improvement, but complete recovery should not be allowed, otherwise people will no longer need medication. Taylor said it was a study backed by his big name, so they just needed to stop him. They couldn't interfere with the project itself, but they had one drug that was about to be released for sale. As it turned out, he was talking about a cure for glaucoma. As soon as it was used, it would fall into their hands. Even if the quality passes clinical trials, it cannot be said that the use of the drug will not entail consequences. For example, if a patient undergoing treatment for glaucoma with this drug experiences serious side effects. He said that Rivera's fate is the same as that Coke can's. Now everyone expects great discoveries from him. However, it is only necessary to shake the people's expectations a little, and at the very moment the lid of the can is opened, all his achievements will evaporate like gas. Soon after, news broke that clinical trials for a glaucoma drug had been completed, and along with that, news began to surface about other studies, causing a lot of excitement and buzz among the people. After this, the hero went to director Nicholas and asked him how things had been going in the company lately, to which the man said that everyone was very busy with research. He said with a smile that apparently iBio was a good boost for them. The hero did not understand the reason for this, but Nicholas said that his branch had achieved a lot. He hoped that in the future they would serve as a good incentive for each other to succeed. Then he said with a serious expression that he had something to say. He asked River if he knew anything about the pharmaceutical company Shumatix. India is called the world's pharmacy. It is much easier to obtain a patent in India than in other countries. Therefore, as soon as new drugs were created, they were immediately put into production and released for sale. It is because of this that India has constantly had friction with pharmaceutical companies in different countries, with Shumatix standing out in particular. Meanwhile, Shumatix CEO Luke Taylor called his man and asked how his mission was going. He was told that everything was fine. Cancer would only be found in one of the patients receiving treatment for glaucoma. This is a man in his 30s. His name is Erdap. Apart from glaucoma and a lame leg, he looks quite healthy, and his only relative is his mother, a former prostitute, and she died long ago. Andrew added that, as Taylor had ordered, after he had extracted his somatic cells, he had treated the drug to prevent splitting in the optic nerve. At that moment, Taylor thought that this is why the Indians always lose. They copy other people's drugs and then make money from them. This River developed a cure for glaucoma and dared to open sales on the domestic market without any restrictions. Because of him, the glaucoma medicine immediately became available for purchase and use. But now Taylor was determined to cause side effects and scare people so they could get rid of both River and those Indian bastards at once. Meanwhile, the story moves forward a week. To the press conference room at the Shumatix company. Taylor said they were currently sponsoring one hospital in India, which was India Shumatix. While treating patients with the glaucoma drug Abio, they learned that one of them had developed a cancerous tumor in his eyeball. When those present at the conference heard this, they were in complete shock and began to whisper among themselves. They asked if it was possible that the doctor had made a mistake during the operation, but Taylor said that was out of the question. They invited the best specialist in eye diseases from France, Professor Martin, and moreover, from the video camera recordings, one can be sure that there were no problems during the operation. Then he was asked if it was really cancer. People suggested that it might be a simple tumor. However, Taylor responded that, judging by its rapid growth, it was most likely cancer. However, the man suggested that there were no cases of cancer occurring during the clinical trials, and he did not understand why this happened. Taylor said he thought differences in genetic background might have played a role, but there was also the influence of the Indian government's indiscriminate acceptance of new drugs. But one thing was clear: the treatment was not safe. Then the journalists asked if he really meant that the drugs from ABio caused the cancer, and if there was any evidence to support his words. At that moment, all journalists received a new message on their devices. One of the journalists jumped up from her seat and said that Director River had decided to hold a press conference in South Korea. When Taylor heard this, shock appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the main character said that the statement of the Shumatix representative is not true. It's just a result of the safety device they put into the glaucoma drugs. He explained that glaucoma treatments are a method of splitting somatic cells into stem cells and then injecting them into the patient's retina by dissolving them in the optic nerve. River suggested that someone might not follow all of their instructions for using the drug, such as injecting undivided stem cells in their original form into the optic nerve. It was for this very case that they had installed a safety device in advance so that the cells would destroy themselves. However, one of those present asked why then a tumor had formed inside the patient's eye, but River said that it was not a tumor. Based on their observations, he could assume that it was the process of cell aggregation that he had just spoken about. At Shumatix, they mistook it for a tumor and obviously concluded that it was cancer. The aggregated cells form a compound that disappears after 2 weeks, but the problem here is different. According to these materials, this incident can be considered as a planned action on the part of the Shumatix company. River received this data from a secret organization that could be trusted. He decided to tell more about the content of these materials later. The materials provided by River immediately spread through the media, and various illegal activities carried out in Shumatix laboratories were discovered in all corners of the world. It also became known that Luca Taylor had been misappropriating funds, after which the data was immediately transferred to Interpol, and the case was closed. The man was then arrested and led through a crowd of people. People insulted him and threw rotten eggs at him, saying that he was headed straight to hell. Meanwhile, the story moves forward to a few days before the press conference, when James Holdren from the Office of Science and Technology Policy called the hero and said that he wanted to tell him something. He said the National Intelligence Agency had installed a listening device in the Shumatix lab and recorded a conversation regarding glaucoma drugs. The investigation revealed that during the conversation, instructions were given not to follow the instructions for glaucoma medications, but to intentionally cause cancer in the patient's eyeball. At that moment, the hero remembered Nicholas's words that schumatics would certainly do something. He then thanked James for the information, but said that no cancer would develop. If the optic nerve fails to occupy the required location within a certain period of time, the implanted safety device will cause the cells to self-destruct. That's why they shouldn't have worried. On the contrary, it would be even better if the schumatics company itself gives the matter wide publicity. River meant that once the failsafe was triggered, they would reveal their crimes to everyone. He always had insurance in place in case such incidents occurred because patients needed to be protected from such villains. Ardapa, who suffered due to schumatics' machinations, was transferred to the university hospital, and the cellular connection began to dissolve. On the 7th day, this formation noticeably decreased in size. After 2 weeks it completely disappeared, and the topic was raised again in various media outlets, and finally, the war with schumatics was brought to an end. Rosalind told the hero that everyone in the world was talking about him, and the hero agreed that, no matter how you look at it, this case was hot news. He confirmed Rosalind's guess that it was she who suggested to him the method of stem cell extinction. However, the system said it didn't think he was using it as a failsafe for the drug. Now he was doing just fine on his own. At that moment, a girl knocked on his office door and asked if she could come in. It was Rivera's secretary. Her name was Julia, and she said that Mr. Ardapa had just arrived at the airport. Then the hero immediately took off his robe and said that they needed to hurry, after which he headed for the exit. Meanwhile, the radio was broadcasting news that the man who had suffered in the schumatics case had received free glaucoma treatment from the company. After this, the journalist asked Professor Jessica to talk about it, and the woman said that Dr. River was a classic example of a scientist. This is a man who tries to take full responsibility for himself when it comes to his research, and his promise to cure Mr. Ardapa is a clear example of his beliefs. She hoped that this incident would become a good stimulus for the development of the domestic and foreign pharmaceutical industry. The journalist then asked her if there were many companies like schumatics. Jessica said there are a lot of them. Some pharmacists, when discovering side effects during the development of new drugs, hide this data and release the product for sale, while others try to eliminate competitors by dishonest means. They are not fighting fairly, based solely on research results, but ABio was a different case entirely. They said they would take on the treatment of the patient who suffered from schumatics, despite the fact that they bear no responsibility. So Jessica believed that this attitude should serve as an example, not only for other companies, but for all of them. Meanwhile, the main character arrived at the New Generation Hospital, where an injured patient was already waiting for him. The translator turned to him and said that now he need not worry about glaucoma. River then said he had heard he had problems with his leg due to a stroke and asked the man if he had received any help for his sore leg. At first Ardap did not know what to answer, but then he began to say something in Indian. After this, the translator and the man began to talk, and the hero looked at them with bewilderment, since he did not understand what they were talking about. The translator then said that the man had a request for Dr. River. Suddenly Ardap started crying and asked him to save his friends. Then the hero asked the woman to translate for him so that he could calm down and tell everything in order. It turned out that he came from Kamathipura, which is located in Mumbai, India, where mostly beggars like him and prostitutes live. He was born and raised in that place, but for him it was worse than hell. Violence and prostitution flourished there, but the worst thing was AIDS. Most of the inhabitants died from the disease, and although Ardap himself did not contract AIDS, he could not say that all was well in his life. Since childhood he was alone and had to earn his living by hanging around with bandits. He was constantly beaten, and he tried to live another day. Then he suddenly lost consciousness, and when he woke up, he saw the ceiling of the hospital. The doctor said he had an ischemic stroke, which is why he now limps. However, despite everything, he survived only because he was looked after by local prostitutes. Not only did they look after him until he recovered, but they also shared their food with him. They became his family, and he was no longer alone. However, the man said that they did not have much time left, since they were all sick with AIDS. After that, he knelt down and began to beg the protagonist to save them. He said that even though he had little, he would give everything he had. He said River might not cure his glaucoma. However, he begged him to save his friends, or to be more precise, his family. At that moment, the main character looked at the man with pity in his eyes and did not know what to answer him. After he returned to his lab, Rosalind asked him if the Indian man's words were still bothering him. The hero said that this was indeed the case, since not one or two, but almost the entire population of Kamathipura was suffering from AIDS. It would be too time-consuming and expensive to cure them all with bone marrow transplants, which are still in the research phase, so he asked the system if there was another way to increase them. Then Rosalind suggested trying a few mutations first. The hero was surprised by what he saw, and the system informed him that a bone marrow transplant was the only treatment it could offer at its level. However, There is a method of artificially maintaining vital functions. It is necessary to produce a drug that slows down the progression of the disease. Then it will cost several times less than a bone marrow transplant. There is also a way to develop a vaccine. If you block the spread of the disease with the help of an antivirus, it will only help in treatment. That is, it will be able to develop immunity in uninfected people. At that moment, the hero realized that it was a vaccine and life support, and at the same time, a complete cure. Rosalind said that if this method is used, it will not only help India, but also get rid of the AIDS virus throughout the world. Shortly after, Peter entered the protagonist's office with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He said he needed to take a break urgently because he might get sick. He then asked River what he was so busy with, to which the hero replied that he had sent a request for international cooperation and was now reading the response. At that moment, Peter looked at the letter and saw that the sender was Tedros. He asked the hero who it was, and he replied that it was a WHO representative. Peter was shocked when he learned that the hero was communicating with a WHO representative. River responded that in order to get rid of AIDS in the world once and for all, he would need help. Peter was amazed by his plan, but the hero said that right now it would be difficult, since a lot of vaccines and drugs are needed, so it would become a transnational project. At that moment, Peter realized that his friend was most likely not joking, although he had such a character that if he wanted something, he would definitely achieve it. River then mentioned that the chairman was coming to Korea, and if Peter had time, he could come too. After this, the men decided that they needed to set a specific date. The next day, the protagonist had a meeting with Sally Jenner. River came to know about the largest Indian pharmaceutical company called Karamchand Pharmatex. Sonia, who had once been there during a business trip, told him about this. He contacted the technical director, Sachet, and gave him the materials for the AIDS treatment project plan. He then invited him to participate in a meeting with the WHO chairman Tedros. At the meeting, the hero stated that their company was simultaneously developing methods for treating AIDS, drugs to support life functions, and a vaccine. The WHO chairman listened attentively to his words about how, with the help of this project, they plan to completely rid the planet of this terrible disease. Sachet, the technical director of Pharmatex, listened to his words with great surprise. He then asked the hero whether, even if a vaccine were available, it would be able to keep up with the speed at which AIDS was spreading. The hero replied that this was entirely feasible. When the men heard this, they were very surprised. River added that it takes about a month to produce the AIDS drug, Carampia, which is not much considering the number of patients. Now he decided to tell them about another, more effective medicine that could be made in 36 hours. They also plan to reduce the cost of production, which will be less than 0.1% of the previous price, but Sachet did not understand how this was possible. River explained that they had previously synthesized 37 units by linking the chemicals together one by one using a polymerization system, and that in yeast cells, the complex processes could be shortened. He said he would go into more detail about this later, but if they joined forces, they could easily handle the task. After this, the hero suggested that they create a world without AIDS together. After the meeting, Tedros promised that WHO would provide full support for the project. Karamchand Pharmatex also signed a cooperation agreement with iBio. Following this, the World Health Organization was informed that, together with the company iBio, they were planning to launch a large-scale project to eliminate AIDS. A WHO representative said the project had already received support from several countries. This news was an incredible event for the whole world. At the same time as the official WHO announcement, Rivera's dissertation and the AIDS project were published in the prestigious journal Science. A project to treat AIDS using Cas9 and stem cell technology, a project to develop a vaccine to prevent and halt the spread of AIDS, and a project to support the life functions of patients fighting the disease. People's interest and expectations were directed towards Rivera, who identified 5 countries for clinical trials: South Africa, Nigeria, India, Kenya, and Russia. He also secured the support of IGAN's head office in supplying key technologies and laboratory equipment. When River's guests arrived, Jason Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Research Institute, said he seemed very busy right now. The fact is that he is leading projects to eradicate AIDS that will go down in human history. If he were doing it alone, he simply wouldn't be able to do it all. And then Nicholas said that this is exactly why they should make every effort and help him. At this moment, Damien, Director IGAN, silently watched everything that was happening. Then Jason said that the director must be very happy about this, and he didn't understand why he had that expression on his face. He said that if his friend Damien wanted to take a break, he could resign at any time, because he had such an amazing scientist as Director River who could lead a gen. At this point, Damien thought about these words and scratched his chin. Nicholas mused to himself that in Korea it was common to pass on the management of companies to one's children, but if one looked only at manager Ian's achievements, he was nowhere near director Rivers. Therefore, Damien said that in his opinion it is too early to draw such conclusions. Even if he has achieved such brilliant results as a scientist, they cannot say that he will become a good leader. However, if he starts showing results as the director of A-Bio, he might consider handing over Eigen to him. When Jason heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this point, Nicholas asked Damien, "Are you serious?" To which he replied that he was quite serious. Meanwhile, the main character sat in his office and thoughtfully looked at the screen. He thought that explaining what a side effect of the AIDS vaccine might be was simply absurd. However, Rosalind told him that he shouldn't worry about opposition opinions and that it was better to ignore it. However, the hero replied that it was not that simple. Rumors about the vaccine were spreading more and more. Religious groups and various conservative communities were showing their discontent. Then Rosalind said that he just needed to be shown the vaccine. If the opposition was seen as a virus that was preventing human progress, then he himself could become that vaccine for them. She then asked him to prepare antibodies to these opposing opinions in advance. Meanwhile, the story moves to the first laboratory of the Aegon company. Director Rivera was asked why he was trying so hard to introduce the AIDS vaccine, since the drug had not yet been tested for safety. One of the journalists told him that there was a dissertation by a British doctor that reported cases where a component of the MMP vaccine, thiomersal, led to autism. However, the hero said that the content of that dissertation was fabricated. This became known in 1998 at the British General Medical Council. 5 of the 12 patients had been diagnosed with developmental delays before receiving the vaccine. As a result of the falsification of the dissertation data, that doctor was also forced to resign. The journalist then asked him if this was not due to pressure from pharmaceutical companies. The hero replied that he was more interested in confirmed facts than in rumors. The falsification of data in that dissertation is detailed in a British medical journal, and the journalist can check it for himself. Then he suggested leaving the complex details for later, and now trying to look at this topic in a simpler way. The hero said that they would check whether the AIDS vaccine was really that dangerous and whether it had side effects. He himself was very interested in this. After that, he took out a bottle and said that it contained an AIDS vaccine. The drug was developed by their company, A-Bio, and is now being prepared for clinical trials. According to his research, after the drug is injected into a vein, a person becomes immune to AIDS. River then made a shocking statement, saying that he had injected himself with the vaccine a week ago. At this moment, the entire audience was shocked. They did not understand why the doctor did this. The rest were trying to find out who was responsible for this, since there was no prior mention of it, and the problem arose at the project discussion stage. River said that no matter how much effort he puts into making sure the innovation he has developed is safe and effective, he believes that words always have a limit, so he plans to show them everything by example. He said that they would now check whether it was possible to infect his vaccinated body with the AIDS virus. For this reason, he brought the AIDS virus itself with him. All the viewers were shocked when they realized that the guy was going to inject himself with the virus. Peter started screaming that his friend was crazy, but he couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, River prepared a syringe and then injected it into his arm. The rest of the spectators covered their mouths and faces in horror as they watched the shocking scene. Then the hero said that despite all the discussions about the pros and cons of vaccination, the number of people with AIDS will steadily increase. He asked them to try to imagine how much such patients suffer every day. If there is a chance to save at least one life, he will do anything, so he decided to put an end to this controversy. After this, the hero leaned towards the microscope to see what had happened to the virus. He said that a spherical body with protrusions was visible on the screen. This is the AIDS virus. He then asked viewers to look at the light gray dots on the surface of the virus. These were antibodies that had appeared in his body. They slowed down the process of infection with the AIDS virus and simultaneously directed macrophages to attack the virus. In this way, the virus died in the bodies of vaccinated people. Once viewers saw this, they were delighted that the virus had indeed been defeated. The screen actually showed the process of how the cells killed the virus. The hero was pleased with his performance and looked attentively at the people present. News reports showed live footage of River experimenting on his own body, and public sentiment against the spread of vaccination was sharply criticized. However, this was not the end of the matter. The name of the scientist Rivera again attracted the attention of people from all over the world, and there was even talk of a Nobel Prize. Soon after, River noted that it had produced a good effect, although it seemed a bit over the top to him. But Peter was horrified. He said he had completely lost his mind, and River replied that he would be more careful in the future. And then the guy asked him if he had heard the news. He said Schumatics was taken over by the pharmaceutical company Consen and Curson. They owned a large share of their shares and apparently decided to go over to them, but that was not all. In addition to Schumatics, there is another multinational pharmaceutical company in Switzerland. It was Rosa's company, and apparently Conson and Kersen had completed negotiations to exchange a significant percentage of the shares. Experts believe the market rate will exceed 1 trillion won. The hero noted that, apparently, a pharmaceutical giant had appeared on the market, and then Peter asked him to look at his carefree appearance. He said that even a fool could see that they were going to keep him in check, but River just chuckled and said that he knew it. He added that it would be better if these companies united and released a good medicine. After that, he said that he was a little tired, so he offered Peter a coffee, but the guy said that he found out a little about Conson and Kersen and found out that their director was a dangerous man. After this, he once again reminded the hero that he needed to be careful. However, the guy didn't understand what he had to fear. He simply had another competitor. Meanwhile, the story moves to the United States, to Pennsylvania, to the board of directors of Conson and Kersen, where they said that they had heard that in addition to stem cells, River was planning to touch the market for anti-cancer drugs. The U.S. Office of Science and Technology Policy even agreed to sponsor the project. They also say he wants to build a lab near the National Cancer Center, and at the head of the table sat the chairman, David, who listened attentively to all the arguments and said that it was very interesting. After that, he tiredly stood up from his seat and said that they should not show aggression towards this guy. He knew about Schumatics's plans in advance, and then reacted at the most opportune moment. Moreover, in order to reduce the meekness of public opinion, which was opposed to the AIDS vaccination, he staged a performance in which he introduced the virus and the vaccine itself into his own body. Unlike its appearance, its inside is like a ferocious wild dog. David believed that such people needed to be handled with the right leash. The other chairman asked him if this meant that David was going to tame River. David confirmed this. Director James had been in close contact with him recently, and he had heard that the American National Cancer Center was actively supporting his company. The answer was obvious then. They needed to win Director James over to their side. Without the help of the Cancer Center, even River himself will not be able to enter the anti-cancer drug market. They will slow down its development a little, and then take over the market, leaving no room for it. In addition, it is necessary to get ahead of him and become the first in selling diagnostic kits. If they succeed, then no matter how brilliant he is, he will have to bow his head before them. David said they needed to discuss it with a DNA specialist first, so he asked to set up a meeting with Elimina. Meanwhile, the story moves to the ABio company, where I was broadcasting the life creation team. The hero explained that his plans include developing technologies that would allow diagnosing not only AIDS, but also a number of other diseases. He said that they will create a diagnostic kit for accurate and very fast diagnosis. If they succeed, they will be able to cope with infectious diseases much more easily. He then showed them the technology that would form the basis of the diagnostic kits. River said that these were just sketches that still needed to be refined. Howard then asked him what the point was. River reminded him of Cas9 technology, a genetic scissors that can precisely find a specific spot in a person's DNA and cut out the necessary part. If we take an infectious disease as an example, this can cut out the viral genes found in a person's blood. If we assume that the viral gene is cut out in an infected organism, then in the absence of any reaction, infection will not occur. When the boys heard this, their faces showed great surprise and delight. River then said that he also planned to use this technology to diagnose cancer. Everyone present was extremely surprised by what they heard. Chelsea was extremely surprised and asked him if he really intended to develop this. River said that, like a pregnancy test, the product could easily diagnose various diseases. It will be available at a regular convenience store, and by placing just 1 drop of blood into the needle included in the kit, you can very easily test for the AIDS virus, cancer, and other diseases at home. Thus, this drug will help you to independently diagnose various diseases. This way, patients will no longer need to go to hospital for this. Simply put, the patient will become his own doctor. If the diagnostic kit is commercialized, it could cut out all the complex steps needed to determine a patient's condition. It will be enough to drop a drop of blood and wait for the substance to react. Under River's leadership, the life creation team took on the task of developing this kit, and they did an incredible job of creating the prototype. At the same time, the dates for clinical trials of a drug for pancreatic cancer were officially announced, so Rivera had a meeting with the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, James Holdren. Meanwhile, the story moves to the USA, namely to Washington, to the 3-star Royal Hotel. The hero entered a secure room where he was asked if he really wanted to build a cancer research institute associated with the National Cancer Center. The hero replied that this was indeed the case and that various studies were needed to treat pancreatic cancer and other oncological diseases. He was planning to treat all types of cancer. James smiled and said that it was just like him. River always surprised him with something new. However, this is the first time he has heard of a person wanting to tackle all types of cancer at once. After that, he asked him if the hero had checked the contract, to which he replied in the affirmative, and then asked if Chairman Conson and Curson had said anything about the Elimina. The man asked if he had in mind a project to install an Elimin DNA analysis machine in every hospital. The man added that this requires federal investment and regulation of related laws, but the funds they are asking for are too high. Besides, patients' DNA is a certain type of personal data, and this issue cannot be resolved in one day, so he wanted to consult with River first. The hero was surprised that the man wanted to consult with him, to which James replied that, apparently, this project would also be useful to him. He said David was keen to expand the diagnostic market and seemed to be keen to support the Ibeyo Cancer Institute. Then River realized that this guy had thought this through quite well. He was going to sell their research institute the diagnostic information he had obtained from the DNA analysis devices. If they hadn't developed the diagnostic kits, perhaps everything would have gone according to David's plan. It was a plan that would allow him to get government funding and at the same time stop the expansion of Ibeyo. He wanted to kill two birds with one stone, so it was a real business fight. River then told the man that he shouldn't be involved in this project. James was surprised because he thought it was a good deal for them, and if River was going to fight cancer, he would need information about the patient's DNA. River said he was right, but he didn't need Conson and Curson's help. Now Ibeyo is independently developing a diagnostic kit with which people will be able to diagnose themselves not only with cancer, but also with a number of other diseases. He also brought with him experimental data and a development plan for the product and offered James to look at them. After that, he opened his computer and showed the man everything he wanted. James was extremely stunned and did not believe that this was even possible. Then the hero said that the product includes Ibeyo CAS9 technology, a chip developed by AGN, and semiconductor system technology from SG Electronics. It will be sold in 24-hour stores and supermarkets, that is, where it can be easily purchased. Although the product was created using the latest technology, due to the small size of the samples, it will be quite cheap. Together with the costs of distributors, he decided that the price would be no more than $10. James asked him if he was really going to sell the test at that price, and the hero replied that they were going to lower the prices to increase the availability of the product so more people could use it. River stated that he was not a businessman, but a simple scientist who was trying to make this world a better place, and James said that it would be great if there were more people with the same attitude in the pharmaceutical world. After that, he agreed and said that he would do everything in his power to help his company. After this, the hero arrived at a meeting with David, who told him that their company was going to extract data on DNA modification using new eliminate technologies. He was sure that they would be good at cancer research. For Rivera, they would provide this information to Ibeyo. But of course, this will not be for free, but in exchange for 30% of the shares of his research institute. The hero was silent for a while, and then said that he could not accept this offer. At this point, David stood up from his seat and asked how he was going to conduct research without DNA data. River said that they had already finished developing a diagnostic kit, but David did not understand what he was talking about. Then the hero said that this kit would allow ordinary people to independently diagnose themselves in 3 minutes with a disease from a list of approximately 100 diseases. When connected to a mobile device, a detailed diagnosis would be received. Sending data to a hospital registered in the app will allow you to receive treatment in real time. When David heard this, he realized that if it was true, all their plans would go down the drain. He wondered if River had been able to read his thoughts about taking over the diagnostic market. Then the hero said that therefore there was no point in those DNA analysis machines that David was going to install in every hospital. It turns out that he would simply waste the money. Then David asked him why he was telling him everything, because if he pretended not to know anything, he would have witnessed their failure. Then the hero said that the reason was quite simple. He wanted to cooperate with the company Conson and Curson. David holds a patent on chimeric immunotherapy, which is a third-generation anti-cancer chemotherapy. When David heard this phrase, shock appeared on his face. Chimeric immunotherapy is a treatment method in which cancer-killing substances are attached to human immune cells. In a word, it is a gene manipulation technology. Then the hero asked him to transfer this patent to the Ibeyo Cancer Research Center. Then he would give him a share of the shares. At this point, David became furious and said that this technology was the future of his company, but River said that such a procedure costs $450,000, and despite all its genius, it would be difficult to widely use such an expensive treatment method. He then said that he would reduce the cost of the method, make it more effective, and give David 2% of the shares in the Cancer Research Institute. However, David was not satisfied with these 2%. He said that chimeric immunotherapy is a completely new technology that is gaining general acceptance among other types of immunotherapy. However, the hero knew that now only his company could advance these technologies, but if this offer seemed irrational to him, he could refuse. River said that in that case he would simply develop another treatment. When David heard this, he silently sat back down in his chair. He asked for time to think, as he could not make such decisions alone, and said that he would try to discuss it during the director's meeting. Then the hero said that in that case he asks to give him an answer after a meeting with colleagues. A few weeks after Rivera's return, A-Bio signed an agreement with a cancer research institute in Maryland, USA. The U.S. federal government has pledged $3 billion in annual support, which has been a major milestone for the state. The National Cancer Center presented the data and technology, and Conson and Curson entered into an agreement transferring the patent to A-Bio for the chimeric immunotherapy, the first steps toward defeating cancer. River then declared that a cancer-free world would soon come, and so began his conquest of this terrible disease. At a celebratory dinner in A-Bio River, he said that all the glory today belongs to his employees, and he is sincerely grateful to them for this. He hoped that today everyone would forget the hardships they had to go through and have a good time. All his colleagues were shouting loudly how much they loved their director. Peter and Layla were also at the party, enjoying the moment. At the table sat director Ajin Kim, who was happy with the hero's success and decided that in the next season, it was River who should become director Ajin. Kim could not entrust this position to Ian, who did not really understand anything, especially since the Smart Diagnostic Service had recently been launched. It was reported that a new product from A-Bio will soon be released, which will allow you to check your body for about 100 diseases, including various types of cancer, in 3 minutes. It was also possible to connect to a portable terminal, and sales were planned to begin in 24-hour stores and supermarkets across the country within 2 weeks. The director looked at River and noted that he was shining so brightly that his eyes were simply blinded. At this moment, the main character's old friend Sonia approached him. River was very surprised to see her there, but he immediately approached her. Sonia congratulated him on the start of construction of the Oncology Research Institute. Then she asked if he could talk to her about business, and the hero suggested that they would talk about Celicure. He thought to himself that this was certainly an excellent medicine, but it had one drawback: too much of the drug was broken down in the liver. Because of this, the effectiveness drops sharply, and to compensate for this, it is necessary to make the substance act directly on cancer cells. But if he says this now, clinical trials will have to be postponed, and this will greatly disappoint Sonia. The girl then said that she was thinking of postponing the clinical trials a little. She explained that after coating with exosomes, she would like to experiment with attaching receptors to the surface of the exosomes to track cancer cells. This may help partially prevent the drug from being broken down in the liver before it reaches cancer cells. When Sonia saw the hero's surprised face, she immediately apologized, saying that perhaps she shouldn't have talked about it on such a good day. However, River said that the idea was great and that he was just about to suggest exactly that method, not believing that the idea had come from her. He promised that after the party they would try her method, and if the results were positive, clinical trials could possibly begin much earlier than planned. Hearing this, Sonia smiled and thanked the hero for listening to her. After that, they clinked glasses and continued to have fun. The next day, the story moves to A-Bio Hospital, where Erdap called his friends, who asked how his life was in Korea. The man replied that everything was fine here. He had enough of everything, the food was delicious, and the doctors were very friendly. He asked her not to worry about him and asked his interlocutor how they had been doing lately. The girl said that many changes had taken place in the city. The bandits who were interfering with their lives had been caught, and the city would be rebuilt. Now they live in temporary housing. It is safe and very good here. She thanked the man again that they were now receiving treatment for AIDS and that their health was only improving. It was as if they had begun a new life. The man laughed, happy about the news, and said that they should focus on treatment until they were fully recovered. The girl admitted that for the last 20 years she lived as if in hell, and now several times a day she catches herself thinking that she deserves this happiness. She expressed gratitude to Dr. River for this happiness and to Erdap for his courage. The AIDS epidemic that had been raging in Kamathipura has begun to recede rapidly, and the Indian government is keeping a close eye on prostitution, arresting gangs, and corrupt police officers. Once the International Vaccine and Serum Institute selected Kamathipura for HIV research, A-Bio hospital sent trucks with drugs and vaccines there. Medical staff have also been deployed to Kamathipura to care for the sick and administer vaccinations. Major hospitals in India, with the support of A-Bio, have begun bone marrow transplant operations and received assistance from the WHO. The poor were given help, and thus began the liberation of Kamathipura from crime and disease. The girl went outside and said that, apparently, they had brought the kits that Erdap had spoken about. The man recalled that Dr. River had promised that as soon as the kits were ready, he would send them first to Kamathipura. The woman said River had worked hard to make sure they got treatment first and asked when the man would be home. He replied that he would be able to go soon, but until then, he asked her to promise to think only about treatment. The woman promised and told him to come back soon because everyone misses him. The story moves forward a month to an international airport. Erdap's treatment was successful, and the day came for his return to India. At that moment, he heard the crowd shouting River's name and asking for an interview. However, the doctor said that he would give an interview later and ran to his patient. He noted that Erdap had learned Korean very well during this time and asked how he was feeling, to which the man replied that thanks to the doctor, he felt much better. The hero was very happy and said that he hoped that the man would not get sick anymore. And then the man said that he heard that it was his city that was the first to receive AIDS drugs and diagnostic kits, and so he didn't even know how to properly thank Rivera. He remembered his words and realized that it was simply unthinkable to turn to the doctor with such a request, but River did not turn away. On the contrary, he helped him a lot. The man said that River became a ray of light in his hopeless life, saving not only him, but his friends as well. He said that River gave him hope for tomorrow, for a better future. When River heard this, he smiled and said that he was simply doing what he had to do, and if Erdap and his friends were healthy and happy, that was all he needed. However, the man said that he would never forget what this doctor did for him. After that, they walked together to the plane, while the rest of the people at the airport applauded the doctor. So the man returned home, and River gradually completed his project called Victory Over AIDS. However, Rosalind did not understand why this particular man was so grateful, since the reason why the drugs and diagnostic kits were delivered to Kamathapura in the first place was because it had the highest number of AIDS patients. But River asked her not to ruin the moment, saying that it was not necessary to speak out at such a touching moment. The system at this point reminded him that Rosalind always thought about efficiency, and then informed the hero that he had a meeting scheduled for the afternoon. Then River remembered that he really had to start this meeting. Now that the development of the AIDS drug was complete, it was time to move on to the next step. So he hurried, and then the system asked him what their next target was. At this moment, the main character briefly traveled into his past. He remembered running through the hospital corridors to get to his sister Say's room. When he entered inside, he saw a little girl with a cap on her head. She was very happy to see her brother. River apologized to her for being a little late, but in response, the girl only laughed and said nothing. She said that her brother's hair looked like a bird's nest today, and River laughed in embarrassment. He looked at Say, who was still laughing, but at that moment he woke up. Someone was calling him. It turned out it was Sonia. She called very early to say that everything worked out for her. She mentioned that they made a coating of exosomes and tested it only on cancer cells. Now Sonia has stated that everything worked out, and all that remains is to complete the tests. River immediately got out of bed and praised her, and the girl asked if they could meet a little later, or if she could send the data by mail. But River wanted to meet in person and talk. They agreed to meet in 2 hours at the appointed place. When River looked at the results of her work, he noted that Sonia had really tried hard, and if she worked in his company, he would definitely pay her a bonus. In response, the girl smiled and thanked him, but said that she liked working at Selinganer. At that moment, a woman in glasses approached them and recognized Rivera by his voice. It was Dr. Helen, who often comes here because it is quiet and she comes to give papers. The hero introduced Sonia to the woman and said that she was working with him on a study. The women introduced themselves to each other, but Helen said that, apparently, she had interrupted their meeting. But Sonia replied that they had already discussed all the important issues. Then the doctor said that since they had already met, she would like to ask River's opinion about one of the patients in their hospital. She changed her expression to serious and said that they had a girl with liver cancer. At first, the main character behaved calmly. But when he realized that we were talking about a child with liver cancer, his condition worsened sharply. His vision seemed to be deteriorating and a sharp pain appeared in his head. The man did not understand what was happening to him and how to cope with it, and at that moment, he began to feel very sick. Hearing the system's voice, he realized that Rosalind felt it too. The girl extended her hand and asked if he was okay, but River pulled away and said he just had a sudden headache. Sonia got scared and suggested buying medicine for the headache. River said that he would go to the pharmacy himself and asked her to wait a little. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath and asked Rosalind what was happening to him. In response, the system said that it was all because of her. She remembered the day when she first appeared and entered his body. Now the number of its cells has exceeded 1 billion, although at one time there was only one cell. This cell can be considered her mother cell, and when it entered River's body, it immediately traveled through the vessels straight to the brain. There, she settled in a place where the signals of the nervous system are felt most strongly. It was a location inside the hippocampal tissue, which is responsible for long-term memory. Here lies not only his unwavering belief in the research ethics he upholds, but also memories of his younger sister. When River heard this, his eyes widened in surprise again. The system explained that when he heard about the child with liver cancer, his nerve cells in that area began to move actively, which affected the mother cell. At this point, the hero said that, apparently, he understood the reason for his condition, but he asked whether such symptoms would occur every time he heard such a diagnosis or met patients with liver cancer. Rosalind replied that this would not happen again. She would monitor his cells to calm them down in time. River then said that he was going to meet such a patient soon and asked the system to take care of him. The story moves forward a few days to the hospital where Helen worked. She introduced the hero to a patient, a girl named Lily. She was 9 years old, and she was diagnosed with hepatoblastoma. It is a tumor located in the right lobe of the liver and is currently being treated with intravenous cisplatin and doxorubicin. Helen also said that the girl's cancer cells were resistant to these drugs, and River asked if they had considered choosing a different treatment regimen. The woman replied that the prognosis was not very optimistic, and at the moment she could not prescribe stronger drugs, so she decided to ask Dr. Rivera's opinion. At that moment, River stopped in his tracks and suddenly fell silent. After that, he looked forward, where several doctors, as well as her mother, were standing outside the girl's room. He walked up to her bed and greeted Lily, and the girl greeted him back. The hero immediately noted that her hair had fallen out due to chemotherapy. He noted that perhaps this is why she looks like his younger sister. After this, Lily's mother approached the hero and asked if the treatment plan was suitable for her daughter, to which the hero replied that they were currently developing a new drug and he would be able to say more precisely about this when he saw the patient's condition. After that, he asked Rosalind what she thought, and she replied that he could use Selicur, but in order to completely destroy the cancer cells, the number of injections and dosage had to be calculated precisely. If too much of the drug is given, it can harm healthy cells, and if too little is given, cancer cells will remain in the body and become resistant to the drug. The hero noted that all of this was correct, and then asked her to calculate the dosage and number of injections of the drug, but Rosalind said that for this it was necessary to use fitness. And then she tried to calculate the number of fitness but said they were having trouble. And the system reported that there was a problem with the main character's hippocampus. River decided to ask her what kind of problem she was talking about, but at that moment the system suddenly began to disappear in front of his face. The thing is, Rosalind was inside River's hippocampal tissue, a place where numerous neurons form a long-term memory network. Here, countless nerve cells stored old memories. Rosalind, who was watching and studying them closely, suddenly discovered some kind of nervous tissue, which had been unattended for a long time. They were River's memories of his sister. After meeting the patient, neurotransmitters began to boil and rise through these motionless nerve tissues. Soon the system reported that it was using fitness, and when it appeared, the hero said that he was very scared when it suddenly disappeared, and then asked again to say how much medicine he needed to administer. However, Rosalind said that this would be discussed later. Now it was necessary to use all of fitness in order to calm his nerve cells, since there were nerves that had not yet calmed down. It would break down neurotransmitters to regulate the expression levels of certain genes, and soon the system noticed that the nerve cells were beginning to calm down a little. However, she still did not know the exact reasons why they reacted this way. Perhaps the site of their excitation was not the hippocampus, but the amygdala. The amygdala is the area of the brain that is responsible for the subconscious, and emotions, memories of events in which emotions were involved, are stored here. Say's death left a deep trauma in River that was stored in his amygdala, and once that trauma was touched, the nerve cells responded. So now Rosalind said she would have to check the amygdala herself. It was the first time she had penetrated the place that controlled River's emotions. At this point, Helen approached the hero and asked him if everything was okay. Since he did not look very well, the hero indifferently noted that everything was okay with him, but he did not understand what was happening. All his emotions suddenly disappeared. He didn't even feel the sadness that appeared after meeting Lily, and then he asked Rosalind what she was doing in his head. After this, another doctor approached him and asked if it would be possible to begin treatment with a drug such as Selicur. River replied that he needed to look at the medical history to understand something, so he asked to see the documents. At this point, the woman noted that something was wrong with the doctor. He usually spoke differently. Soon after he reviewed the patient's medical history, he said that the drug could be administered intravenously at 0.6 milliliters per 1 kilogram of the patient's weight. You need to pay it slowly, 2 hours twice a day for 2 weeks. As Helen listened to him, she noted that the man was like a robot, as he made such a precise analysis in his head. Sonia also noted that the doctor looked very strange today. He had a completely different manner of speech. River then said that the exosome-coated Selicur is not broken down in the liver and only targets cancer cells. Separating the drug intake over time is necessary to ensure that the drug has equal access to liver tissue. At that moment, the hero noted to himself that he had never spoken like that before. He had the feeling that Rosalind was speaking through his lips. He didn't feel any human emotions at the moment. After this, the hero went outside and sat down on a bench. Suddenly, he felt that he was filled with completely different sensations. It seemed to him as if everything was returning to its place. Then he asked Rosalind where she kept going and asked her to at least explain everything properly now. The system asked him to calm down and said that everything was accurate, and then asked what he would do with the amygdala. She had been in the subconscious world where there was still trauma, and for the first time she saw such a huge space. It was just terrifying, the countless different traumas that were there, and she dealt with them a little. She said there was a lot of trauma, from feelings of inferiority about being poor as a child, to the serious trauma of the death of his younger sister. Rosalind didn't have the courage to touch the injury, because it was too big, and she wouldn't be able to remove it alone. She said River needed to deal with the matter personally. If she wants to destroy this injury, she will need 10,000 units of fitness, but depending on the situation, River himself can remove it, since he is the host. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day in the hospital. Helen stood with Lily's mother and talked to her about her daughter's condition. Meanwhile, River approached the girl, and she said that her mother asked her to thank him. In response, River smiled and said that she should thank not him, but the girl standing next to him. Then Lily looked at Sonia and thanked her with all her heart. At this point, the system started the synchronization mode and turned on the metastasis overview. The conclusion was that cancer cells spread to other parts of the body and caused new tumors. When the hero heard this, horror appeared on his face. He immediately contacted the doctor and asked if she had any records in Lily's medical history of metastases. The woman said that there were none and asked why he was asking. Then the hero asked to check it again before administering the drug. Then the woman asked him if he really thought the girl had metastasized. Sonia said that if spread to other areas is confirmed, the drug cannot be administered, because it is aimed only at cancer cells in liver tissue. River added that they don't know what the side effects might be, depending on where the cancer cells have spread and the size of the tumor. Then the doctor said that it would be better to check again before administering the medicine, and added that she would now talk to the girl's guardian, and Sonia would definitely report this to the company. At this moment, the main character turned around to look at the patient again. He looked closely at the girl who was enthusiastically reading some book. After this, Rosalind activated the synchronization mode and scanned the girl. River immediately became aware of all the biological processes taking place in Lily's liver, a huge number of cells endlessly breaking down and combining nutrients. Rosalind explained that this is why the liver is called the body's chemical factory, and to fulfill this role, it needs to be constantly supplied with blood filled with oxygen and nutrients. Since a lot of blood passes through this area, blood vessels form here, but the problem is that this feature is also used by cancer cells. At that moment, the hero realized that it was angiogenesis. Rosalind confirmed that cancer cells continually break down other cells and form new blood vessels, feeding on them and multiplying. As he himself saw, the new vessels that appeared thanks to the cancer cells absorbed a huge amount of glucose and grew like yeast, and the cancer cells did not stop there. They moved through the vessels to other areas. However, at that moment, Rosalind suddenly fell silent and then screamed sharply. She said that the synchronization mode was complete, and at that moment, River's head was struck by a strong pain. He pressed himself against the door and asked what had happened again, to which the system replied that it could not analyze the situation because tracking the movement of cancer cells required a huge amount of fitness. However, this puzzled the hero, because earlier she was told that she would only need 5.3 units of fitness, and he had that amount. But Rosalind said that he was now at 0, and the hero did not understand how he could spend it all at once and why. The system responded that before Sei died and metastasized, the hero personally heard about it from her attending physician, and because of this injury, the level of fitness dropped sharply. However, River didn't even remember hearing it personally, but the system explained that the trauma was too deep, so he erased the memory. However, she saw deep trauma in the amygdala, fragmentary memories of his sister. She also saw the moment he heard that she had metastasized. Despite this, the protagonist still found it hard to believe. He couldn't accept the fact that he personally heard it and erased the memories. When he thought about his sister, there was a void in his head. There were moments that he couldn't explain. Then Rosalind said that they had been in his subconscious all this time. She asked River to pull himself together and explained that from the beginning, this case was not so much a problem of treating the disease. Rather, it was a struggle with a trauma that was stuck in his subconscious. He remembered his sister's words that she would no longer continue treatment because she thought she had already recovered. She screamed that it was very hard for her and asked to stop it all. River looked at his crying little sister, who was begging him to save her. Now he remembered how the doctor told him that Seiya had metastasized. Cancer cells had spread to the lungs, pressing on the alveoli and interfering with breathing. The doctor asked River to prepare for the best, and now the hero could only watch his sister die. He remembered every detail of their last meeting, and the stress weighed heavily on him. Rosalind then told him that this wouldn't work because the intense stress and anxiety was putting pressure on his lungs, so she regulated the parasympathetic nervous response and calmed her down. At that moment, the hero opened his eyes and realized that tears were running down his cheeks, but he thanked Rosalind for her help. Then the system reported that his amygdala was now in such a state that he was about to have a coup, so she, Rosalind, would have to go there again. The hero didn't understand what this meant, and Rosalind said that, to be honest, she wasn't sure she could block it easily. The thing is, they are in the same body, but she can't just leave this rebellion of nerve cells in such a state. She decided to absorb the glucose that was now rushing into his brain, to use it as energy to calm the excited nerve cells. For a week he should try to eat as much sweets as possible. And then River asked what would happen to Lily, because he had to save her. However, Rosalind replied that she could not help her in any way since River was more important to her. During this time, they shared a lot with each other. She received a lot of his emotions, and he received her knowledge. She then asked him if he knew that there were genes that determined intelligence, and informed him that his intelligence and her genes were now in excellent condition. From this, Rosalind concluded that he could handle it himself, and asked him to believe in himself, since now she could only heal his injury a little. In this regard, she said that there would be no more loss of emotions like last time, after which she said goodbye to River. Meanwhile, the secretary came to River's office, but Chelsea came out with a puzzled face and said that it had already been the 5th day since the hero locked himself in the lab. Julia noted that he even cancelled all his meetings, and he probably doesn't even eat anything, but only snacks on some chocolate bars. As it turned out, in order to detect foci of metastases in the body, River spent the whole night in the lab because he could not use synchronization due to the absence of Rosalind. However, in addition to having Rosalind's DNA, he was also an astute scientist, so he noted that cancer cells absorb 20 times more glucose than normal cells. They love glucose so much that they begin to rebuild blood vessels to deliver it, so if you track the glucose levels in your body, you can pinpoint the exact location of cancer cells. And then he looked to the side and noticed a pile of boxes. As it turned out, these were indeed boxes of chocolate bars that he had been snacking on. Soon after, he went to Helen to tell her that there was too little time to develop new treatment technologies, so he was going to slightly modify the ones that were available. He wanted to introduce a safe drug into the patient's body and track the location of the glucose in the blood. He asked the woman to give the patient Lily some candy, and then do an MRI to look for changes in glucose levels. Helen was surprised because she knew it was impossible to detect with an MRI. However, River assured her that it was possible, it was just that no one had tried it yet. The girl was shocked and did not understand what exactly this guy was talking about. The fact is that MRI is a visualization method that allows you to get images of water molecules in the body, but glucose is not part of water, and with the help of MRI, it is impossible to change the flow of microscopic substances. River then said that according to the results he had achieved through simple experiments, the penetration of electromagnetic waves at a certain frequency into glucose using MRI causes the protons in the glucose to attach to the water molecules, thus changing the oscillation frequency. So he changed the vibration frequency of the changed water molecules and handed the girl the document to read. Then Helen picked up the document and read it carefully. However, the woman did not understand when he managed to do all this. It was such a simple thought, but such an amazing approach. She asked what volume of glucose could be measured in this way, and the hero replied that at low concentrations, up to micromoles. If cancer cells are detected, the concentration in this area will be higher, approximately 20 times, so there will be no problems with detecting metastases. Soon after, the girl was placed in an MRI machine. The lab technician noticed a red light flashing in the lower pelvis. These were definitely metastases, and River said that he really wished there weren't any, but on the other hand, it was good that they were able to find them. If they had administered the Celicure without knowing about the metastases, it could have caused big problems. So the lab technician asked him what to do now with the metastases that had been discovered. The hero said that it was necessary to start treatment and first remove the detected cancer cells, but for the woman this answer was too simple, since getting rid of cancer cells that have spread to the bones is not so easy. Then River said that there is such a method as third-generation immunotherapy. In the USA, it has already passed the 3rd stage of clinical trials. The girl asked him if he really meant the chimeric immunotherapy method. The hero understood that Rosalind was not with him now, so he needed to control himself, and he put on a calm expression and answered positively. Meanwhile, a man approached Jacob and asked him if he knew about the chimeric immunotherapy that was already working at Conson and Curson, and the man replied, yes. Then he said there was a patient who needed this treatment. They would create target markers in the stem cells to create a T-cell stratification. When the professor was asked who this patient was, he said that it was a girl with the last stage of liver cancer, and she had metastases in her bones. Jacob, a member of the spinal cord regeneration team, was surprised that this was just a child, and she already had the last stage of cancer, and even with metastases, to which the professor said that at the moment there are no suitable drugs, and so far they are only administering morphine. So they plan to extract cancer cells from the bones using chimeric immunotherapy, and then treat the liver cancer with Celicure. If it is the last stage, it does not have much time left. Meanwhile, the girl sat in her room and watched a video about the new roller coaster that had been built in a nearby park. She turned to her mother and said that she also wanted to go to the amusement park when she recovered, and the woman promised to take her there. Then the girl said that she wanted to be bought a headband with a toy and popcorn. At that moment, Lily's mother remembered what she had been told. Her daughter's cancer cells had metastasized even to her pelvic bones, and at the moment, there was no way to cure Lily. At that moment, Helen entered the room and said that she had come to take blood for analysis. However, when she noticed something strange, she asked Lily's mother what was wrong with her. As it turned out, the woman hid behind a screen so that her daughter would not see her tears. After that, she approached the doctor and said that she wanted to take her daughter home. With tears in her eyes, the woman said that she could not watch this any longer. Her heart was breaking with pain when she saw Lilia waiting and thinking that she would soon recover. Her daughter spent all this time in the hospital and can't even go to the amusement park that she so wants to go to. The woman said that if she suddenly left them here in the hospital, she would not be able to bear it any longer. Helen tried to calm the woman down by saying that they had Dr. River. He had already done many incredible things. The woman realized that she knew much less than the doctor, but looking at her daughter, she also learned a lot about cancer. She said that she was familiar with even the complex names of the drugs. However, preparing for treatment takes 3 months, and for Lily, who miraculously survives on morphine every day, this period is too long. The woman said she wanted to fill her daughter's last days with happy memories, and then asked the doctor if he thought there was any hope for this method. In response, the protagonist said that he needed 3 weeks, which shocked both women. He said he would complete the preparations in 3 weeks. So he looked at the woman seriously and asked her not to give up and to believe one more time. The story moves forward 1 week to the Bio company. The protagonist was in his office and asked Jake to bring him a medium for culturing animal cells. The fact is that the creation of hematopoietic stem cells is impossible with knowledge alone. However, River was confident that his experience and skills with cells would be successful, especially since he still had Rosalind's sensations in his hands. So River was confident that there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Jacob and the professor noted that the doctor's technique was simply fantastic. Soon after, the hero said that the infection of the stem cells they had prepared with the virus solution was complete. Then Jake asked him if all they really had left to do was to tinker with the genes using Cas9. The hero said that this was indeed the case and said that they would need another 5 days. He realized that this was right around the time he had promised Lily's mother, but when he thinks about the fact that the girl is still fighting her illness at this moment, he wants to act as quickly as possible. Soon after, the hero met Sonia, who had already heard about his treatment strategy. He was going to first treat the bone metastases with chimeric immunotherapy and then introduce Celicure. However, if he does this, there will be almost no time left because now Lily's liver is practically unable to function. Then River said with tears in his eyes that this is why he can't even go home and works day and night. And then the girl mentioned Celicure. She said that it was necessary not only to cover the drug with exosomes, but also to come up with a way to prevent this drug from then spreading to other parts of the body, like cockroaches in the kitchen. She added that if the drug is administered simultaneously with the treatment of metastases, then in this case it should not affect the infected bones. River said that this is indeed the case, but the problem is that doing this in practice is far from easy. Then Sonia noticed that even a drug for pancreatic cancer had successfully passed clinical trials, and she never expected that liver cancer would be more serious. River was genuinely surprised to hear about pancreatic cancer, and Sonia didn't understand why he was reacting that way. The hero explained that he had never even thought about it before, because the treatment uses the bonavirus, which infects only pancreatic cells. So, a similar plan can be made for the liver, because it is well known that there is a virus that can only infect liver cells. At that moment, Sonia realized that their secret weapon was hepatitis. River realized that this virus is called hepatitis, and if you mix a substance obtained from the DNA of the hepatitis C virus with exosomes, then there is every chance of success. This is even a theory that claims to have a real result. That's why the main character said that it was urgent to go to the research support center. Sonia immediately stood up and followed him, saying that she would keep him company as a faithful companion. Soon they arrived at the biolab together. There River sat, tired and focused, looking into a microscope, and Sonia immediately noticed that he was not resting at all. She suggested that River must be very worried about pediatric hepatoblastoma, which was brutal, of course. For Dr. Rivera, his work is not just about testing a drug or treating a disease, it is about fighting for life. Sonia understood how hard it was for him, and she couldn't even imagine how serious it was. The story moves to the day when the Celicure was scheduled to be administered. Sonia and River arrived at the hospital, where they were told that immunotherapy using chimeric antigen receptors and Celicure was beginning. After that, they had to start administering the drug. Meanwhile, the girl lay on the bed, and Clover anxiously thought about what might happen next. His anxiety was so strong that he felt sick. He remained unsure whether he had done everything right. He didn't understand what to do if Lily still died in the hospital, like his sister once did. He wondered if they should create happy memories for the girl before her last breath, as her mother had wanted. Suddenly, River turned around sharply and said that he would step away for a moment. When he came out, Helen asked Sonia if she thought the doctor was not in very good condition, and Sonia admitted that he was. She suggested that it was hard for him to watch all this because of his injury. It was really tough stuff. Meanwhile, River walked out onto the stairwell and thought he had run countless simulations and the probability of success really seemed high. But he doubted that he could achieve results, and he did not know what to do if he failed. Images of his younger sister's death kept popping up in his head. River didn't know what to do if he had to make another child suffer. At that moment, Sonia followed him out onto the stairwell. She peered cautiously out the door and saw the doctor sitting on the steps. River turned to her and said he just needed to think for a moment. Then Sonia sat down next to him and said that she knew how hard it was for him, but assured him that Lily would soon get better, so there was no need to worry. She reminded them that they had been preparing these medicines together for many days, and if they themselves did not trust their creation, then who would believe it? River knew Sonia was right, but he rarely felt better. His thoughts were constantly hovering around the negative. On the other hand, because of the injury, he realized that he shouldn't be stubborn in front of Lily's mother. However, Lily put her hand on his shoulder and told him that this time things would be different than when he was younger. Whether it was metastases, genetic data, or the creation of a new drug, it was a completely different situation then, and most importantly, there was a different person next to Lily. College student River and scientist River are different people, and now next to Lily is a scientist who has cured many diseases. So Sonia asked him to continue to trust himself the same way they had done all this time. Hearing these words, a slight blush appeared on River's face, and he thanked Sonia for her support. Rosalind, who had left Rivera, surrounded the amygdala with her cells and controlled the neural stimulation that occurred there. However, Rosalind's fight was not easy because the maternal cells were directly influenced by stimuli from the amygdala. It was impossible to remove the traumatic tissue deep within the amygdala, and Rosalind found it incredible that she had not known that the tissue would completely engulf her cells. Transferring consciousness into the mother cell was now impossible. Rosalind was able to control all normal processes without damaging River's body, but the shock that the mother cells received was inevitable. There was only one way left, to merge her cells with River's injury. Better to eat it than to be eaten by the injury. So Rosalind began expressing the mass membrane protein. She soon saw that all was going well as the mother cell's cell membrane began to entangle. But at that moment something strange happened. Rosalind felt as if River's trauma was entering her consciousness and transmitting some indescribable words. She realized that it was an incredible amount of sadness, emotions and feelings, so strong that it was almost unbearable. Then she smelled the medicine that was spreading throughout the hospital room. Then there was the smell of hydrangea, which River liked, but smell wasn't everything. She felt Saya's cold hand, clearly felt the texture of her touch. All these sensations and emotions merged into one. This was astonishing to Rosaline, who wondered if it meant that living beings with whole bodies always lived while feeling such things. Soon, the fusion with River's injury was successful, but the stimulation was too strong for the mother cell to go beyond its receptivity. This was the first threat to her existence since birth. Perhaps today, her life would end. Soon the doctor reported that the apoptosis of liver cancer tissue was 92%, and of cancer cells with bone metastasis, 100%. Well, of course, more of the drug still needs to be administered, but it is already possible to say with confidence that a cure at such a rate is real. They'll have to wait and see if there's a relapse, but her opinion as a doctor is that Lily will be able to leave the hospital as early as next week. When River heard this, he immediately congratulated the girl and her mother on such great news. The woman, hearing this, could not hold back her tears of joy. Such moments remain in the memory forever. She bowed to the main character for saving her child and herself, said that he worked tirelessly, and she would never forget this kindness on his part. At this moment, the hero began to think that maybe it wasn't Lily or her mother who was actually saved. After that, he went out onto the balcony and thought that he was actually saved. He turned to his younger sister and said, "It's really all over for you." At that moment, Rosalind returned to him again and reported that the treatment had been successful. The guy was very surprised that the system had finally returned, and Rosalind added that thanks to his success in treating a child with liver cancer, she was able to get out of the injured tissue. The hero said that he didn't understand what Lily's treatment had to do with her escape, but was glad she had returned anyway. However, he asked why she was gone for so long, since he was very nervous when she was not around. Rosalind replied that she had been through a lot. It would take too long to explain everything, but one thing was clear. This event changed her too. She took a step forward. The sync mode has become more advanced, the observation range has been expanded, the fitness consumption has been reduced, and a new ability has been added. The system reported that it could now survive outside of River's body for up to 30 minutes, and that a molecular biology simulation mode was also available. In this mode, he could conduct different experiments depending on his fitness level. He could create one virtual patient to simulate a clinical trial. Or, in the case of an epidemic, he could model a wide range of diffusion pathways and their outcomes, although this would require a lot of fitness. For the hero, this was a cool ability, but he didn't yet understand what the ability to be outside of his body meant for her. Then Rosalind recalled how she first got into his blood. Before that, the mother cells were floating in an experimental solution, and his fingers were only a few centimeters away from them. But how exactly the cells got into the wound, she did not understand. The hero suggested that the cells could have moved through the air, and Rosalind confirmed that she originally had the ability to float in the air. However, after settling in his body, her properties changed. If she leaves the body, she will no longer be able to survive. But now she could last 30 minutes out of her body, and River still didn't understand what that meant. He asked the system if she wanted to try it, and Rosalind said yes. After that, he looked into the eyes and saw as if another person began to form in his mind, a little girl with pink hair. Soon the hero opened his eyes and saw a child in a white dress in front of him. The hero's face reflected shock because the girl was incredibly similar to his younger sister, Sei. However, Rosalind revealed that this was the result of her mother's cells fusing with his trauma. The limbic system had created an optical illusion, but the hero still didn't understand why she had chosen his sister's appearance. Rosalind explained that the person occupying the largest amount of information in his trauma was Sei, and as she worked with the information, she naturally acquired her appearance. She then asked to tell River if he didn't like that she had borrowed her younger sister's appearance, then she wouldn't show up. But the hero said that she could do whatever she wanted, and Rosalind was glad that he accepted this, because she wanted to explore the world with her body. Then River asked if he was really the only one who could see her. The girl reassured him, telling him that he need not worry, other people would not be able to see her or hear her voice. However, River didn't understand why she had pink hair. Rosalind explained that hair follicle cells are some of the fastest dividing cells in the body, and perhaps because of their characteristics, they more closely resemble hair cells than injured tissue. The hero thought to himself that it was hard to believe even seeing it with his own eyes, but now he thought that Sei had really come back to life. She was a healthy and happy girl before she was diagnosed with liver cancer. After this, Rosalind asked if she could look around, and the hero allowed it. After all, other people can't see her anyway. However, he asked her not to go too far. But the girl assured him that he shouldn't worry, because they would be able to communicate even at a distance. After all, her maternal cells were still in his head. Rosalind's cells explored the outer space. She could share her feeling, spending fitness from the mother cells. She then activated the exchange of feelings, and the hero noticed that the consumption of fitness was quite high, but since it was his first time in a long time, he decided to give it a try. After that, the space around him seemed to change. Soon the hero began to see the world from Rosalind's point of view. Suddenly, he noticed the road and a bus that was rushing straight towards him. The hero automatically put his hands out to protect himself from danger. At this point, the system reported that the sharing of feelings was complete. Then River thought that everything seemed so real that he instantly became excited. After that, he took another look at how Rosalind now looked. He thought that if Sei were alive and well, she would run just like Rosalind. The story moves to a week later. At the university, the hero called the president and said that the seminar was over and he was now heading to a meeting with the teacher. The president said the Blue House had contacted them and Rivera had been recommended as the chief strategic planning officer for research and development. Since the hero is currently conducting a seminar, he can answer later, so the hero said that the details will be discussed later and thanked the president. At that moment, a man came up to him from behind and asked if he was telling the truth about a national government. It turned out that a university professor named Ben was standing in front of River. He immediately apologized and admitted that he had not intended to eavesdrop on the conversation, but it happened by accident. Ben also noted that River had given a great performance today. The student's reaction was simply stunning, and then asked if the hero was going to accept the position of technical director in any case. River answered honestly that he wasn't sure yet. He needed time to think everything over, because the news was completely new to him. Then Ben noted with a slight grin that perhaps it was an old man's whim. But he felt that if River refused, it could have a bad effect on him. He explained that a national-level position requires deep knowledge in all areas that are important to the country, and it is not a profession that you can just walk into and immerse yourself in research. Making a budget for research projects at a university or research institute, monitoring the work, all this can be done by anyone, not necessarily River. But tasks like curing AIDS are something only he can do. Because if he leaves the cutting-edge research and development center, the miracles they have witnessed will become just stories of the past. Perhaps the state is not as concerned with his ability to resolve national issues as it is with the use of his image for political purposes. The thing is, there was only a year left until the elections, and so Ben really hoped that River would make the right decision. The hero replied that he too understood the seriousness of the situation. Although their thoughts diverged a little, such a position is a really cool opportunity. River said he wanted to see if there were aspects that could be used to advance science and that it was not too late to make a decision even later. In response, Ben smiled and said that this was very commendable because this was the same Dr. River he knew, and he was pleased to realize that he had not changed at all. The story moves forward to a few days later in the Agent Company briefing room, where Hank reveals that the CEO is both the CEO of Abyo and the COO of Agent. Of course, this is all a pure formality, because he is the closest candidate for the role of the next technical director, and if he takes the post of National Technical Director, further development of science in the country will become impossible. CEO River left Abajo and Ajin without any restrictions, wanting them to spread their wings and fly freely in the big world. Hank said it was with a heavy heart that he would be handing over the company's best talent to the government. At that moment, the hero watched on TV as the president of the research department, Hank, made rhetorical statements and formally escorted him away. For River, it looked like the funniest comedy ever, but he was determined that it was time to prepare for new challenges. After this, he addressed the audience and first of all thanked the government for recommending him for such an important position. However, after talking with colleagues, he noticed several problems. If the government directly conducts university industrial research, it will violate the autonomy of scientific research. This is ineffective because there is no guarantee that people in administrative positions understand the thoughts and intentions of scientists. Moreover, they have virtually no experience of university-industry collaboration. So River recommended current CTO Ajin for the position. Everyone present was shocked. They realized that they were talking about Nicholas Kim. River then explained that Nicholas was the best scientist with 40 years of experience in industry. He understands not only biology, but also physics. Meanwhile, at Ajin's company, they weren't sure what was going on, and Hank asked Nicholas how the talk about him becoming the general manager of the National Strategic Team came about. He asked if River had really asked him to do this. Nicholas confirmed that this was indeed the case. He still wanted to work on the front lines of research and asked for help. Hank was stunned and asked where Nicholas was going to go. Nicholas replied that he would not leave immediately because the previous director still had time, but still the news was sudden and Hank could not understand what was happening. Nicholas understood Hank's concerns and asked him not to worry because River was not greedy for Ajin. Hank didn't like this smugness and asked if Nicholas would mind if River became CEO later. He also asked if they were close friends with the current CEO, Damien, and what would happen if River found out about the anthrax. Nicholas said he told him several times that they better turn themselves into the police before River found out about everything. Nicholas told the CEO about it, and when they made a decision, he would finish the matter and leave. However, Hank couldn't agree with the idea of just going and turning himself into the police. He said that what Nicholas was doing was a betrayal of the other managers and the CEO. After that, Hank turned around and said that he hoped Nicholas wouldn't regret it. Meanwhile, the story moves to the lab, where a man entered the office and addressed the lab assistant, saying that the manager was currently giving a tour and everyone needed to be vigilant and careful. He also approached the senior researcher, Sarah, and asked if she had completed the research note 3 days ago and if she could do so now. The girl apologized and said that she would do everything right away, to which the man warned that she would get into trouble if she was caught filling out notes right there. So he asked her to do it quickly in room 202. Sarah was heading towards the exit when the door suddenly opened and Hank appeared there. He looked menacingly at Sarah and asked where she was going. The girl looked down and said that she was currently working on a polydimethylsiloxane scheme, a method of conducting 6 cross-checks by including an antibody through 48 lines. Hank then asked why 6 times, and Sarah explained that since the antibody's binding specificity was low, they wanted to increase the accuracy by running the test 6 times. Hank wondered if the research shouldn't be focused on increasing specificity so that it could be easily replaced, but Sarah replied that that wasn't the area of their department. In response, Hank started yelling at her, saying that if that was the case, then she could work with the protein engineering team, because communication with other departments was the basis of any serious research. He stated that teamwork was the key to success and asked if she knew how River had achieved such amazing results. This was possible because he had taken all of Eigen's resources, or rather, their entire department, and now he was wondering what these guys were even thinking about while working here. He said that the people at Agen do everything they can for the money he gives them, and then he asked them to look at the clinical command center. Right now, none of their drugs are even in clinical trials. Hank started yelling that this bastard and his damn company, Abayo, had ruined everything for them, and now he himself had to teach the employees basic interaction with other departments. He asked why he should even put up with stupid excuses, like it wasn't our department's responsibility. After that, he stated that in any case, the technical director would side with River, so no one could guarantee that the research under his leadership would work normally. At that moment, the main character entered the office and said that he did not consider such words worthy of a leader addressing his researchers. Moreover, issues of cooperation may well be resolved with the permission of the head of the department. Looking at Hank's surprised expression, River stated that he didn't understand why the director was so angry that his subordinates didn't do what they were supposed to do. Hank didn't understand the nonsense this guy was talking and asked him why he thought he could come and go from the lab as he pleased without even warning him in advance. In response, River said that the issue of permission to enter the lab was discussed when they signed the contract. Hank should also address him as such. He's no longer just a lab doctor, but the CEO of Abyo. Moreover, he came here to improve the work of diagnostic kits, which the head of the administration just talked about, and he is a little offended that Hank treats him like some kind of outsider and not a partner. When the man heard this, real anger appeared on his face. After that, he headed towards the exit and said that then River needed to work harder and he would go away. He walked out of the office and slammed the door loudly. At that moment, River looked at his ex-girlfriend Sarah, who was trying to recover from her fight with Hank, and noted that perhaps now was not the best situation to talk about work. Meanwhile, the story moves forward 2 hours before River's visit to the diagnostic equipment department. He met with the CEO of American Livestock McKinney, who thanked him for getting him healthy again, and the hero noted that McKinney's complexion had definitely improved. The thing is, McKinney had a radical pancreatic disease. He applied to participate in a clinical trial in the US 2 weeks ago, miraculously survived, and personally came to express his gratitude to River. The hero said that he was glad to help, but still, in the future, McKinney should take more care of his health, to which McKinney replied that now his health is his #1 priority. However, he added that there was another reason why he wanted to come. The fact is that among the candidates for receiving a patent for animal medicines, there were 122 suitable ones. Since the man was already working in the industry with one of the leading specialists, he heard news about these patents and that new drugs were coming soon, although it seemed that this had not yet become public knowledge. However, he wanted to ask Rivera if he had plans to develop a diagnostic kit for animals, as thousands of livestock and farmers suffer from epidemics every year. The hero said that it cannot be denied that he has thought about developing such a set, but for now they are a bit fixated on the high cost of production, and in order not to burden farmers, the price should be set as low as possible. However, he promised that he would find a solution soon because it hurts him to see so many animals die in vain. He said he considered it as important as treating human diseases. After that, he met with Sarah and asked how they could reduce the cost, because unlike the human checkup, the diagnostic kit for animals could be developed by dividing it based on infectious diseases. Even if farmers cannot determine whether their cattle are infected with the virus, it will be enough to predict it in order to be sure and reduce the scale of the tragedy and mass destruction of animals. Sarah then said they could make a small number of highly effective kits that would diagnose different infectious diseases, then test them on sick chickens or pigs, and once they identified an infectious disease, confirm it with a cheaper kit that only tests for one disease and see how far it has spread. When the hero said that this is a good idea, then they need to develop a high-performance set at the same time too. In this case, it was better to separate the types to reduce production costs, and he decided to leave this concern to Sarah. The story moves forward 2 weeks to Eigen's headquarters. In CEO Damien's office, there was a conversation about 122 patents for therapeutic drugs and only 32 for diseases. In total, that was more than 3 therapeutic drugs for each disease, and although he knew Rivera had extraordinary abilities, he did not expect him to register 122 patents without the company's knowledge. When the hero explained that it was because Eigen was not involved in developing treatments for animal diseases, Damien then said that these patents did not belong to either a bio or a gen, but were River's personal patents. The hero confirmed this, and then the man asked if he had come here to sell him these patents. River said Damien should understand how much money these patents will make, but they are just patents, and the manufacturer of the product is not necessarily the seller. Damien then realized that this guy was there to make a deal to commercialize the product while keeping the patents in his name. The hero said he could help Eigen produce drugs faster than competitors due to his extensive experience in drug development. Damien then asked if this meant he wanted to leave the commercialization of the products to Eigen. River confirmed that yes, because he is also the director of Eigen and thinks about the company. If he personally gets involved, creates a production method, and gives it to the agency for free, shareholder support will increase dramatically, and if the CTO resigns, it will be difficult to hand over the position to anyone else in such an atmosphere. The man thought that this was all true. The shareholders were definitely on River's side now, and despite the unreasonable requests, they would have no choice but to agree. If he were to give up hastily and hand over the commercialization to a competitor, his management skills would be highly valued, although Damien knew that he had lost to River many times and could not stop him. So he rose from his seat and asked if he wanted a share. However, the hero replied that he did not need it because he decided to buy DNA analysis equipment in bulk from Conson and Curson. Damien was surprised to hear that it would cost tens of billions, so he suggested leaving the matter aside for now and asked River why he was going to use the equipment. The hero explained that since the Human Genome Project, geneticists have been working continuously and continually to uncover the truth in human DNA. They have been able to collect a huge amount of data and identify genetic mutations associated with diseases. Unfortunately, 78% of this data is from European DNA because they are the leaders in science, especially the United States. However, if new drugs are developed based on the genes of only Western peoples, there is a high probability that they will not work or will cause side effects in other races. That's why he would like to hand over the Genome Project so that the genes of different races can be analyzed, because science must be objective and the data must be unbiased towards any particular race. Damien agreed with him and said that in the scientific community, everyone ignores this point, although it is a necessary task. However, he was still curious about what exactly River wanted from him. The hero stated that he wanted scientists who were not experienced enough to use DNA analysis equipment on their own. However, Damien said there are not many people in the country who can manage that many devices. Before he could finish speaking, River asked that the Department for Developing Agen Diagnostic Devices be placed under the leadership of iBio. At that moment, Damien lowered his head and said that Principal Hank would scream when he found out about this. But the hero assured him that this issue was more important than sales or company growth and asked him to think like a senior researcher who runs the scientific world and not like a company's CEO. He asked that this be viewed as creating a base material that could be referenced in the development of many drugs in the future. He was sure Damien understood how important this was. Then the man agreed and said that he would think about this issue carefully. Finally, River thanked the CEO and left the office. The story moves to iBio's company a week later. Sarah informed the protagonist that after 40 tests, they were able to accurately diagnose diseases such as foot and mouth disease, swine fever, and acute respiratory viral infections. In addition, information was found regarding diseases such as rabies and anaplasmosis. In this way, they provided individual and ideal diagnostic kits for a total of 30 diseases. They predicted that the individual kit for the remaining 21 diseases would be completed within 2 weeks, and contrary to the hero's expectations, things went well. So he said that they should end the meeting there and praised Sarah for her good work. But then suddenly, the girl asked if she could discuss a personal matter with the CEO. She suggested that he might be uncomfortable, but River gave her permission to speak. Then the girl said that she was actually quitting next month. The hero asked her why she decided to do it so suddenly, but she replied that she had been thinking about it for a long time. She wondered how she would feel if she lived as passionately as he did, and how much she would enjoy it. Sarah had always lived her life fearing the opinions of others, and that really set her apart from River. She couldn't even remember a time when she felt happy in this company, during the times when she really enjoyed doing research. There was a time when she was happy to experiment all night long, and she would like to find that happiness again. Looking back, Sarah realized what was funny, what she was afraid of, and why she had treated him so coldly when he was going through his worst period. At that moment, the hero put his hands on her shoulders and said that he had to put himself in her place, asking her not to blame herself too much since now all this was in the past. These words brought tears to Sarah's eyes, but she understood that everything really was in the past. And then she added that she was very sorry about what happened then, and also that he had kept everything to himself until now, but now she had decided to seek common ground with him. After that, she turned to her desk and gathered her things. There were still tears in her eyes as she said it was time for her to go now. And then she headed towards the exit, and River silently watched her go. Meanwhile, the story moves to the first Eigen lab, where Hank told the hero that he cannot send this department to him. However, River didn't understand why he couldn't do it since he thought the CEO had already agreed to it. Hank then asked him how a CEO who runs a company can survive without understanding all the circumstances of each case. The diagnostic equipment department is currently involved in a government-funded project, so management cannot move staff around at its own discretion. The project is scheduled to last 2 years, so it will probably take some time to complete, but he said if River wants, they can wait. Seeing the surprise on the young man's face, Hank said that they really needed these 2 years. At this point, River turned to him and asked if the government project he was talking about was a project to develop new materials. He said he also believed that the project to develop new materials was a really important undertaking. It can be applied not only in the garment industry, but also in various other fields, and depending on the situation, it can even save people's lives. However, if the research period is extended by 2 years, commercialization may be delayed and the company will lose money. So he asked Hank to give him this project and promised that he would finish it within 2 weeks. At this point, Hank exploded with rage and said that he had enough. He asked the hero how he was going to finish a 2-year project in 2 weeks. In response, the hero said that he was a man of his word and asked Hank why he still did not trust him, given everything he had seen so far. The man said that he knew that the hero could make new medicines, but this project was about developing new materials, not drugs. When the hero asked if it wouldn't be easier since the project doesn't require clinical trials on humans, Hank thought to himself that he never doubted River's abilities, but now he was in an even deeper hole that had nothing to do with him. Yet the bastard said he could do it in just 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day, when the hero returned to Hank again and told him about 302-1 ORS on chromosome 7. He said he referred to data and dissertations from a Chinese university and personally checked it yesterday to confirm. When Hank asked him if he had really done the experiments on the project he had started yesterday in just 1 day, moreover, it was a genetic engineering experiment, the hero replied that it was all thanks to Cas9. At that moment, Hank thought that he never doubted this monster-like bastard, but he couldn't imagine that he would be able to work with the material so quickly. He just underestimated this guy's abilities. River then said he would help with a government-funded project, and so asked Hank to hand over the diagnostic equipment department to him. However, Hank stated that he could not do this, which confused the hero. He asked him to slow down a little and asked why he needed it, considering that he already had a lot of things to do. He assumed River was acting like this because of that bastard Selicure. He said they needed to be honest. River was old enough not to want to take over Agent's leadership. He wasn't the same person he used to be. Hank wondered why he would go so far. Did he have no respect for the senior scientists who raised him? He said that Agent was created by CEO Damien, the head of management and other directors, and it didn't make sense for River to suddenly swoop in and take over. The hero then asked him why Hank suddenly started talking about management rights, since he didn't ask for Agent's CEO position or his position. It was just like the Selicure incident that time. The drug they almost got rid of saved the life of a 9-year-old girl. The hero said that he should be begging Hank now. He demanded that he stop using trivial reasons, such as protecting the rights of the leadership, to block the resolve of those trying to save lives. After this, he tired from his seat and stated that the atmosphere was no longer conducive to productive conversation. He headed towards the exit and said that he would come back here later. When Hank was left alone, he gripped the armrest with all his might and rage. He didn't understand how this bastard dared to treat them. In what way? River was a simple doctor who still had milk on his lips, and not only did he steal his job, but he also dared to teach him. At that moment, a young guy ran into Hank's office and addressed the director. He said the man needed to check the news urgently. As it turns out, a representative from the first research lab is sharing insider information about Selicure. Soon the news reported that Selicure, a drug for treating liver cancer, was the most interesting drug in the pharmaceutical industry, and according to this guide, Eigen almost got rid of it, and it became a hot topic. The company felt threatened by Seligainer's new drug, so they tried to stop the research by putting constant pressure on Seligainer, which is just a venture company. River's CEO, upon learning of this, came into conflict with the research director and was eventually transferred to another position, after which River's CEO demanded that Agent take over the development of cellulose, while criticizing the company. Eventually, they will be able to connect the dots to find out what happened at that time. Sarah, who was the star of the newscast, noted that they really didn't need to blur her face or distort her voice. However, now she felt better about it, and in the end, all her affairs in Korea were settled. At that moment, the girl suddenly remembered her ex-boyfriend. She thought that she would very much like to atone for her guilt for betraying and hurting him. It might have seemed like just her selfishness to justify herself. But Sarah still hoped that this would help him fulfill his wish, even if only a little. So even if it was just a tiny amount, it was already good. Meanwhile, people gathered outside the Agent Company building to protest against Director Hank, saying that he should be fired and investigated for research ethics violations. Meanwhile, the board of directors said at an emergency meeting that the protests were becoming increasingly widespread. Public opinion of CEO Damien continues to deteriorate, with a petition to the Blue House calling for a public investigation signed by 300,000 people. Then people asked the director what was really going on. However, the man said he knew nothing about it. However, the directors did not understand why the CEO did not know about such an important matter. Apparently, he thought that everything would resolve itself if he said that he knew nothing. Then he said that if they asked him to take responsibility, he could resign. However, other directors said the issue would not resolve itself just because he suddenly resigned, and if that happened, it would make matters worse. At this point, one of the directors suggested that Director River could take over as CEO. Everyone present was shocked and said that Dr. River was not trained in management, and he could not be the CEO of two companies at the same time. At this point, someone suggested that iBio and Agent could merge. However, others said a merger with such a large company could not be done overnight, and they did not see how they would cope with the collapse in stock prices. At this point, Damien asked them to pay attention to him and said that he was very sorry for Principal Hank for this. However, he suggested that they put him in charge of everything and fire him, and they could also appoint Director Rivera as the first director of the institute. Soon after, Hank received a call from a girl who said she was sorry things had turned out the way they had. However, the man, who had already heard the news, said that everything was fine. For her, it was the best decision she could make. The girl said she would instead try to prevent his arrest. It would be difficult now, but he needed to hold on until public opinion died down. Then she asked what was up with the thing. She said that Director River was about to move into his office, so Hank should take care of it until then. However, the man said that she did not need to remind him about it, since he was already moving, and he was entrusting this to Director Gill. The woman asked him if he meant the director from the 6th laboratory, to which the man said that he also had a request for the director. However, the woman doubted that they could trust him. But Hank told her that they had no other choice. The head of the department was arrested, so the only person they can trust in this matter is Director Gill. The girl then asked if this 10-year-old sample was still dangerous, and asked if there was a way to just quietly get rid of it. However, Hank said that they had another way, but if there was even a drop of live anthrax left in this sample, it would be a disaster. Once that happened, there was nothing they could do to reverse it. The risk was too high. At that moment, the woman smiled and said that she didn't understand how everything turned out like this. Hank then calmly told her that she was now the only one who could destroy River. After he loaded up his things and walked out to the car, the girl asked him to be careful as she left. Meanwhile, the story takes us to the 6th laboratory, where Hank arrived to bring something to the director, but he did not immediately understand why he did it. Hank then said that it was an important sample, and he would leave it with Director Gill while he was gone. At that moment, the man exhaled loudly and grabbed his forehead with his hand, as if all the responsibility had immediately fallen on him. Hank told him that he had to remember well. This was their source of funding when they started the company, and that now it was spilled milk, and Gill was the only one he could trust. The man was silent for a moment, and then said that he agreed, but in turn, Hank should not abandon him if something happened to him in the future. He promised to do just that, and added that the director would then definitely reward him separately. After the man hid the case in storage, Hank asked if he could look at the Life Creation Division's experiment logs. Gill was very surprised by this proposal, but said that most of them were probably useless. However, if Hank is really that curious, he can do it right here. He just needs to find the right records. After this, Hank took out the necessary folder and thought that they might have missed something. Now he was determined to unearth every step River took, leaving nothing unsaid. Meanwhile, Gill watched the man as he carefully read the documents in the folder. He then said that in these documents, Director Kim mentioned an accident. Gill added that he remembered Director Ritter fainting for the first time after his transfer and assumed it was anemia or something related to hepatitis. It said that Rosalind's sample was dead as shown by microscopy, and the younger River added 10 microliters of 10 times PBS, but cell death persisted and the sample was discarded. When Hank saw the name Rosalind, he didn't understand what it was at first. He then headed towards the exit and asked Gill to take care of it as a final thought. He said that he himself had to go somewhere now. However, Gill didn't understand what had come over the guy. Meanwhile, the protagonist noted that his stamina had finally been replenished and asked Rosalind if it was time to start. Then the girl decided to start the simulation mode. Considering that Rosalind's ancestors are connected inside his body, River could gain some very important information. They could move at the speed of sound and observe any biological phenomenon. However, due to the high stamina consumption, the cells must be handled with extreme care. If the stamina is depleted, Rosalind's cells will be lost. Cell loss can have a negative impact on the transition state and the quality of synchronization, and therefore its level can also drop. The hero noted that it was indeed risky, but Rosalind said that since the stem cells had not disappeared, over time he would be able to increase the level and restore the current indicators. Of course, she can't come back until he levels up, so the hero decided to be careful and get started. After this, the simulation mode was activated, and Rosalind asked what exactly River would like to simulate. The hero replied that he would like to see a simulation of the most dangerous and infectious disease in the world at the moment. The girl replied that it would be too difficult with her current level of endurance, and the scope of analysis was limited due to the urban area. However, the hero did not understand why he could not do this since he already had 10 stamina points. But Rosalind replied that since it required the task of counting the number of all cases at the moment, this was all she could do. The hero then said that this was a significant ability in itself, although quite pathetic, and decided to try an urban area, considering that the HIV virus had recently been used for research purposes. After this, the girl soared into the air and said that perhaps this was the reason. She then announced that she was starting a search. At that moment, her body suddenly began to glow. It began to emit bright rings that spread across the sky. The hero saw that stars seemed to be falling from the sky. Suddenly, he noticed that thousands of research institutes and factories in the urban area had sprung up overnight. Rosalind said he would see dots of all different sizes and shapes, each representing locations on the outskirts of the city, and she set it up so that the higher the risk, the darker the color, and the higher the type and number, the bigger the dot. The risk level of each was classified based on infectiousness and mortality, with overall low risk excluded, such as influenza. River then pointed to one spot and asked if that was ABio's research lab, noting that it was quite dark. Rosalind said it was the HIV virus, and then the hero asked if HIV-infected people were always that dark. Suddenly the dot began to glow bright red, and the hero asked what went wrong. Rosalind said that a very dangerous pathogen was found in the Eigen headquarters, but the hero did not understand why something so dangerous was here, and why not in the research labs. Then Rosalind said that she was also seeing this for the first time. Moreover, the pathogen was already dead, and the remains were in a liquid nitrogen flask. But it didn't matter to River that she was seeing it for the first time. He believed that she should be able to see similarities with living organisms or similar pathogens. Rosalind replied that the pathogen with the most similarities, in her opinion, was anthrax. The hero didn't understand what anthrax was doing at Eigen HQ, to which the system responded that if you go into detail, anthrax has no gender, but this pathogen does. The system feared that it was another monster that had evolved from anthrax, but the hero still did not understand who could artificially create direct mutagenesis. Rosalind replied that it was highly likely, but they did not work separately. Perhaps a direct connection between a man and a woman was needed. One of them was in the Eigen headquarters, and the other was moving with Kim Hyun-tak. Meanwhile, the story takes us back a bit to the Life Creation Department, where Hank came to the lab where River used to work. Referring to the research history, the sample was on a heating apparatus in the boiling stage at that time. He assumed the guy was carefree and had probably examined the sample with a small microscope. Then he already put it in the sample container. After that, Hank reached into the container to get Rosalind, which was the name of the sample. However, at that moment, River entered the lab and asked the man what he was doing there. Hank tried to justify himself and said that he was on his way to see Director Gill, but he came in because he was thinking about Rivera. After all, he should have spread his wings and fluttered away the moment he was transferred to the department. Shortly before this, the system informed the hero that his stamina was almost gone and he could no longer continue. River was upset because he knew that he would have to go around the entire building to find Hank, but since he was in a hurry, he decided to go to the lab first. When he got there, he saw that the one he was looking for was heading straight there. And then the system told the hero that something strange was happening. The hero had to remember that Hank now had anthrax. Now that River stood in front of the man, he thought about how he had anthrax, but it had suddenly disappeared. He assumed the man had hidden it. Then he said that these were all failed samples, and they also had the last samples that they tested, and suggested that Hank bring them. However, the man said he simply wanted to emulate the CEO. He was simply looking around to find some inspiration. After that, he asked the hero what he was doing here, to which River asked him a counter question. He suggested that perhaps Hank knew about anthrax. At that moment, the man didn't understand how River knew about this. He assumed that they had a rat. Then he asked the hero why he had suddenly decided to ask about anthrax. Rosalind noted that, judging by his brainwaves and the rush of blood to his head, he must be in shock. So since they found Hank, they can use all their restored stamina to watch. Soon after, the system informed the hero that it had found what he needed. It was up there. The hero looked up with a stunned expression and wondered if Gil was involved in this too. Then Hank asked him again why he thought he had such a terrible thing as anthrax. If someone spread rumors about him in this way out of resentment, then let them come and sort it out themselves. The hero noted that Hank looked like he had already passed this on to Director Gill, and then said that it was an internal tip-off, and therefore he had no intention of exposing the person. At this point, Hank cursed at River and tried to figure out who was the one who turned him in. He didn't believe it could have been CEO Damien or Manager Ian. But then Nicholas came into his mind and he realized that it was him. After this, River asked him what he did with the anthrax, but Hank said that he had no idea what he was talking about. Then the hero said that he did not even deny that he was evading the answer, and asked him why he did not tell him honestly. In response, Hank screamed and said that he didn't know where he heard it, but he needed to not believe those people because it was a meaningless rumor. After this, the hero headed towards the exit and said that he was busy now, so he needed to go. When the hero went out the door, Hank immediately picked up the phone, since he assumed that he would now go to Gil. He understood that the situation was getting more and more heated. After that, he called Jill himself, thinking that Nicholas most likely planned to hand them over. Soon after the hero came to Gil, he surrendered and revealed that it was a biochemical weapon. It was created in conjunction with the US Army at the time when Eigen was just being formed. It was a secret project that was only known to certain American representatives. It was this project that helped fund the growth of Eigen in its early days. Then the hero said that all this was a violation of the Biological Weapons Convention. He said that this would not only result in guilt, but it could increase international tension, and what's more, the Korean government might not have been aware of the situation at all. River then said that there had already been a leak and asked Gil why he hadn't prevented it yet, to which the man replied that it was the only proof they had that they were collaborating with the US Army. They decided that they should say that they got rid of all evidence leading to American traces, and it would be bad if they said that they knew nothing about it. Gil also didn't know whether River would believe him or not. Anthrax was not developed for military purposes. The thing is, this project didn't start with an order to prepare for bioterrorism using anthrax. They never did anything criminal using it. He knew that their relationship wasn't the best, but the company was going through a tough time at the moment, and if River was going to bring up the past now, it wouldn't do any good for the company. Moreover, thanks to the use of secure devices, this sample was preserved without any damage. Rosalind confirmed that this was true, but River thought that even if Director Gil was telling the truth, it did not justify the whole situation. So he said that international laws state that developing biological weapons is already a crime. The fact that no incidents occurred does not make him innocent, and while they can roughly estimate the radioactive damage caused by nuclear weapons, it does not compare to the danger of biological weapons because there are too many variables in their use. However, Gil still had a chance to fix everything. He had to give River the anthrax that he now had in his possession. Moreover, the hero asked him to never get involved in this again, and then the man agreed. Meanwhile, Hank was heading to the principal's office, hoping the man wouldn't give the bastard the sample. However, when the man reached the office, the secretary stopped him and said that Director River and Gil were currently having a meeting. However, Hank did not stop and said that he had more important business with him. He abruptly threw open the office doors and walked inside. At that moment, River and Gil turned their heads towards him. As it turned out, the director had already handed the hero the suitcase with the virus. When Hank asked Gil what he was doing with a confused expression on his face, at that moment, the man looked down and apologized to Hank. And then Hank said he had no idea what he was going to do with it, but asked to give the suitcase to him since it wasn't even River's property. At that moment, the hero saw as if some strange aura began to swirl between them. Then he looked at Rosalind and asked her what she was doing here. The girl seemed to have come down and looked convulsively at the man. Then she screamed loudly, saying that River needed to leave this place immediately. She scanned Hank and stated that the man was infected with an unknown pathogen. While the main character stood there stunned, the girl seemed to be protecting him from the virus. She said in surprise that she couldn't even understand what kind of pathogen it was, but one thing was for sure, this person was now infected with it. There was no way to confirm whether it was contagious or not, but now it was time for River to leave the room. Then the hero asked her if she was really advising him to just leave Hank and not worry about what would happen to Director Gil. At that moment, Hank began to breathe heavily and beads of sweat began to run down his face. Gil looked at him with concern and said that he looked very bad. In response, Hank shouted and warned one last time. He ordered River to forget everything related to anthrax. He added that the more River gets involved, the worse the future will be for the agent agency. However, at that moment, Hank's nose started bleeding, and Gil hurried to help the director. The hero's face distorted with horror, and he asked Rosalind if Hank was really infected with anthrax. The girl replied that if it had been anthrax, she would have understood it immediately. So the hero asked her to turn on the simulation to find out everything in detail, because he couldn't just leave Hank in such a state. Rosalind said that it had not been long since he had regained his physical form, and he could not see in all the details. But the hero said that there was no time to wait now. After that, the system obediently launched the simulation mode. For the hero, it all looked incredible. The black color on the diagram resembled a black hole. Even anthrax could not compare to this. Meanwhile, Gil tried to bring Hank to his senses, and the hero asked him if he had touched anything dangerous upstairs. Hank responded by screaming that he had done nothing wrong, and that his condition had worsened dramatically after his conversation with River. The girl noted that the man was not lying, but the situation looked bad and River really needed to leave the place. At that moment, the hero suddenly realized that for the first time, he saw Rosalind scared. Suddenly, Hank started coughing violently and blood started flowing from his mouth. After this, he fell to his knees, and the man decided to call an ambulance. After some time, an ambulance arrived and the unconscious Hank was sent to the hospital. Then the hero asked Nicholas why he came, to which he replied that he had something to talk about with the CEO. He asked River for a moment of his time, and the hero realized that Nicholas must want to discuss anthrax. As they sat down in the office, River asked if Nicholas had really been involved in the development as well. The man replied that, no, it happened long before he started working at Agen. The hero thought to himself that if Nicholas had been an Eigen back then, he would have clearly spoken out against this. Nicholas said that even if it wasn't in his hands, he had no excuse as the company's senior scientist, and he understood that River might not trust him, but he still wanted to ask for a favor. He asked to leave this matter to him, because he may already know everything. but CEO Damien and Nicholas have come a long way together. Although their opinions often diverged at work, Nicholas at least tried to make amends before stepping down as CTO. So he asked River to give him a little more time. He wanted to correct the mistakes of the past on his own in the remaining time in office. The hero agreed, realizing that as a young scientist, Nicholas was not going to pay for the mistakes of the older generation on his own. If it was Nicholas, he could be trusted, but River had a condition. He said that everyone involved in this case should pay the price they deserve. Nicholas agreed to this condition and said that he was not going to let things slide. Meanwhile, Hank was lying in the hospital on a respirator, brain dead. River stood next to his bed and thought that the situation was worse than he imagined. Looking at the surveillance camera, he noticed that Hank was touching Rosalind without gloves. Cells from the sample could have gotten on her skin. He then asked Rosalind what would happen if Hank suddenly woke up in this state and saw a system window or something similar, but the system replied that this was impossible. The creation of life is an event that cannot happen twice at the same time. Then the hero asked the girl with a smile if she knew what the reason was, but Rosalind wasn't sure. She theorized that the pathogen that infected Hank was created as a result of a mutation caused by her birth. The thing is, she is the second being on this planet, a completely new species that does not have the same genetics as any other living being that has ever existed on Earth. From an evolutionary perspective, Rosalind is a new species and a competitor, and she had no choice but to face all life on Earth. However, she was kind to all the people who were her competitors and contributed to saving a large number of lives. She suggested that her gene's aggression toward life had been suppressed and separated, but that aggression had become a deadly pathogen and remained with her. River then asked if there was a way to cure Hank, but Rosalind didn't understand why he was going to cure a person he didn't like. The hero replied that Hank should live to take responsibility and be punished for the anthrax incident. In response, Rosalind admitted that River is an unusual person, but she does not know if she can cure Hank now. She needed to study the pathogen more closely because she was not sure of its exact nature. The hero didn't immediately understand what she meant when she said she needed to take a closer look. Rosalind said in a calm voice that she needed to enter Hank's body. Then River said that if she could do it, that's what they needed to do. After this, Rosalind began to move through Hank's blood vessels and share her vision with the hero. As it turned out, Hank's insides were full of cholesterol and fat. They soon reached his heart, but they still could not find the pathogen. If this pathogen had indeed separated from her hair cells, the situation could be much more complicated than it seemed at first glance. This time, Rosalind decided to go beyond the blood vessels of the brain, moving deeper into the artery. Soon she found herself near the brain itself and noted that most of it was seriously destroyed. Then she suddenly saw a black spot and declared that apparently this was the pathogen. Even though it didn't look like a living thing, the fact remained that something was destroying Hank, even though it wasn't active or spreading. The reason was that it was the immune cells that reacted to it and not the pathogen itself, a kind of allergic reaction. It was so severe that it resulted in brain death. At that moment, it was as if something pierced Rosalind right through. But then she chuckled and said it was just a small thing, and then reported a 420% overexpression of perforin. A surprised River asked what happened, and Rosalind explained that she approached the pathogen, but it attacked her. However, she managed to get rid of it. She punched holes in it with perforin and it disappeared because the trivial thing did not dare to resist her. The hero praised her for her excellent work and asked if that meant Hank had recovered. But Rosalind replied that even if all those Christmas belts had worked, the bomb had already gone off and she couldn't change anything. Hank was already missing. On the other hand, River knew that he was already officially brain dead, and Rosalind added that there might be hope thanks to stem cell technology. However, at the moment, her level was too low and she couldn't suggest an effective way. River agreed, but still felt a bitter feeling. He soon returned to his office, slightly irritated that he had a lot of meetings scheduled tomorrow. At that moment, he received a call and was informed that they wanted to make an international call with him from the Karolinska Institute. At first, the hero did not understand what kind of animal it was, but then he realized that it was all because of the review he received last time, and asked the secretary to connect him. It turned out that the caller was Director Harriet from the Karolinska Nobel Committee. He said that if Dr. River came to Sweden, it would help him in his ongoing investigations. The research of this year's Nobel Prize nominees is closely related to his own. River had always tried to make his developments accessible to people by reducing their cost, and Harriet was very impressed by this. So he asked if River thought that chimeric immunotherapy was still difficult to socialize due to the high cost of the procedures. River confirmed that this was the case, and Harriet asked if it was true that he was developing universal chimeric immune cells, to which the hero nodded. Universal chimeric immune cells are a new technology that can be applied to all patients as a universal therapy, as opposed to the individual treatments used now. The man said that some Nobel Prize candidates were studying cancer and immune cells, and he assumed that such scientists would be of great help to River. Then the hero asked in surprise whether these people studying cancer and immunity were really nominated for the Nobel Prize. This was a rarity for their field. He assumed it was Professor Kagakuni, or Professor Oliver, who had caused a sensation in the oncology community a few years ago. Harriet said that if River came, he would be able to learn more about the research, since Professor Kagakuni was preparing a seminar. After the conversation, the men hung up and agreed to meet in Sweden. River leaned back in his chair and thought that he never expected that Professor Kagakuni, who had once been his teacher, was now nominated for a Nobel Prize. He really enjoyed the professor's lectures, and he couldn't imagine meeting him again like this after so many years. Then he said that many people dream of going to Sweden, and these people clearly do not intend to just go on holiday. He was going to the conference, but he didn't expect that there would be so many people willing to attend. At that moment, Rosalind suddenly appeared in front of the hero and asked how many people were there. Seeing River's stunned face, she laughed, but he asked her not to appear so suddenly. He was still not used to her style. Meanwhile, the story moves to Stockholm, to Karolinska University. The professor met the hero and was very glad to see him. They decided not to observe formalities and simply call each other doctors. The hero replied that it sounded good and joked that he was now in the professor's care. The man said that even in his student years, River was an avid student and always sat in the front row. Seeing him become a great scientist was a joy for Kagakuni. He felt like his efforts weren't in vain, and River said that it was all thanks to the professor's teachings and it was an honor to meet him like this again. At that moment, a man in a suit entered the room. It was Jamie Anderson. It turned out that he was a genius who discovered the double helix of DNA at the age of 24 and laid the foundation for modern DNA research. The guests could not believe that they were seeing the father of modern biology and the living history of science with their own eyes. Jamie walked up to River and greeted him warmly. He introduced himself and said that he was very glad to meet him. The men shook hands, and River replied that he was also very glad to see him. Rosalind suddenly suggested turning on the sync mode to observe changes in Jamie's blood flow to the brain. River was surprised by the suddenness of the offer, but the system reported that it had found something interesting. It turned out that this man felt a mixture of admiration and envy towards River, but also jealousy and contempt for him. Meanwhile, Jamie said that River had achieved incredible success in such a short period of time, just a few months. He had made a splash and surpassed any scientist, even in a foreign country, overcoming cultural and background barriers. River noted that this guy really was some kind of unpleasant guy. Jamie pulled something out of his inside pocket and said he had come to give it to River. The hero looked at the small box in surprise and thought that it was all quite burdensome. Jamie said it was proof of membership in the GSK, a club of great scientists that brings together the world's leading experts. Among their ranks were more than 100 scientists occupying key positions in various fields of science, who could be considered the driving force behind the development of humanity. He decided to tell him as it is, this is not an organization that anyone can join. He has only offered this position to someone a few times. However, at that moment the main character fell silent, and everyone around him also held their breath. After this, River asked the man what obligations he must fulfill if he took it. However, Jamie smiled and said that it was not like that. It was just a sign of privilege and honor. He had only one obligation, not to damage the reputation of the club, but he can also leave the club whenever he wants. Then River realized that he had no reason to refuse. Everything should be fine. After that, he took the box and said that he would accept it, thanking Jamie, to which he replied that it was an honor for them to recruit the best talent here. Meanwhile, Professor Kagakuni also looked at everything that was happening with a smile. And then, Rosalind congratulated the hero, but he was unhappy because if they asked him to do something unreasonable, using this as an excuse, he would immediately leave. When Jamie left them, the professor told the hero that it was a good decision to join the GSK. There are many excellent scientists there. However, he asked to stay away from Jamie Anderson, and seeing River's puzzled face, asked him if he knew how the structure of the DNA double helix was discovered. The hero assumed that it was discovered by analyzing X-ray diffraction images, and then the professor asked him who he thought had taken the image. River then suggested that perhaps there was another person who took the picture, and the professor confirmed this, saying that the one who took the image was not Jamie Anderson. It was Rosalind Brown. This woman was not the scientist who made the greatest contribution to elucidating the structure of DNA, but Jamie Anderson took all the credit for the research. Rosalind died of cancer at the age of 36 due to overexposure to X-rays. Jamie Anderson wrote a paper using this X-ray diffraction pattern, and even won a Nobel Prize. There were rumors that he stole the photographs without Rosalind's permission. However, the professor did not know whether this was true or not, but the fact remained that Anderson had once been a colleague of Rosalind. He then said that scientists are people too, and Dr. River could never do everything on his own, no matter how amazing and great his skills were. However, excessive human greed turns a person into a monster and harms the people around him. so he hoped that River wouldn't turn into such a monster. When the hero was left alone, he thought about Rosalind Brown and assumed that Rosalind was named after her. After that, he went to see Parker, who was sitting in his office at that time. He asked how the meeting with Professor Kagakuni went, to which the hero replied that they had not only exchanged greetings. However, he then apologized to Parker, saying that it might seem strange, but he asked him if he remembered a specimen named Rosalind among the artificial cells he had developed in the past. He suggested that perhaps he was named after Rosalind Brown, and then Parker said that although they didn't call him Rosalind, the name was most likely inspired by that woman. Then the hero asked who exactly called him that, to which Parker thought about it and said that he heard that there was a woman in the life creation department. She was the first and only person to volunteer to join the cause. She must have joined because she wanted to create a living being herself. Parker heard her always talking about Rosalind Brown. It must have been her. The hero then asked Parker if he knew her name, but the man replied that he had never seen her, but the hero could ask Dr. Cheon. He should know who she was. Now the hero wondered when this woman had joined the company if even Parker didn't know about her. After that, he thanked the man and headed towards the exit, at which point Parker wondered why he was asked about this at all. Meanwhile, Professor Kagakuni led the class, explaining that dendritic cells process antigenic substances and then express them on the cell surface to display them to immune cells. When cancer develops, these dendritic cells collect mutated substances from the cancer cells and then inject them into immune cells. These cells monitor the mutations expressed by the dendritic cells and detect the cancer cells. This chemical acts on receptors on dendritic cells. When the lecture was over, River approached the professor and asked if what he had presented earlier would be the content that would be covered this time, and the man said that it indeed was. River noted that it's definitely a powerful idea to think that a new cancer treatment could boost the ability of immune cells to fight cancer cells. In response, the professor laughed and said that this was nothing compared to what Dr. River had achieved, and thanked him for his kind words. After that, the hero added that Dr. Oliver's immune checkpoint inhibitor is also a wonderful new technology, and it would not be strange if one of them received the Nobel Prize. However, from his personal feeling, he hoped that Dr. Kagakuni would win the award. At that moment, Jamie came up behind him and asked the men if they had finished the lecture well. He suggested that this technology could kill solid tumors as well, to which the professor replied that it had shown good results against breast cancer, but sometimes they found patients who had skin rashes as a side effect. He then asked Jamie if he knew what technology Oliver had created this time, and the professor replied in the affirmative. It was an immune checkpoint inhibitor, which is when cancer develops in the human body, immune cells seek out cancerous tissue and try to destroy it directly. However, there are cases where immune cells stop functioning even after they have significantly increased in number in cancer cells. Cancer cells are smart enough to trigger a signal that tells immune cells to stop working, and Dr. Oliver has created antibodies that suppress the signals coming from cancer cells. Jamie noted that the professor was well informed and the news spread very quickly. At first glance, it may seem that increasing the activity of immune cells and preventing them from shutting down are the same thing, but in terms of side effects, both approaches are completely different. It is safer to stop the activity of immune cells because it only works around cancer cells. So the professor needs to try harder to win the Nobel Prize next time, Jamie says. At this point, Rosalind said that this is usually what people think. After this, she suggested that the hero identify the mechanism of hyperprogression of cancer cells that occurs when using immunosuppressants. However, the hero immediately said that hyperprogression of cancer cells is a phenomenon in which cancer grows several times faster in an instant due to a sudden increase in the rate of progression, and Rosalind was quite pleased that he knew about it very well. After this, the hero apologized and asked the men to continue talking. He himself headed towards the exit of the assembly hall. As he walked down the hallway, he asked Rosalind to turn on the synchronization and asked how the side effect was caused. However, Rosalind asked him to wait a bit and watch in simulation mode instead of sync mode, and then River asked her if this was what she used to detect anthrax. He then walked into the empty office and asked the system if this was how it watched the epidemic spread when it broke out. The system said that if he had a lot of fitness, he could use it for this purpose, since they could also conduct drug tests on fictitious subjects, and this would be perfect for their case right now. After that, River sat down in a chair and said that they needed to try it right away. After this, Rosalind started the simulation mode. The main character's face became slightly distorted from the strange sensations. At that moment, he felt as if he was starting to fall. However, Rosalind asked him not to be surprised, since this virtual space was created for simulation. Then the hero suddenly saw a wall of diamond-shaped sections in front of him. Rosalind said that this corresponded to 44 autosomes and 2 human sex chromosomes, and asked him to keep track of the subject's biological characteristics. She said River could go to individual chromosomes, test them, and select them directly. At that moment, the hero could not believe that this was really possible. When he pressed one button, he could select protein-coding genes, non-protein coding genes, and pseudogenes. River was extremely surprised and asked the system if this was possible. There were genes inside chromosomes that did not code for proteins, genes that regulated expression, even junk DNA that did not produce any effects. He asked if he could choose any of the possible options, because at that moment, he felt like he had just become a god. It was amazing, and he believed this was what the final stage of personalized medicine should look like. River realized that if he did this based on the 100 million person genome project, along with DNA analysis technology, it would be the realization of the technologies of the future. Rosalind said that the epithelial growth factor receptor had mutated despite the lack of an external stimulus, so it would send a signal to divide and proliferate within the cells, and if River left a clear spot, a tumor would form. She noted that cancer immunotherapy using immune checkpoint inhibitors causes side effects due to receptor mutation. Rosalind confirmed this and said that they should administer the immune checkpoint inhibitor to the virtual patient, and the hero noted that they should be administered by injection. He said he would administer 125 milligrams intravenously over 1 hour each day, after which the simulated launch would begin. At that moment, River realized that this was how he saw progress over time. The system began to describe to him the level of apoptosis of lung cancer cells up until the 5th day. But then, something went wrong, and Rosalind reported that hyperprogression was occurring because immune checkpoint signals were being suppressed and the receptor was being amplified. There was enormous pressure inside the tumor, so angiogenesis occurred. New blood vessels grow rapidly in the tumor, and the protagonist knew that on the 7th day, the proliferation of cancer cells exceeded the efficiency of their destruction. On the 10th day, the lung cancer cells began to metastasize. On the 11th day, the cancer had spread to the breast tissue. After the simulation reached its 14th day, it ended abruptly. The main character looked at the silhouette of the virtual patient who was in front of him. At that moment, the system informed him that the subject had just died. When the protagonist arrived at the Nobel Committee's midterm assessment discussion, he turned to the people sitting there and said that they couldn't do it. In the case of cancer patients with EGFR mutation, the use of immune checkpoint inhibitors would be extremely dangerous. People were surprised when they heard this, but the hero confirmed that it was indeed so. He stated that there was a possibility of an adverse reaction. This method may be effective immediately after administration, but the adverse effects will be stronger starting from the 4th day. The thing is, hyperprogression will start, and as they know, once hyperprogression starts, the patient's chances of dying increase dramatically. However, Jamie did not understand what death he was talking about and asked what evidence he based these facts on. River replied that this was a conclusion drawn from theoretical assumptions. However, Jamie asked him not to speak prematurely when he had no experimental data. At this moment, the hero silently turned to the professor and asked him for permission to speak further. The chairman of the Nobel Committee looked at the man in surprise and allowed him to continue speaking. After this, the hero asked him to borrow the laboratory. At this point, Jamie jumped up from his chair and asked if he really meant to say that he was going to experiment right now. River said he would prove it with an experiment on mice. The rest of those present were extremely surprised when they heard about the experiment on mice. The chairman then asked him if he could conduct an experiment on animals himself. But River replied that he would not be alone. He had already brought his people here. At this point, Jamie objected and said that this was too much. However, the chairman only smiled and said that he would give him a laboratory. When he asked how long it would take, River replied that 2 weeks would be enough. Despite Jamie's objections, the man agreed and said they would wait. After this, the hero smiled at the chairman and thanked him for his help. After the meeting, Oliver approached Jamie and said that they had conducted a Phase 3 clinical trial on 32 patients, but they had not seen any such cases. The man then said that River was about to get tested for NSCLC-type lung cancer right now and asked his colleague if they had ever had a clinical patient with that type of cancer, but the man said he didn't think so. Then Jamie said he had heard that there were a lot of mutations in EGFR in this type of cancer. Depending on the results of Rivera's experiment, the Nobel Prize could be postponed, and then the man in glasses asked what they should do in that case. The man replied that here at the Karolinska Institute, there was a patient with a type of lung cancer called non-cellular lung cancer who was originally planned to be treated with an immune checkpoint inhibitor. But since River brought up the side effects, it seems the attending physician began to waver, so he asked Oliver to meet with him and try to convince him. He just needs to cure the patient and prove River wrong. It's a new drug approved by the FDA. Jamie stated that his stability had been proven, so he asked the man to have confidence. However, the man was afraid that this could actually cause hyperprogression, and if this technology killed someone, he would not be able to bear the consequences of such an outcome. After the Nobel Committee's midterm assessment discussions concluded, River contacted his fellow scientists via an internal messenger. He said he was starting a project at the Karolinska Institutet and was looking for people who would extend their stay and help him with the experiment. He said he would pay the equivalent of the number of days of research and their monthly salary. Afterwards, the chief told Parker that he expected River to start a new project very soon, but he never thought he would do it anywhere other than Korea. Parker said this guy never takes long breaks. He would be the one to go to Sweden to borrow someone else's research lab to conduct an experiment. He must have thought that the time spent returning to Korea was not worth it, but he knew for sure that the competition would be a little tough. 2 days later, staff were called in to check for side effects of immune checkpoint inhibitors, and about 30 people showed up. People from different departments and nationalities, from doctors to professors, gathered in one place. The roles were assigned in such a way that several experiments could be carried out simultaneously. With the participation of scientists and volunteers, the experiment went smoothly. Shortly thereafter, the hero announced that out of 20 mice, all mice that were given at least 1 milligram of the drug hyperprogressed, and most eventually died. The lung cancer cells used in the experiment were obtained from the body of a lung cancer patient who had been suffering from it for 20 years. He asked the audience what would happen if they injected it directly into a patient rather than into mice, and said the risk to a patient with NSCLC was too high. The chairman then asked him how hyperprogression had arisen and asked him to explain how it had happened. Then the hero suggested that they look at the next data packet. At this point, Jamie and his colleague began to frantically look around. Oliver said he understood that it was not easy, but suggested that they should be honest and tell about this patient assigned to this clinical trial. However, Jamie was not happy with this outcome of events. So he remained silent for a while and then turned to Dr. River. He stood up from his seat and announced that there was a patient at Karolinska Hospital with lung cancer who had been given an immune checkpoint inhibitor. When the hero heard this, real horror was reflected on his face. His face frowned, and he asked Jamie what kind of lung cancer the patient had. Jamie replied that it was NSCLC, like the one they were testing the drug on. Then River asked him what they had done, but the man did not dare to answer. At that moment, Marcus, the doctor who had conducted the genetic tests, stood up from his seat and said he would explain everything. The chairman looked at him with a frightened expression on his face and asked him to explain himself quickly. Then Marcus said that the patient was 88 years old. He had stage 3 lung cancer. No other treatment helped, so there was no other method for him. And then Professor Oliver recommended immune checkpoint inhibitors. It was true that he had exactly this type of cancer, but they didn't know whether he had the mutation or not. At this point, there were no signs of hyperprogression. What Marcus was sure of was that his cancer was regressing. It had already regressed almost halfway. When the others heard this, they were extremely shocked. After this, Jamie confirmed his colleague's words. He said the immune checkpoint inhibitor is a good drug and has a good effect on lung cancer. However, River suddenly screamed and ordered them to stop taking the medication immediately, as there was no other method and they could not use this drug in any way. He asked them how they could do this, even knowing that he was testing the side effects of the drug. Jamie then repeated Marcus's words that the tumor had regressed by almost half. He said that immune checkpoint inhibitors are new drugs that are even approved by the Food and Drug Administration, and they definitely reduce tumor growth. When River heard this, he slammed his fist on the table with all his might. After this, he stated that a decrease in tumor size is in itself a sign of hyperprogression. At first it may seem like the tumor is regressing, but this is what they call the incubation period. It's only a matter of time before the mutation is expressed, and when it is, everything goes wrong from that point on. Over time, the tumor will double in size. The hero then ran out of the room and asked where the patient was now. First, they would check the mutation. At that moment, another doctor burst into the office and said that the vital signs of Mr. Fortsberg's important organs continued to fall. When Marcus heard this, he couldn't believe his ears at first. However, the hero said that this is exactly what he was talking about. After this, he ordered that he be taken immediately to the sick man. Soon after, the story shifts to Kagekuni's office, where Sonia has arrived. She apologized for showing up without an appointment and introduced herself as an employee of the Korean pharmaceutical company Selly Jenner. She said she came because she got an idea after listening to his seminar. She showed him the global immunotherapy developed by Conson and Kurson. Then Sonia said that Abayo had been doing additional development since receiving the patent, and the professor said that he was also very familiar with the technology. Sonia said that if they combined chimeric immunotherapy with his method of manipulating dendritic cells, they might be able to manipulate immune cells in a patient's body. Then the professor looked at her in surprise and asked if it was really possible to combine the two methods. The man then explained that his method involved exposing dendritic cells to certain substances to trigger an antigen-antibody reaction. In this way, they train immune cells to destroy these substances. However, dendritic cells function as directors, not engineers. At the moment, the body can be taught to recognize the enemy, but not how to create the necessary immune cells. At this point, Sonia's face fell, and she asked if it was really impossible. At that moment, River knocked on the man's office door and said it was urgent. He looked into the office and said that he needed to make an urgent request. After that, he turned his gaze and saw his old friend Sonia, and was very surprised that she was also here. But then he explained that he needed to borrow the professor's method to create chimeric immune cells, and the man said that Dr. Sonia had just discussed the same thing. The girl then noted that the man said that this might not be possible because dendritic cells do not produce immune cells. However, River, with a confident expression on his face, stated that they had a way out. He said they could use Cas9. They insert genetic information and Cas9 into dendritic cells, and they in turn deliver Cas9 and genetic information to immune cells. From there, Cas9 can manipulate genes in immune cells. The professor doubted that this was possible, but the hero said that he guaranteed it. With this method, it becomes very easy to create all-powerful immune cells and destroy relatively manageable types of cancer. He then asked the man if a dendritic cell therapy kit was available. When the hero heard a positive answer, he said that with this method, they could manipulate 40 genes in immune cells. However, Sonia doubted that such an aggressive method was possible, but if Dr. River could successfully develop DNA surgery, then new worlds would literally become available to them. However, the professor said that this did not make sense. Even after extracting patients' immune cells, externally manipulating 40 genes would be a stretch. The hero replied that this was indeed the case, and that was why the manipulation of genes would be carried out internally. As is known, immune cells do not live long outside the patient's body. Instead of transporting the cells to the operating room, they perform the surgery at home. If dendritic cells are able to deliver Cas9 genes to more than 40 immune cells, Cas9 repairs the immune cell's DNA. This immune cell will thus be reborn as the first fighting cell in human history. When Sonia and the professor heard this, extreme surprise appeared on their faces. The hero then added with a smile that in that case, something like lung cancer wouldn't have a chance. Fortsberg is an elderly patient in his late 90s who had non-small cell lung cancer. He was also a physician who dedicated his life to advancing medical science in Sweden, and all of Sweden was saddened by the news of his cancer. Meanwhile, 3 days have passed since the beginning of hyperprogression. While Marcus was in the patient's room, he heard a commotion outside the door. As it turned out, the girl arrived there accompanied by her assistant. To meet a key member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, Princess Desideria of the Swedish royal family arrived with her entourage. At this moment, the main character also entered the room and was surprised that there were so many people there. River visited the patient's room with Kagakuni and Sonia. As it turned out, everyone wanted to tell him unexpected news. At this moment, everyone present noticed the arrival of Dr. Rivera. The princess also turned to him and looked closely at the young man who passed by her. At that moment, Sonia appeared behind him and called out to the main character, who silently walked past the princess. Then the girl apologized to her and said that River was one of those people who was only interested in research, so she asked her to understand why he didn't recognize her, but Desideria asked her not to worry. After that, she looked carefully at the young doctor again. He approached the cancer patient and said that he brought good news today. River told him with a smile that they had found a cure. When the man asked what kind of medicine it was, the hero replied that they would use the chimera method. The man knew that they had cured a small child suffering from liver cancer in Korea, and had also heard that River had completed a course of treatment that would normally take months in just 3 weeks. However, he only had a week to live, and he assumed that it would take him a whole week just to extract his cells and culture them, but the hero said that they only needed 1 day. The man then stated that the two methods had never been used together before, and he assumed that this meant he needed to undergo clinical trials again. In response, River explained that although they had chosen 2 approved methods to skip clinical trials, if the man was against it, he believed they could not continue the treatment, but he was confident that this method would work, so he came in person to convince him. At this point, one of the doctors approached Professor Marcus and said that this treatment should not continue because it might cause legal problems, and the man agreed with him. At this point, the patient turned to Professor Marcus and asked what was bothering him so much. After that, he said that they should act as Dr. River suggested. The others were shocked by this statement and asked Fortsberg if he was really sure about it. However, the old man said that they had already exhausted all other options. However, if this treatment caused forensic problems, he asked the princess to settle the matter with a gentle hand. At that moment, the man looked at the girl and was extremely surprised that it was a princess. The old man then looked at her and said that even if this treatment didn't work, he didn't want it to cause problems for Dr. Rivera. After this, he swore this oath in the name of the Swedish royal family. When River received consent, he smiled triumphantly and said that in that case they would begin treatment. 2 days later, the dendritic cell enhancer for Forsberg's treatment was ready, and instead of the original method, another one had to be introduced that could act as a guide to the cancer cells. But this time, they introduced the substance Cas9. Along with it, RNA containing information for 14 genes was also introduced. On the final day of the Nobel Prize ceremony, the Nobel Committee and jurors gathered in one room to select the final candidates. Jamie then said it was unreasonable to disqualify this revolutionary treatment because of one incident. It was the first manifestation of hyperprogression after immune checkpoint treatment. River, however, said that this single case proved that the method should not be used for some patients. In terms of versatility, this method really falls short of expectations. At this point, others began to whisper that the immune checkpoint cure was developed at Cold Spring Harbor Labs, and that Jamie Anderson was the head of the lab. Using his influence, he has put his name all over the literature related to the treatment. That must be why he is so obsessed with his reputation, and immune checkpoint treatment would be a big blow to him. At this point, Professor Forsberg appeared at the meeting, sitting in a wheelchair, and was brought in by Dr. Marcus. He was asked if he could be outside the ward, to which the man replied that he was fine, and his condition was very stable. However, Jamie objected, saying that the professor had no right to participate in judging this round, because if he was given the floor, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The professor then said that, apparently, Jamie was not aware that he was a life member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Thus, he had every right to participate and came here to discuss an important matter. He said that if a particular candidate were to be disqualified by chance, even though he deserved to participate, it would be racial discrimination. So he begged to make a wise decision. Meanwhile, Dr. Oliver approached the main character. He wanted to thank the hero for pointing out the fatal flaws in his method, which helped to mitigate future problems. In response, the protagonist said that there was no need to thank him, since he only did what needed to be done. Meanwhile, in the first week of October, the final selection process for the Nobel Prize was completed, and a letter was sent to the Swedish royal family. Kagakuni was expected to receive the Nobel Prize. The main character arrived at the award ceremony with Sonia, and the girl was surprised at how magnificent everything was. The Nobel Prize ceremony began shortly thereafter. The host greeted everyone who came and asked them to welcome Dr. Kagakuni, this year's Nobel Prize laureate in physiology or medicine. The presenter said that the doctor had been leading developments in the field of medicine for decades. He discovered the mechanism by which immune cells target tumors, marking a new milestone in the emerging field of cancer immunotherapy. In this way, he demonstrated the effectiveness of the technique of manipulating dendritic cells in the treatment of cancer. In anticipation of this ceremony, a new technology based on the use of dendritic cells by passive immune catalysis was discovered during this year's Nobel Prize selection process. King Hubertus of Sweden reported that he had been informed by Professor Kagakuni and the committee that it was the invention of this technology that played a very important role in the selection process. Moreover, he had heard that the key figure at the center of this new technology was Dr. River, but the hero did not understand why his name was suddenly mentioned. And then the king said that as a result, they began the process of reviewing the joint decision, but they were told that there was a rule that only candidates nominated in the previous year could be considered. The Swedish royal family then came up with an alternative solution. They decided to award Dr. Rivera the highest royal award, the Silver Seraphim Medal, and the title of Duke. From now on, Dr. River will be considered an honorary citizen of Sweden. Moreover, the Swedish royal family and the government promised to do everything possible to protect the rights of everyone in the country. As the hero stood up from his seat, Rosalind noted that his body was stiff and he really didn't understand what was happening. After this, he went on stage where he was presented with an award. In the 18th century, the Order of Seraphim founded the Seraphim Hospital in Stockholm. He took on the responsibility of overseeing Sweden's major hospitals, a role that all doctors now assume. However, it can be said that this tradition still had great importance in medicine. The King of Sweden said it was a great honor for him to present this medal to Dr. River. After this, they shook hands, and the hero thanked His Majesty. Rosalind also thanked the hero for his achievements. In response, the guy smiled warmly and said that he was very grateful to her. Photos of the ceremony soon made it into the news, where they reported on how River diagnosed Dr. Forsberg's progression of lung cancer and found a cure. There were voices among researchers for empirical data on chimeric immunotherapy bypassing dendritic cells. It was the fall of the best scientist of the 20th century and the rise of the best scientist of the 20th century. Meanwhile, in Korea, amid the excitement surrounding the news of CEO River's Seraphim Medal, Ibayos Eigen announced that River would be appointed as the next head of the research institute. The announcement was delayed due to his participation in the Nobel Prize ceremony. Stakeholders and the public will be looking to see what synergies can be achieved as Dr. River takes over the leadership of Eigen's leading research institute. Meanwhile, at Eigen's research lab, the new cancer therapy unit did not believe that Dr. River would become the next director of the main research center. One girl asked Chief Kimberly what would happen to them now that Dr. River clearly didn't have positive feelings for them, to which the head scientist replied that if they looked at the Celicure incident, he would certainly feel betrayed. However, Clyde, the senior researcher, said that there was nothing else they could do at the time. They could not side with Dr. Rivera to oppose the director. They could have told the doctor the true motive for acquiring Celicure, or at least pretended to protect him from the director's insults. At that moment, a guy ran into their offices and asked everyone to go to the conference room. He said that River's CEO was calling everyone to come together because he wanted to give a briefing on data research, so it would be worth doing a little preparation. Everyone present was extremely surprised that this was happening so quickly, literally in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Clyde began talking about new anti-cancer drugs that their department was currently studying. He listed Eloa, Clotinib, Elemen, and Targvix, and then River asked if they were really doing new research on Eloa. Clyde said no, and then River said that was good, because Eloa was no match for Celicure, and as for Targvix, he considered that project to be the main one, even when he worked in their department. Clyde confirmed that the inhaled version of the drug was causing problems because it was highly immunogenic. It was triggering an immune response in the lungs, and they had tried to use Cas9 to remove the substance causing the reaction, but they weren't skilled enough, and that had failed. The hero then suggested that the ABio Cas9 staff help them and asked for cooperation. He then asked if the other two drugs were intended to treat malignant glaucoma and kidney cancer, to which Kimberly replied that these drugs show good efficacy and have no side effects, so there are no plans to stop working on them. Then the hero noted that in that case, they should continue to develop these two drugs. The guys were surprised by this decision, but River emphasized that the price was too high. He explained that if a person has cancer, the treatment will ultimately cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars, even with insurance. It's a heavy burden. So he wants to solve the problem completely by reducing the cost of drugs. Kimberly then reminded him that the production costs of Clotinib and Elemen were quite significant and asked what River was going to do about it. The hero said there were two reasons why he took on the role of director of the flagship research center. First, he has access to a whole group of highly qualified scientists like them. Secondly, it is home to the country's only department of plant-based pharmaceutical research. With the help of this department, he will reduce the specific cost of bioanalogues of pharmaceutical products, because the reason for the high price of drugs is that animal cells are used for their production. The nutrient media for growing animal cells are extremely expensive, but perhaps things could change if drugs could be produced from plant cells. They are going to introduce a tobacco gene into plants to synthesize new biopreparations, so that the pharmaceutical substance will be expressed in the leaves of the plants. However, Clyde did not understand at all what kind of ideas these were, and said that even if foreign genetic material was introduced, this would not lead to the expression of a larger volume of the drug. Then River explained with a smile that they would place the gene into chlorophyll. One plant cell contains more than 200 chlorophyll molecules. River then immediately went to the plant drug research department and personally demonstrated how to use Cas9 to trigger genetic expression in plant cells. When it comes to genetic manipulation, Cas9 is the most powerful technology available. The idea was to wrap Cas9 and RNA in lipid bilayers and inject them into chlorophyll so that the desired genetic material would become attached to the cut made by Cas9 via homologous recombination. This is not a simple task, but rather a game of chemical probability and precise calculations. Rosalind then noted that to achieve this without much difficulty meant that River's skills were already far beyond normal human capabilities. River then asked to culture the cell and said he would be coming to the research center for about 3 weeks. The target gene is now being expressed properly, so he leaves the confirmation in their hands. After this, the hero met Peter, who heard that he had become a director, congratulated his friend, and asked why he suddenly started talking about an insurance company. River explained that he had come to take control of the flagship research center and was serious about launching 2 large-scale projects. The first is a revolution in drug prices, and the second is a genomic project through the diagnostic equipment department. If the project succeeds in compiling a huge DNA database, it could usher in a new era of predictive disease diagnosis and treatment. Peter then realized that insurance based on uncertain probabilities would become obsolete if illnesses could be predicted. The hero added that they hold the keys to next-generation hospitals with accurate diagnostic kits, affordable treatments, and future technologies such as regenerative medicine. Uncertainty about illnesses will decrease, and treatment will become available to everyone. This will be a large-scale medical reform that will guarantee treatment and rapid recovery. River stated that they must start preparing for this future right now. After all, a seismic shift is coming to the insurance market, and a real war between companies will begin. River soon succeeded in producing the kidney cancer drug Elimap from plant cells. The cost of production has dropped by about 1,000th, and he said the method will be used for other new drugs. Since the method is theoretically applicable to all herbal medicines, it could be a huge shift in drug prices. After this, he gave an interview where he was asked what this important announcement he had prepared. The hero said that Biogen and BioA will collaborate to roll out a BRCA gene testing service. This gene is one of the most famous in genetics because it is closely linked to the development of cancer. Human DNA is constantly renewed and restored naturally and artificially, and this gene plays a key role in the restoration of damaged cells. However, if a gene has a mutation, it does not function properly, and damaged cells with incorrect DNA simply die. If luck is worse, the mutation is incorrectly corrected and takes on a strange form, causing the cell to mutate into a cancerous one. River's BRCA gene testing includes mutation regionotesters that can determine the likelihood of developing the disease. In this way, the risk can be understood, and the ultimate goal is cancer prevention. For those with a high probability, excisional surgeries or continuous use of diagnostic kits are provided so that even if cancer occurs, it can be treated in the early stages. When the joint meeting came, the question arose whether it made sense at all to produce this drug from plants. Kimberly then said that they had been struggling for 10 years to figure out how to get plant cells to express animal genes. But they never succeeded, but director River did it in 1 month. However, the rest were all completely confused as to how he had pulled it off. He wanted details to understand what kind of magic it was. Kimberly then said that he simply took the genetic scissors and attached the genes. And in the blink of an eye, the leaf began to create an elliptical map. It was as if someone had assembled a 10,000-piece puzzle in 10 minutes, as if they knew where everything fit perfectly. But the others still doubted that a person was capable of such a thing. It sounded almost unreal. Moreover, no one understood where Dr. River had disappeared to, but Kimberly said that he had been here quite recently. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the office of CEO Damien. He approached the man with an offer he wanted to make him. After that, River went inside and asked Damien if he was really going to start a new large-scale GMP production facility. When Damien answered in the affirmative, River asked him what he thought about turning the operation into a factory. The man asked if he wanted to use it to mass-produce Alimab. The hero replied that he was thinking about plant-based production systems for synthesizing all new biological drugs in the future, since the risk of contamination there is much lower than with animal farming, and the production speed is much higher. However, Damien asked doubtfully if he really wanted to reduce the price of drugs so drastically. He was afraid that this might affect his profits and interest rates. The hero replied that it was possible, but as science developed, they were obliged to adapt and change their approaches. He also wanted to get some help from the CEO. River explained that insurance companies will not just sit back and watch all the projects that are announced. He is now working with a team of lawyers to develop countermeasures, and he needs Damien's support in this process. At this point, Damien thought, because these projects are located in the first laboratory center of A-Bio and are only involved in some matters, such as renting equipment for destruction. But River isn't the only one being targeted by insurance companies. Now Damien began to suspect that River was going to use him as a shield. He noted to himself once again that River was a pretty smart guy. After that, he asked how he could help and promised to support him with all his might if help was needed. Damien was sure that he would one day fight River for control, and that was why he didn't let the other guys attack him now. Meanwhile, the story moves to the SG insurance office, where a meeting was discussing how if genetic testing leads to an era where incidents can be predicted, it is only a matter of time before the insurance business collapses. Afterwards, CEO Jenny said they should review the law so that insurance companies can legally consider genetic testing results, adding that it's okay if clients at high risk of cancer don't get insurance. However, CEO Vincent asked what she would do if this damaged the image of insurance companies. Jenny replied that it didn't matter because all insurance companies would do the same, and the other man added that he would contact the city council to make the idea a reality. However, another woman reminded that changing the legislation will take time, and now she wonders what they are going to do with those who come for genetic testing. Jenny said people should be asked if they have ever had genetic testing. Vice President Chandler asked about those who had already been tested. Jenny responded that for those who say they have taken the test, they should use any excuse to deny it, because if the situation repeats itself, people will start avoiding tests on their own. Vincent asked why they were avoiding testing. Jenny asked what public opinion would be if everyone who had already taken the test was turned away. She speculated that insurance companies might be reading test results through avenues unknown to them, or perhaps Eigen's secret was selling personal information. Now the results of genetic testing are sold to some companies, and those who have taken the test may have problems paying for insurance or getting interviews. This creates widespread mistrust, and they just need to add fuel to the fire. Chandler then realized that after this, the rate of growth of the genetic testing market would slow significantly. Jenny said that would give them enough time to review the bill. At this point, the man laughed and said that everything was as one would expect from a CEO. However, Vincent doubted that everything would really be fine. In the midst of these discussions, the curtain was successfully lifted on the genetic testing project, and news of ABio and Agen's massive business spread like wildfire across the country. On the day the genetic testing service was launched, the cost of the test was previously more than $1 million, which was a real burden. However, the test now only checks DNA segments linked to deadly diseases, rather than the entire sequence, so the price has dropped to around 100,000 won. Some cancers occur at rates of only a few percent, and the test can predict this incidence. The process goes like this. When a customer requests a test, Eisen sends a small plastic container. All you have to do is spit in it and send it back. The DNA in the saliva is then amplified and the genes are analyzed, at which point the news anchor announced that he had just received breaking news. 5 minutes after online applications opened, the maximum number of 2,000 applicants had already been submitted, so the application process is now closed. People who hadn't had time to apply were flocking to Eisen's headquarters, and he hoped it wouldn't cause too much chaos. After this, River was asked if it was possible to increase the number of candidates, but the hero replied that this was impossible and asked to direct people to wait for the next application period. At that moment, someone called him again, and the hero did not understand what it meant. It turned out to be Director Kim from SJ Insurance, asking River if they could talk for a minute. Soon after, they met at a restaurant, and Kim thanked the hero for coming despite being busy. He then said that their company is now working on a backup plan to hide the genetic testing. As it turned out, SG Group Director Kim arrived with CEO Vincent. He said it was a dirty plan. The hero remembered that Kim helped him raise 20 billion won when he founded ABYO, and when developing diagnostic kits, they also found a way to link them to smartphones via a headphone jack. The man then said they refused to provide insurance to clients who had undergone genetic testing. If a person is denied insurance simply because they have been tested, it raises widespread concerns that Eisen might leak the test results. In the meantime, they plan to revise the law to allow insurance companies to request test results. At that moment, the hero thought that he had expected something like this, but he did not expect that everything would turn out exactly like this. He said SG Life Insurance was bolder than he expected, but he did not understand why Kim was sharing such confidential information with him. The man then said that they were doing this because the whole situation was undermining the very foundations of the existence of insurance. Insurance is a last resort for poor people facing disaster caused by disease, and genetic testing is a technology that predicts the likelihood of disaster. Therefore, in his opinion, there is no point in simply ignoring insurance companies. He also said that CEO Vincent agreed with him. It was he who suggested meeting with River. Then the hero realized that even among the people busy killing their stomachs, there is one conscious person. Vincent said the insurance industry had to find other ways to survive. It shouldn't be like this. He didn't see where else on earth people with illnesses would be protected. The point is that it was not about sharing risk, but about accepting it. The hero then thanked the men for informing him, but said that he was also working on a countermeasure and thought they shouldn't worry too much about it. Vincent then asked him what this countermeasure was. But River decided that there was no need to announce it yet, and said that everything would be told later. The man said he understood, but asked them to point out that they did not intend to fully support Mr. Rivera's actions. After the hero went outside, he called one person and asked if he was still asleep, to which he said that he had not even left the office yet. He asked him if he had asked him too difficult a request, but the man replied that everything was fine and going smoothly. Then the hero thanked the man and said that it was a great relief. However, his interlocutor asked not to mention this and said that they should hold a press conference in the near future. Meanwhile, people online began sharing stories of having taken a genetic test and then being unable to register for insurance. As it turned out, they came to the conclusion that after genetic testing, it was impossible to do this. One patient had an 11% chance of breast cancer but couldn't register, while others couldn't understand why insurance companies would reject test results without even looking at them. There were also rumors that Eisen was selling the test results to insurance companies for money. However, no one believed that River could do it, but others said that with people you never know what to expect from them. When the conspiracy theories started to flare up, all of this came to the surface and, to make matters worse, the National Assembly reported it on the news. Governor Sam said this morning a doctor proposed legislation to allow insurance companies to review Eigen's genetic test results. Essentially, insurance companies have said that they will be selective about who they insure, and this will happen on a larger scale. Meanwhile, the story moves to SG Life, where Jenny is informed that everything went smoothly. Even if they continue to go in this direction, it will be their victory. However, Vincent said that he thought this was wrong and that they should think more wisely and try to find softer methods. However, Chandler objected and said that there should be no soft methods. The matter was in principle, and it was completed. Jenny said that on the contrary, it is a good opportunity to filter out those with a higher percentage of incidents. At that moment, Vincent realized that these people were truly monsters. Meanwhile, many residents received a message on their phones. Everyone looked closely at their screens and were shocked by what they saw there. At that moment, Secretary Jenny ran into the office and called the director. She stated that River started the press conference. At that moment, fear was reflected on the woman's face. Meanwhile, the hero said that many insurance companies use medical and family history as an excuse to reject people with higher rates of illness. It's becoming even clearer that these insurance companies want access to the results of genetic tests. And that's understandable. If there is an imbalance of information between insurance companies and their clients, it would be unfair. So they, at Aegon, are announcing the creation of Aegon Life, an insurance company that people with higher rates of illness can join. At this point, everyone was shocked and asked River to explain in more detail. The man said that their insurance company would allow even those with a 100% chance of getting sick to join, but the cost of insurance would be set at 20% higher than other insurance companies. Everyone present was shocked, because given the risks and the burden on the insurance company, this was an incredibly low price. River explained that the 20% would include a diagnostic kit that their company would provide to customers, and their customers would not only pay a premium, but would also be able to have their car diagnosed once a month. With this kit, they will be able to detect even the early stages of diseases, and immediately after diagnosis, they promise to provide full support in the treatment of their clients. The hero was then asked how he would control his treatment costs, whether he knew how expensive cancer treatment drugs were, and how he would be able to keep the cost of insurance products down. After this, the hero asked them to look at the reference data that lay in front of them. He said it was a list of all the herbal medicines they had successfully mass-produced at Aegon. This meant that they were able to reduce the price per unit of the drug by 90%. Since they are rapidly developing many new drugs, sooner or later they will be able to protect against all kinds of diseases. What they at Aegon Life want to support is not the cost of treatment, but the treatment itself. However, others doubted that it was possible, and many found it simply incredible. Damien, who witnessed all of this, was pleased with River's performance, and after the interview he managed to perfectly dispel the unsettled public mood. The conspiracies had almost disappeared and only praise remained. It was time for a comeback. After that he met Vincent, who said he would like to join Aegon Life. The man said he was a very experienced person and had made a great contribution to making SG Life a leader in the insurance industry. River then said that he was well aware of his reputation and thought to himself that there was no one in the insurance industry who did not know this man. The man then said that the one who currently runs Aegon Life is Director Damien. However, he suggested that River did not fully trust Director Damien. So he gave him advice as someone who had been in the business for a long time, that to run a giant insurance company, you need to hire an expert manager. Then the hero noted that the man was speaking to him completely directly. But Vincent said his concerns about the director would only increase over time, and he needed to hire someone he could trust for the position to make things run smoothly. River thought that, as expected, this was a pretty smart man, hitting him right where he was weak. He then said that he fully understood what Vincent wanted to say, but he could not make an arbitrary decision like that. So he asked to help Director Damien through the proper channels to become the CEO. Vincent said he understood and agreed with the decision. Afterwards, River said he hoped CEO Vincent could push Aegon Life in the right direction. The DNA testing cases were quickly concluded. Public opinion, which had been negative until now, was immediately turned upside down, and Aegon's legal team discovered that SG Life had been involved in a smear campaign. Meanwhile, SG Life was heavily criticized, although it had already lost a lot of ground, and eventually CEO Jenny took responsibility for all the actions and resigned. With the insurance issue resolved, River immediately attended the ABio Hospital Board of Directors meeting. He said these are technologies that will completely defeat cancer in the future, and it would be best if they signed contracts for the supply of the equipment as soon as possible. He suggested that they should end this whole thing right now. After that, he and the director walked down the corridor, and he told him that now this place has developed a lot, and the number of medical items is 32. For Rivera, this was a fantasy, and the man also added that there were about 1,000 beds and more than 100 specialists. Then he noticed a sign for a psychiatric ward and asked if that was there too. The man said it was made several months ago, while Professor Jessica had crossed over to this side. After that, River said that he would see the rest himself, and the man thanked him for his hard work. However, then he suddenly heard Rosalind's voice and asked her what happened. The girl looked at him in confusion before answering. She said she thought there was something on the other side. After that, she flew straight to the door that led to the psychiatric ward. The hero immediately ran after her and worriedly asked her what had happened. When he entered, he saw that Sonia was in one of the offices. She looked at the doctor in surprise and asked what brought him here. Then the hero said that he took part in a meeting of the board of directors, and he also wanted to ask what brought Sonia to the hospital. Then the girl briefly replied that it was her brother. River looked down and saw that there was a man sitting in the chair next to her who looked very worried. At that moment, he realized that he had seen this man before. It was the same man he had met at the reception desk when he was filling out the form. At this point, Rosalind asked him if he wanted to get an idea of schizophrenia. Then she said that he was right. It really was the same man. Sonia said that her brother Chuck had a disease called schizophrenia. It was cured once, but then it all happened again. Since then, he needed constant treatment in the hospital, and the hero assumed that it was quite difficult. Sonia also said that recently he suddenly started to show aggression, so after thinking about it, she transferred him to this hospital. She knew that the medical staff was good, but she just wanted to be thorough in everything. At that moment, a nurse approached her and asked her to go to the procedure room. After this, Sonia said goodbye to River and said that they would meet later. When they left, Rosaline told him that it was quite strange. In her opinion, Sonia was hiding something about his illness. Soon after, the hero went to Professor Jessica and said that he would like to hear more about schizophrenia. The girl assumed that he was thinking about developing a cure. However, she warned him that it would be a difficult road because schizophrenia is a more severe disease than cancer because they do not know its cause. If he can find the key to curing schizophrenia, then there will be hope for many and progress will be made in research. She then handed him a book that contained a recently published thesis, which stated that they had discovered 108 genetic regions associated with schizophrenia. The woman noted that this would be much more useful to him than her words. Rosalind then explained that the reason schizophrenia is complex is because it is not necessarily determined by genetic information. It is not that if someone has that genetic information, then they will necessarily suffer from schizophrenia, but rather that if someone has that genetic information, then they have a high probability of developing schizophrenia. Then the hero asked her if it was true that brain damage causes schizophrenia. However, the girl said that this is caused by abnormal expression of a neurotransmitter. If it gets into the brain, then the affected brain shows symptoms. The secretion of neurotransmitters is impaired. It's like a malicious feedback. Then the hero asked her if it was possible to use DNA scissors on this brain. But the girl said there are no proper ways to transfer Cas9 into the brain. The amount of DNA that can be worked with at one time is too small. But the hero said that it didn't matter to him and asked her to give him some idea. Then Rosalind suggested mitochondria to him. That's putting DNA into a mitochondria and inserting it. She explained that mitochondria are primitive bacteria that were once independent organisms, but during the course of evolution became part of cells. If you separate the mitochondria from a patient's cell and start culturing them, they will turn back into primitive bacteria, and then DNA can be introduced into them. About 100 genes will be easily transferred. After this, the implanted mitochondria can be introduced into the brain cells through the nasal cavity, and since mitochondria are part of the cell, it will be completely safe even if they enter the brain. However, since the process involves manipulating genes, the biomaterials produced will change, and then perhaps River will be able to cure schizophrenia. Soon after, the main character went to visit Sonia. She was surprised by his arrival and asked what brought him to her house. The man said that he was now working on developing a treatment for schizophrenia, and therefore would like to meet her brother. Sonia assumed that he was talking about medications that suppress symptoms, but the hero clarified that it would be a medicine that would completely cure the disease. When Sonia heard this, she was very happy and asked him to explain what the mechanism of action was. Then the hero invited her to sit down and said that he would explain everything to her in detail. After that, he asked Rosalind if she was ready. The girl said that Dr. Sonia was hiding something about her brother's illness, so she decided to enter his brain and find out everything herself. While the hero was talking to Sonia, Rosalind went to Chuck's room and soon found the patient. She said she would enter through the nasal cavity. Rosalind passed through the nasal mucosa, entered the blood vessels, and slightly damaged the vessel wall to penetrate the brain. She then found the neuron among the cranial nerve bundles and began looking for cells in the hippocampus and the amygdala associated with them. She also observed the memories and traumas that Chuck had suffered. While she was doing this, Sonia asked River if he wanted to hear how her brother's schizophrenia relapsed. The hero replied that he really wanted to know if there was anything that pointed to a possible cause. After all, if they find out what psychological factors caused its exacerbation, this could greatly help in developing a cure. Sonia said Chuck initially took medication to treat the symptoms of bipolar disorder, but the side effects, particularly weight gain, caused him to lose confidence, and his condition worsened. His school friends began to ignore him when he began to show symptoms of schizophrenia. As a result, Chuck had no one left to rely on except his family, and it was also a very difficult time for Sonia, so it was eventually decided that he would transfer to her school. After the change of scenery, he seemed to be on the mend. The hallucinations and delirium became less frequent, and his condition improved, but Sonia felt that it was her fault that her brother's illness had worsened again. She remembered talking to her friend who said she had heard that her brother was very handsome, to which Sonia replied that it had been like that before, but now he was a little sick, so she asked her not to put too much expectation on him. When a friend asked what he was sick with, Sonia replied that he had schizophrenia. The friend suggested that the disease might be contagious, but Sonia objected that it was not, so the friend asked if he was possessed by ghosts and suggested performing an exorcism. She also expressed the opinion that he might do something bad at school after the transfer. Sonia admitted that she was also worried, and if rumors started spreading at school, it would be difficult for her too. At that moment, the girl heard a strange sound. She turned around abruptly and looked towards the door of her room. It turned out that Chuck was standing in the doorway with a tray in his hands. He heard the entire conversation between his sister and her friend, and tears came to his eyes. From that moment on, Chuck began to refuse to take medications. Apparently, he really wanted to believe that everything was okay with him. While Sonia was telling this, she couldn't hold back her tears, because she believed that it was she who had ruined everything. At this point, Rosalind told the hero that she had discovered something powerful. She had heard Chuck's thoughts, in which he hoped that if he stopped taking medication, his depression would disappear, he would lose weight, begin to distinguish between reality and illusion, and then even his sister would not avoid him. River then realized that the reason for Chuck's deteriorating condition was his sister Sonia. He told the girl that mental illnesses such as schizophrenia have a high relapse rate and she should not blame herself. Then Sonia asked if he really was going to develop a cure for schizophrenia. She said she believed in his success, and if he ever needed help, he should know that she was ready to help, no matter how long it took, as long as her brother could be saved. However, River said that he had already received a lot of help from her during their work at the hospital. He doubted he could have coped then without her support. So he promised her that he would definitely create a cure for schizophrenia. When Sonia heard this, tears came to her eyes and she thanked the doctor. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, where one man told another that they were not allowed to use the new drug. This was the decision of the committee members following the listening session, and then his interlocutor asked if the clinical trials had already been completed. He also asked whether it made sense to deny permission without even seeing the results of the experiments. However, the commission representative Austin responded that he also tried to convince the others, but to no avail. He was told that if River took responsibility, it could lead to an accident. Regardless of the results of the experiment, they still won't give permission. They'll find a reason to stop it. They said Rivera's method was problematic because the technique was so new and had not been used before, meaning the risk was too great to be approved. River might be confident in his technique, but since it directly affects human life, the commission had no choice but to be extremely cautious. However, the hero said that what they were doing now was refusing to even look at the opportunity he was offering. Austin agreed, but said the commission requires that innovative drugs first receive approval from major international bodies such as the FDA and EMA. River then asked what these organizations were. Austin explained that once the drug is licensed in the US, they will be able to issue permission to produce a copy of it. However, River still didn't fully understand what exactly this meant. Then Austin said that even though the drug was developed in Korea, it first needed to be registered in the United States. And then River realized that in order to get approval, he had to make a copy of the drug, a clone. Austin confirmed with a grim face that this was indeed the case. Now River understood why the development of pharmaceuticals in Korea was so slow. They could not conduct their own research and develop the market, but only blindly followed the already developed countries. He realized that he had been a complete fool to expect anything special from this company. Austin promised to try to convince the commission again, but warned that it was better not to have high hopes. The hero asked to let him know if it didn't work out this time either. Rosalind soon reported that the rat experiment had been a success, but that wasn't enough for River. He needed more compelling evidence to get through to the Food and Drug Administration. Rosalind asked what exactly might work, and suggested that it might be a brain organoid. But River responded that brain organoids still remain an ethical issue, and even if he models schizophrenia, he wouldn't be confident in taking responsibility for it. Then she asked about bonobos, the smartest of primates, close to humans in intellectual abilities that were previously thought to be exclusive to humans. River said he had thought about it too. But as she had said, because bonobos are so similar to humans, they are not usually used in experiments. The girl laughed and said that she didn't understand who decided which animals could be used in experiments and which couldn't, and on what basis. River smiled and agreed that this was true, but added that there was a lot of opposition among scientists. It seemed that even chimpanzees were not acceptable test subjects. For Rosalind, this was a shame, because developing a drug would help not only people, but also bonobos. The hero asked what she meant. The girl explained that these monkeys also suffer from schizophrenia, especially the bonobos living in zoos. River replied that this was a completely different story, because these were not genetically modified animals like humans, and if their schizophrenia was a natural phenomenon, then it was possible to treat them too. But Rosalind admitted that it was very difficult. Then the hero asked where to look for such monkeys. The girl said that the FOXP2 gene was first reported in 2001. It was called the language gene because it plays a key role in people's ability to speak well. Many mammals have this gene in different forms, and in bonobos it is very similar to humans, with only one small difference. Bonobos have excellent language skills, reportedly understanding up to 3,000 words in a lifetime, and River simply couldn't believe they suffered from schizophrenia. At that moment, he received a call from the Experimental Animal Resource Center. He was told that they had reviewed shipping documents and import records for live modified organisms, and that the bonobos River was talking about were imported from the Congo to Africa. These bonobos are protected in Salonga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The local government has declared them a protected species, and export is prohibited. When River realized that he would not be able to get the monkeys, he asked for the contact details of the person in charge in Congo. Rosalind then asked what he was going to do if the government finally banned exports. The hero replied that he had one way. After that, he took out a small box that Jamie Anderson had given him, a badge of the Great Scientists Club. River said with a smile that the day had finally come when he could use it. The club's members, the highest authority among scientists, are located in government structures and major institutions around the world, so River contacted Michelle, an African official, through the club's network. They soon spoke via video link, and Michelle said that after convincing the president to pass an exceptional special law, she received permission to transport the bonobos. The hero was incredibly grateful and promised that after treating the monkeys, he would safely send them back to Congo. Meanwhile, news reports have revealed that ABIO is developing a cure for schizophrenia and has successfully tested the treatment on bonobos, which have a mental structure very similar to humans. This meant that these animals could be cured of mental illness, and now everyone began to wonder how much society was spending on treating such illnesses. During the next interview, the hero said that mitochondria are organelles that usually live in human cells, and by turning them into bacteria and multiplying them, genes that treat schizophrenia are introduced and delivered to the brain. Since the brain is a very sensitive organ with special protection against external infections, he decided to be honest from the start. So he explained that it is not normal for bacteria to get there. But knowing that the method was dangerous, after consultation with the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, he wanted to very carefully and conservatively test the preclinical data. Then the presenter asked if he had said that he had already prepared some data. The man replied that what they were seeing was preclinical data from the company and the ministry, collected very strictly. Bonobos are very similar to humans, so some of them had schizophrenia, and he used them for preclinical testing, and was able to cure them. Safety and efficacy have been ensured, and a complete cure for schizophrenia can now be expected. The ministry's contribution to this experiment was very significant. Without them, clinical trials would have been carried out on much more meager data. After River's speech, a critical atmosphere reigned in society. One after another, schizophrenic patients began to appear who hid in the shadows because they were often considered potential criminals. Now there was hope for an end to suffering. On the other hand, the academic community reacted enthusiastically. Soon, journalists arrived at the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety, bombarding employees with questions. But they were told that they could not yet give details. The journalists did not give up and continued to ask uncomfortable questions. The director then ordered his subordinate Austin to call Dr. River immediately. As Austin stepped away to call him, he thought about how he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He thought he had already provided enough justification for permission, and now he was sure that this was a victory for River. Meanwhile, the story moves to the ABIO New Generation Hospital, where clinical trials were being conducted on individual patients at the time. Jessica informed the hero that the status of Chuck's treatment was that he had been given the drug through his nasal cavity, and it was directed to the brain. The mitochondria would move along the dopamine concentration gradient into the midbrain, gradually distributing along the dopamine pathway. Then the hero smiled and said that it was a good job. After that, he turned to Rosalind and asked her to turn on the synchronization mode. After 15 minutes, all mitochondria were attached to the surface of target cells with high dopamine expression. Due to electrical stimulation, the cell membrane was repeatedly torn and repaired in nanometer units. The mitochondria naturally moved between the torn gaps, and as many as 107 genes ended up safely inside the brain cells. They corrected problematic genes in brain cells, and numerous biomaterials associated with metabolic pathways gradually stabilized. After 30 minutes, the mitochondria that had completed the task died. At that moment, the hero realized that this was the end, and everything ended in success. After that, he approached Sonia and said that from now on, her brother's symptoms would get much better. He hoped that the girl would no longer be tormented by her past mistakes. When Sonia heard this, tears appeared on her face, and she said that she was very grateful to the doctor. However, the hero said that he should be grateful because she readily agreed to participate in the clinical trial, and Sonia replied that it was all because she believed that he could succeed. Soon after, Rosalind informed the hero that thanks to this mission, her level had increased. She could now run simulations on a larger scale, and with this improved ability, he could now observe an entire continent. The hero was surprised because before, when they discovered the anthrax bacillus, they could only do so within the city limits. However, Rosalind said that there was a problem. She had started to feel sleepy lately. River was surprised that she could feel it, since she was a life form that did not sleep. The girl explained that she is an organism measured in one cellular unit. The reason animals and people sleep is to repair damaged DNA, but this process does not apply to her. She assumed that she might have started to feel sleepy due to the influence of River's body. After that, she asked him if he had felt any physical changes lately, but the hero said no. Then he asked if she felt tired during the synchronization process. The girl replied that she didn't feel tired while she was doing Chuck's recovery procedure, and that was good. It meant that she felt normal during the synchronization. If she fell asleep at the crucial moment, it would put River in a difficult position, and most likely she would actually fall asleep in a couple of hours if the continental simulation had to be run. Then the hero said that one way or another, before she spoke mechanically, but now she speaks more humanly. And Rosalind replied that it was because of River's influence. Apparently, it was his injury that affected her the most. She didn't like it, but in some ways she found it funny, and she wanted to know more, and the hero said he expected to continue to be under her tutelage. At that moment, the hero received a new message on his phone. It was Michelle. She said she wanted to hold an emergency meeting regarding the Ebola outbreak and asked when the hero could soon arrive in Congo. Both River and Rosalind were surprised to hear about Ebola. Meanwhile, the story moves to the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Kinshasa. The Department of Health and Human Services was asked how serious the spread of Ebola was. Michelle replied that they weren't particularly worried about it, but the properties of this cell were unnatural. The infected area was quite polluted, and as far as she knew, there was a huge difference in the characteristics of the Ebola virus. Then the hero asked why this was so. The woman replied that she herself did not know, but it was known that the anthrax bacillus was a bacterium that polluted the surrounding soil and caused epidemics at an alarming rate. The anthrax cell is a bacterium that can live underground, and when anthrax bacteria produce gemmules underground, there is evidence that they can survive there for 30 years. However, symptoms of infected animals in the area clearly indicated an Ebola outbreak. A confirmed report stated that the man infected by the soil in Bukama had both anthrax cells and the Ebola virus in him. However, River said the Ebola virus cannot be found in the ground. It is a disease that only spreads between humans and great apes. Michelle then concluded that the Ebola virus had evolved using an anthrax cell as a host, thus creating a new type of virus. Rosalind said it was a great hypothesis. The anthrax cell was a transmissible bacterium that could reproduce and grow underground. Ebola is a virus that can be transmitted through primates or any living organism, and when the two agents are combined, the infectious effects can become even more complex and powerful. Michelle then went on to say that the Congolese government is having serious difficulties in trying to prevent the spread of the Ebola virus, the main reason being the general ignorance of the Congolese population regarding medical matters. Since citizens have not received basic scientific education, infected people go to prayer halls to pray to their gods instead of going to the hospital. The longer people neglect medical care, the higher the chance that a new virus will form inside their body. Another reason is related to military conflicts in the region. In Africa, there are two clans, Tutsi and Hutu. These two clans have existed since the 11th century, but they differ not in race but in their cultural characteristics, and can be considered two completely different ethnic groups. Back in the late 1800s, Belgium had violently seized control of the Congo, and the then Belgian king had declared the people of the Congo his personal property, a relationship that eventually resulted in civil war within the country. Currently, the Congolese government is made up of Tutsi clan members, and the Rwandan Patriotic Front governs the region to the east of Congo, called the Kivu province. And here in Congo, the political situation remains quite difficult, even despite everything that is happening. The country is still holding presidential elections. The hero was genuinely surprised that presidents were elected at all under such conditions. Michelle responded that, although they had warned the authorities about the Ebola outbreak, the presidential election schedule was not changed because for them, political debate was more important than their own lives. Then the hero realized that they had very little time left. In response, Michelle asked the doctor to help stop the people's suffering because they had no one else to rely on. To this, River resolutely stated that he would do everything possible and try to hurry. Afterwards, he looked at the disease map and realized that the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Rosalind noted that virtually all of the western and southern rainforests were infected with anthrax and the Ebola virus. River noted that the growth rate of anthrax cells should not be that high, but Rosalind explained that after farm animals were infected and their immune systems were weakened by the Ebola virus, the anthrax cells took advantage of the situation. The Ebola coronavirus was in the incubation period and had time to spread across various regions of the country, and the anthrax cells used this time to actively multiply. When the hero asked what they would need to do to destroy the anthrax cells, Rosalind replied that it would be very difficult because disrupting their growth is not an easy task, and while formaldehyde might help, using it would cause great harm to the environment. At this point, the hero realized that the situation was indeed problematic, but they decided to use anthrax cells as a means to capture the Ebola virus. The purpose of the anthrax cells was to enter the eastern regions of Congo, where the Ebola virus had not yet reached, and using humans as test subjects, try to stop the further spread of the virus. After this, the simulation was completed, and Rosalind asked River what he was going to do next. He replied that they would create a virus that would mimic the Ebola virus, so as not to harm animals and people in the area, and infect the anthrax cells so that only the receptor remained. In the process, Rosalind will have to help him introduce the Ebola gene into an anthrax cell so that it will develop immunity to Ebola, but this process will be different from a normal infection. He then informed Michelle that once she received the results of the animal experiment, they could be used as a basis for creating a treatment, and that the serum being developed by Agent could serve as the basis for creating a vaccine. He also gave her the experimental plan, as he believed she could use it as a useful reference when developing the vaccine. When the girl thanked him, River thought he was glad that Michelle was a key member of the team and an outstanding biologist who had managed to create such a vaccine, even though only key parts of the research were available. The rest should be fairly simple. Finally, the girl said that the Constitutional Court of Congo has approved the date for the president's re-election. It should take place in about 2 weeks. However, the hero was still surprised that the elections would take place so soon, and Michelle added that by that time, anthrax bacteria and the Ebola virus would cover the entire Congo region. Rosalind then said that there was going to be a sharp increase in cases soon, and they needed to develop a vaccine at least a day faster so they could start mass vaccinations. When they arrived at the University of Kinshasa, the hero asked Michelle about the current progress on the vaccine, to which the woman replied that by making the treatment the highest priority, they would be able to meet the deadline. Experiments on rats also showed excellent results, and she believed that with current progress, they could begin distribution to patients with confirmed Ebola after preclinical testing. The Ministry of Health of the Democratic Republic of Congo has decided to skip the first stage of clinical trials based on a special law regulating actions in cases of infectious diseases. The hero said it was a brilliant decision and promised to contact Eigen immediately to begin production of the cure. Michelle asked doubtfully if he really intended to start production before official approval, and the hero replied that if there were no problems with the drugs, he could send them directly to the Congo. Michelle thanked him, but noted that the decision to launch a project was not made solely by the CEO, and that it could result in serious losses for the company. She found it hard to believe that anyone would actually be willing to take such a risk for the sake of the citizens of Congo. She then promised to ensure that both treatment and preclinical trials of the vaccine would be provided. 8 days have passed since then, and an official document from Michelle was delivered to Mr. President. Philippe, the president of Congo, was amazed and admitted that he did not expect to receive a vaccine and treatment for Ebola so quickly. His secretary said it was common knowledge that Dr. River had played a key role in this. Philip then ordered a state of emergency to be declared in the country and for preparations to begin immediately for his address to the citizens. After this, Philip arrived at Kinplaza Square and announced that they now had strong evidence that the Ebola virus was capable of infecting anthrax cells. The Ebola virus, which contains an extremely resistant anthrax cell, is now spreading across the country at an unprecedented rate. Residents were shocked when they heard about the Ebola virus. They didn't understand what it all meant and were very scared. Philippe said Congo is currently experiencing a national catastrophe, and that, compared to the previous surge in 2014, this pandemic could cause even more chaos. The government is urgently taking countermeasures to actively stop the spread of the virus and is investing all resources in the rapid development of a vaccine. He added that the vaccine would be ready very soon and expressed hope that every citizen would be able to trust the government and get vaccinated. However, residents said it sounded incredible. They did not believe that a vaccine could be created so quickly, especially in their country. They could not trust the government and were convinced that it was all just a scam. At that moment, the secretary approached the president and offered to tell people about Michelle. Philippe then said he understood their mistrust, but stressed that the country had only had this opportunity thanks to a renowned scientist named Michelle, who serves as the head of the Ministry of Health and Social Services. In addition, they received help and advice from Dr. Rivera, who is known to have rewritten history in the field of medicine, and now that the vaccine is almost ready, the country needs the support of its citizens the most. He said the Ebola virus was a reality and called on citizens to trust them at least on this issue. However, looking at the people's reactions, he began to think that perhaps it was all in vain. His appeal was unable to convince them. As doubts grew among his citizens, many people began to protest violently, and these same citizens claimed that Philip had turned his speech into a spectacle only to get re-elected. Now Congo faces its biggest threat yet. News soon came that the government had appointed Michel as the head of the Ministry of Health and head of research and development for an Ebola vaccine. Afterwards, Fowler, a presidential candidate, arrived at the radio station where he was asked what he thought about the rumors that Dr. River was collaborating with the project. The man then said he did not think such treatment was necessary, saying that although there had been confirmed cases of fever in the last month, he doubted how many of them were actually Ebola. He asked the journalist if he had seen anyone who had died in the last 3 years due to Ebola fever. Fowler said those in government who talk nonsense like Ebola campaigns or treatments are just doing it for show. The man then thanked Mr. Fowler for his contribution and asked what he thought of Dr. Rivera's help with the project. The thing is, he was a pretty famous doctor who created vaccines, and there were people who believed that Ebola existed. But Fowler said it was all a lie. Of course, he also went to Sweden to develop an anti-cancer drug and has extensive experimental data from Ebola patients in the Congo region. However, the fact that Dr. River is researching a vaccine does not prove that Ebola exists in Miabi. The government is trying to increase fear in the hearts of the people. He said it was very strange that instead of focusing on the elections, he would release such news so late and then say they should reveal the truth. Meanwhile, the story moves to the eastern Kivu region, specifically to the Liberation Army camp. The boy entered the campgrounds and saw men lying dead on the ground. It was the child of a soldier from the Hutu clan. His name was Unamyo Stang. For him, the whole sight was disgusting. He saw his aunt and his brothers coughing up blood. After that, he went inside, still not understanding why this happened, because everything was very good until yesterday. However, when he entered inside, he was horrified to see Uncle Tobar lying on the floor. He began to rock him and beg him to wake up, but when he turned him over, he saw that he was covered in his own blood. The boy tried his best to bring his uncle to his senses, but he was unable to do so. Then, with tears in his eyes, he ran out of there, thinking that these people had accepted him as one of their own when he was an orphan, and so he needed to urgently find help. He knew he couldn't just leave them like that, but as he ran through the forest, he saw a mountain of dead gorillas. Stein was horrified when he realized that the gorillas were sick too. He realized that Ebola was real. He also realized that he had touched tons of corpses that were diseased, and now feared that he too was infected. Suddenly, the boy felt a gun being pressed against his head from behind. As it turned out, there was a soldier standing behind him, who also pointed a gun at him and ordered him not to move. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already thinking that since he had prepared for a month for the transduction water solution, he needed to quickly move on to the next step. If he left it there for more than 5 minutes, its efficiency would drop, thus rendering the data useless. At this point, Rosalind turned to him, but the hero said that he was very busy and asked to tell him later. But the girl said that was not the case. She said that there was a visitor outside. When the boy turned his head, he saw President Philip standing at his door, but he didn't understand why he was there. After that, he met the president and asked him what brought him there, and then asked him to come inside. He apologized for them opening the door right away, as he was in the middle of an experiment, and asked if he could continue it while they talked, and Philip said he could as he had come in to pay a visit. He asked how the experiments were going, and River said that while he was currently out of action since he had finished the initial experiments, he was confident that Chairman Michel and the scientists under her leadership were doing a fantastic job. It was a relief to Philip, and he asked that perhaps he would have to ask Mr. Tomey if there was a mass outbreak. The hero assured him that he would try to prevent this, but asked him to thank Chairman Michel for this. The fact that she had abandoned her life as a Harvard professor and returned to the Congo indicated that she had strong patriotism. Philip said that it was all true. She was an incredible figure, and therefore he himself could not stand idly by. He said it wouldn't matter to him if he didn't become president as long as he could work in that room, and what he said about not running as a unit if everyone got the vaccine wasn't just empty words. So he began to beg Dr. Rivera to save them from this disaster. However, the hero told him not to worry so much. He promised that they would definitely stop this pandemic. After this, Philip announced that the government had completed clinical trials of the vaccine. Although the supply of the vaccine is limited, they are producing more through Agen. The vaccine is safe and effective, so he asked to take part in the prevention of Ebola fever and get vaccinated as soon as possible. He also said that he had decided to end his presidential campaign, so he asked people not to doubt the ongoing Ebola pandemic and to be sure to get vaccinated. He said that they would definitely win. Despite the president's appeal to the people, there were still hostile responses from the majority of citizens, asking them not to succumb to superstitions about the so-called Ebola virus. The government ran the country through fear, and they were confident that the country did not have this virus. For 2 days, chaos and violence continued in the city, until one day at dawn, disaster struck the city of Miyabi. The latest news was that there were 720 confirmed cases of Ebola. The number of cases was growing rapidly, and no one could get a consolidated figure for the total number of cases. And this morning, Congo entered the 5th stage of the Ebola pandemic. Meanwhile, Stang turned to the soldiers and asked if they were really government soldiers, and asked them to help him. He stated that all the adults had fainted. He said that they would surrender and asked for help from the villagers. However, the soldiers did not understand what he was talking about and why adults could faint. Another soldier said that the boy was talking nonsense, but at that moment his colleague began to cough violently. They looked at the private, who couldn't stop coughing, and soon blood began to drip from his mouth. The other guy said the man had recently caught the flu, but Stang looked at him in horror. At that moment, the man suddenly fell to the ground and blood began to flow from his mouth. He stretched out his hands to the lieutenant and begged him to help him. The man then ordered the soldiers to immediately help him up and return him to the camp as quickly as possible. However, none of the soldiers were in a hurry to help the man, because they were all terribly afraid of the consequences. They stood there and seemed to begin to suspect that the virus really did exist. At that moment, the boy stepped forward and said that he would help him up. He admitted that he may have already become infected because he had to touch many dead Liberator soldiers in the camp. However, he asked in exchange, as a partial justification during the trial, for the soldiers to give him their words of support. At that moment, the man lying on the ground was crying bitterly, realizing what would happen to him next. The boy came up to him and said that he would help him up, asked him to try to restore some energy, and the man thanked him, saying that he was the only one who did not ignore him. After this, the lieutenant ordered everyone else to collect their things and return to camp, and to keep an eye on the private, the lieutenant, and the child. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of cars from the Abio company were driving along the road. The news has reported that the new Ebola virus uses anthrax as a route of infection, increasing its contagiousness. It is not easy to get rid of, as it can live on the ground and spread throughout the jungle. The protagonist addressed the Kenyan government and said that the virus continues to multiply, infecting the entire territory. Meanwhile, the deputies were talking among themselves. River continued and said that Congo is already infected, but fortunately the virus has not yet spread to Congo's neighboring countries. However, he also noted that it was only a matter of time, and was then asked whether it was worth closing borders and introducing quarantine now. Before this, the hero asked them to look at the data he sent them by email. He asked them to work with neighboring governments to prevent the spread of Ebola from Congo to neighboring countries. He also attached a file called the Anthrax Capture Project, explaining that they had developed a new drug that would make anthrax resistant to the Ebola virus. He will have to deploy it around the borders and in the jungles of each country, and then put up a fence to keep Ebola from spreading further. The Democratic Republic of Congo has already provided large quantities of medicines and vaccines, but Rwanda and other neighboring countries have not. In other words, when Ebola spreads across the border, things could get out of control. So to prevent a pandemic, they should contain Ebola in Congo. Then one of the deputies said that perhaps a person vaccinated against anthrax would be immune to Ebola. The hero confirmed that this is indeed the case, since about 80% of the routes of infection are related to anthrax. This means that they can control 80% of the spread of the virus. Quarantine imposed by people is easy to break, but with microorganisms, the situation is different. He also said that they already have enough resources to fully treat citizens, and they plan to completely control the spread of the infection through personal contacts. The Congolese government has compiled a list of visitors who have arrived in the past month and plans to share it with Kenyan officials. The man then decided to ask about treatment and vaccinations and asked River to provide them with some medications. But the hero replied that it would be difficult because the medicines and vaccines are produced exclusively by the Abio company. They have an exclusive contract with the Congolese government. They can give Kenya permission to produce it, but the process is complicated, so it won't be easy to produce it locally unless they build an anthrax fence. Ebola won't be widespread in their country, and they won't need treatment. If there are only a few infected people, they will have to buy medicine from Congo for treatment. After that, he asked the representatives if they had any more questions. Soon after, the hero leaned back in his chair and noted that the meeting had been quite long. They may have taken action, but in any country there will be many infected people who may be beyond their control. Rosalind then said that there would be no problem with anthrax fences because Ebola cannot penetrate natural barriers, and besides, if they simply checked the list of incoming visitors, they could prevent the infection from coming into contact with people. However, smugglers are another problem. There are people arriving with contraband and resources from the civil war in eastern Congo, and because they have no immigration history, they can transmit Ebola everywhere. Rosalind said that this is all self-inflicted. They encouraged civil wars in other countries in order to kill people and migrate illegally, so they should be punished for smuggling resources. Ever since she met River, she felt something when she observed the human world. She said that illness was one of the things people hated the most. But at the same time, it is the only thing that people can experience equally. Their world is full of great absurdity and inequality. Ebola can affect everyone equally: the rich, the poor, smugglers, government forces, rebels, and so on. However, the hero said that the richer and more developed the country, the better its quarantine system, and thus no one will get Ebola there. But Rosalind said it was all man-made inequality, and man-made inequality that limited the spread of the Ebola virus to African lands. River realized he couldn't argue with her because she was telling the truth, and then said that was why they had to stop this broadcast. Meanwhile, the story moves to eastern Congo, where a very unusual and absurd scene took place. They were government troops, rebels, and smugglers, lying side by side in a temporary treatment center intended for government troops. The rebels became infected with Ebola while creating an organization to terrorize government forces, and government troops sent there to suppress the rebels also became infected with Ebola. Smugglers from a neighboring country died of fever before they could return home, so Ebola became a scene that embodied Rosalind's words about inequality. Soon, news spread that the cured patients had been discharged and were being given free treatment. Then a deadly virus that randomly knocked people down ironically caused a ceasefire in the area. Meanwhile, Stangu was told that he would be court-martialed, but these days, underage soldiers are not sent to prison. The boy knew that if he was caught by government troops, he would face the death penalty, but in reality, everything turned out differently. He was told that virtually none of the rebels would be executed because the president was emphasizing harmony and that he could stay here and receive treatment in peace. In the evening, the boy had dinner and sat down near a tree to watch the sunset. He was still thinking about Uncle Tova, whom he had recently found dead. At that moment, the military was going through the lists of those who had arrived and noted that there was a man from the Eastern Liberation Army there. As soon as the boy heard this, he immediately jumped to his feet. He ran up to the doctor and asked if there were any lists with a man named Tova. The doctor then suggested that the boy was from the Liberation Army and was probably looking for his father. After that, he looked at the list and started looking for the name the boy asked about. Then he pointed his finger somewhere to the side and said that this man was there. When the boy looked at that place, he saw that there were only corpses covered with blankets. At that moment, horror appeared on his face. He began to cry, but the doctor could do nothing about it. After this, the boy fell to his knees and began to shake. He began shouting Mr. Tova's name as one man was taken off the bus. As soon as the man heard his name, he immediately recognized the voice of a familiar boy. He ran up to him and said that he was safe now. The doctor said it must have been someone with the same name. But when the boy saw a living man, he immediately ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Tova was also very happy to see the boy. It was a real relief for him. After this, they both burst into tears and continued hugging. Soon after, Rosalind informed the hero that so far the pollution control had been done well. The viral infections have not outstripped the stockpiles of Ebola vaccines that the government has distributed to Rwanda, Angola, Uganda, and so on, and the anthrax in the jungle is constantly absorbing and removing the Ebola virus. Then the hero said that in his opinion, they contained the virus correctly, and a pandemic will not happen. The girl congratulated him on his success and said that he really managed to do it. But River noted that they still needed to wait and see what would happen in the Congo, and then asked to show him a simulation of that location. The girl said that the virus is concentrated in the capital of Congo, Kinshasa. The Congolese government has announced 300,000 confirmed cases, but simulations show more than 1 million people have been infected. Rivera believes these were people who had not yet fully developed the disease because they were still in the incubation period or had yet to go to hospital out of fear, but since Michelle is promoting large-scale free treatment, the effects should show. Incurable and free therapy, two phrases that seemed incompatible with Ebola fever, but they swept through every city in Congo. As a result, the number of vaccinations has increased dramatically, and now the number of infections, which were initially only a few, exceeds 500,000. Philippe soon came out with an announcement that he had to give credit to Minister Michelle for her prompt response to the Ebola pandemic. She was the first to predict the onset of this situation, and they also had Dr. River, the best doctor in the world of science. With his help, she was able to develop drugs and vaccines for Ebola in a short period of time. Therefore, Philip would like to express special gratitude to Dr. River. The man standing next to him on stage smiled gratefully. Michelle asked if it was too early to hear news of success, to which the hero said that he tried to convince Philip to postpone the presentation, but Philip said that now was the time. The point is that it is also the government's job to control public fear. The incident was a dangerous disaster that could have resulted in a huge number of casualties, but they survived the pandemic caused by a mixture of two of the world's most dangerous viruses. Since the first outbreaks and even now in Africa there are still no deaths from Ebola fever, they have managed to save all the citizens who were infected with it. When those present heard this, they began to shout loudly and clap their hands. Philippe said the Congolese government would stop the threat to their lives from the Ebola fever. The civil war with the Democratic Liberation Army, inter-ethnic conflicts, exploitation by powerful nations, all this can be overcome. Therefore, he asked citizens to be strong and move forward into the future together. At this moment, the hero felt that he was very calm, and Rosalind said that now he could finally take a breath. Then River realized it was time to return. After that, he returned to his room, and suddenly he was told that he should check the GSC main page. There was an article about a savior who went to Africa alone and stopped the Ebola pandemic. Worst of all, an epidemic caused by a combination of Ebola fever and anthrax has spread widely in Congo. It was a fatal crisis that could have become a global epidemic, but it appears to have been contained by the rapid response of the Congolese government and neighboring countries. It was reported that in the background was Dr. River, the youngest member of the GSC, to take part in the implementation of this project. It has changed the quarantine paradigm used in the current scientific community, and such biological fencing will need to be actively considered in the future. Furthermore, an international conference of GSC members was announced to be held instead at the Grand Royal Hotel in Seoul, Korea. At that moment, the hero realized that this was a special article. Meanwhile, the story moves to Seoul, where two men were sitting in a cafe and thinking about how it reminds them of the old days. They used to drink here when they were still students. Now that they were old, they could no longer drink, because it would be hard for them to get up the next day. It turned out it was Nicholas and Damien, and then Nicholas asked his interlocutor if he knew what else made him feel old. He said he had not kept up with the latest research trends. Damien replied that he had been chasing trends all his life, but the current stream of scientific trends had proven too complex to follow, since new technologies were appearing every morning. At that moment, Nicholas emptied his glass and said he was damn right. For 30 years now they have been absorbing new knowledge like sponges, but these days he can't do it. However, in the midst of all this, they are lucky to have a trendsetter in their company. Damien fully agreed with this opinion, and added that Dr. River had already accomplished two real feats: stem cells and Cas9. Both of these technologies are basic and have enormous potential, so to call it simply great is to say nothing at all. With the development of new dendritic cell bypass technology and the enormous potential to cure all types of cancer, the concept of genetic surgery will literally revolutionize the way we think about drugs for decades to come. So the men expected a busy time ahead, and that's why Damien made an important decision. Nicholas was genuinely surprised and asked him what exactly he wanted to say. Damien then announced that he was going to leave the Eigen company in the hands of Dr. River. Nicholas asked in surprise if he was serious, and Damien confirmed that he was going to give up on the development of biological weapons against anthrax and resign. Nicholas asked if he had discussed this with Ian, but Damien replied that he had not yet told his son about his plans. Nicholas was sure that Ian thought he was going to take over the company. However, he explained that Damien had made an important decision and there were only a few months left before he would fulfill his promise to exchange shares with Dr. River. Nicholas then said that it would be logical to merge Eigen and Abio, and then give Dr. Rivera control of both companies. Damien also planned to transfer his share to River. At that moment, Nicholas realized that Damien had clearly thought long and hard about this decision. Damien then asked his friend to take care of his son while he was gone. Nicholas assured that he would do everything he had to. After that, they clinked glasses, and Damien asked them not to worry too much. Soon after, Damien went to his mansion and told his son about his decision. He said he was going to step down from his position at Eigen and hand over all powers to Dr. River after the merger with Ibio. However, Ian couldn't quite believe that his father was so serious. The man explained that he would be responsible for developing the anthrax biological weapon and simply wanted his son to know about it in advance. The boy was extremely outraged that his father was giving everything to River, although he himself had dedicated more than 10 years of his life to the company. But Damien said that Ian couldn't beat River if he went head-to-head with him, and the consequences would only be for himself, and he didn't want that to happen. He stated that it would be better for everyone, and for their sake he was giving up his administrative rights. However, he admitted that he cannot help but feel sorry for his son. Ian said he knew this could happen. He knew that although Damien played the role of a businessman, at heart he was a scientist, and his father was not like himself. He then asked why his father had left River, who was progressing rapidly, alone. He wanted to understand why Director Glenn was afraid that he might fail. Damien replied that he thought it wasn't time to fight River yet. As he had already said, River was more than just a smart scientist. He is inventive and obsessed with research ethics. He is like a beast. Damien said that Ian couldn't defeat River, and now he intends to make his father regret it. Meanwhile, the story moves to Kinshasa, the capital of Congo, where Michelle tells River that the GSC now has over 2 million members thanks to more lenient membership terms. Because of this, not everyone religiously attends the annual international conferences. Only 100 scientists with full membership status are invited. She added that the publication of his article in GSC was a kind of bait. The club's members are a proud and incredibly busy bunch, and if the topic is interesting, around 50 people will show up to the conference. The hero then asked if this meant that the article with his participation was written only because the conference was to be held in Seoul. Michelle responded that it was rather the opposite. The conference was being held in Seoul because it was located in the very center of the global scientific community. Still, there is much to learn there, so she asked Rivera to make an effort to attend the conference, which is more than just a meeting place for biologists and doctors. Astrophysicists, mathematicians, chemists, organic physicists, and computer scientists gather there, but the topics of the meetings are usually much broader than it seems at first glance. They discuss oil depletion, climate change, population growth and aging, and much more. They also discuss the Ebola and anthrax problem, which they solved, and these topics deserve to be raised at the conference. Michelle thought there would be a lot of talk about Rivera at this conference, since the anthrax he planned changed the future of the country. At this point, Michelle reported that they were almost there. She said that River could go inside and rest, and that he would be met and taken to the airport tomorrow morning. She added that they would meet there and say goodbye to him. The hero looked at the sky and thought about something of his own. He asked himself if he was finally leaving behind the life he had led here. At that moment, a new message came on the phone from Ian, who said that he had something important to tell River and suggested that they meet. After returning from Congo, River took a short break, but immediately returned to work. The first Eigen laboratory succeeded in developing new materials with a lotus effect. There was news that the life creation team had produced an artificial liver, and a busy day was spent getting reports from each department. Meanwhile, the story moves to the university hospital. There in the ward, Ian was already standing over Hank's bed. He told him that the next GSC conference would bring together the best scientists in the world. Around the same time, the merger of Agen and Abayo will be announced. However, Ian then said that there would be news at the conference that would scare everyone. He paused for a moment, then looked again at Hank, who was in a coma. Afterwards, Ian apologized with a smile, saying that he would use Hank's name as an excuse. Meanwhile, the story moves to the International GSC conference held at the hotel. The event was sponsored by the American Bank Chenover and the Loper Group. The scale and atmosphere reached their peak with River's participation. In the end, about 90 scientists from the club gathered there. Soon after, the hero headed to the buffet because he didn't even have time to eat before the lecture. His friend Peter said that being popular is hard. He literally tasted death because of it and asked the hero how he could trust them with all the important things, like the merger. In response, the guy said that he left it up to them because he trusted them. And then Peter asked if he was going to hire a professional manager after the merger. River replied that he had to do it because he wanted to focus on his research. He simply couldn't handle the controls while doing his research. At this point, Peter noticed that it had become very loud and wondered where the journalists were going. It turned out that all the journalists actually ran to the same place. They soon arrived at the seminar room where Ian was speaking. Surprised journalists asked him what he meant by insider information. The guy said that he was going to reveal to them the true nature of Dr. River, whom everyone knew so well. He said that he was actually a terrible killer. Shortly before this, he informed his father that the anthrax bioweapon he had developed and which Director Hank had been storing had been sold to Africa. Damien was horrified when he realized that his son had sold anthrax. Then Ian said that the exit was easy because they were not caught by sniffer dogs. This tiny microbe could kill thousands of people, which made him think that biological weapons were so effective that they could destroy an entire country. However, Damien said that all the bacteria in the sample that Director Gill had already been sterilized. Ian said the bacteria are said to be in a cadaverous state and dormant, but there is a way to awaken them, and it is because they know this way that the rebels in South Sudan will use the anthrax weapon. When Damien heard this, he hit his son in the face with all his might. However, Ian said he had no right to criticize him as he was simply repeating what his father had done. The war in Africa is simply a goldmine for big companies like them, and that is why the employee who sold a good product should be praised. When Damien asked why he did it, Ian replied that he was the one who told him to do it, to destroy River. Currently, in areas where South Sudanese rebels are detonating anthrax biological weapons, River has installed fences for protection, but these fences have proven to be unsafe. River was using unproven technology to suppress Ebola there, and the situation in Africa was getting worse. Then he asked Damien, "Are you trying to do anything?" and said that all the levers of control belonged to his father. He said that if Damien didn't have the courage to send Ian to prison, then he should just watch what was happening. After this, he spoke at a conference and declared that Dr. River was a murderer. He said that the head of the research institute, Hank, was recently suddenly diagnosed as brain dead. On the day the director lost consciousness, he encountered Dr. River in Life Creation Unit 6. After the meeting, Hank passed out, bleeding, and is now still in a coma. Then the reporters asked Ian if he really meant to say that Dr. River had harmed Director Hank. They said it was impossible to render a person brain dead that quickly, but a genius like River could do it. And then Ian said that's why he looked for the information about Dr. Rivera that Hank dug up, and as a result, he found shocking data. The way Hank got hurt must have something to do with this information, and he asked the reporters if they remembered how River prevented the spread of Ebola in Africa. At that moment, they realized the guy was talking about an anthrax fence. Ian said that River had completed the anthrax antidote in just a few days, and it seemed like enough research had been done on anthrax. This was because River was involved in developing biological weapons against anthrax. And now, the most important evidence comes from Africa. Because the anthrax fence was breached by biological weapons, there is now infection and weaponized spread of anthrax there. The journalists said it was a sensation and asked Ian to continue, to which he stated that they openly condemned Dr. Rivera for being a murderer. The use of dangerous means to limit the spread of Ebola, he says, led to an epidemic of serious diseases, and he would never accept such a person as the CEO of a company. He hoped that the police would arrest Dr. Rivera as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the main character and his friend received news that he was being called a murderer and that anthrax was spreading. At this point, River let out a dissatisfied sigh, as he didn't understand what this Ian had done. He said he needed to meet with WHO representatives right away, but Peter was unsure whether he needed to act in such a situation. But River said he would go and check with the media to tell them the whole truth. Soon after, he came out into public, where journalists were already waiting for him. They asked him to tell them something about anthrax in Africa, as they believed that weapons were causing the epidemic on the continent. They asked River how he felt and thought about being called a murderer. Meanwhile, Ian stood to the side and watched all this. When their eyes met, a satisfied smile appeared on Ian's face. The protagonist tried to keep a straight face and walked straight towards him. Shortly after, they retired to the office where Dr. Michelle joined them via video link. The woman greeted him, and then he asked what was going on. The thing is, River heard that things were very bad. Michelle explained that anthrax was spreading across Africa. It was highly contagious, so patients were coming in one after another, and the government had declared a state of emergency. She also informed the hero that the mortality rate was quite high, about 90%. After a detailed analysis of the patients, they came to the conclusion that it was a respiratory disease. She said many of the victims had breathing problems such as shortness of breath. The fact is that anthrax is not easily transmitted through the respiratory tract in nature. This meant that the anthrax that appeared this time was very likely a biological weapon. If this is a biological weapon, an urgent response from a global coalition is needed. This means that weapons of mass destruction have fallen into the hands of African rebels. At this point, the hero began to suspect that Ian was somehow connected to this. Michelle also said that most of the outbreaks had anthrax barriers installed, but the protagonist realized that the antidote's effect on anthrax was extremely weak and practically ineffective. Michelle agreed, noting that the timing of the disease's appearance is very strange and it is impossible to say with certainty that anthrax is spreading only in these limited areas. At this point, the hero began to suspect that the spread of anthrax and insider information during the company merger was not just a coincidence, but part of some carefully thought-out plan. He didn't know what Ian's intentions were exactly, but right now it was important for him to stop this disease, and that became his main and primary task. After that, he handed Peter the file and asked him to urgently send it to the press, explaining that he had written a refutation in a hurry. Peter doubted it would work, since Ian was the CEO Damien's real son and had strong support. However, River said that was exactly what he wanted, to sow doubt and chaos. He echoed Peter's words about Ian being the CEO's real son who can influence events behind the scenes. Everything that is happening now is just the beginning, because anthrax terrorism can easily come to Korea. He told a surprised Peter that the CIA believed that this was a real possibility and should not be ignored. Peter didn't believe it, since the main target of such terrorist attacks is traditionally Western countries, such as Europe and the United States. But River reminded him that most of the world's leading scientists are currently located in Seoul. It may be just a rumor, but if there is even the slightest possibility, you need to be prepared for any scenario. At that moment, Nicholas entered the office and greeted River warmly. He said that he came here because he wanted to discuss something important. After this, Peter said that he was just about to go up to his office. Finally, Peter told the hero that there was no need to worry and assured him that everything would be under control and fine. Before leaving the office, the hero thought that the situation seemed to be much worse than he initially thought. Meanwhile, Nicholas confessed to the hero that he had something important to tell him about the anthrax epidemic in Africa. He stated that it was likely caused by the anthrax bioweapon that Damien had developed in the past, and that Ian had apparently passed it on to the rebels. So Rivera urgently needed to confess everything to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and he had to act fast. However, the hero insisted that this was not the case and that the current anthrax epidemic in Africa was in no way connected to this weapon. He stated that the rebels did not use what Ian sent, and this news shocked Nicholas. River then added that it would be more accurate to say that they simply couldn't do it. As it turned out, Rosalind told him that it was not a biological weapon, but a development of AG. River thought Ian had sent a sample of the plague from the company and detonated it to cause harm. But now Rosalind said that the terrorists had obtained samples of anthrax, but were unable to use them because it could not be activated as a biological weapon. The anthrax bacteria were in a state where the nucleus was highly active and destroyed the DNA, making it unsuitable for regeneration. The hero then asked her what the current epidemic was, to which the girl replied that it was anthrax de novo. De novo is a biological term meaning from scratch or anew, that is, artificially recreating DNA from beginning to end. Although the anthrax shell and organelles remained largely the same, some genes were altered in a way that could be called a chimera strain, a new, unique variant. The hero realized that the fact that DNA was manipulated with such precision meant that whoever did it had sufficient knowledge and a deep understanding of bacteria. While he was wondering who could have done this, his phone suddenly rang. When the hero picked up the phone, White House Office of Science and Technology Director James Holdren said he had important information for him. After Dr. River stopped the spread of Ebola, he and Dr. Michelle found a place where Ebola outbreaks were being recorded. It was a very crude research facility, but it held a lot of important information, such as how genetic mutations were caused in the Ebola virus. It turned out that it was not natural evolution, but artificial intervention, which led to the virus infecting anthrax. It was a man-made strain. However, James could not yet determine who exactly was behind this, because a person with such a level of skill would have already announced himself at international conferences. River asked if this was the man who created the anthrax epidemic in Africa. James said that this was probably the case, and asked the hero to take a close look at how the DNA was manipulated. It was one of the demographic documents that defied identification, Ebola research records signed as Rosalind. Hearing this, the hero was completely horrified. Meanwhile, Rosalind looked at him with incomprehension, as if asking a question without words. What happened? Then James asked the hero if he had any ideas, but he had none. After a pause, the man added that there were other problems. Among the archives were materials about the International GSC conference. It is possible that African bioterrorism is just a preliminary experiment, and a real terrorist attack is being prepared specifically for the GSC conference, and he called River to warn about it. In response, the hero said that everything was under control, thanked James for the important information, and asked him to continue the investigation. At this moment, Rosalind noticed that the hero's pulse quickened. She asked him if he had any problem because he seemed tense and worried. The hero, with a surprised expression on his face, replied that perhaps Rosalind was the one they were talking about. After that, he came to the life creation department and asked the doctor if he remembered the woman he mentioned earlier, the one who volunteered for the creative department. The man recalled that it was the woman who had named the artificial cell, Rosarin, and that he believed the name was related to Rosalind Brown. When River asked if he remembered her name, the man replied that he thought her name was Alice. If his memory serves him correctly, she was a Korean-American woman, and although she didn't look like CEO River, she was a very talented scientist. At this moment, the hero thought and asked if the doctor knew where she was now. The doctor replied that he didn't know. She had worked here for about 3 years before returning to the US, and he didn't know what happened after that. After this, River asked him to find out a little about her, and the man quickly agreed to help. Now the main character began to think that perhaps this Alice might have something to do with what was happening. Later in the conference room, he reported that they had a patient sample provided by Michelle. By isolating the bacteria and reading the entire DNA using analytical equipment, it became possible to develop a treatment. The director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said it was good news, but it would actually have been better if the bioterrorism itself had never happened. She asked how big the gas cylinder would be if he put anthrax in it, and the hero replied that it would probably be the size of a small backpack. At this point, the woman thought about his words and said that then it seemed there was a limit to his concealment. After this, she suggested first of all to come up with anti-terrorist measures. One of the men said they needed to increase the number of police officers patrolling with portable X-ray scanners. Another man said plainclothes police officers are issued pistols to detect transverse waves and suggested they be carried in a backpack or carrier. The woman said that was good, but it would still be possible to make a portable shear wave detection gun. River replied that detecting gas cylinders in advance and developing a cure was also a way, and he also wanted to add another safety device. Then the woman asked him to tell her more about this device. He said it was possible to create a gas that could remove anthrax from the air using a flying bacterium called volcanium. Then they asked him how this was even possible. River replied that if enough NEVA was added to the volcanium and the biomaterial was synthesized into a cell wall, it would definitely destroy anthrax. At that moment, the woman lowered her head and said that this was literally bacteriological warfare. However, she agreed and said that they should try to do as Dr. River said. She intended to show the terrorists what the biology of a real scientist is like. Meanwhile, Ian sat in his office and worried about the fact that River was behaving very quietly. He had no intention of showing that there was nothing wrong with anthrax fences just yet, but Ian thought he would think of something. The same was true for the government. River was not arrested, but there is no sign that he will drop the charges. At that moment, the chief entered the office and then Ian rose from his seat. The man asked if he was busy now and said that there was one person he had just paid. He handed him the papers and said he could take a look at it. The man said that Ian was the man who would later become the CEO of their companies and he should check it out beforehand. At that moment, the guy realized that there were still people who wanted to get in line in the near future. Then he saw that the document came from there. It talked about the mass production of a drug for the treatment of anthrax. This product has not yet passed clinical trials, but based on the urgency of the situation and the safety of cell experiments, they decided to start production first, which was reflected by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. When Ian realized that River himself had made it, he asked the man if there was really no information at all about the composition of the new drug. The man said that's why he showed it to the director. It was before the merger, and it was approved by the ministry, so there is no problem. At that moment, Ian realized that they didn't think that if he knew the ingredients, he would interfere with them. It's like the anti-mating drug for anthrax. He knows as much as he knows about himself, which was spread in Africa. Meanwhile, the story moves to the secret hideout of the people of the Palestine Liberation Front. At that moment, Captain Bahadul arrived in a car and was already being met by the military. The People's Liberation Front Action Reserve, Kuxiol Bahadul, asked the soldiers if anything had happened. He then addressed the blonde woman as Dr. Liv and said that they needed to go inside. After that, they headed into the building together. The other soldiers did not understand who this woman was, but they heard that she was a doctor of biological sciences and was very helpful in clearing out and identifying the rebels in the area. When they entered the office, the girl asked Bahadul if their weapons were ready. At that moment, the man opened a small suitcase containing the flask and said that this was it. At that moment, the girl who was that Alice said that it was wonderful. She stated that the preparations were now complete. The gas cylinder was made in Korea, and she placed it in a locker at the Seoul train station, after which she handed the man a piece of paper with an address. It said to take out the cylinder and open the lid of the empty bottle, then add the bacteria, and you were done. He noted that it was so simple that he did not understand why they brought anthrax to Africa, because their goal was to show the will and strength to resist the West. Alice replied that this was one of those ways. This was the first toxicity test. Moreover, they needed to focus the international community's attention on Africa and relax its vigilance regarding the real target. Their goal was also to capture River. When Bahadul asked her if she could catch River, Alice replied that she could, the doctor being the biggest obstacle to this operation. She was on high alert because of the Ebola incident, but suddenly a good card was dealt. Not long ago, some idiot in Korea sent anthrax weapons to rebels in South Sudan, on the condition that they spread anthrax in several places. So, there was someone in Korea who was thinking of the same slander operation as Alice. It was the successor of the Eigen Company, a man named Ian. He said he was at risk of losing control to the doctor, so he had to do something. The anthrax bioweapon was useless because it had already been disposed of. Then Bahadul chuckled and said that it looked like they were in a hurry. Alice replied that because of the management of one company, people were dying on the other side of the world. She said it was truly disgusting. After that, she stood up and said that she would leave it to the man's discretion. She was confident that he would be able to carry out this plan, and then handed him the suitcase. Meanwhile, River was asked how long he had been preparing this gas. However, the man asked no one to worry, saying that they had spent as much time on it as they needed, and that it would soon be sprayed inside and around the hotel. After that, the government plans to start responding in earnest, and the woman said they are already trying to track down the terrorists. They are looking for a way through several routes. However, the hero said that it would not be easy, and he hoped that they would make an effort and work hard in the arrest. In response, the woman said that they would do the same for her, but now she definitely had a meeting, and therefore she had to go. After that, he escorted her out of the office. At that moment, Rosalind appeared behind the protagonist, and he then asked her how far she could see in simulation mode in her current state. The girl said that if she looked for a moment, she could see all of South Korea, and then the hero asked her if she could monitor in real time for 24 hours. The girl then said she agreed and added that the CIA was there. Their target was GSC and asked if other locations needed to be monitored, to which the hero replied that he was worried because the target would get off too easily. He asked her to think about the clues, about what was behind this case. This man was skilled enough to create a chimeric bacteria used in terrorism. It was someone so smart that they could carry out such obvious terror, and River was sure that the man had other plans. Rosalind then asked if there were any other suspicious locations, but River replied that it was Asian Research Center No. 6 and the University Hospital. He has already ordered the staff to install a volcanium there so that they can prevent danger in case of an emergency. However, he didn't think he would feel safe until he tested it himself. Then Rosalind said with a smile that she would check everything right away. Meanwhile, the story moves back to Africa. While Alice sat at the table and took her pills, Bahadul thought that he didn't understand what she was even thinking about. She despised the man who sold anthrax, but she herself put countless people in danger. After that, she turned to the doctor and said that she first came to their organization 3 years ago. He did not live a clean life, but she was even worse. It soon got to the point that he could not believe that she was a person and not a demon. The man asked Alice what her real identity was. In response, the woman said that the devil treats people like Ian because if it is because of his own greed, then he does not care about other people's lives. Compared to this man, she was just a strange person. She said that this is why she knows it so well. For people, science is like the wings of Icarus. The girl said that vanity is a law that causes tragedy. Meanwhile, the story moves forward a few days later to the airport. The men from Africa arrived there and reported that they had already parked the car in the right place, so now they needed to go straight to Seoul Station. When they got there, they rechecked the 3 cylinders they were supposed to have. Bahadul said he was ordered to take only 2, and then one of them said what he found in the message. It said that the task forces led by Bahadul would conduct operations according to the following procedures. The first team would release 2 anthrax weapons in the GSC conference room to attract the police. Meanwhile, the second team picks up the rest and moves to the university hospital. Once they get to the hospital entrance, they need to spray the virus to cause confusion, then find the patient in room 1207, take blood and go back. The patient's name is Hank. Meanwhile, the latest news from the WHO and the US CIA was being broadcast that the anthrax epidemic in Africa was caused by biological weapons. According to a letter sent to the US State Department, the Korean government, and every government in Africa, the proliferation was caused by terrorist weapons from rebels in South Sudan. It was said that it was not related to anthrax at all. Meanwhile, the accusation she was investigating called for an investigation at the National Institute for Scientific Research, and Hank, the director of the Research Institute, decided to test anthrax on the body. At that moment, Ian realized that the National Forensic Medical Service was finally testing for anthrax. Public opinion would only change because the National Forensic Service would start an investigation, and he wouldn't mind if it wasn't anthrax-related. Now River was no different from a potential criminal, and if only anthrax with the same DNA as the one sent to the rebels came out, he would be arrested. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day at the Grand Royal Hotel. At the moment, the International GSC conference was taking place there. They said the entire area around the hotel was guarded by police. There were plainclothes police officers in the lobby on the first floor. They also had guns to detect the transverse wave, and all luggage and bags would be scanned. At this point, the men from Africa realized that the security was very tight, and they had not even thought that it would be so problematic. So Bahadul thought he would have to give up on spraying the disease in the hotel. When the first teams blow up the cylinder in the lobby, the remaining participants take advantage of the opportunity and decide to throw the rest into the hotel. This is different from the plan, but since the virus is in gas form, it can be caught in the hotel. After this, the man said that they needed to get to work. Meanwhile, people were checked very carefully at the entrance. Bahadul was very nervous while standing in line. At that moment, his partner suddenly broke free from the guard's hands and ran in the right direction. Police reported suspicious men sneaking inside while plainclothes officers tried to round up the rest of the black men. At that moment, the man took a cylinder out of his backpack and threw it forward with all his might. An open backpack landed right in the middle of the crowd. At that moment, the man was grabbed from behind, but it was too late. The virus began to spread from a cylinder that was in the backpack. At this moment, Bahadul watched what was happening in horror, as he had never seen anything like it before. Shortly after, people in protective suits approached the backpack to examine it. Meanwhile, the hero was informed that strange people were seen in the hospital. They had a gas cylinder with anthrax. The guy said that, as expected, they moved at the same time and ordered the others to keep an eye on them. He noted that the operation in the conference room was supposed to be a house curtain, and if someone connected to Alice was behind it, then what they were aiming for was the pathogen from Lab 6. He knew it was Hank's blood, so he had to find out who was manipulating them quickly. Meanwhile, there was a real commotion at the university hospital. They had already thrown a cylinder there, from which the virus began to spray. At this point, Bahadul received a call from Alice, who informed her that the germs spreading in the conference room had been neutralized and the operation might end in error. Then she asked him what about the university hospital. The man replied that this plan would be implemented and they had already entered the required room, and if they could do this, the operation would be successful. The man said he was near the target, but there was a man there he had never seen before, so he caught him. He also said that the man had a syringe with him. At this point, Alice laughed and said that it was a funny situation, suggesting that the person who was there was most likely Ian. At this point, Ian screamed, saying that she was right. He asked the girl to help him, and said that he was not going to interfere with this. Alice then assumed that he must have been trying to inject anthrax into Hank's veins. Then she asked him if he really thought he could catch River doing this. She knew he was going to leave evidence to convict River, but the anthrax he sent to Africa was just useless waste. All the DNA had been destroyed. At that moment, Ian couldn't believe what the woman was saying. Then she said it sounded stupid, but she thought it would be like that. Even if he injected the sample into his body, nothing would be found. She said it was already dead anthrax, but it was pretty funny to see Ian moving energetically to catch River. Ian must have lived his life thinking he was superior to others, but he was trash who only thought of war or disease as a consequence of making money. She said that if he wanted to use someone's life, he had to take a risk his own, and then ordered her people to deal with this guy and come back. Ian tried to stop the men, but they just laughed and said he was too noisy. After that, they kicked him in the chest with all their might. After this, one of the African men took out a knife. However, before he could hit Ian, someone from behind ordered him to stop. When the men turned around, they saw River running into the room and saying that he had already called the police. The hero knew he was exhausted dealing with the terrorists outside the door, so Rosalind's strength could no longer be borrowed. Then Bahadul asked him what had happened to his boys and asked if River had attacked them. Meanwhile, the hero noted that fortunately Ian was not hurt. After all, this was not ordinary terrorism. And then he said that the police would be arriving soon, so they better surrender. And Alice said that judging by his voice, he sounded like Reader, so she decided to talk to him. But collecting Hank's blood came first, so the men needed to hurry. She told them to get started, but asked them to leave the phone on. Then Alice turned to the hero and said that she would finally be able to talk to him, and then the surprised River asked who she was. The woman said that she was the one who planned the attack. She said that her name was Dr. Lev, but it was just a pseudonym. The hero assumed that her real name was Alice Franklin, and the girl said that this was not actually true. At this moment, the hero began to think about who she could really be. He then asked her why she needed Director Hank's blood, since she had done too much to think that she needed this blood for a simple matter. Alice explained that it wasn't just a blood sample, and River also knew about the pathogens in Hank's blood. It was in a sample called Rosalind. At that moment, the girl appeared in front of the hero and asked him who this woman was. River was extremely surprised, because she also knew Rosalind, but it was not Alice. At this point, Alice turned to Rosaline and asked her if she could hear her. She said it was an imperfect being that became part of River. He knew all the right answers to life's phenomena, but the current situation was worse than just a virus. Rosalind could no longer live independently of her owner. She could no longer be defined as a living being. So she said that Rosalind could come to her, and then she would compliment her as a completely independent being, since there was no one who could follow her in the area of life creation, so she could trust her. However, River said that no matter what her thoughts and goals, when she uses terrorism as a means, she is simply a terrorist. He told her not to make it any more difficult, and to stop at that point, at which point a suppression team arrived at the hospital. Finally, the hero stated that it would not work the way she wanted. He stated that soon her people would be arrested. Alice stated that this was an expected result, since she had failed to spread anthrax. This call should have been traced. She then said that the challenge should end there, and suggested that they meet with River when they had the opportunity. At that moment, she heard the sounds of gunshots from the phone, and then words that Alpha Team had arrived and that Dr. River was okay. The next day, the head of the life creation department informed the protagonist that a colleague he worked with had called him. He said that he had recently met Alice Franklin in America. So if River sends him on a business trip, he will look for her in the US, and then the man also said that the CEO has been spending a lot of time on this lately. If he finds the area around the place his colleague spoke about, he will definitely be able to meet Alice, and then the hero said that he will cooperate with international organizations to provide maximum support. He then asked Rosalind if she cared about what she had heard, to which she replied that the woman had been wrong. The creation of life is something that can happen only once every 4 billion years. She meant that its birth was an accident. She was called the best expert in the world, and yet she boldly discussed its existence with such trivial knowledge she could not create life. Then the hero said with a smile that she was saying the right things. In response, Rosalind said that they needed to catch her and show her that she was wrong. Meanwhile, Alice was driving in the car and stating that she was sure that Rosaline was supporting her because what she had done so far would not have been possible without Rosaline. She failed hundreds and thousands of times, and all the Rosalinds she created were dead. However, her interlocutor, who was sitting with her in the car, asked her to calm down. But Alice said she couldn't calm down right now. It was too painful for her to watch Rosaline die next to her. The man replied that he knew she had put love and time into the research. However, it was River's ability that had brought it to completion, so he couldn't blame him. After that, the girl looked at the photo in her pendant and said that it was research that had been going on since her mother's generation, and it seemed like she was going crazy with resentment that River had taken everything. The man then asked her, how about thinking about a different approach, and Alice said that that day he told Rosalind that he could give her a real body. She could indeed give Rosalind a body, and the ability to be intelligent. The fact that she can move on her own and has great strength is just a temptation, because with such power, one can change the world to one's will, regardless of River's orders. However, she was not sure that Rosalind would act exactly as she planned, because it was impossible to predict her behavior. However, LC could only hope that this proposal would somehow influence Rosalind. The news reported that over the weekend, a group of terrorists were arrested for attempting to commit bioterrorism at the Grand Royal Hotel in Seoul, where they tried to detonate a biochemical bomb containing anthrax. It was said that Dr. River and the Korean Center for Disease Control and Prevention had collaborated to prevent the spread of anthrax. The doctor had developed a gene that only destroyed the bacilli, and said that the extremely heat-loving Volcanium bacteria had been sprayed inside the hotel in advance. On the other hand, Ian, who claimed that Dr. River was the killer, was in the hospital room of Hank's former boss during the last terrorist attack. A syringe with Ian's fingerprints on it was found in the hospital room, and the National Forensic Service confirmed that the syringe contained anthrax. However, Damien admitted that it was his fault because Ian grew up like this because no one raised him or was there for him. After this, he announced that he would trust Dr. Rivera and leave the company. He thought that this was the end of the goodwill shown to him, and that he and Ian must be punished. Finally, he wished Dr. River health and prosperity to the company because he himself had been through a lot. At this point, the hero thought that the big problems had been solved, and now all that was left was to complete the real merger of the companies. Soon the merger was completed. Dr. River, appointed CEO, changed the company name to Agen Bio. They planned to integrate the management systems of the two combined companies and redistribute work and personnel. Shareholders of both companies recognized River's achievements and looked forward to the share price growth and company development that the new start of Agen Bio would bring. After the successful merger of the companies, Damien took Ian by the hand and went with him to the police. And in the end, everything happened the way River wanted. Meanwhile, the man told Alice that he thought this would be a big obstacle to their future plans, but the girl stated that she still needed Rosaline. The man replied that Rosaline had turned away their help so easily, but Alice said that sooner or later she would understand. The fact remained that there were very few people like River on this planet. People will continue to abuse science and repeat the same mistakes, and Rosalind needs to give up relying on people. She needs to act on her own, and not just on River's orders. However, the man said that it was the same as worshipping God. Alice replied that this was indeed the case, but she assumed that the man would have agreed to it himself, and she was sure that Rosaline should rule this world. Meanwhile, the hero told Peter that this time he would try to prepare an ecological energy business, but Inner said that it was too far from the pharmaceutical industry. The hero replied that there are many types of environmental energy, and he is looking for new ways to maintain the cold chain. It is a system that transports medicines while maintaining low temperatures, because some medicines need to be kept at temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. But in equatorial regions like Africa, more than half of these medicines spoil in transit. Electricity is needed to lower the temperature, but there is no way to get energy there, and the roads are very bad. Therefore, a new cold chain technology is needed, and if it develops, it will be beneficial for the company. However, Peter said that adding this business would require a lot of manpower, so the leader asked him to open a job posting and do some headhunting. At that moment, they announced that guests had come to see him. The head of the life creation department and a blonde woman entered the office, who introduced herself as a doctor and said that her name was Alice. She worked in the creative department. The hero was extremely surprised when he realized that this was the same person named Alice. He said that since that was the case, he asked her to take a seat after a long journey, and then asked if she could talk to him for a while. After that, the others left the office, and River promised to tell them everything later. At that moment, Rosalind looked at the woman, and her face distorted with surprise. She suddenly declared that she knew this woman and remembered her, but it was a very old memory. She sensed the biological information of this woman in the flask. Then, the hero realized that if Rosalind felt this, then it was the real Alice in front of him. The woman said she knew very well why River was looking for her. She understood that he wanted her to tell him a story, but she warned him that it would be very long. She said she was a complete failure and now she doesn't do anything anymore. She just drinks alcohol and uses drugs. She said that she didn't even manage to make Rosalind, but the hero didn't understand what she was talking about because she was the one who created her. In response, Alice said that it was not really her, biologically speaking. It happened more than 30 years ago, when she was working as a scientist in an embryology laboratory in the United States. There, she experimented with genetically modified fertilized eggs, which was the starting point for her research into the creation of life. At this moment, the hero was completely shocked. Alice said that they were later able to develop Rosalind. She directly fertilized an egg removed from her body and injected a somatic cell nucleus into it. She even manipulated some genes and implanted them into her body, after which she did everything herself, from pregnancy to childbirth. When River heard this, horror appeared on his face and he asked the woman to repeat what she said. Alice said that the somatic cell nuclei injected then were also hers. Dr. Lev looked more like a clown than her child. Her body age was the same as Dr. Rivera's, but the biological age of the cells was different. At that moment, River jumped up from his chair and asked the woman what the hell she had done. Alice said she knew it was unethical and had thought a lot about visiting the doctor. However, she said that research ethics change over time. This was during the Cold War, so it was possible then. However, for River it remained horrifying because, after all, it was human cloning. Then Alice said that the funniest thing was that after she gave birth, she stopped seeing the girl as just an object of research. She said that Liv was her daughter, so she wanted her to be normal, a regular girl, not some kind of bioengineered miracle. The hero then asked why she was conducting research on Rosalind at all, and the woman replied that she had often heard about Rosalind Brown as a child, since in her time, science was exclusively a man's business. Women were considered emotional and tender, while men were considered logical and rational beings. So when she announced that she would become a scientist, she was severely punished. In a world where even a world-famous scientist like Rosalind couldn't survive, Alice wanted to prove that she could survive. At that moment, the hero finally understood why she decided to create life. The woman replied that the creation of life was the greatest challenge in biology, the greatest mystery that no one had been able to solve. Understanding the identity of a living being is like cracking the code of nature itself and showing who the real master is, especially if you are a female scientist. Then Rosalind said that it was the secret of Dr. Liv and her birth. The hero realized that it all started with Alice. Soon a new day arrived, and already in the morning Rosalind turned to the hero. She said that his biorhythm was very unstable, and he replied that he had been haunted by nightmares since he met Alice. The thing is, Alice said that Rosaline is the motive that caused the whole world to become infected. The Dr. Liv he saw was actually possessed, but he didn't understand what terrorism had to do with Rosalind, so Alice stated that she intended to spread Rosalind around the world like a virus. She wants to infect every person on the planet and let Rosalind control them, monopolizing science as a tool of power with only minimal help when needed. She thought that this would curb the abuse of science by people, but the hero considered it a crazy plan. He asked Alice what she thought about it. The woman replied that it was for these very reasons that she lived her life this way. She could not find an answer and did not want to look for it. However, she knew that Dr. River was destroying the unethical nature of science. He was both a fanatic of biological ethics and a man with warm compassion for people. Therefore, Alice believed that any conflicts in the future would be resolved wisely, because River is Rosalind's sole owner. Now the hero asked Rosalind what she thought about this, but the girl did not know what to answer. The thing is, people are impulsive and selfish creatures, and she's seen a lot of them around River, abusing science. As Dr. Liv said, if Rosalind rules humanity, everything will be fine. Rosalind understood that he had a biological ethic, and River never treated people as tools or scapegoats. It was his style of behavior that she had analyzed carefully until now. Then the hero realized that perhaps the girl knew even more about this than he did. However, Rosalind said that a lot has changed for her lately too. River has previously said she feels sleep-deprived, and these days when she's doing a lot of scanning, she feels tired all the time. She assumed it was because of the instability of her existence, and then the hero thought that she was still thinking about what Dr. Liv had said back then. However, Rosalind said that this was different. She remembered Hank being brain-dead and believed that he was separated from Rosalind. When the pathogens were removed, substances were released that could not have occurred in nature, and this same substance was found in River's body. These were the same chemicals, and she didn't understand what they were before, but now everything became clear. His hepatitis medicine must have separated Rosalind from the maternal sample pathogen. She was born in an imperfect state because of this chemical and something else before the pathogen entered Hank's body. He also had these chemicals in him. Then, the hero asked if this meant that she was born from the medicine he took for hepatitis, and the girl replied that, besides this, there could be other reasons, but this is also quite possible. The hero suggested that they should go to Hank and learn more about pathogenesis, and the girl agreed. The hero thought about it and realized that in the past Hank's brain was badly damaged, and Rosalind said that she could not find a way to restore it, but asked if it was possible now. The girl said she had to check it out, and they decided to head straight to Hank. They soon arrived at the room where the man was still lying, and Rosalind began a scan, noting that he was brain dead. She scanned the brain and found a fragment of the pathogen, which she destroyed. It was in the subventricular zone in a completely inactive state, without movement. However, it was difficult for her to tell that he was completely dead. Then the hero asked what this meant, because she had just said that everything was destroyed. Rosalind replied that this was indeed the case, but they were now delving into the very concept of dead. If you introduce stem cells there and provide differentiation, the brain can regenerate. In this case, fragments of the pathogen will be able to be activated again. Then the girl suggested taking a closer look at the fragments. She said the fragments of the pathogen consist of proteins, lipids, and trace amounts of nucleic acids. If you turn on some genes and pump them out of the cell membrane, River can crush them. It's like grinding them in a blender. And then she asked River if he saw pathogens here breaking down into monomers, after which the nucleic acid should pop out. The girl said that she would keep it on her cells, but the hero was surprised because she said that he needed to get rid of them. Rosalind replied that nucleic acids were the substances that contained DNA, and if the parts had been separated when she was born, things would have been safer. Meanwhile, the story moves to the second conference room, where Sonia was now present, speaking to the Life Creation Department. She asked if they could bring the director of the Research Institute, Hank, back to life. Everyone present was shocked by such a strange request. Charlie guessed that some people would object, because the man had done a lot of bad things. Sonia replied that he had indeed committed many sins. However, punishing him in this way is also a sin, since punishment should be imposed by human law and not by an unknown pathogen. As scientists, they research unknown diseases, and Sonia felt it was their responsibility to try to cure him. Charlie then said that he understood her point of view, but that treating brain death was almost impossible. Parker echoed his words and said there is currently no way to reverse the loss of entire brain function. Then the girl suggested them neuronal differentiation, which is caused by injecting dedifferentiated stem cells into the subventricular zone. She said that although it would be a very difficult operation, in this case the brainstem could be saved. When the men heard this, they were extremely surprised. They asked the girl to tell them more about these cells. The girl said that if they use vasodilators to increase blood flow in that area, it would be a huge dose of dopamine. Parker said dopamine is a typical neurotransmitter that works in the brain, and Sonia wanted to use it to stimulate the nerves. However, Howard was curious about how Sonia knew about this. He asked if this was the same girl who developed the cure for liver cancer. At this point, the girl paused for a moment and thought about her brother, and then said that he actually had schizophrenia, which is why she became interested in neurobiology. She has worked in the neurological community for a long time and has read almost every clinical article related to the brain. Now Charlie was beginning to understand her thought, but he doubted that this experiment was possible. Legally, clinical trials are aimed at living people, and under current law, a brain-dead person is not a person, so this was illegal research. It was a project that required a revision of the law itself, and Sonia said he was right, so clinical trials on brain-dead people had been rare until now. Religious groups and private organizations are bound to protest, and there are also many things that need to be done before medical technology research can proceed. However, they were doctors and scientists, and no matter what resistance and pressure they faced, it was important to them to conduct research that they believed was right. She stated that in her opinion, this should be the correct position for a scientist. First of all, it was important for themselves, and so now she was looking for a person who could make it happen. The story moves forward a few days to a conference room. Dr. Carpenter, the Neurological Society's advisor, arrived there and said he couldn't miss such a project. Rivers said he was very pleased to hear that the conference was attended by the best experts in the field of medicine and regeneration of the central nervous system. After everyone had gathered, he said that they were starting. Sonia was the first to speak. She spoke about the creation of dedifferentiated stem cells from a patient's somatic cells. After transfection of genetic material for differentiation into cranial nerves, they must be inserted into the subventricular zone below the fourth ventricle. Then 10 milligrams of dopamine and norepinephrine had to be dissolved and administered. As the girl talked about her plans, Rosalind noted that it all sounded wonderful. The hero noted that he always knew that Sonia was very smart, but never thought that she was that smart, and then asked Rosalind if this was really her strategy too. The girl said it was a little different. The recovery would be slower if they used this method. However, the hero still thought that Sonia herself had come up with such a complex technique, and this was commendable. Rosalind then added that Sonia had failed, but if she had been in good enough physical shape, she would have succeeded. At that time, she simply did not have the opportunity to delve into synchronization, and the hero noted that there are times when her pride also suffers. At that moment, the girl suddenly felt something strange. She was suddenly overcome with pain and grabbed her head. Literally the next moment, the hero saw that the system literally fell apart right in front of him. After this, he jumped up from his seat and asked for a 5-minute break as he remembered some very urgent work. He ran to the exit of the office and apologized to Sonia in advance. The thing is, Rosalind wasn't responding, and the hero realized that it must be caused by the pathogen, but he hoped that there was nothing bad about it. He decided that in that case, he should simply destroy it. However, at that moment, Rosalind appeared right in front of him and said with a smile that she would not destroy him. The hero looked at the girl in surprise and asked her what happened and if she was okay. She replied that she felt a little sick, but it was normal, she was just a little tired. She said it was because of pathogens she absorbed. She didn't know exactly, but it was possible she was infected with a pathogen. Then the hero offered her to spit out this gene right now, but Rosalind refused. She said with a confident face that she would accept him, and at that moment the hero felt severe pain. She said that just as he was able to grow a whole step after previously wandering around in his trauma, if she could overcome it again, she believed she would be a great success. However, River doubted that she should do this, since she could get hurt. After that, he touched her hair and said that she was his closest friend and was his family. So he asked her not to overdo it because he was very worried about her. Afterwards, he returned to his apartment and asked Peter how the brain death clinical trial was going, to which Peter replied that he was looking for a legislator who would push for an amendment to the Pharmaceuticals Act. He said the person who will propose the representative is Jana, who was a professor of bioengineering at Chongyun University and later became a member of the National Assembly. As it turned out, the hero also studied at this university, but a lot of time had passed since he was there. After that, they said goodbye, and Peter promised to call him when the meeting was arranged. After this, the hero thought about the fact that 10 years had already passed since he entered college. He was a completely different person then than he is now. He lived a different life compared to his classmates who studied in all sorts of private schools and abroad. River struggled with the crushing costs of tuition and living expenses in general. However, Professor Jana supported him. After they met, the woman said she was now promoting the amendment bill as the main initiator. However, even if this amendment is passed, it will not be possible to begin clinical trials immediately, but River said that they have a brain-dead person named Hank, and they have also asked for his family's consent. However, Jana said that the absolute principle of clinical trials is patient consent, but River said that in the case of a person in a vegetative state, all clinical trials are carried out only with the consent of a guardian, but the woman said that was not the case. Under current law, a brain-dead person is considered dead and cannot receive such protection. This is why the law is becoming stricter. She took an example from inheritance law, where a man was diagnosed as brain-dead immediately after he adopted a son. The law on inheritance came into force from the moment of death. But the adopted son, who had not yet completed the process of registration in the family book, did not yet have the right to inherit. She asked him what a biological son, who did not want to share the inheritance with his adopted son, would think in this situation. He decided that his father needed to be sent to the next world as quickly as possible before the family registration process was completed. The adopted son would have tried to delay the diagnosis of death, even using life support. But there was also a biological son who wanted a quick diagnosis of death. In this situation, a brain death clinical trial would be a good thing for both sons, since the adopted son's side of the clinical trial simply has no chance of defending itself against a brain death diagnosis. In contrast, the biological son has a chance of causing cardiopulmonary death during clinical trials. She gave this example to make it easier to understand, but there were countless similar cases, which is why the consent of the parties is more important than the consent of the guardians. The hero then asked what would happen if they simply confirmed that the brain was not dead and included it in the clinical trial method. However, Jana said that before that, it was necessary to assume that the brain-dead person was alive. She said that this was a hypothesis that he had to prove with this experiment. Then the hero asked her if she could get consent from a brain-dead person. Then Jana said that she was thinking about amendments instead of bills. She said that perhaps they should continue working with a special law. A special law is a restrictive law that relates to a specific person and situation, but the principle of special law takes precedence over the general law. If a special law is passed using this system, then clinical trials can only be conducted with parental consent. The purpose of the test is to restore brain function in a brain-dead person's body, and then the hero said that this was a good way. Jean said that if he succeeds in Hank's clinical trial, he can use the data and put it toward amending the medical law, not the clinical trials law, changing the law so that brain-dead people are not considered dead. River realized that in this case, a dead brain would automatically fall within the scope of the clinical trial method and asked when this special law could be passed. In response, the woman said that it would not take much time. If you hurry, then you can do it in 2 weeks. The hero immediately jumped up from his seat and thanked the professor. He said that, given the speed of research progress and the possibility of achieving results, this was the best way. He said that he would definitely repay Jana with a good result. In response, the woman smiled broadly and encouraged him to try hard. The story moves to the next day at Research Center number 7. Sonia said that she had recently studied a lot of dissertations, but there had been little progress in the experiment. The problem was in preclinical studies. After injecting the stem cells into the subventricular zone next to the animal's brain stem cells, she used a microlytic needle to inject dopamine and adrenaline, but the brain stem showed no signs of healing. After that, she showed the hero the information they had collected over the entire time. The hero looked at the device and asked if it was really an electroencephalograph. Sonia said that it was. It usually emits alpha and delta rays, but since Hank was brain dead, there were no signals. Then the hero said that, in his opinion, Sonia's plan was almost perfect. However, in order for stem cells to divide into enough new cells to repair tissue, they needed a high energy source. The girl reported this, but this also had nuances. But River said that if they injected dopamine along with glucose, it would break down into pyruvic acid, which would start producing ATP. So he suggested that they do it. Sonia immediately began to smile and agreed with the doctor. 2 weeks later, River took part in a public hearing in person. The media dubbed the law the Special Rivera Law. He spoke with one sole purpose, to explain the essence of the research into the extraction of dead brains with the hope of a subsequent amendment to the pharmaceutical law. He said that mankind has never established an absolute definition of the state of death, because death is an inseparable part of all living things and one of the greatest mysteries of life. However, they believed that a brain-dead person was still alive in some sense, and they could prove this claim by reviving the brainstem of a person who was previously thought to be dead. So now he was going to show the results of their team in preclinical studies. The beagle they saw on screen was paralyzed, but the MRI results showed that there was something going on that they couldn't see. He asked to pay attention to the level of blood circulation in the medulla oblongata. At first it increased and decreased, but one could notice that it had been stable for the last 6 hours. River said that as the medulla oblongata recovers, other functions recover along with it. The pons, midbrain, and other organs that form the midbrain began to function again. A divergence of nerve signals could also be seen with the restoration of brainstem function. When the audience saw this, they were shocked. River then said that during their observations, their research team did not find a single side effect. However, that was not all. For brain-dead patients and the countless numbers awaiting organ transplants, he and his team have created artificial organs. At this point, the entire audience was in complete shock from this statement. They have been studying organoids and artificial organs for a long time. Eventually, they made artificial organ transplantation possible. However, they could not do anything without amending the law. Therefore, the hero turned to people and asked them to think about the future of medicine and make the right decision. After he left the building, journalists with cameras were already waiting for him, as if it were the premiere of some blockbuster. In addition to journalists, there were also people whose relatives urgently needed treatment. The hope in their eyes was almost tangible. The guards tried their best to shield the doctor from the restless crowd, which was already beginning to resemble a swarm of bees around a hive. But then suddenly one man rushed forward and addressed the doctor directly, as if he wanted to break through to the truth without unnecessary intermediaries. He said that when his mother was declared dead, he signed a waiver of treatment and she ended up dying, and now he asked if the doctor really meant to say that he killed his own mother. At that moment, the hero lowered his gaze and gently asked the man not to blame himself, as if easing an unbearable burden. He explained that the method of healing the dead brain was only recently developed and that, by analogy, countless cancer patients died before the advent of chemotherapy. They were going to do a lot of testing and make an official announcement soon. He warned that there was a chance the new method would not work for everyone, no miracles without restrictions. Still, River promised that the team would try to save as many lives as possible, and that wasn't just empty talk. Soon the news broke that brain death does not mean complete death, and brain-dead patients can now be resuscitated. Agent Bio has officially announced the successful treatment of a brain-dead patient in a vegetative state. Also in the news was a special Rivera law that was on the verge of being officially approved. Soon after, Rosalind informed the hero that she planned to introduce the pathogen's DNA into her own body in order to completely absorb it. She admitted that she doesn't know how safe it is and can't guarantee anything. The hero asked her not to do this, because there is always a risk that something will go wrong. But the girl said that during her time observing people she understood a lot. She watched with interest as he tried to save a man like Hank, as well as others who dedicated their lives to science. She also experienced firsthand River's sense of responsibility and noticed that others looked up to him. Then the hero asked her how she felt about everything that was happening. The girl looked at him sincerely and replied that she wanted a human body. River dropped his soda bottle on the floor in surprise. The moment was like someone had just said they wanted to be a unicorn. He asked if she really wanted to have a human body. Rosalind answered seriously that she wanted to live among people in order to understand them even better. The thing is that now her body exists only at the cellular level, there is no homeostasis in it, and she cannot exist outside of River's body, so she plans to absorb the pathogen. If this is true, then during her birth, a chemical reaction separated the pathogen from her DNA, and the only way to become whole is to restore that pathogen. Rosalind said that she would soon become an organism with a fully formed physical form. Then River realized that the girl, apparently, had already decided everything. He said that in that case he would start the process. Finally, he asked her to be extremely careful, as if she were letting a child go to school for the first time. At that moment, the girl was enveloped in an aura, and it was as if she found herself inside a translucent sphere, as if in a cocoon. She then announced that she planned to engulf the pathogen using transposons. Most people think that transposons make up a significant portion of the human genome, but some of them are material that is, roughly speaking, non-human in origin. This non-human part is the remnants of viruses that long ago penetrated human DNA in search of a new home for existence. Over time, they became an important factor in human evolution. She said River might perceive it as a spaceship docking. Rosalind also revealed that she is now taking the remnants of the pathogenic DNA and joining them to the ends of her genome. After that, she said she was tying the ends together. She then appeared before River again and said that everything had gone well, although he had not really noticed any difference. At this point, Rosaline looked herself over carefully and admitted that this was indeed the case, adding that they might have to wait. This evening, the news reported that Eigen's lab was officially beginning clinical trials to restore the dead brain. As far as they knew, brain-dead patients were legally considered dead, and clinical trials require studies on living people. However, River from Eigen's lab shared a plan to conduct some kind of clinical trial radialization maneuver to get around the regulatory barriers. After this, the operation began, and soon the doctors reached the fourth ventricle of the brain. The man conducting the operation said that he would now take the injection. He took a long needle and carefully inserted it into Hank's brain through his nose. At this point, Rosalind reported that as soon as the needle touched the skin, the cerebrospinal fluid flow reversed, and at that time, stem cells could not be injected into the patient. River realized that it was the size of the needle that had caused the pressure in his brain, even though it was small. So he went to the doctor and ordered them to stop, explaining that the size of the needle could cause a backflow of spinal fluid. He suggested waiting 30 seconds for the pressure to stabilize, but Rosalind said that would not be enough because there was too little fluid left in that area, and even though the needle was pulled out in time, the treatment would not go beyond the vegetative state. Then she declared with a determined look that she would penetrate Hank. After this, another man approached the doctor and asked him to look at the screen first. The hero asked Rosalind if she was sure about her actions because he was afraid that something could go wrong again. But the girl asked him not to worry and promised that she would return soon. After this, her body began to slowly dissolve right before the hero's eyes. Soon, all that was left in front of him was a flash of bright light that rose and stopped above Hank's head. Then Rosalind lowered herself right inside Hank's body. When the hero left the operating room, Sonia approached him. The hero was surprised that she was still there, but the girl said that she was worried that Hank's condition would change during her absence. River reassured her by explaining that they were monitoring the blood flow in the brain using an MRI. He assured Hank that everything would be fine, at least until the morning. After that, Sonia said that River should also rest, but he replied that he still had unfinished business. At this point, he tried to reach Rosalind, but she didn't answer, and he didn't understand what was happening. The girl said in a convulsive voice that there was too much ATP in the body, which could not be regulated. She called River for help, and at that moment he froze in horror. Sonia noted that he looked bad and asked what happened to him. When the hero said that he was a little tired, because too much had happened. Then the girl said that she would bring him something warm and asked him to wait here. River told her that he didn't need it, but the girl didn't listen to him and silently walked out the door. The hero then looked closely at Hank through the window. He understood that he couldn't sit on the bench and that he needed to do something. So he put on a protective suit and entered the patient's room. And then he activated the synchronization mode and immediately noted that Rosalind's powers were still active. He didn't realize that perhaps she was somehow trapped inside the patient's brain. Therefore, he will be able to get it out again, because the needle is in his nose. River then picked up the tray of tools, but now he doubted that it had been the right decision. He knew that this could cause even more damage, and then they would fail the tests. However, he couldn't let Rosalind disappear because of someone who already had one foot in the grave. At that moment, the hero clenched his eyes and fists tightly, and he began to shake. And then he suddenly started coughing heavily and felt unwell. but he understood that he simply could not harm the biotechnology. His thoughts were torn apart by him, and he was very afraid that he would not make it in time. At this point, Rosalind realized that they had lost contact and decided that the first thing she needed to do was find a way to get out, so she decided to take another look at the pathogen's DNA. She was sure that the solution was there. As she approached it, she noticed that this was not just everyday DNA. It surpassed the total potency of stem cells, was comparable to the potential of a fertilized egg, and of course, it was the foreign DNA that confused the system. While stem cells have the amazing ability to recreate themselves and differentiate into any cell type, the fertilized egg is an all-powerful cell capable of creating new life. Not only can it divide and create new stem cells, but it can also absorb the energy of the world to create new life. There was a huge amount of energy stored in Hank's body in the form of ATP. It must have reacted to Rosalind's presence and brought her here. It made sense considering they had once seen the same DNA and energy. Rosaline decided that this was good news because now she knew the reason and she could get out of here. It was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, the protagonist was still standing in the room and trying to come to a decision, blaming himself for the fact that Rosalind was in danger, but he could not help her. However, at that moment he suddenly heard a strange sound. He turned around and saw a pink-haired girl behind him. Rosalind smiled and asked the hero if he was surprised. At this point, the hero asked her what happened, as he was extremely worried when their connection was suddenly cut off. The girl said she was stunned by the unexpected turn of events, but downplayed it by saying everything worked out in the end. At first, the hero scolded her for being so unperturbed about it, but then quickly noticed that something was wrong. He realized that he could hear her voice clearly and distinctly. They were just in his head, and he also heard the sound of her footsteps. The girl smiled and said that now this body exists in physical form. In other words, she is now a multicellular organism. When the hero heard this, he was shocked and asked if this meant that she had become human. Meanwhile, Sonia was already returning to the right floor with cups of coffee in her hand. Meanwhile, Rosalind explained to the hero that Hank stored a huge amount of ATP in his body, and she was lucky enough to stumble upon him. Using this energy source, she was able to extract stem cells from his body. After she got out, she collected trillions of stem cells floating in the room and then used them to create a 20-kilogram body right in front of him, very real and tangible. At that moment, the hero began to touch her shoulders, apparently because he could touch her. This was indeed true. Now Rosalind had become human. However, he did not understand why she did not warn him, since he was very worried, and then the girl sadly said that, unfortunately, all this was only temporary. It can only maintain this form by burning the energy produced by consuming large amounts of ATP. Then the hero realized that her body would finally disappear when the energy ran out. Rosalind said that this was indeed the case, but on the other hand, as long as she gradually accumulated more energy over time, one day she would be able to achieve a stable body. As it turns out, she has accumulated 80 million energy, and when she uses all this energy, she will no longer be able to maintain this form, and once it dissipates, she will live in the hero's body again. At that moment, Sonia entered the room and said that she was back. She apologized for keeping him waiting so long, and then asked who the child in front of him was. River didn't know what to answer her, and said that it was his cousin who had suddenly appeared here, and said that she wanted to see how he worked. At this moment, Sonia was in a stupor, and did not understand which cousin he was talking about. However, when Rosalind greeted her, the girl immediately noted that she was incredibly cute. She introduced herself and asked her name, to which the girl replied that her name was Rosalind. She explained that it was not a Korean name because she grew up in the States. And then the hero realized that this girl did not control her speech at all. The next day, Parker came to Hank's room to check the MRI. He said that the rest of the staff was already on their way. However, he said that Dr. Sonia had gone home to rest after her night shift, and Director River would not be coming today. He chuckled and told the doctor he would be in shock, but River decided to take the day off. The man was truly shocked, and then Parker said that everyone at headquarters laughed, that today should be marked as a holiday in his honor. After this, he said that Professor Carpenter would head the project, and Dr. River assured them that they were in good hands. However, the man still could not accept the fact that the hero took a day off, since he worked on all holidays, including Christmas. They wondered why he suddenly decided to take a day off, but as River said, he had very important plans, so he asked not to be disturbed today. As it turned out, they went to the park with Rosalind to take a walk. The hero warned the girl not to run so fast, otherwise she might get hurt, but the girl could not calm down and watched in amazement at how amazing the human body is. He asked her how many days this body could last. Rosalind replied that it might last 3 days and be gone by the weekend, but if she used synchronization or body stimulation, it would disappear much faster. However, it would take forever to create this body, and so the hero asked her if she would like to go somewhere while there was time. In response, the girl said that she wanted to go to the lab, which surprised the guy since he thought that she would choose an amusement park. But the girl explained that she wanted to take a pipette and conduct a cell experiment with her own hands, and then River remembered that this was truly an unusual child. The girl said that she needed to find out something. She was interested in why life began in his body. On his first try, he succeeded in doing what Alice and Dr. Liv had never managed, and she has reason to believe that his noble desire to uphold ethical standards may be the key to the solution. After all, his sense of morality, especially when it comes to bioethics, borders on insanity, and then the hero said that Alice once told him the same thing. Rosalind said that if his obsession was genetic and also what triggered her birth, then that was the answer. The hero asked her if she really wanted to say that the moral gene exists inside the human body. The idea that people are born with genes that determine their morality has been around for some time, but the theory has faced a lot of criticism. Rosalind responded that personality traits are largely determined by genetics, with compassion, altruism, and the ability to introspect being rooted in DNA. When a person's moral principles are tested, their genetic material can determine the choice between personal gain and the common good. However, the choice is not based solely on genetics, but rather the result of the interaction of over 200 DNA groups. This is exactly what she wanted to find in River's body. At this moment, the hero realized that Rosalind wanted to experiment on him. After they arrived at the lab, the girl took a blood sample from the hero. She said she would first centrifuge the sample and collect the sedimented blood. Then she would have access to Agent Bio's genomic sequencing project. She then compared the average of the data with his genotype, and as she expected, there was a noticeable difference in the expression of some genes. She believed there was a mutation in that part of the gene sequence, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly which one. Now she has decided to spread the candidate genes for morality into petri dishes using her cells. If one of these genes played a key role in her birth and creation, genetic interference with these genes would have a negative impact on her cells. At that moment, the hero's phone rang, and he wondered who it could be. He told his staff not to disturb him today unless it was an emergency. However, when he picked up the phone, there was a look of horror on his face, and then Rosalind asked what had happened. River replied that Hank's condition had improved, and they needed to go to the hospital now. He arrived at Agent Hospital shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, the hospital director met with another man and told him that it was incredible. Just 4 years ago, the American pharmaceutical company Allergan had a 90% share of the botulinum toxin market, but after the start of production of the drug Metabodo in Egypt, it dropped to 50%. Then a sales employee at the pharmaceutical company Blesset named Yasser said he was just lucky. Hospital director Ander said there are not many companies with the technology to mass-produce botulinum toxins type A and B at such a high purity. Given the company's short history, their accomplishments speak volumes about the technical capabilities of their employees, so they should consider expanding and possibly merging with another company like Eigenbio. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and then the director allowed him to enter. It turned out it was River. He examined Kim's patient and said it took longer than he expected. After that, Ander introduced him to his guest, a partner of a pharmaceutical company from Egypt. The men shook hands and greeted each other. Yasser said that he had heard about River's latest developments in treating brain death. It was truly amazing work. However, the hero said that the work was still in progress, so he should thank Yasser for delivering the media bots to their hospital. Yasser said this is their flagship product, a drug made by diluting botulinum toxin type A. River said that while types A and B are known to have lower levels of toxicity, he was amazed that they were able to harness the toxin's medical potential with such precision. Yasser said that they could count on them in the future, but for now, he needed to leave because it seemed like the two of them had plans. After this, the man left the office and left Ander and River alone. The director said Yasser was not just a partner, he was also a researcher who had received a PhD for his pioneering work on botulinum toxin, and he had heard that he had started his own company with several employees. It turned out that he was a co-founder, but his role was more about research and large contracts than management. The hero then asked the director what kind of company he worked for. Ander said that although Blesset is still a relatively young company, it has grown exponentially in a short period of time and is already considered a medium-sized business in the Middle East. Even though it's nowhere near Agent Bio's size, their list of innovations is exceptional. However, the hero said that botulinum toxin is extremely toxic, and for the future of the company, they had to go through a lot of hurdles to get FDA approval, but the director suggested that perhaps Egypt had different rules. He also said that the company was aiming to dominate the market in the next couple of years. And then the hero thought that medicine is not a matter of a couple of hours, and it requires a lot of money, so he assumed that there was something fishy about this company. As they drove in the car, he explained to Rosalind that the toxin was a substance isolated from the bacterium Clostridium botulinum and was 1,000,000 times more powerful than cyanide. Botox was the first brand of toxin to be commercially available as a medical product, and the drug is used in many areas. Rosalind said it was quite possible for a company to grow to more than 50% market share in just a few years, and River responded that it was not easy for a new company to enter a market with long-established firms with a loyal customer base. This should mean that Blessed's company offered a lower price and higher quality than its competitors, but something about this seemed strange to River, as if there was a catch somewhere. Perhaps he was just winding himself up, but he had a very strange and persistent feeling that Dr. Liv was behind Blessed's success, as if she was the secret engine of this whole story. Meanwhile, the story has moved to Agent Bio Research Center number 6, the place where everything really happened. Rosalind showed the hero the very sample in which all of her cells had died, and based on this, she concluded that these genes were the ones that were involved in her creation. Now they had scientific evidence to support their theory that the girl's birth was linked to his excessive moralism, as if ethics itself could produce life. The girl explained that this was due to River having a very high level of expression of mutated moral genes, which was the reason for her appearance. She then suggested calling this new gene the River gene, but the hero immediately objected that he did not want to do this because it embarrassed him too much. After this, the girl asked what they would call this gene then, and the hero thought about it, because it seemed that Rosalind had finally revealed the secret of her origin, even though it was temporary, since she even gained a physical body, but one must remember that she was once just a pop-up window, so he was sincerely amazed at how much she had grown and changed. He then asked her if she had one more day left, and if she wanted to go to an amusement park to take her mind off things a little. The girl admitted that she was a little curious, but she was never able to experience the emotions of a roller coaster. But River insisted that they should go anyway, because any new experience is an opportunity to understand and feel something. Rosalind looked at him in surprise, but still agreed. So in the evening, the two of them went to an amusement park, where the hero was really scared, especially on the roller coaster, but Rosalind remained completely unperturbed. After they rode the roller coaster, they went on other rides where the girl felt fun for the first time. At the end of the evening, the two of them watched the fireworks, and it was something new and magical for Rosalind. The girl admitted that she had seen fireworks before, when she was just a cell, but now, looking through the eyes of a human, the feeling was completely different. With a big smile, she said it was just wonderful. At this point, River realized that Rosalind was completely fascinated by this new experience, and promised that when she gained more energy and became human again, they would definitely visit even more interesting places. A strange feeling sounded inside the hero, something like unexpected hope, but also slight anxiety at the same time. Now he wondered when was the last time he just relaxed, without thinking about work, and truly enjoyed life. Now this feeling seemed to him almost like a fairy tale, far from everyday life. The next morning he woke up in a bad state, realizing that even a fun night had to be paid for, and today he had to go to the office. He glanced at the nearby pillow and noted that Rosalind was not there, and soon she appeared before him, informing him that she had returned to her cellular form. However, she admitted that these 3 days with the human body were like a dream, and that on this day she would try to accumulate even more energy. The hero smiled and promised that he would be more careful about how much energy he used. At that moment his phone rang, and Sonia said that everything went well. She said they had taken Hank off the ventilator and life support, and he was now breathing on his own. His condition had stabilized to the level it had been before clinical death, essentially meaning that brain death no longer necessarily equaled body death. It was the first time in history that a brain-dead patient was brought back to life. After this, the hero arrived at the hospital, where he was told that the clinical trials were successful, and Hank's brain showed signs of recovery. Breathing and heartbeat were working again. He praised the team for their excellent work and said that Sonia's dissertation would be a cornerstone of medicine for years to come. The girl modestly replied that her merit was not so great, but the hero said that everyone had worked very hard, and he was grateful to everyone. After this, he turned to Professor Carpenter and asked him what he thought of the successes. The man replied that Hank was currently in a minimally conscious state, and such patients usually had a better chance of recovery, and he believed that Hank was already on the mend. However, River knew that he still needed to be closely monitored, since this case was special, and suggested checking Hank's condition using fMRI. fMRI measures blood flow in the brain. When neurons fire, oxygen demand increases, and blood flow to active areas increases. The device uses this technology to measure neural activity by recording changes in blood flow. The hero placed the patient in the machine and announced that they were beginning. Meanwhile, the rest watched the process from the sidelines, holding their breath. Soon the lab technician reported that a reaction was visible in the auditory cortex in the right and left hemispheres of the brain. The areas lit up red on the screen. Then the hero said that everything was going well and decided to continue. He performed additional manipulations, after which a response appeared. The EEG showed abnormal waves that lasted for several seconds. Professor Carpenter noted that everything went as expected and asked River if he had spoken the words backwards on purpose. The hero confirmed that they did and explained that some minimally conscious patients retain basic cognitive functions that allow them to respond to sound even if they cannot recognize it. The brain of a normal person is activated, trying to understand the meaning of what is heard, but in such patients the reaction is different. Sonia asked if that meant Hank was conscious. River replied that yes, it was only a small step towards recovery, but the motor cortex had not yet recovered and he could not move or speak. It was unheard of in medicine. The condition was similar to locked-in syndrome, but Hank had not yet reached that level of consciousness. River hoped that tomorrow he would recover and his cognitive functions would approach the state characteristic of this syndrome. The hero was sure that sooner or later Hank would be able to open his eyes. Soon, the news reported the first person to wake up from brain death. Agent Bio has become known as the company that brings back the dead. Congress has been working to improve the bill to recognize brain death as legal death. However, the debate about whether scientists are playing God by creating progress or regression has not subsided. River and Carpenter watched the protesters outside, and the doctor told the hero that it was a real madhouse there, so it was good that he refused to be interviewed. The hero admitted that he knew how it would all turn out, but still felt confused and appreciated that Carpenter agreed to conduct the interview in his place. The man noted that this was nothing, because Hank had gone from a state of brain death to locked-in syndrome. He had regained consciousness, and there were no complications other than paralysis. Even doctors were calling it a miracle, and the public was simply going crazy. However, the hero said that it is too early to declare success. He needs to wait until his motor functions are restored. And he was also waiting for the day when Hank would confess to his crimes and they would see him in the back seat of a police car. After this, the hero met with director Kim and said that they had come to a final agreement on the contract. He then asked the man if he had ever heard of the pharmaceutical company Blesset, and the man replied yes. It was a new and exciting company that was quickly taking over Egypt's biomedical industry. However, compared to Agent Bio, it was a small company, and Blesset was in a completely different business area, so he didn't think they were worth worrying about. However, the hero said that during the last attempted terrorist attack on GSC, there was a scientist there who was helping the terrorist group. She called herself Dr. Liv, but her real name is Isaiah Franklin. Recently, he began to consider the possibility of her working for Blesset. That's why he asked Kim to lead the investigation against them. Then the man nodded and said that in that case he would conduct a thorough investigation. However, the hero then said that there was another matter that was worth his attention. The president of Israel had contacted the Korean government on an urgent matter. The hero believed that he had contacted them as soon as he learned of the success of the brain death treatment. He should probably hear the details in person, but the clinical trials are still ongoing, so he asked to be allowed to contact him first. Given their geographic proximity, there is a high probability that they have dirt on Blesset. After that, Carpenter informed the hero that the patient's condition was rapidly improving, and Hank's wife was here today to try to communicate with him. She will use a phone keypad with 9 buttons, each of which corresponds to a certain number of eye blinks. The hero said it was a good idea, but Carpenter replied that they had one problem. Although Hank was conscious and able to respond, it also meant that he could end the clinical trial at any time. Sonia asked if this meant he could refuse treatment. The man then asked her not to forget that Hank was also a scientist and would probably have objections to being the first subject in this study. However, the girl asked if the fact that he was a scientist didn't give him a little confidence that the treatment was worth it. However, River said that, whatever the case, they were obliged to respect his decision. As a clinical subject, he had every right to choose whether to participate or not. If he refuses further treatment, they will have no choice but to find someone with locked-in syndrome to replace him. Meanwhile, Hank's wife told him that the company had merged and the name had changed to Agent Bio. Former CEO Damien and his son had surrendered to the authorities, and Dr. River had been appointed the new director. At that moment, Hank wondered if it was really over. Then his wife said with a smile that it was really all over, and then he realized what it had all come to. He remembered all the corruption and ethical violations he had had a hand in, but River not only corrected his mistakes, but saved his life. So the man didn't understand how he could look him in the eyes now. After this, he told his wife that he wanted to continue the treatment. He asked her to tell him that they had his consent and they could continue the trials. Hank knew this was his only way to make amends. When the woman put the tablet on the bed and asked the man if he was sure about his decision. After this, she contacted the doctor and stated that her husband had given his consent to participate in a clinical trial. River said it was amazing news. Now they could proceed with treatment with peace of mind. He understood that now he could not lose a minute. To restore his motor functions, they needed to induce neuronal differentiation. In this case, the administration of acetylcholine would be the best option. However, intravenous administration will not be able to cross the blood-brain barrier. Instead, it is worth giving an injection of phosphatidylcholine. Once it is absorbed by the brain cells, they can be excreted without any side effects. After some time of treatment, Hank was able to move his fingers, and seeing this, his wife cried with happiness. When Hank was able to speak, he turned to River and Sonia and said he was very sorry. He transferred Dr. River to the Life Creation Department, and Dr. River's life's work, Celicure, was thrown down the drain. He kept thinking about what he had done, and now he asked them if they would find the strength to forgive him. He really felt very sorry, but Sonia apparently had no intention of forgiving him. She asked him if he ever thought about how many liver cancer patients could have been saved if he had not closed her project. Instead, he should ask for forgiveness from those people. Hank then apologized to them again and said that as soon as he was discharged, he would surrender to the authorities. I had already told her then that they would just have to keep an eye on him, but I thought to myself that I never expected to see this side of him. Rosalind then said that, as expected, his decision had a positive impact on humanity, and she was very proud of him. After all, he was the proud owner of the moral gene that gave her life. Shortly after, the hero met with Peter and informed him that Hank had eventually surrendered to the authorities. Peter said that life had not treated him the best. He was a big shot at a pharmaceutical company and enjoyed all the privileges that came with his position. And now he was connected to a life support machine. He is currently the first person in history to be resurrected from brain death. He then reminded River that he had said he wanted to hire experienced executives to focus on research, and the hero said he wanted to suggest this to Director Kim. In his current position, Director Kim had already taken on a significant portion of the administrative duties. In fact, it was he who gave him the paperwork. Peter then said that in that case, he really had nothing to worry about, and then asked him what this folder called just-in-case plan was. River said he had been talking about wanting to expand his renewable energy business, and it was a paper written by a professor that inspired him. He wanted to maintain the cold chain, and if they could develop self-sustaining photovoltaic panels, it would be easier to transport giant refrigerators to isolated areas. So he asked Peter to arrange a meeting for him with the professor. However, Peter was confused that he had to do this job again. He had a lot of people in his team, but the hero said that Peter was the most reliable and did everything quickly. Meanwhile, the story moves to Israel, to Afula. A man arrived at the hotel and expressed some regret that he had not been able to meet Dr. River in person. However, Professor Kim said that unfortunately he could not find the time off because of his work. He is leading an ongoing clinical trial to treat brain death, and there is still much to do. His interlocutor, an Israeli president named Peles, said he understood, and Kim then said that in any case, he understood the urgency of his request for a meeting. He ventured to suggest that he was here on behalf of a family member or civil servant who had been diagnosed as brain dead. Kim said the president could be honest with him. He would only share it with Director River, and their secret would remain between the three of them. Then the president closed his eyes and said that the patient in question was his adopted son. The thing is, no one knew that he was his father. He adopted him secretly, so there are no official documents, and the reason for this is because he was Palestinian. At that moment, he was so surprised. He did not understand how the president of Israel could adopt a Palestinian. The man explained that he had met him a few years ago. He was the only survivor of an airstrike in the Gaza Strip. He couldn't bring himself to leave him, and eventually took him in. At the time, he was considered one of the front-runners in the presidential race, so his decision to adopt a Palestinian child would have been perceived by the public as a political move. However, he did not want his son to grow up under such close scrutiny. Kim replied that he understood him, and then asked what caused the brain death. The president said he had developed progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy, another disease for which Konson and Kurson recently developed a treatment. However, his son never got the chance to receive treatment because he was unable to deliver the medicine to Afula in time. He was informed that to avoid spoilage during transport, temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius were required. But given the costs of transporting a temperature-sensitive drug over long distances, the company saw no point in exporting one drug from the US to Afula. That's why the president was just negotiating its delivery along with other drugs, but it was already too late. Kim then said that he would immediately contact Director River and see what options they had, and the president was very surprised that he could do that. Kim replied that he would do it at any cost and asked him to wait a little, and then stepped away for a minute. After that, he called River and talked to him about the situation. Meanwhile, the president stood at the window and waited for the results. At that moment, Kim returned to the office and called him. He had just called Director River, who said he was working on a possible solution to all his problems, which surprised the president greatly. Then Kim said with a smile that River thought they could expect good news. However, first he needed to find out more information about the condition of the president's son, and the man said that he would do this right away. Meanwhile, the hero was in Eigenbio. Kim called him and said that he had passed on his message to President Peles. The meeting with Blissé was scheduled at the last minute, so he had no idea how it would go. They had been making a lot of profit lately, so they might turn down the investment offer. Then the hero said to tell them that they are ready to provide distribution services and financing. He asked to negotiate with them and say that they could develop a cold chain that would allow their products to be safely delivered to distribution companies. After that, Kim said that he would do everything and call him back after the meeting. After this, the hero went out on his floor with the thought that the deed was done. He was one step closer to Dr. Liv. Soon after, he arrived at the life creation department and showed the staff something that at first glance looked like seaweed, but was actually a rather rare plant. It is called romanta leaf, but because it is tasteless, it is not grown. If you crush these leaves, you can extract the chlorophyll from the cells. However, Charlie said that they had no experience with solar energy, but River told them not to worry. He said he had called in an expert to help. At that moment, Howard and Chelsea exchanged glances. Then a man entered the office and greeted the staff. He said that his name was Professor Kevin. Dr. River had invited him to collaborate on this project, and he was glad to meet them. Kevin stated that solar energy is available almost everywhere. It is renewable, and it is also environmentally friendly, but it has a major drawback. It is low energy efficiency, and the polysilicon needed to produce solar modules is expensive. However, if they could find an alternative to polysilicon and increase the supply/demand ratio to 100%, they could use photovoltaics to create a mobile, self-contained, functioning giant refrigerator. He then asked the director if he wanted to develop a solar refrigeration system, and the hero replied that he did. Then Kevin said he would offer him an energy storage system. Basically, they would connect many lithium batteries together to create one big one. However, this system is not well suited for vehicles. It would only work if they could develop solar panels that generate 100% of the energy needed, and Dr. Rivera has just the idea to make this happen. The hero replied that he had indeed been thinking about a potential replacement for polysilicon, and suddenly it dawned on him. He thought about the chloroplast found in plants. As everyone knows, electricity is a flow of electrons. Plants use the same principle to generate energy with high efficiency. Chloroplasts contain pie-shaped structures called thylakoids, which primarily convert sunlight into useful chemical energy within the thylakoid membrane. However, Charlie asked if the efficiency of photosynthesis was not about 5%, and it also depended on the wavelength of light and the concentration of CO2. The hero said that this is so to increase the efficiency they will need romanta leaves, deep-sea algae. If the chlorophyll molecules needed to transfer energy from the thylakoid membrane in the romanta leaf can be extracted and purified, they can achieve efficiencies close to 100%. Soon after, the life creation department began work, which lasted 10 days. After that, River came to them and said that he heard that the solar panels would be finished soon, and Kevin realized that the man came to see them in action. He said that they are shocking the whole world with this technology. It is the future of all renewable energy sources. Its energy efficiency and environmental friendliness are amazing. He added that this is the power of chlorophyll solar panels, and although it is only a prototype, the design is already extremely well thought out. Kevin thanked River for the compliment and said they needed to test them. After that, he pressed the remote control, and the screen began to show a power of 310 volts. The hero noted that existing solar modules generate approximately 50 volts per square meter, meaning this new module generated 6 times more energy. This was true, but since their task was not yet completed, the energy efficiency would increase over time. When they debugged the technology to perfection, the problem with the refrigeration system would be resolved very quickly. Then the hero praised them for their excellent work and thought that in that case there was no need to worry about technology. Soon after, Kevin told him that there was a company in Africa that had extensive experience in transporting temperature-controlled goods. He asked him if he was interested in doing so, as he thought it would be a good idea to approach them. The hero then asked what kind of company it was, and the man replied that it was called Asham and that it was a major supplier to pharmaceutical companies. Then Rosalind said that she saw their logo at the New Generation Hospital, right on the west corner of the parking lot where the trucks come in, where the containers are loaded. She would never mistake that logo for anything else. Then Kevin said that their headquarters were in Saudi Arabia, and then River said he would contact them. Meanwhile, the story moves to Cairo, Egypt, to a Middle Eastern pharmaceutical company called Blesset. Yasser met with the director Kim, who told him that their director wants to invest in their company. Now it became clear to Yasser why Kim had come all the way to meet him, to which the man said that they saw great potential in their company's botulinum toxin. If they decide to diversify their product line, they will be able to reach a larger market. Then the researcher and co-founder of the company asked him what he was talking about. Kim explained that in developed countries, botulinum toxin is often used only as a cosmetic product, but if you look at the neuropathic treatment market, you will notice a high demand for it in developing countries as well. Following in the footsteps of Eigen Bio, he could establish his own hospital and focus on growing herbs to treat neuropathy, thus paving the way for work in the Middle Eastern markets. Then Yasser said that it was a generous offer, but it was too early for Blessett, so he couldn't accept it, and then Kim said that he came here to offer him a solution regarding refrigeration systems. This greatly surprised the man, and then Kim said that nothing could be more important than a refrigeration system when they were dealing with the transportation of medicines. Yasser confirmed this, saying that because of her, they had lost a lot of nerve trying to cope with the huge costs of transportation to developing countries. He asked Kim if he meant to say that Agent Bio offered a superior refrigeration system technology. At this point, Kim realized that he finally had his attention and said that before he came to see him, the director called him and said that the development of the refrigeration system had been a success. Production will start a little later, but all technical issues have already been resolved. He then asked Yasser what he planned to do and said that he could make a decision once he had reviewed their data, to which the man said that he would first discuss it with the director and the board. In response, Kim thanked him and said that in that case they would stay in touch. As they shook hands, he said that if they came to an agreement, Blessett would certainly be willing to share with them all the details of the technological process involved in producing botulinum toxin. After all, they can only guarantee investment in Blessett if they have complete confidence in their technology. At that moment, the man let go of his hand and said that he would take it into account. After that, he waited for Kim to leave the room. He then called Franklin and asked her what she thought about it, to which she said it was a good suggestion. He then asked where she was, as they needed to confer immediately, to which the woman replied that she was with the Palestine Liberation Army. She said that they would meet at the entrance to the company and discuss this proposal. Afterwards, Kim informed Director River that President Pellis had sent them information regarding Blessé, stating that there were several alarming signs. For starters, a young white girl who was not an employee had been spotted around the company several times, and based on that information, he suspected she was the one they were looking for. Another thing to consider is that Blessett primarily uses Asham, an international shipping company, to distribute their products, with their headquarters in Saudi Arabia. Then the hero remembered that Professor Kevin had spoken about this company earlier, so he told him that he was familiar with it. The man then said that rumor had it that their CEO was running the company as a hobby. The CEO was Asham, a Saudi Arabian prince, and then the hero decided that they needed to dig deeper. Kim said he was already looking into it and asked the president to provide them with details on Isaiah Franklin, and said he would keep the heroes updated. After this, the main character contacted the president of Israel via video link. The man said that there was a lot he wanted to discuss with River, but first they had to look at his request. Their investigation revealed that Isaiah Franklin had been involved in terrorist attacks coordinated by the Palestinian Liberation Army in the past, but it is unclear how involved she was or what role she played. At that moment, the hero realized that this was exactly what he had been afraid of. She had taken up all her tracks, and then he asked the president if there were any earlier records of her. The man said that before that she worked for the Asham Company, which deals with transportation in Saudi Arabia, and being a young white girl, she was an eyesore in that environment, so it was not difficult for them to track her down. Apparently her attractiveness made her popular among the locals, and then the hero realized that he was right. That meant she had her own connections with this company. The president also said that in this regard, his sources reported that Isaiah Franklin is friends with the company's owner, Abdul Asham. In fact, she was often spotted in the passenger seat of his car, and there were rumors that she used her connections to get a job at his company. This is not out of the question, given that the company is run by an oil magnate who treats it as a side project. River then thanked the president for the information, and the man asked him when clinical trials for treating brain death would be conducted. The hero replied that visiting doctors from the New Generation Hospital were already making arrangements for a meeting, so the president should expect a call over the weekend as soon as they set a date. The hero also added that he will be going with them as they are planning a different method of stem cell injection than previous trials, so he will be there to monitor and handle everything himself. The president then said he understood, and added that he would feel more at ease if the doctor were present during the procedure. As they said their goodbyes, River thought that there was no doubt that Dr. Liv was hiding behind Blessett and Asham, so he decided it was time to throw the bait. He turned to his secretary and asked if he could contact the marketing department and tell them to put out a press release. It was a press release about chlorophyll solar panels, and the hero was sure that this time he would catch her. Soon, Asham and Saudi Arabia knew that chlorophyll batteries were going to be a breakthrough. They couldn't miss out on this technology. The secretary informed the director that their efficiency was unrivaled and they could provide power supply on a large scale, but their main advantage was their portability. Then Abdul Asham said that in that case, if they install it on a vehicle or a ship, it will be able to generate energy on its own while moving. All the citizens said that this is true, and by combining this with an energy storage system, they will be able to use solar energy 24 hours a day, and they will not have to worry about emissions into the atmosphere. In other words, maintaining the cold chain would be a lot easier with this new solar cell technology, and so Abdul asked to be connected with Ajin right away. However, the man said he was concerned about something, as he had learned that River's CEO had hired another company to transport the solar panel prototype. A Saudi Arabian company called Carrefour, but not a major corporation. Abdul noted that this company did not remind him of anything, and the secretary said that it would definitely not compete with Asham. They then assumed that perhaps they already had a business deal with them. At that moment, they were being filmed by a hidden camera, which was located in the flower. Meanwhile, the story moves to the CIA-run front company Carrefour in the Arab world, where their entire conversation was monitored. A CIA agent named Robert was listening to their conversation at the time and asked his assistant where Director General River was heading. The man said he was expected to land in Jerusalem this week. Robert said that they knew that Abdul would be contacting Director River soon, which meant they had to act too. This time, they couldn't let the terrorists who attacked GSC escape. 4 hours later, a plane landed at an Israeli airport. There, Dr. River met the president, who thanked him for coming such a long way, to which the hero replied that he had a very comfortable plane. The man said he was glad to hear it and suggested moving to another place where he had already arranged everything. While they were driving, River's secretary contacted him to say that CEO Asham was on the line. After this, the secretary tied them up, and the man greeted the hero. He said his name was Abdul Asham. He was the CEO of an international shipping company and asked the hero if he could talk now. He said he was interested in licensing Agent Bio's solar panels so that by combining their technology with their shipping system, they could improve the cold chain. The leader then said that he already had a trading partner in mind, so they had no intention of making a deal. Abdul asked him who he had agreed with, and the hero replied that they would be working with Carrefour, another shipping company, to maintain the cold chain throughout the Middle East. Then Abdul asked him if they shouldn't have chosen to enter into a contract with Asham instead of some small company. Their company was the leader in the transportation business. They were not only in the Middle East, but in the whole world. However, the hero said that they had already made a deal, so he had nothing more to say. But Abdul said they needed to meet face to face. He wanted this deal to work for River. Then the hero asked him if he was ready to give him as much as he asked, but Abdul said that he could not promise anything. But River replied that he didn't need much. He just needed his full cooperation in the future. He said that when the time came, he would tell him everything, and they promised to stay in touch. After this, the secretary told the hero that they were approaching the hospital. Soon they arrived at the central hospital in the city of Afula, and then the hero asked the president when his son was diagnosed with brain death in Russia, to which he replied that it was quite a long time ago. They then told him that even on life support, he would last a maximum of 3 weeks and die of lung or heart failure, but 2 months had passed and he was still alive. River then asked if he really had progressive multifocal leukoencephalopathy. The man replied that this was indeed the case, and that this was what had largely led to brain death, and that the disease had been caused by the polyomavirus. At that moment, the hero remembered the situation when he was flying on an airplane, and he told Rosalind that Director Kim sent him more information about Blaiset. It was a report on the company's research center, which listed the genomic data of the Clostridium botulinum bacteria and described the production line of the center itself, but Rosalind was interested in the question of why the DNA genome of this state contained the polyomavirus. To the human eye, it may look like just junk DNA, but it is a gene decoder that is needed to restore the capsid shell of the polyomavirus. It was a type of ribozyme. However, Blessett's research is focused on botulinum toxin, so she didn't understand why they would need such a virus at all. The hero then suggested that perhaps there was no reason to worry if it was comparatively safer than that toxin. Rosalind responded that when the central nervous system is affected, the virus can cause severe illness in patients with weak immune systems. So now River asked the president if his son had any immunodeficiency or chronic illnesses. The president then said he was at home in the Gaza Strip when white phosphorus bombs were dropped there, and his lung capacity was affected as a result. When the hero learned that the boy had been exposed to white phosphorus, he was horrified. The president then reported that their armed forces had bombed civilian areas with white phosphorus shells. Rosalind explained that after the white phosphorus was oxygenated, phosphorus pentoxide entered the lungs and caused serious damage. It reacted with water molecules in the bloodstream, causing a domino effect and causing damage to the hematopoietic stem cells. The hero realized that, in fact, due to his son's weakened condition, the polyomavirus penetrated through the respiratory system and caused brain death, but the level of infectivity of the polyomavirus in his body significantly exceeded the norm. Then the hero suggested that perhaps this virus was the work of the blessed, and Rosalind confirmed that this was indeed the case. A match was found between the DNA of the virus in his body and the DNA of the polyomavirus found in the botulinum toxin. The hero asked her if she really thought that the blessed had developed the virus and released it in this region, although he did not understand why they would do this, perhaps to test its effectiveness. Rosalind responded that if the Blessed were to release viruses as a carrier of botulinum toxin, the number of potential victims would be catastrophic. After this, the president asked the hero what the treatment process would be like. The hero replied that there would be an operation to regenerate the brainstem, which would go according to plan, and the patient would also be cured of the polyoma virus and receive a bone marrow transplant. But first they'll need antipolyoma, an antiviral drug that Conson and Curson may have stopped producing due to low demand. The president then said that he had learned that they still had the drugs in stock, but due to transportation problems he was unable to obtain them, since the drug must be stored at a temperature no higher than 21 degrees Celsius. The hero reassured them that everything was fine with their refrigeration equipment. The president was very happy to hear this and said that the hero probably had many other things to do. River replied that it was, but that he would return to personally administer the treatment, and the president then promised to alert his people to have River taken where he needed to be. After that, he thanked the director and thought to himself that if he wanted to meet Asham, then it was time to move on. Meanwhile, the story moves to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh. Franklin asked Yasser how much polyomavirus was produced, and he replied that it was enough to infect 3 million people. The girl noted that they still had a lot of work to do, but the man replied that what they had was already enough to infect the targets on their list. Franklin reminded her that civilian casualties must be avoided at all costs, and Yasser assured her that he would make sure the operation was successful. Franklin added that time is running out, both in terms of the surgery and her life, with a couple of months left at best. Yasser was surprised because she had been taking medication, but Franklin said that it was useless because she had had it since birth. Every time she returns to the Middle East, she remembers her past. After the Cold War, she and her mother were expelled from their homeland. The local authorities were not happy with the American woman, especially one who, by their standards, was considered promiscuous, all because of the illegitimate child. The man suggested that it must have been difficult for her. Franklin replied that they used to live in a village in rural Gaza, and villagers would come to visit her and her mother. They walked 10 kilometers to the nearest source of water. One day, returning from the lake, they found a horrific picture. The village was burning in flames. Franklin later learned that it was the Israeli army that destroyed it with white phosphorus shells. That day, all the inhabitants died except for her and her mother. She found it funny. She thought they were the devil incarnate, but compared to a more powerful force, they were just minor pests. Franklin then realized the power of science, the means by which vested interests maintain order, and the key to world domination. With all that said, the whole world was spinning around River now, and it was only because of Rosalind. That's why they needed Rosalind, their last hope. At that moment, the woman's secretary entered the office and said that it was time for her to go. Yasser asked where she was going, and Franklin replied that she was going to meet Asham. She said that this cretin was their cash cow, who needed to be squeezed dry while he was still of use. The story soon moves to Saudi Arabia, where the protagonist told Asham that he was looking for Dr. Liv, although he did not know who she was. The hero clarified that he was talking about the girl he drove around in his luxury car, and he heard that she used to work for his company. He then showed a photo of a white-haired girl and said that her real name was Isaiah Franklin. She was a highly dangerous terrorist who orchestrated the bioweapon attack on GSC, and Asham was shocked to learn this. The hero said that she was also suspected of using the Asham supply network to spread the virus, and so he suggested speaking frankly. He asked what kind of relationship Asham had with Isaiah Franklin, and at that moment Abdul thought he could never have imagined himself in such a situation. He claimed that there was nothing serious between them and swore to God that he never thought she was a terrorist. As far as he knew, she had a logistics company in the US. But when the business failed, she fled to Saudi Arabia. One day, she shared with him her desire to revive the business and asked for help, so he took funds from the company's assets and loaned her $200 million. The hero asked if it was 4 years ago. Abdul confirmed that this was when it happened and asked how he knew, to which he replied that it was around then that the Blessed Company was founded. Isaiah Franklin founded the company with a group of poor scientists, and it is unlikely that she had any startup capital. The hero then asked Abdul where he thought she got the money to build an entire building in Cairo from scratch. At this point, the man began to realize that his money was being used to create a front company for terrorists. However, River asked not to worry and stated that this conversation would remain between them, but asked for assistance in capturing Dr. Liv. After that, he left the office and called the CIA agent, saying that he had just spoken with the director. Abdul set a meeting for tomorrow, which would take place at sunset in Tabuk's country park. Robert stood up from his seat and announced to his men that everything was ready. This was their chance to apprehend the terrorist who planned the attack on GSC. Soon after, Franklin arrived on the outskirts of Tabuk, specifically in a park. Abdul was already standing there, and he stood up from his seat and immediately greeted the girl as soon as she approached. His voice was shaking, and he said that he was very glad to see her because it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Franklin immediately noticed that something was clearly wrong with this man. He seemed to be stiff and sounded very strange, as if from another reality. Then she simply said that she had a lot of things to do right now and added that, apparently, he was not feeling well at all today. Later, the girl noted that the park was too quiet today, much quieter than usual, and this made her suspicious. She looked again at Abdul's sweating face, and the thought was already spinning in her head that something was wrong here, and this was clearly not just an accident. When she realized that this guy had brought the cops with him, she immediately turned around and ran back to the car. Immediately, CIA agents, dressed as civilians, rushed after her, as if on the trail of the most dangerous prey. The girl quickly found herself surrounded, and she no longer had a single chance of escape. She tried to hide, dodged, but the guns were already pointed at her, and there was no chance to escape. One of the men approached and pinned her down from behind, while the other girl grabbed her from the front, after which they informed Robert that the target had been successfully detained. River asked Robert if he could talk to Franklin for a moment before she was taken away, and was given permission. He approached her and said that they had not yet had the pleasure of meeting in person. The girl immediately responded that River was making a huge mistake. She declared that she was his ally, not his enemy, and that she too would help him out of the hole he had dug himself into. An angry River asked her to speak in plain language and not in riddles. In response, Franklin smiled and said that he seemed smart, but he still couldn't understand one simple thing. He was alive for only one reason, and at the moment he was playing into the hands of the powers that be. She pointed out that the US invaded Iraq and Saudi Arabia to secure oil reserves, and if River was going to improve biodiesel production or create better gasoline, they would not simply ignore it. Franklin said River's friendship with the CIA would end very soon. However, the hero replied that she shouldn't even try to convince him otherwise. He wasn't here to listen to her nonsense. After that, he asked her what she was going to do about the polyoma virus. Franklin said that River himself knows that this virus is not pathogenic at all. There are a lot of healthy people who live quite normally with it, and she even conducted an experiment, so there should be no problems with this. But River said that was no excuse, reminding her that the virus was deadly for people with weak immune systems, and then asked her point blank what she was up to. The girl just smirked in response and said that she didn't have to answer that question. At that moment, River clenched his fist and realized that he had to control himself. He couldn't forget that her main goal was to get Rosalind's technology, and he would only be able to reveal the whole truth by establishing a connection between the polyomavirus and botulinum toxin. He asked her what about botulinum toxin, and the girl said that it was also not for terrorist purposes. But she suggested that if she had presented it to the Palestinian Liberation Army, she might have used the toxin as a weapon. Moreover, she had valuable information. She knew that there was a patient undergoing clinical trials in Afala, and she advised River not to return there because the Liberation Army had turned its attention to this place. Hearing this, River was horrified and asked if terrorists were really going to attack the hospital. Robert was soon informed that all preparations were complete, and they were now transporting the target. At that moment, Franklin was sitting in the car with CIA agents. One of them said that she was currently being transported to the United States. He addressed his interlocutor as Mr. Rofir and said that he could consider the work completed. The girl realized that, as she had expected, their people had already put down roots in the CIA. The man placed the phone on the table and noted that Isaiah Franklin would finally be in their hands. Meanwhile, the story moves to a hospital in Afula. It was reported that Israeli soldiers were mobilized there and troops were pulled up to the hospital. According to the informant, President Pellis's son is undergoing treatment here. That's why security was suddenly tightened, probably because the CIA had a leak. One of the soldiers asked what the commander planned to do, since they were greatly outnumbered by the enemy. The commander said they needed to change the target. He turned to the soldiers and reminded them not to forget how they had been abused. He said that today they are paying the enemy back in the same coin. Their attack will be redirected to the outskirts of Afala. Meanwhile, the story moves to the outskirts of Afula, about 12 kilometers outside the city. Shells were fired there, and powerful explosions soon followed. At that moment, the electricity began to go out throughout the city. Local residents were perplexed and did not understand what was happening. It turned out that even the hospitals lost power and the ventilators were left without power. Meanwhile, the president was in the Israeli army control tower and anxiously asked what was happening in the hospital. He said he wanted to see his son immediately, but the Israeli defense minister said it was too dangerous. Despite this, the president ordered the emergency power supply to be turned on, because without a life support system, his son would not survive. He also said that he had ordered the military to eliminate the terrorists and wanted the Minister of Defense to handle all other issues. After this, the president began to cry and beg him, saying that his son would die if he did not help. The man nodded in response, but asked the president to return safe and sound. Meanwhile, the protagonist received a call that he was already approaching Afula, and he immediately ordered to head to the generator room on the lower levels of the building. He then asked to contact the person in charge of the emergency power system and explained that he had solar panels that could power the entire hospital, and then asked how many solar panels they had. They replied that they brought as many as they could. The batteries were still at the prototype stage, and there might be some flaws, but each truck had 8 modules. The energy storage system was fully charged, so all that was left was to meet at the hospital. The hero thought that at least they were able to respond quickly to a crisis, and fortunately, everything went according to plan. The story moves to a secret CIA bunker in Israel the day before the terrorist attack. The protagonist asked Robert if he could give more detailed information about the current state of the power supply at the Afula Medical Center. At that moment, Robert realized that River was assuming the terrorists were going to cut off the power, and he confirmed that he really thought so. Instead of a frontal attack, they could damage the power source. Given the high level of security, terrorists will likely look for an easier way to reach their target, such as damaging a power line support. However, Robert explained that if terrorists attack the pole and the power goes out, patients on ventilators will be left without oxygen. And if the refrigeration system fails, then medicines worth tens of thousands of dollars will simply become unusable. He then added that in his opinion River was right. In fact, President Pellis himself used such military tactics to put pressure on Hamas. Gaza gets its electricity from power plants and grids in neighboring Israel, so when relations worsened, the president cut off the electricity and put pressure on Hamas. No doubt the Liberation Army has not forgotten what he did to them, and now they are returning the favor. However, Robert believed that it was better to be safe than sorry, so he decided to warn the military to be prepared for possible sabotage. At this point, the man was sitting next to his son and noted that Rogba was such a good child. However, first and foremost, he was his beloved son. All he wanted was to see him again with a smile on his face. The man dreamed that the boy would run into his arms with all his might. He didn't understand why he had to suffer so much, especially when you have almost received the treatment you need. Meanwhile, cars were heading towards the building. The security guard stopped one of them and asked what company they worked for. The driver replied that they worked for the South Korean company Eigenbio and were here on orders from Director Rivera. After that, he asked to be taken to the person in charge of the emergency power supply system. He had solar modules that eliminate power outages in the hospital. He said he didn't have much time, and then the guard said he would take him to the generator room. Soon after, the lights came back on in the hospital. The director entered the room and informed the president that the electricity had returned. The fact is that Eigenbio had supplied the hospital with solar modules, which were connected to the existing power system. He was told that, fortunately, a man had recently arrived at the underground parking lot, and along with him were trucks with cargo. At that moment, the president realized that Director River had prepared for this outcome. After that, they went to the parking lot, and then the president asked the hero how he got here in such a record time. Moreover, the hero was glad to hear that his son is holding up now, because time is of the essence now. He also said that each truck contains approximately 200 solar modules, a total of 10 trucks, and he planned to send one to each hospital in the city. The president said it was a real miracle and he didn't know how he was going to pay Rivera for it. However, the hero asked not to worry about this. First, it was necessary to deal with the most important problem, the restoration of the city's energy system. He thought to himself that it was very good that they had made it in time and that a catastrophe had been avoided. Thanks to the power supply system and solar modules provided by River, the disaster was stopped. Power supply to hospitals and research centers in Afula has been restored. As a result, the medical center was able to perform operations throughout the night. The next day, technicians successfully restarted several power line towers. Thanks to humanitarian aid from neighboring countries, the city of Afula got back on its feet almost instantly. The president soon told the hero that without him, they would not have been able to survive this storm. Given their country's strained relations with the neighboring Arab republics, he was surprised that River was able to convince them to send help. The hero replied that it was simple. He promised to invest in the Arab League's healthcare. He would be working on a couple of projects in Israel in the near future, and would be grateful if the president would help him with this. The man said that he would definitely help, and asked how he could be of assistance. River then said he planned to open 16 new generation hospitals across the Arab world, including in Afula. The hero noted that since Eigenbio opened its first lab, developed countries around the world have adopted this approach, converting old hospitals or opening new ones. There are now hundreds of them in developed countries, and the Middle East is still waiting for its first. In his opinion, the Middle East needs new generation hospitals more than any other region on the planet. So the hero said that Eigenbio, although not interested in profit, no one wants to be rude, so they ask all the countries involved to finance the construction of new hospitals. But the president noted that funding from the Middle East is only in name. The hero then replied that in exchange, next-generation hospitals in the Middle East would become part of the Eigenbio franchise and would have access to the latest technologies being developed at their research center. They will differ from hospitals of this type in developed countries and will be the first to introduce the latest technical developments. The president smiled and said it was simply incredible. However, the hero added that there was one catch. He wanted them to be recognized by the UN because it is known that UN agencies operate based on extraterritorial jurisdiction. The president then asked if he really wanted to establish an extraterritorial zone in the Middle East, to which the hero replied that he did. In 16 Arab League cities, including Jerusalem and Afala, he will lobby for the construction of hospitals, including in Palestine and the Gaza Strip. When the president heard this, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Then the hero reminded him that the UN school in Israel had been bombed. This is a tragedy that must never be repeated. Even if another war breaks out in the region, hospitals must be protected. He believed that there should be at least one safe zone where international law and human rights were respected. The president then said he was ashamed of the UN leaders who had not pushed the initiative themselves, but had instead shifted all the work to Rivera. The hero then said that the president also needs to supply electricity to the people of Gaza and said that they would supply him with solar modules. River said he is not a politician or a revolutionary and does not want to interfere in the political conflict between Israel and Palestine. However, science is not an instrument of repression. Science is the means for the liberation of humanity. Soon after, the protagonist returned to his company, where he immediately informed Director Kim that he wanted him to become the new CEO of Agen Bio. The hero explained that he would take on the role of the company's technical director, since they both knew that he was often away from the office, whether traveling abroad or working in the lab. He added that he would attend council meetings as much as possible, but would like to delegate half of his administrative duties to Kim. However, the man said in surprise that this was very unexpected because River had just returned and already wanted to resign, to which the hero replied that, to tell the truth, he already had a meeting scheduled in the States next week. Then the man realized that the decision had already been made and did not refuse. He knew how busy River was, and so he promised to oversee all organizational matters because River was counting on him and asked him to give his all. In due time, he would transfer all the powers of the general director to him. Meanwhile, interrogation was underway at CIA headquarters in Virginia. Robert reported that Franklin is accused of participating in a terrorist plot against GSC, manipulating and distributing anthrax, and producing the highly infectious polyomavirus. After that, he told her that her silence would not help matters. Even if she only had 2 Mondays left to live, she would not just run away from here. In response, the girl laughed nervously and said that, knowing River, he would pull her back from the brink of death. However, at that moment, Robert slammed his fist on the table and ordered her to stop making fun of them. He said their agents obtained her personal information by infiltrating a secret bunker of the Palestinian Liberation Army. However, when they arrived, everything was clear. There was nothing to search there, but her data was scattered everywhere in plain sight. She could have gotten rid of all traces of her existence, but she didn't. She must have known that it would be easier for them to track her. In response, Franklin stated that she wanted them to find her, and then Robert realized that she had planned everything in advance, after which the woman asked what they had found out from the clues left for her. Robert replied that they had found her mother, Alice Franklin, but she was not very helpful, saying that she had lost her daughter in the Middle East. Isaiah said she wasn't surprised by this, as she wouldn't divulge anything that could jeopardize her safety either. However, Robert said that they needed to get down to business and ordered the girl to answer who she worked for. In response, Isaiah just smirked and said that she wouldn't trust him like that. After that, she asked him to stop wasting her time and let River in. Robert learned that they had no intention of treating Dr. Liv, to which the other man said that it was the director's order and they had only to follow it. Robert was not happy. They had gone through fire and water to get her. They had to get absolutely everything out of her, and she could not die so easily. But the secretary reported that there was good news. The director had put into use the enhanced interrogation program. Then Robert asked in horror if they really wanted him to torture her. The man replied that this was normal, but if Robert couldn't do it, he would help him. After this, the man walked forward down the corridor and told Robert to go home and rest. However, the man did not understand how they could torture a terminally ill person, assuming that someone from above was pulling the strings. Otherwise, the case would not have been closed so quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the hostel in America and met with Director Holden. The director said that he was doing quite well, but was going to retire soon and was glad that they had a chance to meet before that. He explained that he was leaving not because of politics, but because he was not getting any younger with age, and frankly, he no longer had the strength. When the hero asked if he had chosen anyone to replace him, James replied that the man's name was Alphonse Rofer, and he was a scientist. Rofer currently served as director of NASA's Kennedy Space Center. After the collapse of the USSR, he played a key role in negotiating the agreement that allowed for the shared use of the Mir space station, and in light of these achievements, he became a symbol of the scientific world in America. River noted that the man seemed amazing, to which James responded that it was Rofair after all. However, the hero did not understand what was being discussed, and then the director explained that Rofair is the American version of the royal family. James then decided to talk to River as a friend and business partner and stated that he should forget about Dr. Liv and return to Korea. However, the hero did not understand what he wanted to say. In response, James said that the very existence of Dr. Liv, namely Isaiah Franklin, was a national disgrace. He knew why River had come to the States, but he also had to understand that he was standing in the way of a formidable enemy. All sorts of people from Dr. Liv's past were in prominent positions today, and he asked River not to provoke these people for his own good. Then the hero said that he had flown here to treat her, and if he left now, she would certainly die. In response, James said that this is exactly what America wants. The protagonist was surprised to hear that America actually wanted Dr. Liv dead. Rosalind then told the hero that the Rofair family may have something to do with the creation of Dr. Liv. She assumed that they had conducted a genetic experiment that led to her birth. After that, he called his friend, from whom he ordered an investigation into the Rofair family case. Robert told him that he had read some of the lawsuits against the family and decided that they were not worth getting involved with because they were dangerous. He stated seriously that this family was not comparable to those River had already encountered. Their influence on the politics and economy of the United States was no joke. The man said he feared the worst was yet to come. Soon after, he informed the hero that Isaiah Franklin needed urgent treatment, and if things continued at this rate, she would die, and all their efforts would go to waste. Then the hero said that he understood this, but he was tied hand and foot, and had no idea how to get to the doctor. At this point, Robert offered to act as a go-between. He could sneak in there and prescribe her treatment. Although they were unlikely to be able to cure her, they could buy her a little more time. River said it was a good idea, but first he needed a sample of her blood. Robert replied that he had anticipated this, and had already taken care of it before the meeting. Dr. Liv gave him a sample of her old drug that she had created herself. It was called decitabine, and she said it might come in handy. At that moment, the hero thought that it was strange, of course. Knowing what drugs the patient had taken before was useful, but a sample was not necessary for setting up a treatment. Nevertheless, he was sure that Franklin herself knew, and perhaps it was some kind of secret message. Robert also gave him technical documents describing the ingredients for the drug, which were transmitted by the team processing the information on the USB drives, and then the hero said that this would definitely help. At that moment, he realized that Franklin had myelodysplastic syndrome, a disease in which the bone marrow fails to create normal, healthy, mature blood cells, and her medications might ease the symptoms, but were not a cure. At that moment, Rosalind approached him and said that she had found a trace amount of DNA mixed into the drugs. The molecules are grouped in threes, forming the letters of the alphabet, and their arrangement contains a secret message, and analysis has identified the letters that address Dr. River. The story moves to the summer of 1986 in Nicaragua. During the Cold War between the USA and the USSR, relations between the Somoza regime and the Sandinista National Liberation Front were extremely tense and turned into full-fledged hostility. While the country was in political instability, the US managed to set up an Air Force base there, and at that base, America hid an amazing secret. In fact, it housed a high-tech research center specializing in genomes. It was said that the girl born there was completely healthy, and the doctor said that he had been waiting for this moment for the last 18 years of his life. The head of the research, Alphonse Rofair, asked what name Professor Alice had given the baby. He was told that the baby was named Isaiah, and then the man said that it would be difficult to come up with a more Jewish name. After that, he leaned over and wanted to pick her up, because his work had been laughed at before, but he who laughs last, laughs best. This child was the first genetically modified human in the world, so Alphonse believed that Isaiah would cleanse this world of evil, and thanks to her, the Cold War would come to an end. The research center could accommodate up to 120 people at a time. It was equipped with a maternity ward, an operating room, and even rooms for performing ultrasounds and other imaging tests. After 18 long years of research in the field of genetic manipulation, Professor Alphonse Rofair finally achieved his first success with the birth of Isaiah Franklin. Soon the girl began to do calculations, since it was in her genes. As she grew older, she began to fight frequently with one of her classmates, so doctors decided to reconsider her approach to teaching, but the girl continued to behave strangely. One day she told her teacher that the Soviet Union would fall apart, and then the woman asked her what she meant by that. After this, the girl asked the woman for documents and stated that in 1987, the USSR signed a disarmament treaty with the USA. Moreover, the Union was now withdrawing its troops from Afghanistan, but the greatest damage to the country was caused by the Chernobyl disaster. All these factors led to the USSR falling behind in the arms race and not achieving its economic goals. As a result, its financial power was significantly weakened. That's why the girl said that the Cold War would soon end. However, she understood that in that case, she would become useless. The teacher tried to calm her down and told her not to talk nonsense. But Isaiah said she noticed that Alphonse was trying to get into astrobiology to get into NASA, a research center with no future, so it's no surprise that he wants to find a way out of the situation. There is no doubt that the US government will try to erase all traces of its existence. The teacher said that this would not happen, but Isaiah was sure that it would happen almost certainly. Over the past 18 years, 1,200 failed genetic manipulation projects had died at the center. In addition to them, another 270 people died from side effects of the experiments. So the teacher herself would have researched and thought of an escape plan, unless she herself wanted to be killed as a witness. Isaiah stated that Alphonse would do anything to shut up everyone involved. In 1991, on the last day of December, the USSR collapsed and the Cold War came to an end. After its collapse, the Sandinista National Liberation Front launched an armed uprising. His goal was to re-establish a socialist regime, and their first order of business was to ambush the Groom Lake base. When Isaiah arrived at her class, she found her teacher murdered. All her classmates were killed, and the girl didn't know what to do. At that moment, one of the soldiers saw her and reported that he had found the object. He aimed straight at the head of the girl who was standing in the middle of the classroom. At that moment, a shot rang out, and Isaiah already thought that the end had come for her. However, when she looked back, she saw that the soldier had been shot. Then she saw Alice Franklin, who killed the soldier with her pistol. After that, she ran past the window that led into the office and asked if the girl was okay. She said they had to go, and they could still escape through the back door. Alice picked up the girl in her arms and they ran together towards the exit. Soon after, they escaped from the burning building onto the street. The incident was publicly portrayed as an ambush by the Sandinistas, but in reality, it was part of Alphonse's plan to destroy all evidence of his experiments, leaving Isaiah and Alice to flee to the Middle East. The hero then asked Rosalind what was going on since the encrypted information was corrupted. The girl replied that something had happened. She had sensed a steady, viable flow from someone other than herself. She said it was Ragba, the adopted son of the President of Israel, who, to track his progress during treatment, left some of her cells in the subventricular zone. However, the girl thought that they would soon die, since these cells are not capable of living for long outside their native organism. Something must be keeping them alive. Rivers said that the only agent in the child's body that could interact with Rosalind was the polyoma virus created by Dr. Liv. Rosalind believed that she had modeled various combinations of Rivers' DNA and encoded them into the device's genome. Franklin must have realized that the secret to creating life was in his DNA, and did so by taking a sample of his hair from the hotel he was staying at. A single DNA test is enough to tell which genes are highly expressed, and a person with his level of intelligence and skill would not have predicted such an important observation. Among Rivers' genes, the most surprising were the moral genes. The hero then suggested that it could be considered that she had already begun an experiment with biogenesis. The girl said that, however, it was unlikely that she had achieved success with just one hair sample, and it seemed that she had moved on to her other project, the one that would turn Rosalind into a virus that would infect the entire world. It can be assumed that she noticed that some parts of Rivers' moral genes matched this polyoma virus, and her suspicions were confirmed. An ordinary person did not feel how the virus spread, but in Ragba's case, it managed to penetrate the central nervous system. Rosalind's cells survived this long because they did not conflict with the virus's DNA, and since she is the original virus, this explains why she is more viable. The hero then decided that Franklin was definitely involved in this, and he should immediately contact President Pellis. He wanted to ask about his son's condition, but something in Dr. Liv's message bothered him. After this, he called the president and asked how his son was doing, to which the man said that Ragba was doing well and could already communicate. The hero said he was glad to hear it, but he called because he knew the man worked in the U.S. financial sector before entering politics. He asked the man if he knew anything about the Raffaire family, and he said that they were famous not only in finance, but also in other areas. He had known them for a long time, so he should be able to answer most of the questions, and then River asked him what he knew about Alphonse Raffaire. Meanwhile, the story moves to the family's estate in Washington. Raffaire Tate, the chairman of the company, said that he recently heard interesting news about Dr. Rivera from a reporter friend of his. It looks like Asian Bio Research Center No. 7 is putting together a special team that will use stem cells for neurotherapy, tissue engineering, and regenerative medicine. However, his interlocutor did not understand why a special team was needed for this, and Tate replied that they did not have an industrial spy in Asian Bio. It is likely that the company's plans to assemble a special team will be trumpeted in all media. Then the head of the Rofare dynasty, Alphonse, shook his glass and chuckled. He asked if Dr. River was still in Washington. However, Tate said that it would not be for long, but the doctor bought a plane ticket, studied everything about the flight, and was sure that it would take place soon. It turned out that Dr. River was flying to Nicaragua. However, he said not to worry about it, he would not achieve anything with this trip. 30 years had passed since that day. All the evidence had long been destroyed, but Alphonse was sure that, given the doctor's reputation, they should not relax. So he ordered Tate to monitor every statement made by Agent Bio and send someone to Nicaragua. He stated that he needed to know about every step Dr. Rivera took. Meanwhile, the story moves forward 4 days, to the company Eigen Bio. The company and the staff of the New Generation Hospital will negotiate with the governing bodies and visit the relevant countries to provide medical services on the spot. Kim said their first stop is Nicaragua, where their research shows that Nicaragua has an unusually high incidence of atypical inherited neurological disorders. It is worth noting that the usual high incidence of neurological disorders is associated with environmental radioactivity, so they have reason to suspect that the country is contaminated with radiation. However, one of those present said there were no reports of radiation contamination in Nicaragua, and it was far from New Mexico, one of the key sites of the Manhattan Project. Kim said that's why they're sending their medical team to investigate, and while a lot of evidence is lost, DNA can survive for a long time. DNA is an amazing tool for storing information. If changes in it occurred due to radiation contamination, they will find evidence there. It is only a matter of time before they reveal the secrets of Nicaragua. Meanwhile, the story moves to the White House, where the secretary tells the president that he looked very confused and suggests that it was because of the Rofare family. When President Campbell said, "There is a very old saying that has been passed down from president to president in the United States. It says, never cross a Rofare." James Holden, a science and technology director and policy advisor, said the family was extremely powerful and influential in the country's financial sector. The president then said that although he was elected to govern the country by the people, he was obviously not able to stand up to this elite. In fact, America is almost their kingdom. Then James asked him why he didn't give Director River from Eigen Bio a chance. He said he had warned him the other day about the danger of this family, but he decided to be reckless and go to Nicaragua with a medical team. Campbell replied that, due to his fame and achievements, he would be relatively safe and would not suffer much, but he was curious about what he would find there. The Rofares once went to great lengths to get rid of dirt on themselves, and if anyone can find out, it's Mr. River. James said that as far as he knew, he was not one to give up easily. That's why he asked Mr. President to support Dr. Rivera. He said that if action was not taken now, there might not be another opportunity to remove the Rofares. The Nicaraguan government soon welcomed Rivera and 600 health workers as state guests. At the behest of President Mastega, the Kukra Hill area was converted into a hospital ward for River and his team, and the medical center now serves as a headquarters where visiting doctors can work with local staff. Then the hero said that he would like to ask his people about something while conducting blood tests on patients with hereditary diseases. He said that if a piece of DNA is damaged, to repair it, they need to insert nucleotides into the damaged cells and extract them from there themselves, a process called indealing. DNA scissors like Talon's technology, or radiation used to alter the genome, inevitably leave traces, and these they must find and then analyze. So it is imperative to send DNA extracted from blood samples to the research team for analysis. After this, River met with Sonia and thanked her for flying in to help them, to which the girl said that they could leave the leadership to her, since everyone in the special team was already working hard. The hero agreed and said that if there were any problems, she could contact the medical center. He was heading there to clarify some details. The girl said it was a great idea and said goodbye to him. As she watched him go, she noticed that he looked very busy and suggested that perhaps he was working on something else besides his project. Soon after, he arrived at the lab, and it became clear to Rosalind how the genome had been manipulated before Cas9 came along, using Talon technology as it turned out. This technology is a restriction enzyme that allows DNA to be manipulated by cutting out specific sequences from it. There was one thing River still didn't understand, though. In order to cut out a DNA sequence using this technology, the enzyme had to penetrate the cell's nucleus, but he didn't understand how, with such limited technology, 30 years ago, scientists had managed to implant Talon into a fertilized egg. Rosalind said that it was most likely a virus that caused this, and the virus could have contained a gene that bound to the Talon and entered the egg. Given the virus's tendency to insert its DNA into the host's genome, the target gene could end up in the egg's DNA, and then Talon could manipulate it from the inside. In the past, talons were considered an unstable gene manipulation technology due to complications that arose from the immune system's protective response. Then the hero realized why there were so many casualties. He asked if there was a chance that they would find talon in the DNA of the surviving test subjects. Rosalind said that DNA's ability to store information is far superior to that of natural polymers. Even after 30 years, it will not be damaged. After this, they decided to begin the experiment, and the hero spent some time without leaving the laboratory. He soon realized that DNA fragments were clearly visible. It was extremely unlikely that such strong mutations would arise naturally. After this, he rose from his chair and said that he had found proof. The girl was extremely happy to hear this. Soon after, the protagonist arrived at the hospital. Suddenly, he heard someone singing songs loudly. When River looked into the dining room, he saw that the whole place was covered with flags and there were balloons everywhere. He realized that the volunteers were holding a charity concert. For the main character, it was a real miracle. It was like a real festival. At that moment, a nurse came up to him and apologized for the noise. But the hero said that he liked all of this. It was as if he had ended up at a festival. The girl said that it was true. In Nicaragua, there is a long tradition called the Maypole Festival. It is held in honor of farmers who have to work exclusively in May. And even though it's not May anymore, the country has been through a lot of pain, and the people deserve this holiday. At that moment, Rosalind appeared and told the hero that these patients were in critical condition. Their brains release huge amounts of serotonin, the hormone of happiness. She didn't understand why this was happening, and then the hero said that it was because they were people. At that moment, he remembered how he came to his little sister and gave her a balloon dog. He said that even in the worst periods of their lives, people are able to enjoy the little things. Meanwhile, the story moves to a hotel in Nicaragua. A man approached Sonia and greeted her, but the girl asked how he knew her. The man introduced himself as Yasser, a representative of the Egyptian pharmaceutical company Blesset. At that moment, Sonia chuckled and asked if this was really the company that was currently under investigation. However, the man said the case was already closed, and the CIA's claims that the company was behind the spread of the polyomavirus were completely baseless. Also, the claims that their company had links to Palestinian rebels were downright outrageous. Then Sonia asked what exactly was needed from her, and the man decided to get straight to the point. He asked why the director came to Nicaragua. Sonia said that he was providing medical care here, but Yasser understood that this was just a cover. He knew perfectly well that his main goal was to unearth a long-buried secret. But to get to the bottom of the truth, he will have to face his most fierce opponent, and together with Sonia, they would provide him with incredible help. Soon the president of Israel informed the hero that the USA is the very embodiment of capitalism. It is the world's financial capital. The power of the FRB is in its ability to print money. The bank is privately owned. 100% of its shares are owned by private shareholders. Most of the shareholders are large Wall Street banks. Ultimately, however, the entire system is controlled by one party. And this party is none other than the Rofair family. To print money, the U.S. government issues and sells bonds to the Federal Reserve, thereby borrowing from the reserve and paying interest, after which the income goes to the Rofair family. But what the current system is does not look like an effective central banking system. The truth is that the president himself was disappointed with the state of affairs in the financial sector, so he decided to leave all this behind. He turned a blind eye to the crimes that were being committed under his nose for so many years, but he decided to atone for his guilt and entered politics to make the financial system more fair. The hero realized that this was a terribly difficult decision, and then asked the man what the next step was. The president said that for the past 200 years, the Rofars, along with other titans of the financial sector, had been colluding with the press to consolidate new power. They can even change the president if they wish. Then the hero said that he understood why the president was so worried, but he knew their deepest secret. It was a truth that could strike terror into their hearts. The president was shocked and asked the hero what he meant. Meanwhile, the story moves to Washington, D.C., to the estate of the Rofair family. Alphonse stood by the window and thought that, as he had feared, River had come not for the sake of treatment, but rather with the intention of intimidating him. He didn't understand what he was looking for, because genetic mutations are unique to each subject. As such, there can be no duplicates. After retirement, he destroyed all records at the Air Force Base. Everyone who knew about the project was killed immediately. All surviving test subjects were sent to an orphanage as infants, so they have no memory of the experiments. There was no trace of his family to be found, so Alphonse decided that this little scum would regret ever getting involved with him. At that moment, Tate entered his office and said that it was time for them to go. He told Alphonse that everyone was already waiting for him. He soon arrived at the event and stated that it was a great honor for him to be in the presence of such distinguished members of the press. The meeting was attended by the CEO of the New York Times, the editor-in-chief of USA Today, and the vice president of the New York Post. Alphonse said he wanted to thank them for taking the time to listen to his big announcement. As they knew, River's CEO from Korea had recently launched a medical initiative in Nicaragua. However, he asked reporters to consider whether there was a possibility that his motives went beyond treating incurable diseases. Although he is a scientist, he is also an entrepreneur behind a colossal business, and the market is moving towards efficiency. It was different from politics, but nevertheless all of it was subject to corruption. In countries like Nicaragua, this is even more pronounced, since all power is concentrated in the hands of a select few. Fortunately, this is unknown in the United States. Their government would never stoop to bribing someone like a CEO with a lucrative medical business. But for a country rife with internal conflict and corruption, it makes sense. Alphonse's plan was to hit River in his Achilles heel. After all, even the smallest blot can ruin a perfectly clean canvas. He understood that the truth was not that important for such a juicy story. It was worth it for him to sow doubts by hinting that CEO River had launched his medical initiative in Nicaragua with a bribe and that nothing more would be required. At that moment, he received a phone call and was informed that at that time they would be carrying out Alphonse's instructions. The man knew it was only a matter of time before the main witness, Isaiah Franklin, would pass away from her incurable illness. This means that it won't cost her anything to go there a couple of days earlier. Meanwhile, the story moves to headquarters where the woman was asked to stretch out her hand as she was given treatment from Dr. Rivera. Robert said it wouldn't cure the disease, but it would help better than her current medication. The treatment hadn't yet passed clinical trials, but he wouldn't complain if he were her. Then the girl asked him where River was now. Robert said that he was in Nicaragua now. He promised to cure Isaiah as soon as he returned. When the girl heard this, she was horrified and asked if he was really researching local patients with hereditary diseases. Then the man asked her how she knew this. The girl slammed her fist on the table and said that this guy was completely crazy. He should know who he was up against, and she didn't understand why he was taking such a risk. Robert didn't understand what she was talking about, so Isaiah said that she felt he was attracted to River, so she asked him to do her a favor. However, the man did not understand. He thought she was joking since he had no intention of helping her. However, Isaiah stated that River's life was in danger and Robert had no idea what they were capable of, so she asked to protect him. Shortly after, it was reported that Isaiah had not said a word. Even the truth serum had not helped here. Then the man scolded Robert and his partner, saying that he knew that the head director had ordered not to break the law, but he also did not want to waste his precious time. It was the CIA's director of operations, and he said that if Robert had even the slightest bit of patriotism, he would have done anything to get the job done. After that, he took out a gun and said that if nothing helps, then force should be used. However, the men were very scared that he had pulled out a weapon and tried to calm him down. Robert was very afraid that the director was going to kill Isaiah right here and now. After this, the man pointed the gun at the girl and said that there were now 9 bullets in it. If she continued to remain silent, she would die. So I suggested that she not complicate the already difficult situation and gave her 8 attempts, but the 9th bullet would go straight into her skull. At that moment, incredible fear appeared on the girl's face. The man then said they were starting, after which a shot rang out. Soon, all the girl's clothes were covered in blood, and she was shaking and breathing very heavily. Robert's partner asked the director to stop this madness, because if she died, they would not get any answers. In response, the man said that it was because of such reasoning that they had failed everything. After that, he turned to Isaiah again and said that she was going to die anyway, so why not just confess? After all, she wanted a calm and peaceful death. At that moment, the men realized that the director was not listening to them at all. Suddenly, men in suits burst into the office and ordered everyone to lower their weapons and raise their hands. The men in the office immediately raised their hands up. After this, the president entered the office and said that they had made it just in time. James then looked at the CIA director and ordered him taken away. The man responded by protesting and saying that this woman was dangerous and that he did this for the sake of his country. However, he was ordered to remain silent, after which he was pressed face down on the floor and told that he had crossed the line. The president said it was no longer safe for Isaiah here. They had planted too many of their people in the CIA, and then James said they would move the doctor to a safe place for treatment. After this, he ordered the staff to escort the captive. At that moment, the girl could barely breathe, as the wounds on her body were serious. Afterwards, she approached the president and said that she doubted that he had come all this way to save some terrorist. She assumed that he was planning to go against the Rofair family. The president said that this was indeed the case, and he placed his hope in Rivera. At that moment, Isaiah thought he was crazy, because River definitely couldn't handle them. Moreover, she was sure that this would stir up not only the entire nation, but the entire world. At this time, leading news outlets across the country, at Mr. Rofair's instigation, published articles about Rivera at the same time, all in the same vein. It said that Agen Bio was introducing his medical project to Nicaragua without the approval of the board of directors. They wondered how one person could make such decisions for an entire company. With combined costs for drugs, logistics, and labor exceeding millions of dollars, Agen Bio was neglecting the interests of its shareholders and leaning toward corporate social responsibility. It was said that River, the director of a commercial enterprise, was in fact an activist who was involved in charity work. When these articles came out, Director Kim was unhappy and said that it was all complete nonsense. He asked his secretary to make a public statement and refute the allegations, but the man said they had a more serious problem. The thing is, Chinover Bank said it now owned 5% of their company's shares, so Kim asked if they really wanted to take an active part in the management of Agen Bio. The man replied that this was true, and therefore he was demanding an urgent meeting of the board of directors. The bank wanted to get to the bottom of the medical project in Nicaragua. Kim then asked who the general manager was at Chinover, to which the secretary replied that it was Tate Rofer. At that moment, Kim realized that this was the American everyone was talking about. However, he didn't understand why everyone was going so crazy about Nicaragua. It was like, well, it's a small country. So what? Shortly thereafter, Alphonse was informed that President Campbell had conspired with the CIA director to take Isaiah Franklin into custody, likely because she had sided with Rivera. The man then scolded his subordinate for asking him to keep an eye on Campbell, to which he replied that the president was extremely secretive and his lines of communication were heavily protected. Alphonse did not understand why the president betrayed him, and especially did it openly, so he was confident in his chances. At that moment, he began to suspect that River had found dirt on him in Nicaragua. Well, yes, a classic. However, he decided to remain calm, because Campbell was just an old idiot who would soon retire. He thought he could always find a replacement for him, but no one could defeat the Rofer family, that was for sure. After this, the hero arrived at the Nicaraguan government building and reported that they had a problem with the DNA of patients suffering from hereditary diseases. Typically, there are 2 to 3 genetic mutations in such cases, but most of the patients they studied in Nicaragua had over 1,000 such mutations in their DNA. At this point, Nicaragua's president Mistega was shocked, and then River said that the original contract for the medical project was for $13 million. However, genetic correction of such volumes would cost $100,000 per gene, and the president understood that they did not have that kind of money. He asked if there were any other options besides treatment, or if they could finance it through government bonds, to which the hero said that it was better to do it through bonds, but the Nicaraguan government should not bear all the costs of the treatment. When the president asked what he was proposing, River asked that the bill be sent to the United States, since it was their government that was responsible for the mutations of these patients. Shortly after, the hero told Rosalind that he was looking at the data that his secretary had recently sent him. It was a copy of scientific papers authored by George Thompson of Harvard Medical School. The girl noticed that this article was about plasmids. Plasmids are genetic elements separated from chromosomes and capable of reproducing and spreading on their own. Their ability to recreate DNA makes them ideal for introducing genes into cells of other species. In the 19th century, 3 plasmids were donated for research at the Groom Lake Air Force Base in Ciuna, Nicaragua, including helper virus DNA and PGTO-8181 for virus production, all created in George Thompson's lab. The Rofer family did a good job of getting rid of all the records, but they forgot about the professor's personal notes. Therefore, the hero was glad that now he had all the cards in his hands, and no secrets could save the family. Alfonso soon announced that he wanted to fire Campbell from his post. He said he had no choice because things were not going well for him now, and he was facing the consequences of his past money transfers to Groom Lake. However, Congressman Norton did not understand why such a desperate step was needed. But Alphonse asked him not to get worked up because his sphere of influence would play into their hands. As soon as he published all the dirt on Campbell, an investigation would definitely begin. Even if nothing comes of it, the press will still make a fuss, and this will damage the reputation. In the end, lame duck Campbell will not be able to withstand such a blow to his reputation and will ask to leave himself. So he suggested that Norton focus on Agen Bio, a lab that does cancer research. Rumors have already circulated that Campbell was taking bribes from the Nicaraguan government, and the public believes that the lab's quick approval in the country was due to corruption. The only thing left for them to do is mention that Campbell and River have made contact, and then it's just a matter of technique. At that moment, a secretary entered the office and informed Congressman Norton that the Nicaraguan government had filed a lawsuit against the United States. They are demanding reparations for damage caused by genetic experiments at Groom Lake Air Force Base in Nicaragua. However, that was not all. A man named Yasser was dragging the press into this. He was from the Blessett Company and claimed to have inside information regarding Isaiah Franklin, who had recently been taken into custody by the CIA. Norton then turned to Alphonse and asked what they should do now. This time the man was in complete shock. He couldn't believe that River had taken such a step. Shortly after, Yasser went to the press, confident that the following information had already been reported to the US, and confirmed that in his early years, Blissett had imported strains of bacteria from Isaiah Franklin, a terrorist who worked with Palestinian militants. However, at that time their company did not know who she really was. They were sure that she was the head of the Asham Transport Company. Since he was a former scientist, he had the opportunity to get to know her better and even consult her on his research. At the time, he didn't know many details about her personal life, so today he decided to reveal the truth about Isaiah's birth. 30 years ago, during Hagen's reign, Isaiah Franklin was born on an Air Force base, becoming the first genetically modified human. This is not a conspiracy theory or science fiction. She was created using genetic engineering, but now she was suffering from fibrous dysplasia due to a side effect of the experiment. Isaiah Franklin's days were numbered, and as everyone knew, Dr. River had recently visited the States. According to the press, he played a key role in her arrest. It was claimed that Dr. River came there to treat Isaiah Franklin. Then one of the journalists said that this was understandable. Dr. River had always been compassionate, and others agreed with him. However, his plans went awry when the CIA banned him from seeing Isaiah Franklin, so Yasser said that Professor Soni had something to say about that too. The girl introduced herself and said that before leaving Nicaragua, Dr. River told her that he was developing a method of treating fibrous dysplasia in the States, and after the CIA refused him a meeting with Isaiah, he told her about possible delays in his work. However, for some reason, the CIA is trying to hush up the tragedy at Groom Lake Air Force Base. They deliberately withheld treatment from Isaiah Franklin, a terminally ill woman, so that she would die. The story moves forward a few weeks earlier to Alice Franklin's house. Sonia came to her house, and when the woman guessed that she wanted to be useful to Dr. Rivera, Alice said that it was very good and decided to tell her about her daughter and the Rawfair family. At that moment, Sonia thought about the fact that Alice Franklin was the most important witness to what happened at the Air Force Base. She was at the very center of everything, the one who gave birth to Isaiah Franklin. And what's more, Yasser said that the Rawfair family was a real dangerous monster, but Sonia could not understand why in that case they did not touch Alice, the key witness. Alice then explained that Isaiah had joined the Palestinian militants at the age of just 10, and that she was a very smart child, so Alice hoped to send her to study in Europe. But Isaiah refused and, against her mother's will, went to the militants, although Alice now believed that it was all for the best. If she had been in the public eye, she would have been killed long ago, so Isaiah needed to stay in the shadows to avoid danger. Then Sonia asked if that was really why she left her and returned to the United States. Alice confirmed that this was indeed the case. She had somehow managed to read an article at a state university. So she returned to the academy to continue her research and her dissertation. However, at that time she was so weak that she didn't care if the Rawfair family got to her. It was then that she encountered a man, but it was not a killer, but a drug dealer. Sonia was surprised to hear this, but Alice explained that the Rawfair family needed bargaining chips to keep Isaiah in line. So instead of just killing Alice, they decided to slowly destroy her. Also, the family didn't like her returning to the academy, as they were afraid that one day she would expose them. And this time they killed two birds with one stone. At that moment, Sonia realized that this woman had survived, but the price for it was enormous. Her life had turned into a real nightmare. Alice said she was soon fired from the university, and when she tried to tell the truth about the incident at Groom Lake, no one took the drug addict seriously. However, Sonia objected that the woman did not look like a drug addict, and then Alice said that she had done everything to get rid of her addiction, and then asked Sonia if she knew anything about Rosaline. The girl answered with a smile. Could she really be talking about Dr. Rivera's younger cousin, who was originally from the United States? At this point, Alice was extremely surprised, and Sonia added that she remembered that she had blonde hair, evidence of her mixed heritage, as well as a charming face. She didn't speak Korean very well, but Sonia was impressed by her professionalism. Alice didn't understand what was being discussed. According to biographical data, River had no relatives who fit this description. At this point, she began to suspect that he had somehow managed to materialize Rosalind. Meanwhile, Alphonse was informed that Isaiah Franklin had been moved by Campbell and Director Harrison to a suburb of Washington. He said even if she had received emergency medical attention, she would still have lost a lot of blood from the bullet wound, and, because of fibrous dysplasia, it was unlikely she would survive for long. However, he asked Tate to keep an eye on things and never forget what River might do. Since the Nicaraguan government is planning to sue the United States, it is reasonable to assume that River has dug up dirt on them, although Alphonse could not imagine what it could be. Tate then suggested that maybe they should just get rid of him. Without River, Isaiah Franklin will be left without treatment, and the trial will drag on for years, and that's exactly what they want. However, a more preferable option would be to win him over to one side. Losing such a bright mind would be a tragedy for the whole world. But Tate countered that his loved ones were well guarded and would certainly not be affected by bribes or threats. His parents have bodyguards on duty 24 hours a day, and his younger sister never leaves boarding school. After this, Alphonse took a photograph of Rosalind out of his pocket and asked the man if this was Rivera's dead sister. However, the man replied that, as far as he knew, it was his cousin. She was seen with River a couple of months ago, suggesting that they were quite close. And before Alphonse could ask further, the man said that he had already received his dead sister's death certificate. Then Alphonse said that in his opinion it didn't count. They looked almost identical, but he didn't understand how it happened that the man who shocked the whole world had a cousin who looked exactly like his dead sister. And now, at this very moment, his intuition, which has been passed down in the family for generations, calls on him to seize this opportunity. Then Alphonse said with a smile that they were launching a comprehensive investigation. He said that this girl was River's Achilles' heel, and he could guarantee it. Meanwhile, Isaiah was having nightmares about going back into the burning military base building. She didn't want to go there, but Alice was there. Inside there were doctors burning alive, while someone was shooting them. The girl looked at this and cried, but could not do anything. She remembered Alice holding her close while the others told them to leave the village because they were not welcome here. They were told that this was no place for filthy half-breeds, so they should go back to where they came from. When one of these people reached out to her, the girl could only scream that she had done nothing wrong. At that moment, a powerful explosion was heard somewhere in the building. The shockwave was so strong that the girl was thrown aside. Soon after, she saw her young mother, who joyfully announced that everything was finally ready. She held the flask in her hands and said that it was her dream, her Rosalind. At that moment, Isaiah opened her eyes and woke up in a cold sweat. River, who was standing next to her, said that it looked like she was having a nightmare. The girl was extremely outraged that the man was there and asked what he was doing there. Then the man indifferently replied that he was going to cure her. Not long before, at a CIA safe house in Northern Virginia, he and Rosalind had discussed treatment plans. Then the girl asked him if he knew that cells also age and have a lifespan. The hero asked if she was really talking about telomeres. Rosalind confirmed this and explained that telomeres are a DNA protein structure located at the end of chromosomes. Telomeres shorten with age, and once they reach a certain threshold, cells lose reproductive function and stop dividing. For humans, this means the aging process and inevitable death. The hero asked, does she really think Isaiah Franklin's problem is telomeres? The girl said yes, and specifically the main problem is her bone marrow. Besides, Isaiah is a human clone, therefore her cells are identical to her parents. In other words, even in the future newborn her telomeres were shortened, like Alice Franklin's at the time of birth. Naturally, the blood cells produced by the hematopoietic system in the bone marrow will have a shorter lifespan than those of an ordinary person. Also, because other genes in her body are also abnormal, the blood cells are deteriorating at an increased rate. So the hero said that when they transfer the hematopoietic cells into her bone marrow, they also need to correct her genes and fix her telomeres. Rosalind said that this was indeed the case. This way they could cure her fibrous dysplasia. Meanwhile, the story moves to Seoul, South Korea. The main character's sister called her mother and said that she was already on the road. She got off the bus and said that she would be home very soon. At that moment, she was being closely watched by an agent sent by Alphonse. He lifted his cap and watched carefully where the girl was going. At that moment, she was walking down the street and looking at her phone. However, for some time now, she had been having the feeling that someone was watching her. When she reached the corner, she suddenly ran forward, thereby breaking away a little from the man. However, she suddenly bumped into someone. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw a man in front of her. She looked up and realized it was a tall man in a business suit. After this, the man smiled broadly and asked the girl if her name was by any chance Riley. He asked her not to worry and said that he was here for her safety. The man claimed that Director River hired him to guard his sister. He stated that from now on, their security organization will provide round-the-clock protection to Director Rivera and his family. At that moment, Riley realized that she had been following the news, but she didn't think the situation was that serious. She hoped her older brother was okay. At that moment, the hero was in the room of Isaiah Franklin, who was yelling at him and saying that he had gone crazy. She asked him what he was going to do with telomerase and told him not to go to such lengths to treat her. The hero replied that genetically modified telomerase would be introduced into her body during a bone marrow transplant. It would spread throughout her body and serve to change the length of her telomeres. Isaiah then asked him if he understood what modifying telomerase would mean, to which River replied that he was aware that many scientists had already tried unsuccessfully to use this method to increase lifespan. The girl then stated that he was creating technology that slowed down aging, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it would bring nothing but evil. However, River said he wouldn't let that happen, so she would just have to sign a consent form to participate in the clinical trial. In her condition, they won't have time for preliminary testing. They'll just have to trust Rosalind. Isaiah then said she hoped he wasn't going to show Rosalind to the world. The hero seriously stated that he would never do that. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was his sister, who sent him a message that she was okay, thanks to security. Then the hero realized that he had expected this outcome, but he had not thought that they would drag Riley into it. That was very low. After that, he returned to Isaiah and said that in any case, he would never reveal Rosalind to the world. As soon as he cured her fibrous dysplasia, he would immediately destroy the cure. Then Isaiah said that in that case she had nothing more to say, since River was not one to lie, but first they needed to clarify one thing. She said that he had to protect Rosalind. The hero urged her not to worry and said that she might be interested to know that the first public hearings were taking place in the Netherlands right now. For now, the proceedings were progressing thanks to the data he had found and Alice's testimony. However, if Isaiah had testified as a victim in court, it would have tipped the scales in their favor. So he asked the girl to focus on getting better. Meanwhile, witnesses from the Nicaraguan government were questioned at the International Court. Alice Franklin arrived in court as a witness. She sat down at the bench, and then the plaintiff, representing the Nicaraguan government, said that her witness worked in the genomics department at Groom Lake Air Force Base and had first-hand knowledge of the events in question. He then asked her if she could describe her experience working at the base and other details that were relevant to the case. Alice then stated that there was a special unit on the base to accommodate hundreds of expectant mothers. She was among the women researchers found in dire straits on the streets of Nicaragua. After this, they implanted genetically modified fertilized eggs into their uteruses. But no matter how many fertilized eggs they received, it was never enough. The women were forced by the researchers to take hormones and induce ovulation. These eggs were donated for scientific research. The children who emerged from this experiment were either sent to orphanages or cremated after death. There were thousands of such children. When the jury heard this, they looked down in horror. Then the judge decided to ask the witness a question. He said that, according to psychiatric evidence, Alice was suffering from hallucinations caused by drug addiction. He then asked her if she was still undergoing treatment for addiction and was still using drugs. The man said that this was necessary information, without which the reliability of the witness's information could not be confirmed. After this hearing, the plaintiff's side must provide a medical report on Alice Franklin's health. The plaintiff immediately rose from his seat and said that everything would be done. Then Alice thought that she should have known they would use it against her, and she hoped that River would succeed. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Aegean Biocancer Research Center. River delivered Isaiah Franklin's bone marrow to the lab, where he successfully produced induced pluripotent stem cells. It took about 4 days to turn them into blood-forming cells. Cas9 was used to correct the telomerase genes, and these in turn will correct the ends of chromosomes. Using next-generation sequencing to confirm the correct gene corrections was a critical step in the process, but time was quickly running out. Rosalind then stated that out of 180 million hematopoietic stem cells, 2,985 mutations were corrected, which is 99%. River asked her what about the remaining 1%, to which the girl said that some genes were not corrected, but that it was unlikely to be a problem. Then the hero said that after her treatment, the court would begin the next stage of the hearings. At that moment, his secretary entered his lab and said that Rivera was being called to the phone. Tate Rofer was calling him. When the man heard this, shock appeared on his face, but he still asked to be connected to Tate. Tate said he wasn't sure if River wanted to talk to him, but he was glad he agreed. The hero then replied that he had no reason to avoid him, and added that the board meeting was not until next week, so he asked the reason for the call. The man said he had always admired River's self-confidence, and then mentioned that he had recently come across some very interesting information. He stated that it was a girl with red hair, approximately 9 years old. He added that, whether it was a coincidence or not, she looked very much like his dead younger sister, and if their sources are to be believed, her name is Rosalind. Shortly after, River got into his car and recalled a conversation with Tate, who told him that he should never go to the Netherlands. He had no intention of testifying and advised River not to continue the investigation, but River said he was going too far. If Alphonse had come and apologized in person, he would have given them a chance at redemption. But not only were they hunting his little sister, they were now threatening to reveal Rosalind's identity. Instead of throwing around useless threats, they should think about the consequences of their crimes. After this, River declared that they could no longer count on his leniency. At this moment, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by a strange noise from the street. These were protests. Citizens were demanding compensation for Nicaragua, and these protests spread throughout the country. After the press conference with Dr. Sonia and Yasser, the situation became even more tense. People were screaming that compensation for victims of genetic experiments was the responsibility of the U.S. government, and that the CIA should comment on plans to kill Isaiah Franklin. The hero then asked Norton if there was any mention of the Chenover Bank or the Federal Reserve Bank, to which he replied that after the first hearing in the Netherlands, both of these institutions were in the spotlight. There is widespread public sentiment that the amount of compensation requested by the Nicaraguan government is excessive, and more people believe that the costs should be borne by the Chenover Bank. Meanwhile, the story moves to Johns Hopkins Medical Institute, where doctors report that preparations for the bone marrow transplant are complete. The operation would not require the removal of existing bone marrow cells, and the hero then asked whether this was because the hematopoietic cells were already on the verge of completing their life cycle. The doctor confirmed that this was the case, and added that if the existing cells remained in the body, it would only speed up the recovery. Then another doctor said that, as expected from a doctor, everything went well, and now it was necessary to carry out preliminary processing of the samples. At this point, Isaiah was lying on the operating table and turned to River. However, the guy asked her not to start talking again about how she didn't want to undergo treatment or that it could put Rosalind in danger. But the girl just smiled and thanked him. The hero was a little confused, as he did not expect such a reaction from her. Then the girl looked away and said that she really just wanted to thank him. But River replied that first they would carry out a successful operation, and then she would be able to thank him. Meanwhile, protests continued outside government buildings, with people saying it was time for the Hagen administration to take responsibility for past mistakes. News reports have indicated that the Nicaraguan government is charging $100,000 for each patient's treatment, which involves gene correction in stem cells derived from retro-differentiated somatic cells. Once the mutated genes are identified, treatment can begin immediately, but this is a labor-intensive, time-consuming process, and the cost of the reagents required for such a procedure is extremely high. However, the company Eigenbio uses a method that costs less than the market price, and it is reported that there have been about 1,000 patients in total. Depending on the individual case, one patient may require hundreds to thousands of genetic corrections. Thus, the amount of financial compensation due to the people of Nicaragua is estimated at more than $1 billion. Meanwhile, the story moves to an American university, where a professor asked his colleagues about their opinion on the current situation. He said that if the Nicaraguan government wins the case, the U.S. government will be required to pay more than $1 billion in compensation. The government would probably have to borrow from the Federal Reserve, but the problem is that the government owns less than 1% of the shares in the Fed. Therefore, the government will have to cover the $1.1 billion debt with taxes collected from citizens. It is important to remember, however, that for as long as this government debt exists, it will generate enormous operating profits for the Federal Reserve. The obvious conclusion was that this could be beneficial to the Rawfair family, since they are among those who own or control the Federal Reserve System. That was the irony. The people responsible for this mess not only won't lose money, they'll actually make extra profit. Then one woman said that she simply could not believe that a select group of people controlled the finances of an entire country. However, the professor added that, moreover, there are suspicions that the Groom Lake Air Force Base at the center of the dispute was built with Federal Reserve funds. So he wanted to draw attention to this issue because he believed that people deserve to know the truth. The market economy has been completely destroyed by the Fed monopoly, and those who try to monopolize profits for personal gain must be held accountable. Meanwhile, the U.S. president's personal plane was in the air. The hero and Isaiah met with CIA Director Harris, who said that if Isaiah spoke correctly at the next hearing, the judge might take mitigating circumstances into account. This could have resulted in a reduced sentence for Isaiah, so she needed to be open about information and tell the truth, but the girl admitted that she was worried about the possibility that something could happen to her before the trial. Harris then said snipers and terrorists could already be lying in wait near the courthouse. However, she asked Isaiah not to worry, as there were people already prepared on the spot to deal with any threat. Then River said he had good news. He thought there was a general sense of unease in the U.S. financial sector. Then President Campbell said that everything was going according to plan, and by the time the International Court made its decision, public opinion would be at its height. Even Congress would be scrutinizing the Federal Reserve Bank. However, he feared that the cornered Rawfairs might take more violent measures, so they all had to be on guard. Meanwhile, the one who had regained her human body was sleeping peacefully on one of the seats. The president then asked River if he was sure it was safe to travel with a child in such turbulent times. Then River seriously stated that he could not lose sight of Rosalind. She was currently the target of the Rawfair family, so she will be safer with him than if she were left in the States. Meanwhile, the story moves forward 2 weeks before this situation. Alice met with Harris and said that she wanted to see her daughter before she left for the Netherlands and that she would not testify until she was allowed to see her. Harris was silent for a moment, then asked the woman to follow her. Soon after, they arrived at the room where Isaiah was lying, but the woman did not understand who had come to see her. When the door opened, she saw her mother accompanied by Sonia. She looked at her and asked how the hell she got here. At that moment, the woman burst into tears and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero understood that, given that the last time they saw each other was in the Middle East, their reunion was long overdue. So he was glad that they finally met. At that moment, Alice approached her daughter and asked why her face had become so thin. She assumed that she was not eating enough and asked Isaiah how she was feeling. However, the woman responded by waving her hand and saying that it was none of her business and that she should take better care of herself because she looked terrible. But Alice said she was fine, and then Isaiah said she should take her word for it. Then she turned her attention to the girl who came with them. She asked if it was Dr. Sonia from Seliganer. Then Sonia came up to her and said that she was pleased to meet Isaiah and that Alice had told her a lot about her. But then the woman asked why Sonia had come with them, since it had nothing to do with her. In response, Sonia said that she was only doing her part, just as Dr. River does everything she can to help others in their needs. Then Isaiah said with a smile that no one was as interested in this case as River, and asked Sonia if she really wanted to participate in this and put herself in danger. She wondered if this girl was trying to tell her to mind her own business. However, she said that Isaiah was in no position to say that, since she had used bioweapons to commit terrorist acts against the GSC. She also used Dr. Rivera as a scapegoat to cover up her involvement in the creation of this weapon. However, Isaiah said that, whatever the case, she never intended to kill Dr. Rivera, and after that, his innocence was proven. But Sonia didn't understand how she dared to be so impudent, because whatever her intentions, it wouldn't change the fact that she had committed a crime. At this point, the women began to quarrel, and River felt very strange. Then Sonia screamed, and asked the girl why their conversation had gone in that direction at all. River then asked them both to stop as they were not here to fight. They need to prepare an action plan for the upcoming hearing in the Netherlands. He said they needed to reduce tensions, or they wouldn't be able to operate under these conditions. After this, Sonia left the room, and Harris asked her if they had discussed everything, but the girl said that the three wanted to talk alone. However, Sonia had no idea what they could possibly be talking about. As it turned out, the hero said that Rosalind could take physical form, and then Isaiah said that there was no doubt that she had already attracted the attention of the Rofairs. She said he would need to somehow explain how Rosalind came into his life, but they could already check his background and the background of all his loved ones, so Rosalind would need the appropriate documents. Then Alice said that she could help with this, because for the last 10 years, apart from drug dealers, she had not interacted with many people. Her neighborhood was full of illegal immigrants and abandoned children who were not officially registered. They might say that Rosalind is an orphan who was taken in by an elderly scientist with a serious drug addiction. In this case, the main character will be able to adopt her. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the Rofar Tower in the Netherlands. Alphonse asked Tate if River had really adopted her. The man said that it was true. In Korea, single men are prohibited by law from adopting anyone, but River was knighted in Sweden and even given honorary citizenship. The Swedish royal family themselves vouched for him, and there was nothing they could do. Alphonse then asked where the child was now, and said that Alice had been in the Netherlands for some time and assumed that she had been with River. The man could confirm that they would arrive together. At this point, Alphonse cursed and said that if they had stayed in the States, he could have done something else, but here he only had a few contacts that could help him. He said the second hearing was in 2 days. It was too late to change the court. They had no choice but to get rid of River before the hearing. Meanwhile, Isaiah talked to Rosalind. She asked her if she hated her, because she wanted to hurt River, but the girl said that it was difficult for her to experience human emotions. Isaiah then asked her if she was aware of her research aimed at using her potential for world domination, and the girl said that she understood everything. The woman said she had believed all her life that science and technology should be controlled by a competent authority. She ultimately concluded that ethical standards would be ineffective in controlling rapidly growing technologies. Then Rosalind said it was interesting that although she and the Rofars were on different ends of the spectrum, they had very similar ideas. Alphonse created it because he was afraid that the increase in nuclear weapons during the Cold War could lead to uncontrollable consequences, so he came to the conclusion that the highest form of man needed control through new advanced technologies. At that moment, Isaiah realized that she was ultimately no better than the Rofairs. Then the hero asked why a child should solve problems created by adults. He said that no one should even think about shifting such responsibility to Rosalind. Isaiah then thought that all her life she had looked up to her as a potential heroine, but to River, she was just a child who needed protection. She said she now understood why she had failed to create Rosalind. Thanks to River, she had finally calmed down a little. There was no doubt that the Rofairs had set up an ambush and were waiting for them near the international court, so they needed to prepare for the worst. However, she asked River not to worry, since she had met with President Campbell beforehand, not to mention that it was exactly her area of expertise. She asked the hero if he really thought a rich boy like him could stand up to real terrorists. Meanwhile, the story moves to a hotel in the Netherlands where River and his company were staying. He said that here, with this level of security, even the Rofairs would have problems crossing the perimeter, and Isaiah helped them a lot. And given that the US President's personal security service was cooperating with them, the stakes were much higher. President Campbell took this fight very seriously. A lot depended on it for him. If they win, other than changing monetary policy, he will be re-elected for another term, but if they lose, he will go down with them. After this, the hero put his hands on Rosalind's shoulders and said that she would have to stay at the hotel. The thing is, to attend the hearings you had to have an ID, and she didn't even have citizenship. However, he asked her not to worry as he had hired a team of security guards and she would be safe. He said that he would be gone for a short while and would be back soon. After that, the girl smiled and said that she would wait for him back with victory. Meanwhile, the story moves to the International Court building. Alphonse was informed that the target had left and they began the operation. At that moment, the man thought that everything was going according to plan. When River and Campbell learn that the hotel where Rosalind is staying is on fire, they immediately rush back. And if the witness does not appear, the court will be forced to postpone the hearing, so he simply will not be able to defeat him. Meanwhile, Norton informed the manager that a fire had broken out in the hotel. He suspected that it was done deliberately and that Rosalind was the target. They also couldn't contact hotel security, and then the man asked what they needed to do. At that moment, the hero thought that he shouldn't have left her alone. However, if he turns the car around, it will mean that the court hearing will be postponed, and it is unknown what kind of blow the Rofairs will deal. At that moment, his phone rang. As it turned out, it was Yasser. He said that Rosalind was safe, so he could go to court safely. He said he would protect her. Meanwhile, the story moves forward 30 minutes, just after the fire started. Terrified residents ran for the exit as a fire broke out in the hotel. River's guards couldn't understand how this was even possible, that the fire had started right after the president had left. It was clear that it was the work of the Rofars, and they were probably hunting for the child. Then the man said that their car was ready, and asked everyone to hurry. Meanwhile, the rest of the guards ran after him, but at that moment, something terrible happened. One man walked up to the guard who was carrying Rosalind and pointed a gun at his head. He looked very scared, but still demanded that the child be given to him. At this point, all the guards stopped because they didn't know what to do. Then the man said that they shouldn't do anything stupid and demanded that the child be handed over to him. Rosalind then said she was okay and asked the guard to let her go. The head of security was perplexed, but the girl looked at him seriously. After this, the man with the gun ordered her to come to him immediately. At that moment, Yasser appeared right around the corner, holding a fire extinguisher canister in his hands. He took advantage of the moment and rushed straight at the man. He delivered a precise blow to the back of his head, and he fell to the floor. Immediately after this, the head of security took out a pistol and shot the attacker. The men stood in silence for a moment as the attacker's body finally fell to the floor. After Rosalind returned to the hotel, she told River that she was safe now, so he needed to stop worrying and instead make sure he got to the hearing on time. At this moment, Yasser looked at her with bewilderment and asked what she thought about all this. However, the girl did not understand what he was asking her about. Then the man explained that, having been around the doctor for a long time, she had witnessed a lot. She had seen schematics committing crimes for their own gain. She also saw terrorists using biological weapons and not caring about the consequences, as well as the cases of important figures who sacrificed countless lives for the sake of genetic experimentation. He asked her if she didn't find it disgusting how stupid people could be. The girl said that Isaiah had once asked her the same question, and Yasser had replied that he too believed that humanity would be better off if she took over the world. He stated that human greed knows no bounds. If River loses this case, they can expect an increase in such crimes. The man said that if Rosalind did nothing, the Rofairs would be the first of many to make an attempt on River's life. At that moment, the girl remained silent, but her face betrayed her determination. Meanwhile, there was a commotion in the courtroom, and Alphonse did not understand what was causing it. At that moment, one man said that a witness had arrived in the courtroom. Alphonse was in shock. He began to frantically look around. After that, he looked at the door and saw a familiar silhouette there. He realized that River had indeed come to court. The hero then said that he was providing data obtained directly from George Thompson's laboratory at Harvard. As everyone can see, 3 plasmids were donated to Groom Lake Air Force Base for scientific research. The plasmids could be used to develop talon and introduce viral genes into cells. Viruses created in this way are used to infect animal cells and human zygotes. Using this method, Alphonse managed to achieve genetic manipulation. However, the man objected. He said that this was absurd, and their researchers had personally contacted all the survivors. He asked who had voluntarily given their blood samples for examination. The plaintiff then said that he would also provide complete family histories of all the patients they had traced through genealogy. After that, the only survivor at Groom Lake Air Force Base, Isaiah Franklin, was called in. At this point, Alphonse was horrified as the judge said that the witness would take his place to testify. At that moment, the girl walked right past Alphonse. She smiled at him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. At that moment the man began to shake. He did not believe that this was possible. By unanimous vote of the jury, it was decided that the United States government was obligated to pay reparations. The U.S. Department of Justice filed a case against Alphonse and asked the Dutch government to issue a warrant for his arrest, and the Rofaires eventually paid dearly for their crimes. River ended up praising the president for his excellent teamwork, but Campbell responded that he was sure they would not have won without his help. With people like him, he could hope for a bright future. At that moment, Dr. Rivera's personal security guard arrived on the court grounds with Rosalind. The security guard standing at the entrance to the court said he needed identification. However, the girl did not listen to him at that moment and ran away. Suddenly, the main character, who was standing nearby, noticed a familiar voice. When he turned his head, he saw a tearful Rosaline running towards him. He immediately leaned over to her and hugged the girl, glad that she was safe. However, he asked her why she was crying. The girl did not understand the reason for her emotions, but the guy said that she should let it all out. He couldn't even imagine how worried she was. Then the girl said that, to be honest, before he came here, Yasir tried to take her away. He told her that although River was a brilliant scientist, even he could not eliminate all the negative consequences of scientific progress, and he believed that Rosalind was the only person on Earth capable of such a feat. So he invited her to come with him. Together they would create a world that would surpass River's wildest imagination. However, the girl stood her ground and said that she didn't want this. The man was surprised and asked her if she didn't want to see the ideal world. However, Rosalind said that this was not an ideal world. It was a fantasy of his own imagination, and she was not interested in the world he dreamed of. She offered him the chance to pursue his dream on his own, and she finds the world she creates with River more exciting and valuable than anything else. After that, she told everything that happened to Dr. River. In response, the man smiled warmly and thanked the girl. He said that he promises her that from now on, she will be safe and he will always protect her. Afterwards, Alice said that they really could have passed for brother and sister, but she was still glad that everything had finally been sorted out. Then Sonia said that in case Dr. River was late, she was ready to provide evidence in court herself, but she worried in vain, since there was not a single case when River did not have time to do something. At this point, Alice smiled and asked the doctor to hold her nose up. She said that her daughter and she herself had failed as scientists, but with Sonia everything was different. River was indeed a genius, but he did not create the legacy of AJ Bio single-handedly. It was with the help of ordinary scientists working alongside him that Dr. River could perform scientific miracles. So she asked Sonia not to despair and not to feel like a rival. Science is a collaborative effort, not a race. At that moment, the girl remembered those funny moments that happened to her and River during their joint work. Then she smiled warmly and said that Alice was indeed right. She probably just hadn't thought about it before. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, where it was said that River was the winner in 4 nominations. He received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, Chemistry, Physics, and Peace. People did not know what to do in such an unprecedented situation. Moreover, its location also presented a problem. The Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, as well as in Physics, is awarded here in Sweden. However, the Peace Prize ceremony is only held in Oslo, so they couldn't decide where to take Dr. Rivera first. They suggested that they should move to Norway, but another person said that was out of the question, as they had 3 awards to give out and it was unreasonable to expect them to move. Another man doubted that the Norwegians would give in on this issue. Like themselves, the Norwegians have a strong sense of tradition and like things done a certain way. They probably wouldn't be able to change the dates, so they were in a big dilemma. At this point, Crown Princess Desideria of Sweden stood up from her seat and suggested organizing the ceremony in Korea. She said the Norwegian and Swedish governments would present the awards in Korea, a decision that was entirely justified given that the recipient was there. Then Forsberg, a permanent employee of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, said that it was a good idea, but asked what would happen to the other laureates. The princess said that the Nobel Prize winner in literature was Nobuhiro, and then said that Korea is next to Japan, and she would prefer a shorter trip. The man said that for him, this meant that the princess's heart was given to Korea, and the girl confirmed this. She supposed that men were curious about it too, because this was the country of a man who, in just 2 years, founded the world's leading corporate giant, and whose achievements had earned him not 1, but 4 Nobel Prizes. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned home and told his sister about Rosalind's adoption. He said that he brought the girl from the States and noted that she looked like Say. And then Riley said that if it weren't for the different hair colors, they would have passed for twins, and asked the hero where he found her. The guy said that for a long time Professor Alice took care of Rosalind, but due to personal circumstances, she can no longer look after her, and he decided to take her in and shelter her, not only because she reminds him of his younger sister, but also because she is a very smart girl. He then asked Riley to think of her as his niece, and then asked the girl if she liked the ice cream, to which Rosalind smiled widely and said that she wanted to have another one. After that, she asked the hero how he managed to calm his sister down. He told her not to worry, as it would take Riley some time to get used to it. But from what he remembered, she had asked for a little sister or niece. Then Riley thought that on the one hand, Dr. Sonia would not be happy about this, but on the other hand, now she had a sister, or even a niece. The hero then asked Rosalind if she would like to go to school next year. He assumed that she would be curious to see something like this, since she was 9 years old at birth and had the right to an education. The hero thought that primary education would be too easy for her, but Rosaline believed that she would fail. The thing is, thanks to River, she learned many human qualities, but she is still very far from perfect. Then she asked the hero if she could really get along with other people now. In response, River stroked her head and said that she would definitely succeed, and he believed in her. Meanwhile, the story moves to Sally Janer. Sonia's colleague asked her what was worrying her so much lately and suggested that something happened while she was abroad. However, the girl said that she will now focus exclusively on her research. Her colleague then suggested that perhaps Dr. River had turned her down. Sonia blushed and replied that she had never confessed her feelings to him, so he simply could not refuse her. In response, the woman laughed and said that they communicated so often that she thought there was something between them. But Sonia replied that Dr. River lived and breathed science, so her feelings would be a burden to him. The woman then said that Sonia should simply accept the job offer at Eigen Bio. Perhaps their relationship could lead to something more. But Sonia said she doesn't mix work with her personal life. Their company supports the research she wants to do, and she wants to continue her research here. As for Dr. Rivera, she was sure that their paths would cross again if they continued to work in the same spirit. At that moment, a colleague burst into their office and said that they had received incredible news. The fact is that it was just announced that Dr. River has received the Nobel Prize, and not one, but 4 at once, and what's more, the award ceremony will take place in Korea. The woman jumped up from her seat and said that this was the first time this had happened. It was an unprecedented event. At that moment, Sonia smiled and thought about what she knew. River could do it. Then she took a deep breath and decided that she needed to get active. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the Nobel Prize award ceremony began, and the presenter said that a large group of people had gathered behind him to capture this historic moment. Representatives from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and the Nobel Committee have just arrived, warmly greeting the audience. The guests continued to arrive one after another. Among them, he noticed Professor Nobuhiro, the winner in the literature category. Many noticed that Dr. River had not yet arrived, but they quickly noticed that his car had already pulled up. Soon the doors opened, and the main character looked out. The butler helped open the doors for them, and after that they went out with Rosaline. The protagonist took the girl by the hand, and then the host said that Professor River from Eigen Bio was making his grand entrance. All those present were very happy to see such an outstanding person. Meanwhile, the main character's mother and sister were watching everything on TV. The woman said that if she had done anything right in her life, it was raising her son. Samantha, her husband and daughter also watched the live broadcast. All the main character's friends sat in front of their TV screens and watched his success. Soon after, the hero came on stage to receive his prize. One of the committee members handed him one of the 4 awards. The hero was very glad that he was now here, on this stage. Meanwhile, his colleagues from the life creation department stood nearby and applauded him. The rest of his close friends also came here to see his success in person. The presenter and Sonia sat in their seats and also applauded the hero. At that moment, Rosalind smiled warmly and praised River. Meanwhile, the hero stood and held his awards in his hands while they tirelessly photographed him. After the award ceremony was over, Rosalind said that her views on science had not changed since Yasser tried to persuade her. Many scientists, with the exception of Isaiah and Yasser, imagine an ideal world in which the power of science is relevant. They talk as if science alone can answer all problems, but there is no real science behind their vision. Then the hero asked the girl what her idea of science was. She replied that, in her opinion, the essence of science lies in its humanistic spirit. Science is not only pure logic and reason, at times it can be overly emotional and even selfish. However, she believed that the humanistic side of science was more important than its practical applications, so she asked Rivera to become a humanistic scientist. In response, the guy took her hand and said that from the very beginning he wanted to create exactly this kind of world, and now he would do it together with Rosalind.